I am an esteemed traditional Chinese physician, specializing in the art of boasting. A humble individual unexpectedly inherits a mysterious legacy and acquires the ability of clairvoyance. From that moment onward, he masters the art of medicine and transcends martial prowess, living life with a sense of triumph. Chapter 1. Do you accept secondhand women? Collecting old color televisions, old refrigerators, old air conditioners, old washing machines. A man's resounding calls echoed through the narrow alley of an urban village in Anhai City. Hey, handsome, give me your contact information, and he'll gift you an old television. What do you say? A woman's voice floated down from above. Qin Fei looked up to see a charming woman smiling and waving at him. Is this really happening? Qin Fei chuckled. After passing through the back door, he found a woman waiting for him. Come with me, she said, turning with a graceful sway and ascending the stairs. The flickering lights of the building cast an erratic glow as they walked, one behind the other. The woman's nightgown was rather short, prompting Qin Fei to maintain a respectful distance, focusing on the steps before him. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the woman. She lost her footing and began to fall backward. Qin Fei rushed to catch her, but underestimated her weight. The force of the impact toppled him as well. With a loud thud, Qin Fei's temple struck the stairs, blood trickling down his cheek to his chest. At that moment, the jade pendant hanging around his neck emitted a soft, ethereal glow. In a haze, Qin Fei felt himself transported to another realm. A towering figure loomed in the celestial heights, its imposing presence evoking a sense of reverence. Boom! A voice, resonant like a great bell, reverberated through this world, filling his ears with a profound resonance, as if imparting enlightenment. This grand sound was exhilarating and high-pitched, echoing endlessly like the voice of the cosmos, piercing deep into the heart, cleansing the mind of distractions and negativity, leading to a state of sublime tranquility, as if his soul were ascending. Qin Fei could scarcely believe his senses. What was this sound? It seemed to resonate directly in his mind, akin to an out-of-body experience. It felt as though he had awakened to a heightened perception of the universe, with everything enveloped in energy. This is the sound of the Dao. It can purify one's spirit, allowing the mind to focus and enter a state of enlightenment. The majestic figure suddenly gazed down at him, its vast lips parting to speak. In that instant of eye contact, Qin Fei felt time and space distort. Chosen one, are you ready? The voice echoed from all directions, sending a shiver down his spine. Ready for what? Qin Fei was bewildered now. The entity commanded. Instantly, countless ethereal scrolls materialized in the air, intertwining as if time itself were flowing. Among them were images of healing the sick, training martial arts, refining weapons, and cultivating oneself, an overwhelming array of scenes that left him breathless. Gather! As if guided, all these visions surged towards Qin Fei's mind. Such profound knowledge was beyond mortal comprehension. In an instant, he was overwhelmed and lost consciousness. Ugh! My head hurts. Upon awakening, he found himself slouched on the stairs. The most vivid impression remained of cultivation technique, known as the concentration technique, its chants and movements etched deeply in his memory, akin to the indelible routines of his childhood. Could it be that I am the chosen one from a novel? Qin Fei murmured, struggling to regain his composure. Hearing a cry, he turned to see the woman, nursing her ankle and weeping, asking, "Did you sprain it?" Sniff. "Yes," she replied, putting on a pitiful expression and nodding vigorously. "Let me take a look. I am a trained traditional Chinese doctor." Though he spoke casually, Qin Fei was eager to test the authenticity of his newfound abilities. He assisted her to lie flat on the bed, where he saw her ankle swollen like a dumpling. "Quite alarming. It's all your fault for being so thoughtless, causing me to get injured." "Don't worry, it's just a minor injury. I can treat it." As he spoke, Qin Fei placed his hand gently on her ankle. "Ouch. Be gentle." The touch elicited a tremor from her delicate frame. Bear with it. He activated the concentration technique, gradually channeling energy into the injured area. Moments later, the swelling subsided significantly. Seeing this, Qin Fei felt elated and intensified his efforts. The sensation akin to 1,000 ants crawling over her skin spread throughout her body, accompanied by a mild burning sensation, causing her to involuntarily murmur. "This is unbearable. Is this divine punishment?" Hearing her voice, Qin Fei felt his heart flutter, though he maintained the pretense of focusing on healing, internally battling his own desires. 2 minutes later, he withdrew his hand and said to the woman, "All done. Try getting up." "Really?" She looked at him skeptically before attempting to stand, discovering her ankle was indeed painless. "You're incredible. Just a small feat," Qin Fei replied, feigning modesty. She stepped closer, playfully hooking her finger under Qin Fei's chin, saying, with such massage skills, "Come inside, I must reward you today." At 6 feet tall, Qin Fei looked down at her, taking in the sight of her smooth, fair skin and alluring curves. Heavenly deities! What a tantalizing predicament. However, in the next moment, a glint of golden light flashed in Qin Fei's eyes. He instinctively saw through the floor beneath him, and naturally, the woman before him as well. In that fleeting moment, every pore in his body seemed to open wide. How astonishing. Noticing Qin Fei's intense gaze, the woman assumed her charm had captivated him and wrapped her arms around him. Chapter 2. The Silver Needle Sealing Acupoints. Their gazes locked. The atmosphere was enchanting, and Qin Fei was taken aback by the audacity of his counterpart. As he noticed the crimson lips aimed at him, a jolt of fear surged through his heart, prompting him to hastily break free. He bolted out of the ominous lair, and upon reaching the alley's entrance, he gasped for breath. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, filled with inheritance and seduction, his emotions oscillated like a roller coaster, taking a considerable time to stabilize. He arrived at a nearby convenience store and purchased a bottle of cola. Just as he twisted off the cap to take a sip, a massive truck barreled through the intersection, colliding violently with a black sedan that had been cruising along the road. The cacophony of the crash echoed like the detonation of explosives. The truck, speeding at nearly 100 kilometers per hour, sent the smaller vehicle tumbling over a dozen times before it came to a halt, wheels up, a mere 5 meters away from Qin Fei. Stunned, Qin Fei dropped the cola, his face drained of color. At such close proximity, had the car rolled a few more times, he would have surely been caught in the chaos. The sedan's windshield shattered, and from Qin Fei's vantage point, he could see the driver, bloodied and slumped over the steering wheel. "Help! Help me!" The driver's voice emerged weakly, but just as he raised his hand, it fell limply, a shard of glass having pierced his heart, claiming his life instantly. The catastrophic accident sent pedestrians fleeing in terror, screams reverberating through the air. At that moment, Qin Fei noticed a bloodied figure crawling out of the wreckage. Perhaps the injuries were too severe, for the individual barely managed a few movements before collapsing on the ground, writhing in agony. Above him, a ruptured fuel tank leaked gasoline incessantly. Seized by a sudden resolve, Qin Fei gritted his teeth and sprinted forward. Glancing inside the vehicle, he saw that the back seat was empty, leaving only himself and the driver. He dragged the injured man to the roadside, barely catching his breath when a deafening explosion erupted from the overturned vehicle. "Thank goodness I acted swiftly," Qin Fei thought, a wave of dread washing over him. "Take me with you," a pained voice called out to him. Looking down, he saw the man he had rescued still speaking. The individual appeared to be around 67, covered in wounds, a miraculous survivor of such a calamity. Indeed, the will to live was tenacious. "Sir, your injuries are severe. It's inadvisable to move you. We should wait for an ambulance here," Qin Fei suggested, confident that the bustling crowd would have summoned help. Suddenly, he felt a tight grip on his arm. The man was clutching him desperately, exclaiming, "Take me away. I'll give you 10 million. 10 million? In ghost money?" Qin Fei regarded him with disbelief. Here was a man in a modest Volkswagen Jetta, claiming he would offer such a fortune. It seemed implausible. "Someone is trying to kill me. Please, take me away." A flicker of desperation crossed the old man's face. "Leave? You're not going anywhere today." At that moment, 2 imposing figures clad in black approached from a distance. Their expressions were cold, their eyes devoid of emotion, as indifferent as weapons themselves. Centered around the 2 of them, Qin Fei sensed an inexplicable drop in the surrounding temperature. "Young man, thank you for saving me today. They are coming for me. You must leave." The cloaked figures emerged, and the elderly man beside Qin Fei, realizing escape was futile, pushed Qin Fei away. Yet, Qin Fei's body felt as if it were anchored to the ground. He could not be moved. "Do not worry. There are surveillance cameras everywhere. They dare not act recklessly." Qin Fei reassured the old man with a pat on his hand, signaling him to remain calm. "You fool." The old man sighed. "They're assassins sent to kill me." "What? Assassins?" At these words, Qin Fei's expression changed drastically as he turned to face the 2 figures. "I warn you, murder is a crime." Before he could finish his warning, the 2 assassins brandished their daggers. One of them lunged a knife directly towards Qin Fei's chest. "How dare you?" The audacity to commit murder in broad daylight was something Qin Fei had never even dared to contemplate. In an instant, his body was gripped by a surge of adrenaline. His immediate instinct was to seize the assailant's wrist to thwart the attack. Crack! It felt as though he had crushed something. The The assassin before him let out a ghastly wail as his wrist grotesquely contorted, the dagger clattering to the ground. Qin Fei stared in astonishment. Are their hands made of tofu? Seeking death. The second assassin, witnessing this, abandoned the attempt on the target's life and turned to strike at Qin Fei's head. As the dagger approached, Qin Fei reacted swiftly, sidestepping the attack and executing a sweeping kick. A cry of agony erupted from the assailant as he was sent flying several meters, ultimately colliding with a willow tree. His eyes rolling back as he struggled to rise, his bones likely fractured in multiple places. Retreat. The unexpected ferocity of Qin Fei left the two assassins bewildered, prompting their rapid escape from the scene. Thank you. With the crisis averted, the elderly man exhaled a sigh of relief, astonished that this seemingly fragile young man possessed such formidable skills. However, the very act of relaxing led him to cough up blood, collapsing to the ground. His face contorted in agony. Hey, what's wrong? Observing this, Qin Fei's expression shifted as he suspected the old man's injuries had worsened. Indeed, after a thorough examination, Qin Fei discovered the elderly man had several broken ribs and, more critically, was suffering from internal bleeding. Without prompt medical intervention, he would likely perish within 5 minutes. Consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me. Had this been a previous scenario, he would have been powerless to watch the old man die. But circumstances had changed. He had acquired a mysterious and profound legacy. Rushing to a nearby traditional medicine shop, Qin Fei procured a box of silver needles and began his urgent treatment. Time was of the essence. He first targeted the Zhenzhong point, followed by the Yuji point, and then the Shinfeng point. 7 needles fell in rapid succession, each movement fluid yet interconnected, subtly forming an intricate and esoteric formation. After a brief moment, the old man's complexion gradually returned to normal, and the bleeding within him had temporarily ceased. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Qin Fei sighed with relief. At that moment, the sound of alarms echoed as the traffic police and ambulance arrived. Wishing to avoid any unnecessary complications, Qin Fei tucked away his silver needle box and turned to leave. However, just a few steps away, he unexpectedly stepped on a 100 yuan bill. Looking around and noticing the absence of others, he swiftly picked up the money and dashed to a nearby tree. It seemed that saving a life had its rewards. This was quite a windfall. Delighted, he examined the bill, and while it appeared genuine at first glance, his expression turned to anger upon flipping it over. Damn it. Chapter 3. The Heart of Alliance. An hour later, at the First People's Hospital of Anhai City, a race against time and life was underway. Experts from both internal and external medicine had gathered in the emergency room, preparing to perform surgery on a significant individual. Lin Jinghai, the chairman of the Lin Group in Anhai City, worth billions, had been admitted. Given the importance of such a figure, the hospital took extraordinary measures, with the director personally performing the surgery and several vice directors assisting. Nonetheless, the operation stretched nearly 4 hours before concluding. As the doors of the emergency room swung open, a multitude of anxious individuals rushed forward, numbering at least 20 or 30. Among them were representatives from the Lin Group and some relatives of the Lin family. Director, how is my father's condition? A man in a suit urgently inquired. He was Lin Jinghai's son, Lin Guangyuan, the current general manager of the Lin Group. Has the chairman recovered? Other executives from the Lin Group chimed in, each expressing their concerns. Yet, the director paid them no mind, instead addressing Lin Guangyuan directly. Come with me. There is something I need to discuss with you. Yes. A shadow crossed Lin Guangyuan's face, and an ominous thought began to take root in his mind. Upon entering the director's office and closing the door, Lin Guangyuan got straight to the point. Director, please speak plainly. I am prepared for any news. Understanding the severity of his father's injuries from the car accident, Lin Guangyuan was aware that doctors were not infallible, and thus, he had mentally braced himself for the worst. Upon hearing his words, the director's brow furrowed momentarily before he slapped his forehead in realization. Mr. Lin, I did not summon you to deliver bad news. I believe you may have misunderstood, he said with a smile. Then why did you call me here? Lin Guangyuan asked, thoroughly perplexed. Your father suffered severe internal bleeding during the accident. Logically, such critical injuries would not allow him to survive until reaching the hospital. However, a remarkable individual used silver needles to stem the bleeding, thus granting us precious time for treatment. Is there indeed such a person? Lin Guangyuan's brow furrowed in contemplation. He had only arrived at the hospital 2 hours prior and was unaware of the specifics surrounding the accident, nor did he know of Qin Fei's existence. If the director's words were true, then this extraordinary individual might indeed be his father's true savior. Were you not aware? Upon witnessing the shift in Lin Guangyuan's expression. The smile on the director's face abruptly froze. I had hastened directly from the airport to the hospital. Lin Guangyuan shook his head. Upon hearing this, the director could not suppress a look of regret. The notion of utilizing silver needles to staunch excessive bleeding was unprecedented. If such a miraculous physician could be associated with their hospital, it would undoubtedly elevate their reputation to new heights. However, one must not force matters. Lin Guangyuan, unaware of the intricacies involved, refrained from probing further and chose to let it be. Director, I'm grateful for your efforts in saving my father. This is but a small token of my appreciation. Noticing the director's silence, Lin Guangyuan produced a check. When the director declined, Lin Guangyuan did not insist. After briefly inquiring about his father's surgical situation, he proceeded to the intensive care unit. Inside the ward, Lin Zhenghai had regained consciousness. Despite having just undergone a significant operation, his spirits were relatively high as he engaged in conversation with a senior executive from the group. Mr. Lin, Chairman, please take good care of yourself. We shall return to see you in a few days, Lin Guangyuan declared, ushering the others out. Naturally, the remaining guests felt it inappropriate to linger, exchanging a few pleasantries before departing. Soon, the room was left with only the father and son. Dad, was it the Li family that sent someone? Lin Guangyuan seethed with barely contained anger, his gaze fixed on his father, whose body was swathed in bandages, wishing he could storm into the Li family and exact vengeance. Xiaoyuan, forget about the Li family for now. I need you to find someone for me, Lin Zhenghai said earnestly. Who? My savior. But the one who saved you with silver needles? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhenghai expressed his surprise. You already know? The director informed me. Xiaoyuan, I have always taught you to be grateful. We owe this person an immense debt of gratitude. As he spoke, Lin Zhenghai recounted the events that had transpired. Though he had been unconscious, he sensed that it was Qin Fei who had saved him. The chilling sensation of the needlework remained vividly etched in his memory. It was akin to parched earth suddenly receiving the life-giving touch of rain, an indescribable marvel. I should not let the Li family off the hook. Upon hearing his father's words, Lin Guangyuan's anger surged, veins bulging on his forehead as he struck the wall with his fist. The combination of the car accident and the assassin left no room for respite. Fortunately, his father had encountered Qin Fei. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unfathomable. Dad, rest assured, I will dispatch someone immediately to locate the little divine doctor. Lin Guangyuan dared not defy his father's wishes and promptly agreed. However, as soon as he spoke, Lin Zhenghai shook his head and said, Xiaoyuan, you have always been exceptionally intelligent. How is it that you are confused at this moment? This little divine doctor not only possesses remarkable medical skills, but from my observations, he likely has considerable prowess in martial arts as well. Such a person is one whom the Lin family must endeavor to cultivate at all costs. Remember, it must be at all costs. Is he also a martial arts expert? Upon hearing this, Lin Guangyuan was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression transformed into one of astonishment. His father had dabbled in martial arts and possessed an extraordinary constitution, and he himself had also trained. Thus, he understood the formidable influence wielded by a martial arts master. It can be said that if the Lin family had a martial arts master in their ranks, even with 100-fold courage, the Li family would not dare to engage in any underhanded tactics against them. A martial arts expert could effortlessly dismantle a clan like the Li family. Father, I understand. You should rest well. I will personally lead the team to find him. The father's words were akin to a powerful tonic, invigorating his spirit, and simultaneously igniting a strong curiosity about the enigmatic little physician he had yet to meet. Remember to carry the sincere intentions of our Lin family. Lin Zhenghai, concerned about his son's impulsiveness, felt compelled to remind him. Yes. Chapter 4. Parting. Saving a life did not evoke much sentiment in Qin Fei. However, the act of picking up money left him feeling quite unsettled, for it was not real currency, but rather a promotional photograph emblazoned with advertisements on the reverse side. After all, this was money he had earned through hard work, and he could not afford to waste it. Moreover, having received a legacy, he no longer wished to rely on scavenging for a living, so he decided to sell his tricycle as well. To his astonishment, the price he received for the tricycle was utterly shocking. That owner must be blind. After a furious tirade, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, Qin Fei's expression brightened instantly. It was his girlfriend, Zhu Lily, calling. Qin Fei, are you free right now? Her voice came through the line. Yes. Can you come to Wanqin Mall? Her tone seemed somewhat unnatural, but in his excitement, Qin Fei failed to notice any underlying concern, as it had been nearly a month since they last met. All right, I will be there shortly. With that, He hailed a taxi at the roadside. Zhu Lili had been his girlfriend since their junior year. A class beauty with a certain prominence in school, possessing an exquisite figure and fair complexion. Most importantly, she did not care about his family background. Being with her had greatly satisfied his vanity. Unfortunately, after graduation, they entered different companies and their communication dwindled. Filled with anticipation, Qin Fei arrived at his destination. As he stepped out of the taxi, he spotted Zhu Lili from a distance, clad in a form-fitting white off-shoulder outfit paired with tight jeans that accentuated her alluring figure perfectly. The passing men cast admiring glances her way. "Lily, I'm over here," Qin Fei exclaimed, waving excitedly at her. However, Zhu Lili merely offered a forced smile and lowered her head. "Lily, did you not rest well last night? You seem a bit pale." Qin Fei approached her with genuine concern. No. Zhu Lili, keeping her gaze downcast, hesitated to meet his eyes. Just then, a sharply dressed man with slick-back hair approached from a distance, holding 2 cups of Starbucks coffee. Upon seeing Qin Fei and Zhu Lili together, his brow furrowed slightly. "Lily, is this your friend?" he inquired. "Yes, my college classmate," Zhu Lili replied, her expression betraying a hint of discomfort. "Ah, since he is your classmate. He is also my friend, Qin Fei." With that, Qin Fei handed a cup of coffee to Zhu Lili and extended his hand towards Qin Fei. "Greetings. I am Qin Fei, currently the logistics manager at Ling Group, and I am also Lily's boyfriend." Qin Fei took the initiative to introduce himself. "Boyfriend?" Upon hearing this, Qin Fei, who was about to shake Qin Fei's hand, was momentarily stunned, his complexion turning pale. He shifted his gaze towards Zhu Lili, hoping she would offer him an explanation. Qin Fei seemed to sense something amiss and began to question Zhu Lili. "Darling, he's the ex-boyfriend I mentioned to you before." With that, Zhu Lili clasped Qin Fei's right arm. "Ex-boyfriend?" This revelation struck Qin Fei's heart like a heavy hammer, causing him to stagger backward in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that such words had come from Zhu Lili. "Oh, so he is the impoverished fool who dared to pursue you?" Upon hearing Zhu Lili's words, Qin Fei's expression turned from friendly to one of mockery. He had heard Zhu Lili speak of Qin Fei before, a pitiful sycophant. After being together for 2 or 3 years, they had never even held hands. What kind of ex-boyfriend was that? In my opinion, he barely qualified as a mere acquaintance. Qin Fei then leaned down, deliberately boasting into Qin Fei's ear. "I'll let you in on a secret. Lily's skills are quite remarkable. She serves me exceptionally well. But alas, you will never have the chance to experience it." Despicable wretches. Upon hearing this, Qin Fei's forehead throbbed with veins, and he longed to strike Qin Fei's foul mouth. "Ha, what a pitiful worm you are." Seeing Qin Fei's reaction, Qin Fei erupted in laughter. "Zhu Lili, I hope you can provide me with an explanation today." Ignoring Qin Fei, Qin Fei still clung to a shred of hope in his heart. Yet, Zhu Lili's next words shattered all of it. "Qin Fei, I called you here today to face you and say that we should break up. We are incompatible, and there is no future for us." Taking a deep breath, Zhu Lili lifted her head. At this point, she had nothing left to conceal. Upon hearing this, Qin Fei's bitter smile was laced with coldness. "Reflect upon your conscience. Do you truly believe this is fair to me? Back in school, when you wanted to buy cosmetics, I saved my meal money to secretly give to you, subsisting on instant noodles to the point of nearly being hospitalized. After graduation, when you wanted to interview at Ling Group, I even gave you my opportunity, yet you, behind my back, were entangled with others. You have changed, so much so that I scarcely recognize you." Qin Fei's agitation grew as he spoke, attracting the attention of onlookers who murmured among themselves. "This woman appears quite beautiful, yet who would have guessed she would betray her boyfriend? In my view, such a fickle woman is no different from those who entertain on stage, possessing only a beautiful exterior while engaging in unworthy deeds." The scornful remarks from those around her filled Zhu Lili with a profound sense of shame. However, as she observed Qin Fei becoming increasingly animated, her own fury ignited. "Enough," she exclaimed, interrupting his speech. "Over the years, you have never presented me with a single respectable gift on my birthday, always promising to make it up to me. But have you ever fulfilled that promise? What woman does not yearn for a better material existence? I have endured this hand-to-mouth existence for far too long. A wretch like you is utterly unworthy of me." Zhu Lili's cutting words left Qin Fei wide-eyed, unable to fathom that such venom could emerge from her lips. In that moment, he felt a chill run through him. "Your disdain for the impoverished is articulated with such refreshing eloquence, Zhu Lili. Today, you have truly opened my eyes. I was naive to misjudge you. There is no need for you to initiate our separation. From this day forth, You shall pursue your own path. While I tread my own, we shall have no further entanglements. Qin Fei's voice rang out clearly, devoid of the anguish typically associated with a breakup. He had initially intended to share the day's events with her, but it seemed unnecessary now. You were absent in my times of struggle. Who are you to me in moments of triumph? It is perhaps for the best that I have seen through your true nature. Chapter 5. A background actor? Oh, the audacity. Your abilities are meager, yet your arrogance is grand. One might mistake you for a billionaire. At this juncture, Qin Fei's derisive laughter pierced the air as he tugged at the thin shirt worn by Qin Fei. Look at your pitiful, impoverished appearance. That ragged garment is hardly worth 50 yuan, is it? Even if it were worth only a single yuan, it is the product of my own hard labor. It is none of your concern, Qin Fei retorted, swatting away Qin Fei's intrusive hand with a cold demeanor. There was no room for kindness towards this individual, for the contemptuous glint in his eyes had been evident from the very beginning. Humph, having sunk to such depths, you still dare to seek a girlfriend? In my opinion, the impoverished ought to possess a sense of humility. Do you truly believe women are within your reach? Qin Fei scoffed. There is no need for you to seek validation here. Despite your bravado, you still ended up in my discarded shoes. Qin Fei shot back, casting a disdainful glance his way. Watch your mouth. Qin Fei's expression darkened at this remark. Qin Fei, if we were to part ways, must your words be so venomous? Zhu Lili interjected, unable to bear the exchange any longer. Venomous? Compared to the harm you have inflicted upon me, I find my words scarcely measure up. Qin Fei replied dismissively. You have a boyfriend yet still flirt with other men. In ancient times, you would surely meet a grim fate. You. Zhu Lili was taken aback by the viciousness of Qin Fei's tongue, momentarily at a loss for words, her expression one of palpable grievance. Lily, there is no need to be angry with him. He is merely a fool who can only wield words as his weapon, Qin Fei declared, pulling Zhu Lili into his embrace and, in front of Qin Fei, deliberately pinching her inappropriately at a certain spot. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the handbag slung over Zhu Lili's shoulder, a new idea sparked within him. He deliberately tugged at Zhu Lili's handbag and said, Look at this Chanel bag, it cost 50,000. A certain impoverished youth would have to forego food and drink for an entire year to afford it. Wouldn't he? Are you certain it's 50,000 and not 500? Qin Fei inquired with a half-smile, his gaze glinting momentarily. He had already peered into the bag's interior with his discerning eyes, and while the exterior of the Chanel handbag was undeniably exquisite, a compartment within clearly indicated it was of local origin, a colloquial term for counterfeit goods. What do you mean by that? Qin Fei asked, his expression serious. I believe you should comprehend. I earn 500,000 a year. Do I need a fake to deceive my girlfriend? Qin Fei intentionally raised his voice. Yet, his almost self-deceptive manner made Zhu Lili cast a dubious glance in his direction. However, with Qin Fei standing right before her, she wrapped her arm around Qin Fei's, sweetly declaring, I believe you. Truly a scandalous pair. Having already parted ways, there was nothing for Qin Fei to yearn for, so he turned to leave. But at that moment, Qin Fei blocked his path, stating, Did I give you permission to leave? What do you want? Qin Fei stared directly at Qin Fei, his patience wearing thin. I heard that half a year ago, Lili gifted you a smartphone worth over 5,000, something she saved for months to afford. Now that you're breaking up, should you reimburse her for that? Zhu Lili, is this also your sentiment? Zhu Lili remained silent, her silence implying acquiescence. In 3 years, I've spent over 10,000 on her. If you insist on tallying up accounts, shouldn't you pay me back 5,000? Qin Fei pointed at Zhu Lili. It's only natural for a man to spend on a woman. I suspect you cannot produce that 5,000, hence your desperate arguments. Qin Fei sneered. If Qin Fei dared to accuse him of buying counterfeit goods, he was determined to make Qin Fei uncomfortable. What is the matter? Can't produce the money? Then kneel and bow to me 3 times and I'll cover the cost. What does that sound? Seeing Qin Fei remain silent, Qin Fei grew increasingly emboldened. Excuse me, are you a minor miracle worker? Just then, several suited individuals approached, led by Lin Guangyuan. It must be said that these top-tier wealthy individuals had a knack for gathering information. On their way here, he had already obtained the surveillance footage of the accident. Who are you? Qin Fei searched his memory, realizing he did not recognize the man. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the general manager of the Lin Group. My name is... Lin Guangyuan was about to disclose his name when he was abruptly interrupted by a loud laugh from Qin Fei. Qin Fei, are you trying to make me die of laughter? For the sake of so-called face, you actually went out of your way to invite a group of actors. Lin Guangyuan, being a high-ranking official, spent much of his time negotiating business deals, and since Qin Fei had only recently joined the company, he had never encountered Lin Guangyuan. Naturally, he preferred to believe that someone of Qin Fei's stature could not possibly know the general manager of the Lin Group. The connection is tenuous at best. It is undoubtedly a performance. Beside him, Zhu Lili shook her head in disappointment, unable to fathom that Qin Fei could engage in such antics. Who are you? Lin Guangyuan's brow furrowed as he was interrupted mid-sentence. Who I am is of no concern to a mere background actor like yourself. You just claim to be the general manager of the Lin Group, yet I have never encountered you. Qin Fei retorted with a mocking tone. I have never seen you either, Lin Guangyuan replied. Of course you haven't, you counterfeit. If you are indeed the general manager of the Lin Group, then I might as well declare myself the chairman. Qin Fei scoffed. Nonsense. Upon hearing this, two bodyguards behind Lin Guangyuan were furious and prepared to take action. However, Lin Guangyuan raised his hand to stop them, curious to see what tricks Qin Fei would attempt. Young man, there is a saying, trouble often arises from one's words. I wonder if you are familiar with it? Lin Guangyuan asked calmly, observing Qin Fei. Oh, you think your threats intimidate me? Tell me, how much did Qin Fei pay you to perform the charade? Qin Fei crossed his arms and laughed derisively. This amount, Lin Guangyuan said, extending a single finger. 100? You underestimate my appearance fee, sir. Mr. Qin Fei has paid me 10 million to perform, Lin Guangyuan asserted. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. After a brief pause, Qin Fei burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. That is the most ludicrous joke I have heard all year. That man named Qin can't even muster 5,000. Yet you claim he paid you 10 million to act. Qin Fei's expression suddenly turned cold as he sneered. Do you even look in the mirror? Are you worth 10 million? Impudent. A bodyguard beside Lin Guangyuan could no longer contain his anger and stepped forward. A chilling aura radiated from him, causing Qin Fei to shudder. Yet, he was not easily intimidated, especially with Zhu Lili at his side. He refused to retreat. I warn you, I am a logistics supervisor of the Lin Group. If you dare lay a hand on me, you will regret it. Do you believe me? He glared at Lin Guangyuan's bodyguard, looking fiercer than the other man. So you are merely a supervisor, Lin Guangyuan remarked, then swiftly pulled out his phone and made a call. After a moment, he hung up and addressed Qin Fei. Effective immediately, you are dismissed from the Lin Group. Continue your performance. Qin Fei had overheard the call, which merely amounted to his dismissal, but he needed to believe it first. At that moment, he found a measure of admiration for the background actors. They truly were dedicated. Zifei, what are you doing here? A voice rang out from nearby, belonging to a rotund man. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Fei's expression brightened. The man was none other than his uncle, who also served as the logistics manager of the Lin Group. His ascension to the position of supervisor at the Lin Group was solely due to the patronage he received. Uncle, come quickly. There's someone impersonating the general manager of the Lin Group. He excitedly waved to his uncle. Chapter 6. One's own misdeeds lead to ruin. What? Who dares to impersonate someone from our company? Upon recognizing the caller as Qin Fei, Ding Jinkai stormed over in a fit of rage. You are finished, Qin Fei coldly declared, casting a glance at Lin Guangyuan. Who is truly finished remains to be seen, Lin Guangyuan replied with a knowing smile. Although he was unfamiliar with Qin Fei due to his lower rank, he certainly recognized Ding Jinkai, the manager of the company's logistics department. Ding Jinkai, initially seething with anger, found his rage dissipating the moment he laid eyes on Lin Guangyuan beside Qin Fei. Replacing his fury was a sycophantic smile as he hurried over. Lin, what a coincidence to encounter you here, Ding Jinkai said, bowing respectfully. What? Qin Fei, who was sneering, felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing this. Uncle, could you have mistaken him for someone else? He is merely an extra hired by someone, not the real general manager Lin. Qin Fei exclaimed in disbelief. However, upon hearing his words, Ding Jinkai erupted with anger. Don't speak nonsense. How could I mistake General Lin? Do you think I am blind? Just then, Ding Jinkai's phone rang. After finishing the call, he glanced at Lin Guangyuan before turning his gaze back to Qin Fei. The HR department just called. You have been dismissed. No, that's impossible. Qin Fei stumbled backward, feeling his legs weaken. Had it not been for Zhu Lili supporting him, he might have collapsed to the ground. Observing this scene, Ding Jinkai seemed to grasp the situation and glared at Qin Fei with murderous intent. Speak. Did you offend General Lin? How could I offend him? I claim to be the general manager of the Lin Group, and he didn't believe me. He insisted that if I were the general manager, he would be the chairman. Lin Guangyuan interjected nonchalantly. What? Ding Jinkai's face paled, and he nearly stumbled. The chairman was Lin Guangyuan's biological father. Was Qin Fei out of his mind? You insolent wretch, have you grown bold? I shall ensure your demise today. He rolled up his sleeves and slapped Qin Fei across the face, followed by a kick. Still unsatisfied, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. You may wish for death, but do not drag me into your downfall. Spare me your theatrics. This man has questionable character. If I am not mistaken, he is the one you allowed into the company, right? Lin Guangyuan inquired coolly. Yes. In Lin Guangyuan's presence, Ding Jinkai dared not lie and nodded. No. Upon hearing these words, Ding Jinsai's heart bled, yet he dared not reveal his anguish. A halved annual salary signified a loss of nearly 1 million this year. 1 million, an amount that many toil for a decade to accumulate. With this thought, he fixated his gaze upon Qin Fei and lunged at him, launching a ferocious assault. I had warned you against viewing others through tinted lenses. Today, you have created such a monumental blunder that I shall annihilate you. It was evident that Ding Jinkai was striking with lethal intent, each blow landing with brutal force, causing Qin Fei to wail in agony, blood streaming from his nose. Stop hitting me. I swear I won't do it again. Qin Fei pleaded desperately. Yet, the more he begged for mercy, the harsher Ding Jinsai's blows became, leaving Zhu Lili beside them, too frightened to intervene. Witnessing this scene, Qin Fei shook his head. As the saying goes, heaven's misdeeds can be pardoned, but self-inflicted wounds are beyond redemption. Qin Fei had brought this upon himself. He was not deserving of sympathy. Little divine doctor, thank you for saving my father. I have come specifically to express my gratitude. At that moment, Lin Guangyuan approached Qin Fei, speaking with utmost respect. Your father? The elderly gentleman from the accident today? Qin Fei inquired, his expression one of confusion. Indeed, it was your miraculous medical skills that transformed my father's peril into safety. With that, he produced a check for 10 million and a black card from his pocket. Little divine doctor, here is a check for 10 million, along with a supreme VIP card from the Lin Group. Please do accept it. This is too much. I cannot, Qin Fei responded. Already aware of Lin Guangyuan's position as the confirmed general manager of the Lin Group, leaving no doubt about the check's authenticity. When he had saved the old gentleman, he had mentioned a reward of 10 million, and though Qin Fei had been skeptical then, he could no longer afford disbelief now. Life is priceless. This sum is mere pocket change for me. Please, accept it without hesitation. As he spoke, Lin Guangyuan forcefully placed the check and card into Qin Fei's hands. Is that so? Hearing Lin Guangyuan's insistence, Qin Fei hesitated to refuse. For someone from an ordinary background, 10 million was an unimaginable fortune. Everyone dreams of sudden wealth, and he was no exception. After contemplating, he accepted both items. With the supreme VIP card from the Lin Group, you may enjoy a 50% discount on any industry or product under our company, with no upper limit. The shopping mall before them happened to be one of the Lin Group's pillar industries. Thank you very much. Upon hearing this, Qin Fei felt that the value of the card outweighed even the 10 million. Witnessing this exchange, Zhu Lili stood in shock. Just moments ago, she had kicked Qin Fei away, and now he had become an affluent figure. 10 million, an amount that could crush a person if converted to cash, was nothing short of a meteoric rise. Meanwhile, Ding Jinkai, who was still pummeling Qin Fei, felt a surge of envy upon seeing Lin Guangyuan bestow the group's highest VIP card. It was important to note that within the entire Anhai city, the number of individuals who could obtain such a card was exceedingly limited. With this card, one could effortlessly penetrate the upper echelons of Anhai city society. In the midst of his days, Qin Fei was approached by Lin Guangyuan, who promptly articulated the purpose of his visit. Could you kindly share your contact information? Certainly, Qin Fei replied, straightforward in his generosity, providing his handwritten number. Lin Guangyuan treasured the number as if it were a precious gem, carefully stowing it away. Little divine doctor, once my father is discharged from the hospital, I sincerely hope you will visit my home. He extended a heartfelt invitation. Of course, I will make an effort to come when I have the time, Qin Fei assured him. My father remains in the hospital, so I shall take my leave now. With that, Lin Guangyuan and his companions quickly exited the mall. As he prepared to depart, Qin Fei was suddenly confronted by Zhu Lili, who obstructed his path. Her cheeks flushed, she instinctively clutched her garment and implored, Xiao Fei, I know you still harbor feelings for me. I regret my past decisions and wish to rekindle our relationship. Will you consider it? Qin Fei responded with a cold laugh. Zhu Lili, sensing the tension, hastily continued. I was deceived by that scoundrel Qin Fei, who led me to believe he would marry me and purchase a home for me. Yet, he wouldn't even gift me a genuine token of affection. Please grant me a chance to amend my ways. I promise to devote myself to you wholeheartedly. Zhu Lily's humility was striking, a side of her that Qin Fei had never anticipated, reshaping his perception. Your audacity is astounding, akin to the soul of a shoe. I am but a poor man, unworthy of a woman of her lofty standards. Therefore, there is no need for you to feign humility before me. It is truly repugnant. With that, Qin Fei turned on his heel, denying Zhu Lily another opportunity to speak. Watching him walk away, despair enveloped Zhu Lily. The chance to ascend to greatness was within her grasp, yet she had let it slip through her fingers. Overcome with emotion, she sank to the ground, weeping bitterly. Curse you! You are the reason I lost my job. I could just kill you. Meanwhile, Ding Jinkai ceased his assault on Cheng Zifei as the crowd dispersed. He knew he could not truly harm his own nephew. However, before he could fully withdraw, Cheng Zifei surged forward and struck Zhu Lily with a resounding slap. Chapter 7. Lu Xueqing. Outside a bank in Anhai City, Qin Fei stared at the lengthy string of text messages on his phone, still feeling as if he were dreaming. He felt buoyant, as if fortune had unexpectedly smiled upon him, akin to a pie falling from the sky. However, he quickly regained his composure, aware that the gates of wealth had swung open before him. With a mysterious inheritance in his possession, he understood that his financial resources would only multiply. This amount was insignificant. With these thoughts, he hailed a taxi, heading straight for his modest abode in the urban village. The dwelling was a cozy one-bedroom unit with a small vegetable garden, allowing him to indulge in the cultivation of organic produce during his leisure time, living a tranquil existence. In the bustling metropolis of Anhai City, such living conditions were a source of satisfaction for Qin Fei. Moreover, the rent was reasonable, amounting to a mere 500 yuan per month. Brother Qin Fei, do you have any fun toys today? Suddenly, a delicate little girl peered through the door, playfully inquiring. Today is not my lucky day. I haven't received anything noteworthy, but I do have lollipops, Qin Fei replied, producing 2 lollipops from behind him as if performing a magic trick. Thank you, brother. The little girl beamed with a radiant smile upon receiving the candy. It's nothing. Tomorrow, I'll buy you some new toys, he said, gently ruffling her hair, a smile gracing his face as well. The little girl, named Lu Cici, was a tenant from next door. Although merely 6 years old, she was remarkably perceptive. Unfortunately, her circumstances were unfortunate. Her father, a gambling addict, had fallen into debt and had been incarcerated for some years. In a fit of anger, her mother had changed her surname to match her own. Yet, raising a child as a single mother is no easy task. She had to earn a living while also confronting the challenges of transporting her daughter. Thankfully, little Cici was understanding, managing her own commute to and from school. Observing her, Qin Fei felt a deep pang of sympathy for this unfortunate child. Is your mother not home yet? He inquired. Cici, lowering her head, shyly asked, Can I come in? Of course, play as long as you like. I'll prepare dinner. He replied. Thank you, brother, she exclaimed, eagerly stepping inside and joyfully hopping around the yard. Later that evening, around 9 o'clock, a tall woman clad in a black sheath dress finally arrived at Qin Fei's doorstep. She was Lu Cici's mother, Lu Xueqing. The toll of relentless labor had rendered her more haggard than most, making her appear older than her actual years, which were only a few more than Qin Fei's. Despite this, her elegance was unmatched by ordinary women. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful. Qin Fei sometimes found himself internally cursing her husband for his unfaithfulness, lamenting how he could squander such fortune with a wife of such beauty. She softly called out, Cici. The little girl, having played herself to exhaustion, had already fallen asleep. At that moment, Qin Fei stepped outside and remarked, through the dim glow of the streetlight, he noticed a blush on Lu Xueqing's cheeks, suggesting she had indulged in a fair amount of alcohol, adding to her allure. Xiao Fei, thank you. I'm sorry for troubling you again, Lu Xueqing said. Her head bowed. It's no trouble at all. How could I consider it a burden with such a lovely girl like Cici? I wish she could come over every day, he replied. However, suddenly, Qin Fei's keen eyes caught a distinct handprint on Lu Xueqing's left cheek. Sister Xueqing, who struck you? He asked, his gaze revealing a hint of danger. Those scoundrels. It's already a hardship for you to raise a child alone, and yet they dare to inflict violence. It's utterly inhumane. It's nothing. Lu Xueqing instinctively averted her gaze before continuing. Could you please help me bring Cici out? If you ever encounter any insurmountable trouble, do not hesitate to tell me. Perhaps I can assist you. Thank you for today. I'll treat you to dinner when I get paid at the end of the month. She reiterated her gratitude as she carried little Cici into the adjacent yard. Upon returning home and sitting on his bed, Qin Fei did not succumb to slumber. Instead, he delved into the profound martial arts technique he had acquired earlier that day. the concentration Qi technique. His ability to staunch Lin Zhenghai's excessive bleeding using silver needles was not solely reliant on traditional Chinese medicine. More crucially, it was complemented by the vital energy coursing through his body. The same was true for his therapeutic massage techniques. The efficacy of this vital energy was evidently significant, enhancing his physical prowess and bestowing him with extraordinary strength. It was precisely due to this enhancement that he could effortlessly subdue the two assassins earlier that day. According to the teachings of the inheritance, the path of cultivation is segmented into stages: gathering qi, concentration, and innate realm, each further divided into initial, intermediate, and advanced phases. Although he had yet to reach even the initial stage of gathering qi, he had already bested the assassins. What might he achieve if he were to advance further? This thought ignited a spark of exhilaration within Qin Fei, and he eagerly commenced the practice of the concentration qi technique. Waves of invisible white energy flowed from the Baihui acupoint, gradually circulating through his limbs and bones, evoking a delightful sensation akin to basking in the warmth of the winter sun. Soon, he became enraptured, losing track of time in the process. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa within Anhai City, a grave report was being delivered. "Master, the assassination mission has failed." A black-clad figure knelt before an elderly man with graying hair, his voice trembling in fear. How could this happen despite our meticulous preparations? The elderly man, known as Li Hong, chairman of the Li Group in Anhai City, betrayed no visible emotion, yet this only heightened the fear of the man kneeling before him. The plan had initially seemed to be on the verge of success, until an unexpected young man intervened, saving Lin Zhenghai. "Oh." Li Hong regarded the black-clad figure with a puzzled glance. Even seasoned assassins could not deal with him. As he spoke, he produced a sheet of paper, declaring, "This contains all his information." Qin Fei, 24 years old. His father went missing in his childhood, and his mother raised him single-handedly. He attended the affiliated middle school of Anhai University and subsequently enrolled in Anhai University. After graduating, he joined Shengtian Corporation but was dismissed 2 months later. A bunch of useless fools. How could an ordinary individual possibly contend with two assassins? Clearly, this information is fabricated. Have someone investigate his residence and ascertain the truth. Remember, it is best not to act rashly. Understood. The frightened man nearly stumbled out of the villa in his haste. Once he departed, Li Hong sank into the leather sofa, his expression darkening. He had meticulously plotted to eliminate his longtime rival and had even invested heavily in hiring two assassins. Yet, no one had anticipated that a nameless youth would thwart his plans at such a critical moment. If Qin Fei's background were truly as simple as the document suggested, he would not hesitate to ensure his demise. What of innate strength? When faced with firearms, death is inevitable. Chapter 8. The Inversion of Truth. The following day, Qin Fei awoke early. Despite having gone an entire night without sleep, he felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, he was brimming with vigor. The inheritance also contained a set of techniques known as the overbearing fist, which, when coupled with his vital energy, could instantaneously elevate his combat prowess to its zenith. As the saying goes, a fine steed deserves a fine saddle. He had no reason not to learn. Yet, as a novice, he exerted considerable effort to grasp the essence of the subject. By now, the sun had risen high in the sky. Next door, Lu Xueqing had finished preparing herself and was ready to head to work. "Brother Qin Fei, I'm off to school, goodbye." At the door, the clever little Cece waved at Qin Fei. "Goodbye. See you tonight." Qin Fei replied with a slight smile. "Thank you for last night," Lu Xueqing interjected. "It was nothing. Just a trivial matter." Qin Fei waved his hand dismissively. "How about this? You need not wait until the end of the month. Come to my house tonight, and I shall prepare a meal for you," Lu Xueqing proposed. "Then I shall graciously accept your invitation." Qin Fei grinned. Lu Xueqing's culinary skills were impressive, rivaling those of a hotel chef. The last time he dined at their home was 2 months ago. The memory was indeed nostalgic. Relying on the absorption of the world's spiritual energy, he could indeed grow stronger, yet the pace was excruciatingly slow. He wondered when he might break through to the initial stage of energy gathering. He decided to try his luck. Hailing a cab, he arrived at the herbal market, where he was greeted by a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. As he approached, he observed a steady stream of customers, both buyers and those seeking treatment, creating a vibrant scene. "Hey, handsome, looking to buy some medicine?" A gaunt man rushed over, winking at Qin Fei. "What do you have that's worthwhile?" Qin Fei inquired, tilting his head. "Oh, plenty." The thin man chuckled, then opened his coat. "Take a look at what I have." To Qin Fei's astonishment, The man's coat was lined with an array of pockets, filled with all sorts of oddities, including a bottle labeled manly elixir. This was utterly ridiculous. Get lost. Qin Fei waved his hand impatiently, taken aback that someone selling such items would target him. Did he not appear manly enough? How unfortunate. If I'm not buying, why the insults? He grumbled under his breath as the gaunt man moved on to accost the next customer. Hey there, strong man, looking for medicine? After passing through the entrance of the herbal market, Qin Fei made his way to the established herbal shops. However, after wandering around, he felt disheartened. He had not encountered a single herb of considerable age. Not even a 5-year-old specimen was in sight. Just as he was about to leave the market in disappointment, an elderly farmer at the entrance of a shop caught his attention. In his gaze, he could discern a layer of emerald light emanating from the old man, a manifestation of rich spiritual energy. Startled, he hastened towards him. At that moment, the elderly farmer was attempting to sell his prized finds at a traditional medicine shop. Do you accept herbs here? He inquired. We do. But it depends on what you're selling, the shop assistant replied with a dismissive glance. These are treasures I unearthed from the mountains. The old farmer slowly unwrapped a cloth bag, revealing a ginseng root still caked in soil, appearing as though it had only recently been unearthed. Upon witnessing the contents within, the young man was momentarily taken aback, his spirit revitalized. However, he soon regained his composure and disdainfully remarked, Old man, it is evident that this item is cultivated. I can only offer you 2,000. What? 2,000? The old farmer exclaimed in astonishment, swiftly concealing the item. That is impossible. Based on my experience, this ginseng is at least 50 years old. It is far too cheap for me to sell. Very well, considering your pitiable state, I shall offer 20,000. Surely that will satisfy you? The young man replied with scorn. Absolutely not. That is still too low. The elder continued to shake his head. Are you truly refusing to sell? The young man questioned, his voice growing colder. I will not sell. I am leaving, the old farmer declared, turning to depart. Yet, the shop assistant acted swiftly, blocking his path and shouting, Thief! There is a thief! Where's the thief? Upon hearing this, the other assistants in the shop quickly surrounded them, blocking all exits. You old fool! You have stolen from our store, and you dare to leave? Hand over what you have. You are simply bullying me. The old farmer trembled with rage, astonished that they would invert the truth and accuse him of theft. Enough of your nonsense. Let us take him to the storage room first. As they spoke, several men began to shove the old farmer backward, clearly intent on seizing the item he held. The old farmer, frail and aged, stumbled and fell to the ground, yet his gnarled hands clutched the item tightly, tears streaming down his face. Stop crying and quickly hand over the item. One of the men reached out to snatch the object from the elder's grasp, exhibiting extreme rudeness. Witnessing this scene, Qin Fei's expression turned icy. He had not anticipated encountering such an injustice in broad daylight. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode into the apothecary. Stop this. Chapter 9. When the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam is crooked. The sudden voice captured the attention of everyone present, including the assistant who had accused the old farmer. What are you shouting for to showcase your loud voice? He mocked Qin Fei. Is it a feat to bully an elderly man? If you have courage, confront me. Qin Fei proclaimed with righteous indignation. Who do you think you are? Meddling in my affairs? The assistant retaliated with a curse. I am your father. With that, Qin Fei swiftly struck him with a slap, quickly following up with punches and kicks that sent the other assistants sprawling to the ground before approaching the old farmer. Sir, rest assured, I witnessed everything that transpired just now. Their scheme will not succeed. Thank you, thank you. The old farmer was overwhelmed with emotion upon hearing Qin Fei's words. To him, the item represented his very life, and it could not be taken from him. How dare you meddle in my affairs? I will ruin you. During Qin Fei's conversation with the old farmer, the previously beaten assistant, infuriated and embarrassed, swung his fist toward the back of Qin Fei's head. With a crack, the assailant's wrist was dislocated. The audacity of this establishment to exploit its customers is astonishing, and to think they could engage in such despicable acts. It truly broadens one's horizons. With that, Qin Fei forcefully pushed, causing the other party to stagger back several steps, before emitting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Elder, here are 100,000. Consider it payment for the ginseng. Take the money and leave, he said, presenting the funds he had initially set aside for medicinal herbs directly into the old man's hands. You are truly a good person, the elder exclaimed, clutching the money as he attempted to kneel in gratitude. Without Qin Fei's intervention, he would not only have lost the money, but perhaps even his possessions, making this kindness profoundly significant. However, Qin Fei, quick on his feet, immediately halted him, saying, "No need for such formalities. Take the money and depart. Otherwise, they may not allow you to leave shortly." "Understood," the elder responded, regaining his composure. He promptly handed over the ginseng to Qin Fei and exited the herbal shop. "You dare to strike me? Your end is near." With the elder gone, the fallen lackey immediately threatened. "Oh, it seems you have yet to comprehend your predicament," Qin Fei remarked as he lifted the man effortlessly, stating, "How am I finished? Is this how you wish to play?" He then delivered a powerful punch to the man's abdomen. Ugh! The force of Qin Fei's blow was beyond the lackey's capacity to withstand, prompting him to retch continuously, feeling as though his intestines were being ruptured. To deceive even an innocent farmer, scoundrels like you deserve nothing less than a fatal reckoning. Qin Fei flung him away, sending him crashing into a pile of herbs, where he howled in agony. "Boss, it's this brat causing trouble." At that moment, a middle-aged man stormed in with a group of ruffians, exuding an aggressive demeanor. He was the owner of the herbal shop. To dare create a disturbance in my establishment is to court death. The middle-aged man waved his hand, signaling his entourage to encircle Qin Fei. "Wait, shouldn't you inquire about the circumstances before resorting to violence?" Qin Fei interjected. "Perhaps I shall ask after I have broken one of your hands." "Attack!" the middle-aged owner barked. It appeared that today, the principles of chivalry would not suffice. With such brazen disregard for reason, Qin Fei saw no reason to extend courtesy. It simply became a matter of whose strength would prevail. "Dad, he broke my wrist. I want him dead." The lackey whose arm Qin Fei had incapacitated screamed, his face contorted with malice. "What?" The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically, his fury igniting. He had a precious son whom he rarely chastised, and now that son's hand lay broken. How could he possibly remain calm? "Do not bother with breaking his hand. Let him bleed out," the middle-aged owner commanded, his voice filled with anguish. Indeed, a flawed foundation breeds a crooked structure. Qin Fei merely scoffed at the man's words, unperturbed. If he could incapacitate an assassin, what were these ordinary thugs to him? "Old Liu, what transpired here to warrant such an uproar?" At that moment, a figure appeared at the shop's entrance, sporting a long beard and an ethereal demeanor. "Dr. Zheng, please step aside. Let me deal with this scoundrel first." The middle-aged boss pointed at Qin Fei and scolded him furiously. However, upon noticing the wild ginseng in Qin Fei's hand, Zheng Xianghua's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly squeezed forward. "Young man, are you selling that ginseng?" he inquired, visibly excited. "Not for sale," Qin Fei replied curtly, turning away and concealing the ginseng. "I am willing to offer 800,000. I implore you to part with it," Zheng Xianghua declared. Gasps of astonishment filled the room at his offer, particularly from the assistant whose hand had been broken by Qin Fei, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had thought the ginseng might fetch 50,000 at most. Yet, Zheng Xianghua had bid a staggering 800,000, far beyond expectations. "I said it's not for sale. Are you deaf, old man?" Qin Fei's brow furrowed in annoyance. "Young man, to be frank, I seek this item solely to save a life. If you find the price insufficient, I can offer 1 million. What do you say?" Zheng Xianghua said with a wry smile. "Mr. Zheng, don't be deceived. He just bought this for 10,000. The boss's son interjected, unable to restrain himself. "I witnessed it myself. 1 million. If it weren't for Qin Fei's interference, that sum would have been his." The mere thought made his heart race. "Sir, I understand your desire to save a person, but this item holds great significance for me as well. I have no intention of selling." Qin Fei replied after a moment of contemplation. He was not in need of money. Having encountered such a remarkable item, he wished to keep it for his own enjoyment. "Not willing to sell suggests there is still a price. You may state any conditions you have," Zheng Xianghua proposed, his enthusiasm rekindled, embodying a relentless spirit. Yet, Qin Fei interrupted him, stating, "Firstly, I do not lack funds, and I am resolute in my decision not to sell this item. You might as well give up on that notion." Upon hearing this, Zheng Xianghua's expression fell. He had not anticipated Qin Fei's obstinacy. He had been seeking wild ginseng for years, and now that it lay before him, the refusal to sell was disheartening. Without it, his old friend's life hung in the balance. With a long sigh, Zheng Xianghua resigned himself to fate. "Perhaps it is meant to be this way for my old friend. Liu, please bring me the other herbs I require." He turned to the middle-aged boss. "Sure, I have already prepared them for you. I'll fetch them at once." The boss replied, retrieving several medicinal herbs. "Are these for extending someone's life?" Just as Zheng Xianghua was about to leave, a sudden remark from Qin Fei halted him in his tracks. "Are you also a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine?" Is that surprising? Qin Fei retorted. Not surprising. Merely your age. Zheng Xianghua hesitated, searching for the right words. Utter nonsense. Those who have truly mastered traditional Chinese medicine are often old and white-bearded. You? I doubt you've even reached maturity. The boss's son chimed in, finishing Zheng Xianghua's thought. Smack. However, the consequence of his reckless chatter was that Qin Fei delivered a sharp slap, causing him to spin several times in place, leaving him dazed. With such a foul mouth, perhaps a visit to the dentist is in order, Qin Fei remarked coolly. Why you dare strike me? The boss's son exclaimed, clutching his face, his eyes wide with disbelief. In front of his father and the numerous henchmen, Qin Fei's audacity was beyond mere arrogance. It was sheer audacity, seeking his own demise. Meanwhile, the boss witnessed the entire episode unfold, and the volcano of his rage erupted almost instantaneously. Get him. Beat him to a pulp. I will take full responsibility. He bellowed. Mr. Liu, I'm still standing here. Is there not a way to let me finish my words? At that moment, Zheng Xianghua stamped his foot, frowning. Qin Fei's ability to accurately articulate the medicinal properties of the herbs he purchased demonstrated his medical knowledge. Without having acquired the century-old wild ginseng, he was genuinely eager to hear Qin Fei's insights. Therefore, he could not allow so many people to assault Qin Fei. What if they caused him harm? Of course. Qin Fei was quite young. Even if he had studied traditional Chinese medicine, he likely only knew the basics. Presently, he approached the situation with a mindset of better to believe than to disbelieve. After all, listening posed no risk. Dr. Zheng, this fellow is clearly a fraud. Do not fall for his tricks. The boss shouted in frustration. Indeed, his words are utterly untrustworthy. The boss's son echoed. Youth, since you were able to identify the properties of my herbs, may I ask what profound insights you possess? Ignoring the father and son duo, Zheng Xianghua turned his gaze to Qin Fei. In my view, prolonging life is merely a waste of money. It would be far better to pursue a complete cure. To extend life requires various high-aged herbs, which are already scarce. If they do not care, I certainly do, Qin Fei asserted. Are you implying that you can heal? Zheng Xianghua gasped, taken aback by Qin Fei's declaration. As long as there is still a breath of life, it should not be an insurmountable issue. Qin Fei replied, after a moment's contemplation. Ha ha ha, come, old man implores you to take action this once. Upon hearing Qin Fei's words, Zheng Xianghua, akin to a drowning man grasping for a lifeline, reached out to seize Qin Fei. Yet, Qin Fei sidestepped, evading him. I merely stated that I can heal. I did not say I must assist you. Rest assured, I will not ask for your help in vain. Feel free to express any needs, Zheng Xianghua graciously offered. Do you possess any aged herbs? Regardless of type, Qin Fei inquired, raising the wild ginseng he held. Such a premium specimen as this is certainly unavailable. But I do have a few that are over 50 years old. If you're willing to assist and achieve a cure, those will be yours. Very well. It is a deal. After searching for high-aged herbs for so long, if Zheng Xianghua had them, that would be ideal. Thus, he agreed. My old friend is gravely ill. We must depart immediately, Zheng Xianghua declared, not wishing to delay for even a moment. Meanwhile, the shop owner and others were left utterly dumbfounded. No one could have anticipated that Qin Fei would swiftly become a favored guest of Zheng Xianghua. If this were truly the case, even with tenfold courage, they would not dare to lay a finger on Qin Fei. Just then, Qin Fei called out to Zheng Xianghua, stating, before we leave, I must attend to a small matter. With a cold glare, he surveyed the individuals within the shop and remarked to Zheng Xianghua, these people are taking advantage of their larger establishment to bully customers and are even engaging in coercive sales. What do you suggest we do about this? Such a thing exists? Upon hearing this, a shadow of concern crossed Zheng Xianghua's countenance. It was known that he chose this place for its reputation for integrity. But now it seemed that something was amiss. Not only were they refusing to sell, but that scoundrel had also assaulted another person. Qin Fei pointed at the shop owner's son and recounted the events that had transpired. What utter nonsense! Zheng Xianghua exclaimed in a fit of rage after hearing Qin Fei's account. Liu, you indeed possess a considerable audacity. Not only have you indulged your son in his reckless behavior, but now you also seek to assault a good person. I truly misjudged you. The shop owner, feeling wronged by Zheng Xianghua's words, was utterly oblivious to the prior events. His actions had stemmed merely from a father's instinctive love for his son, which had led him to act rashly. Had he known the full story, he would not have dared to behave so brazenly. Realizing this, he shot a fierce glare at his son and, with a forced smile, addressed Qin Fei, saying, Young man, I acknowledge that today, this incident was our fault. On behalf of my son, I apologize to you. Enough. Qin Fei raised his hand and coldly retorted, Is your son's mouth akin to his rear? Does he require your assistance to apologize? At this, the shop owner kicked his son with a scowl, exclaiming, You little rascal, hurry up and apologize. I'm sorry. Despite the bitterness in his heart, the son had to swallow his pride as Zheng Xianghua stood in support of Qin Fei. This scene resembled the earlier moment when Qin Fei had compelled him to apologize to the elderly farmer. What a hollow apology. I suspect you would rather see me dead at this point, Qin Fei remarked with a steady gaze. Do not push your luck. The shop owner's son was incensed. Enough of this forced apology. In my opinion, such a nefarious establishment should not exist. At that moment, Zheng Xianghua stepped forward and addressed the shop owner, declaring, I announce that from this day forth, your establishment's sign shall be removed. You are unworthy to sell medicine on this street. What? The shop owner was taken aback, unable to fathom that Zheng Xianghua would seek to ruin them over such a trivial incident. Are my words not clear enough? I said for you to leave this street. Zheng Xianghua raised his voice deliberately. By what right? The shop owner's son jumped up in defiance. By virtue of my position as the president of the Anhai City Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. Is that not sufficient? Zheng Xianghua asserted. It was indeed true that all businesses dealing in traditional Chinese medicine within Anhai City required the association's approval, granting Zheng Xianghua considerable authority. Dr. Zheng, we can offer this young man some compensation. Otherwise, shall we consider this matter resolved? At that moment, the shopkeeper bent down and spoke to Zheng Xianghua. The herbal medicine shop could yield over $1 million in pure profit each year for his family. It could be said that as long as the shop existed, their family possessed a veritable tree of wealth. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he certainly did not wish to close it down. However, Zheng Xianghua's attitude was resolute as he declared, I will not tolerate any malfeasance. If you intend to earn ill-gotten gains, then leave this place, leave Anhai, and go elsewhere. You are not welcome here. Zheng Xianghua, are you truly willing to proceed in this manner? The shopkeeper straightened his back slowly, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied intensity. Indeed, I give you 3 days to vacate. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Having uttered these words, Zheng Xianghua turned and departed with Qin Fei. What should we do now, Dad? As soon as the duo left, the father and son huddled together. To cut off someone's means of livelihood is akin to murdering their parents. Since they refuse to let us live, no one shall have it easy. The shopkeeper's expression was terrifyingly fierce as he summoned his group, commanding, You all go and incapacitate that old man and the young one. His words stirred a commotion among those present, yet not a single person stepped forward. Clearly, no one dared to act. Zheng Xianghua possessed exceptional medical skills and an extensive network. Who would dare to provoke him? Unless one was tired of life. What? Have you all turned coward? The shopkeeper scolded furiously. Aren't you all fearless on ordinary days? After his outburst, he gradually calmed down, knowing what his companions were apprehensive about. This way, I shall not make it difficult for you. For those willing to assist, I shall offer each of you 100,000. Facing imminent expulsion from on high, he could not swallow this humiliation. Thus he sought to make Zheng Xianghua and Qin Fei pay a price. Is this for real? Under the lure of substantial reward, someone can no longer hold their tongue. If we can disable one of their hands and one of their legs, I will pay you immediately. The shopkeeper regarded the crowd with a cold demeanor. Very well, I shall take care of them right away. I will join. Gradually, 7 or 8 individuals stepped forward. As the saying goes, great rewards bring forth brave souls. They feared Zheng Xianghua's status, but with 100,000 to gain after incapacitating those two, they could easily relocate elsewhere. The world is vast. Who could possibly find them? Excellent. Follow me to claim your reward. Chapter 11. The High-Stakes Gamble. Old man, weren't you afraid of retaliation after treating them so harshly? On the streets of the herbal market, Qin Fei inquired. They lack the courage. Zheng Xianghua scoffed, dismissing the concern. That may not be the case. Qin Fei chuckled. Just as he finished speaking, a group of individuals wielding steel pipes emerged from behind, surrounding them from all sides, effectively blocking their path. Gentlemen, please accompany us. The leader, a burly man, said coldly. You certainly have audacity, Zheng Xianghua remarked, a snort escaping him. Just moments ago, he claimed they lacked the courage to retaliate, yet now they had come in such numbers. The pursuit of wealth can lead to demise, much like birds perish for sustenance. There is no need for further discourse. Action is imperative. The money has already been secured by these individuals. prompting some impatient souls to rush forward. The sooner these two are dealt with, the sooner they can flee. There's no point in idle chatter. I challenge anyone who dares to move against me. It must be said, the audacity of Zheng Xianghua is truly remarkable. One wonders from whence he derives such confidence. However, as a steel pipe hurtles towards his head, he finds himself utterly bewildered. Do these individuals truly intend to strike him? His feet seem anchored to the ground, and though he wishes to retreat, his legs refuse to obey. His aged visage pales in an instant. Whoosh! Just as he is on the brink of being struck, a faint sound of penetration reverberates, and the towering figure before him suddenly freezes in place, an expression of disbelief etched across his face. A silver needle has lodged into a vital point on his neck, rendering him immobile. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude approaches, yet Qin Fei, disinterested in wasting time, wields his silver needles like the most formidable of weapons. Enhanced by his extraordinary perception, with remarkable precision, by the time he exhausts a box of needles, his assailants either remain frozen in place or lie incapacitated on the ground, never having brushed against the hems of Qin Fei's garments. The steel pipes in their hands are rendered utterly laughable. Witnessing this scene, Zheng Xianghua's lips quiver in disbelief. He cannot fathom the versatility of the silver needles. Stay put and do not move. These individuals are merely puppets in another scheme, and thus, Qin Fei must apprehend the mastermind. Moments later, the store owner and his son, who are preparing to flee with their ill-gotten gains, are unceremoniously dragged out by Qin Fei. Their faces ashen. They have just witnessed Qin Fei's formidable prowess, leaving them weak-kneed. Before they can escape, Qin Fei has already seized them. Thud! Casting them to the ground, Qin Fei inquires, "Elder, how shall we handle these miscreants? To commit such heinous acts in broad daylight is unforgivable." Zheng Xianghua, regaining his composure, seethes with rage. Promptly, through a phone call, he summons the security personnel responsible for safeguarding the street. Upon witnessing the multitude of incapacitated individuals sprawled across the ground, the leader's expression shifts. These people sought to kill me. They must be taken to the police station immediately. What? The others gasp in astonishment. Who is Zheng Xianghua? The audacity of these individuals to commit such acts is akin to courting disaster. Dr. Zheng, you once saved my wife. I shall take charge of them. With a sinister grin, the assailants are swiftly led away. It is evident that their fate may extend beyond mere imprisonment to unimaginable torment. Let's depart. The villains have received their just desserts, and Zheng Xianghua is eager to continue on his way to visit an old friend. During their journey, Qin Fei learns that Zheng's friend is over 70 years old. Having devoted himself to his career in his youth, he neglected his health, resulting in a decline that began last year. Half an hour later, the two arrive at the entrance of an opulent villa. Zheng Xianghua is a frequent visitor here, and the guards at the entrance did not impede his passage, allowing him to enter without hesitation. The air was thick with the potent aroma of traditional Chinese medicine, and if one listened closely, faint coughs could be heard echoing through the space. "Dad, what is wrong?" Suddenly, a loud cry resonated from within the villa. Alarmed, Zheng Xianghua's expression shifted, and he rushed inside. Qin Fei hesitated for a moment, but soon followed suit. "You incompetent quack! Aren't you a renowned cardiologist on the international stage? What have you done to my father?" Upon entering the villa, Qin Fei witnessed a middle-aged man vehemently gripping the collar of a young doctor in a white coat, demanding answers. The doctor appeared youthful, likely in his early 30s, and beside them stood an array of intricate medical equipment beeping erratically. "Mr. Ling, the patient is already in a critical state. Not even the legendary Hua Tuo could offer assistance in such a case." The young doctor protested, visibly distressed. "Damn you, charlatan! Incompetent fool!" Ling Guofeng berated, his fists raised in anger, yet they remained suspended in the air, unfulfilled. What would striking the doctor accomplish? His father was still bound for misfortune. He understood his father's condition all too well, having consulted numerous physicians without any resolution. Yet, when faced with the imminent specter of separation, he found it unbearable. "Grandfather, please don't scare us." At the bedside, a young woman wept inconsolably, her tears streaming down her face. She was Ling Yun, and it was the young doctor she had called upon for help. "I'll return your million if you want. The patient has only a few days left. Cherish this final time together," the young doctor, Yi Xian, stated, shaking his head at the family's despair. Hearing this, the young woman's cries intensified. "Let me take a look." Zheng Xianghua stepped forward. "Grandfather Zheng, please save my grandfather." Upon Zheng Xianghua's arrival, Ling Yun rushed forward. kneeling before him with a desperate expression. "Let us examine him first," Zhang Xianghua replied, helping her to her feet as he drew a deep breath and approached the bedside. Observing his old friend, whose complexion was sallow and breath faint, Zhang Xianghua felt a sharp pang in his heart. After a thorough examination, he turned to Ling Guofeng. "Xiao Wang, your father has reached the final stage. I fear I am powerless to assist. Uncle Zheng, you are an authority in our city's traditional Chinese medicine association. Even you cannot help." Ling Guofeng, though suppressing his pain, had tears welling in his reddened eyes. Zhang Xianghua remained silent, shaking his head slightly. "See, I told you there was no hope," Yi Xian interjected, noticing Zhang Xianghua's gesture. "In fact, there is still a chance." Suddenly, Qin Fei's voice broke through. "Who is this impudent brat, daring to speak here?" Yi Xian snapped, unable to tolerate the interruption. Regrettably, Qin Fei did not even glance in his direction. Addressing Zhang Xianghua instead, "The patient has not yet clinically expired. I believe it is premature to draw such conclusions." "Who is he?" Ling Guofeng's puzzled gaze turned toward Zhang Xianghua. "He was someone I unexpectedly encountered at the herbal market today, claiming he could completely cure your father's ailment." Upon hearing this, Ling Guofeng did not display any signs of joy. Instead, he cast a skeptical glance at Qin Fei. It was evident that he held doubts. Could a young lad accomplish what even Zhang Xianghua could not? Surely, this was a potential encounter with a fraud. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as he still wished to maintain Zhang Xianghua's dignity. It was utterly ludicrous. A man on the brink of death. Who could possibly save him? Yi Xian sneered from aside. "On what grounds do you declare him to be dying?" Qin Fei remarked coolly. "Naturally, it is based on my exquisite medical skills and experience." Ye Wan retorted proudly. "Is it truly so? Your so-called exquisite skills?" Qin Fei almost laughed aloud, quipping. "You must have graduated from the Mongolian Naval Medical Academy, right?" At first, Yi Xian did not comprehend the sarcasm, but soon his face turned a deep shade of crimson. Qin Fei was clearly mocking him. "I shall state this plainly. If you can indeed cure him, I will address you as grandfather. But if you fail, you must kneel and bow to me 3 times. Do you dare?" Yi Xian shouted defiantly. However, Qin Fei shook his head, responding, "I have no grandson of your stature. If you truly wish to wager, let us make it more substantial. How do you propose we bet?" "Ye wants to need it. Simple. If I succeed in the treatment, you shall give me 5 million. If I do not, I will pay you 10 million. What say you?" Qin Fei asked with a smile. "Very well. I am eager to see the extent of your capabilities. It is rare to find someone so generous as to offer money so freely," Yi Xian replied, convinced of his inevitable victory. The 12th chapter, the 9-yang divine needle. The wager was set. Next, Qin Fei was prepared to take action to save the patient. Yet, as he approached the bedside, a hand obstructed his path. It was Ling Guofeng. "Youth, while confidence in your medical skills is commendable, my father shall not become your experiment." The implication was clear. He did not trust Qin Fei. "Indeed, we cannot permit an unknown individual to act recklessly," Ling Yin added, her expression icy. "Given the patient's condition, he would likely succumb within 2 days. Allow me to treat him. There is still a glimmer of hope. If you refuse, you are extinguishing his last chance at life." Qin Fei stood resolute, yet his words caused Ling Guofeng to tremble. "Yes, my father has no path left to tread. Only death awaits him. But Qin Fei appears far too youthful, hardly resembling a seasoned physician. Deep down, I do not trust him. Xiao Wang, let him get a try. A dead horse can be treated as a live one. Perhaps it will grant us a final flicker of hope." Zhang Xianghua interjected on Qin Fei's behalf. Though he had not witnessed Qin Fei's medical prowess firsthand, he had seen him wield silver needles with remarkable skill, and thus, he wished to observe Qin Fei's capabilities. "Uncle Zheng, over the years we have encountered too many deceivers. I do not wish for my father to endure suffering in his final moments. Please understand." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xianghua hesitated. Suddenly, the elderly man in the hospital bed convulsed, and at that moment, the heart rate monitor displayed a steep decline. "Grandfather!" Ling Yin rushed to the bedside, weeping uncontrollably. "The patient is fading." Yi Xian's expression also shifted slightly. "Whether to hold on to hope is for you to decide." At this moment, Qin Fei took a small step back. If they do not believe in themselves, he had no need to force his warmth upon their indifference. "Qin Fei, what is your level of confidence?" Zhang Xianghua suddenly turned to him. "About 80%. After some contemplation, Qin Fei provided a relatively safe estimate. 80%? Why don't you just fly to the heavens?" Upon hearing Qin Fei's audacious claim, Yi Xian immediately mocked him. "You should be pondering how to gather 5 million for me instead." Fine, go ahead and try. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Xianghua made a resolute decision. After decades of friendship, he could not bear to watch his old friend die before his eyes. Uncle Zhang, Ling Guofeng shouted. If anything happens, I will take your father's place. Zhang Xianghua's hand rested firmly on Ling Guofeng's shoulder, his voice resonating with strength. You. Ling Guofeng never anticipated Zhang Xianghua would place such trust in Qin Fei, leaving him momentarily indecisive. Yet, while he hesitated, Qin Fei had already approached the bedside. Elder Zhang, may I borrow your silver needles? Qin Fei extended his hand. Here. Zhang Xianghua swiftly retrieved a box of silver needles from his medical kit. Pay attention. Casting a glance at Yi Xian, Qin Fei began his acupuncture. This is utterly hilarious. Turns out he is a second-rate traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Seeing the silver needle box in Qin Fei's hand, Yi Xian was initially taken aback before nearly bursting into laughter. She had assumed Qin Fei practiced Western medicine, only to discover he was a traditional Chinese doctor. How could he possibly heal someone whom even the esteemed Zhang Xianghua could not? It was simply a spectacle for the masses. Whoosh! Ignoring everything around him, Qin Fei's first needle was swiftly inserted. Having already examined the elderly man's condition with his insight, he recognized it as organ failure leading to a decline in vital functions. Such issues are indeed beyond the scope of Western medicine. In the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, aside from using medicine to prolong life, there were also limited methods. However, Qin Fei was no ordinary practitioner. He possessed the utmost confidence in reviving him. With keen eyes and a swift hand, he inserted the needles at a speed that the human eye could scarcely perceive, while those present were momentarily stunned. Qin Fei had already inserted 8 needles. Once the final needle was placed, the tips of all the silver needles began to vibrate in unison. Simultaneously, the cacophony of the monitors ceased. The heart rate has risen. Ling Yun, who had been vigilantly at the bedside, exclaimed in astonishment. How could this be? Witnessing the scene, Yi Xian, who had been waiting to see a farce unfold, stared wide-eyed, her expression one of utter disbelief. Amidst the throng, only Zhang Xianghua's body quivered slightly as he excitedly inquired, is this indeed the legendary Jiuyang divine needle? Qin Fei cast a puzzled glance in his direction. He recalled having read about it in an ancient medical tome, yet he had thought that this miraculous technique had been lost to time millennia ago. Uncle Zhang, is this technique truly formidable? Ling Guofeng could not contain his curiosity. When the 9 needles are released, even spirits tremble. Your father is surely out of danger. It was evident that Zhang Xianghua was not merely thrilled by the prospect of his old friend's recovery, but also by the encounter with the fabled acupuncture technique. All is well now, Qin Fei stated calmly, having withdrawn the silver needles after approximately 5 minutes. Nonsense. The patient has not even regained consciousness. How can everything be fine? Yevuan exclaimed in frustration. Indeed, he remains unconscious, Ling Yun echoed. Upon hearing their remarks, Qin Fei cast a questioning look. So that is the case. With that, he delivered a forceful slap to the man's chest. How dare you? Ling Guofeng erupted in fury at the sight. But in the next instant, the man on the bed suddenly erupted into a series of violent coughs before gradually regaining consciousness. Father, grandfather, upon witnessing the awakening, both Ling Guofeng and Ling Yun rushed forward in excitement. Do not blame him. Just now, I had a breath trapped in my chest. Had it not been for his intervention, I might have suffocated. Ling Zhongtian on the bed gasped for air, expressing his gratitude. Father, how do you feel? Ling Guofeng asked eagerly. I feel an unprecedented sense of ease. As he spoke, he threw off the covers, preparing to rise. Father, you have been bedridden for over a year. Ling Guofeng interjected, attempting to restrain him. However, the old man had already placed his feet on the ground, stating, I have lain for too long. My body feels as though it is rusting. With that, he shook off Ling Guofeng's support. Initially, his steps were unsteady, but he soon regained his balance. A divine healer, a true divine healer. Ling Guofeng's eyes brimmed with tears at this sight. To him, as long as his father's life could be preserved, Qin Fei would be their family's great benefactor. Now, not only had the old man survived, but he appeared to be as vigorous as anyone else. A tremendous surprise indeed. Grandfather, you have recovered. I am so incredibly happy. At that moment, Ling Yun leaped into Ling Zhongtian's embrace. Good child, I have worried you all these years, Ling Zhongtian smiled back. No, it cannot be. At that instant, Yi Xian felt her entire worldview shatter. A man on the brink of death had been miraculously restored by just a few needles. Had she not personally examined Ling Zhongtian's condition earlier, she might have doubted his revival. I must conduct a thorough examination. She suddenly shouted. What more is there to check? I know my own body well enough. No further examination is necessary. Ling Zhongtian replied with a slight frown, his displeasure evident. Father, I believe he has a point. Since there are readily available diagnostic instruments here, we should proceed with an examination, Ling Guofeng suggested, eager to confirm that his father had indeed recovered. Indeed, grandfather. Please check it, Ling Yun echoed. All right, I shall heed my granddaughter's advice. With everyone urging him on, Ling Zhongtian set aside his stubbornness and reclined back on the bed, allowing Yixian to conduct the examination. Chapter 13. Taking on a disciple, 10 minutes later, all the examinations were complete. As Yixian gazed at the series of test results, his entire being trembled in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that these results belonged to the same individual. The reports indicated that Ling Zhongtian's health was remarkably good, with even some chronic ailments having vanished. How could this be possible? He collapsed to the floor, his face ashen. According to the wager he had made with Qin Fei, he was obliged to produce 5 million. While he was indeed a medical doctor, 5 million was no trifling sum. If he paid it, he would be left destitute. This was his life's savings. Cough, cough, Brother Qin, I was merely jesting earlier, he managed to say, forcing a smile as he addressed Qin Fei. Unfortunately, Qin Fei remained unmoved, replying, I only joke with those I am familiar with. Do you consider us close? Dr. Yi, one must uphold integrity. The wager was witnessed by us all. Do you intend to renege? At this moment, Ling Guofeng spoke with a stern demeanor. This fellow had accepted 10 million from their family, promising to save the elder, yet he had not only failed but had nearly driven Qin Fei away, which fueled Ling Guofeng's animosity towards him. A person without credibility cannot stand firm. If you do not honor the wager today, I shall mobilize the entire Ling family against you until you relinquish that attire. Ling Zhongtian also voiced his stance, his tone more menacing than Ling Guofeng's. The Ling family's deep-rooted business presence spanned decades, their assets exceeding 100 billion. Dealing with a mere doctor would be a trivial matter. Thus, upon hearing the threat, Yixian's countenance finally fell. With a dejected expression, he retrieved a check, filled in the appropriate amount, and handed it to Qin Fei. Today, I concede, but do await my return. Yixian gritted his teeth as he spoke. You're always welcome to seek me out, Qin Fei replied with a smile. However, next time, it won't merely be 5 million. I shall ensure you pay dearly, to the point of being unable to afford trousers. Ye quans faja muscles contortet. And in the end, he could only leave the Ling residence in a huff. Once he departed, the atmosphere in the villa became lively. Little brother, thank you for saving me. From this day forth, your affairs shall be our Ling family's affairs. Should you ever need assistance, I shall not hesitate. Ling Zhongtian said earnestly to Qin Fei. Father, I believe we should offer something tangible, Ling Guofeng interjected. Qin Fei's remarkable medical skills had profoundly impressed the family, leading Ling Guofeng to consider forming an alliance. No one could guarantee their health, and securing Qin Fei's allegiance was akin to gaining an extra life. Any wise individual would not overlook such an opportunity. Indeed, you are correct. The debt of life is greater than the heavens. I propose we gift our Yunding hotel to the little divine doctor. Upon hearing this, Ling Guofeng exclaimed in shock, convinced he had misheard. The Cloud Top Hotel is a prestigious 5-star establishment, boasting an investment nearing 1 billion. Is my father out of his mind? Or has he simply become muddled after lying idle for too long? Even if he wishes to court Qin Fei, such an extravagant investment seems unnecessary. Simultaneously, he harbored a sense of regret. Why did you just randomly interject? After narrowly escaping death, I have come to realize a profound truth. No matter how abundant wealth may be, it is but an external possession. Life itself is of paramount importance. Ling Zhongtian earnestly patted his son's shoulder. However, there are no buts here. If you still heed my counsel, then you shall transfer the control of the hotel to the little divine doctor. This time, Ling Zhongtian's tone left no room for dissent. Yes, though Ling Guofeng was somewhat reluctant, he nevertheless gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Spending 1 billion to save a life was a thought too daunting to entertain. Old sir, I believe it is best to reconsider. I have merely administered a few needles, and such a sum is unwarranted, Qin Fei interjected. He was well aware of the Cloud Top Hotel's reputation, situated in the heart of the bustling city, where the minimum spending per person reportedly starts at 2,000, a veritable den of indulgence, beyond his wildest aspirations. No, once spoken, words are akin to spilled water. This matter is settled. Ling Zhongtian's resolve was unwavering. Congratulations. Seeing the decision reached, Zhang Xianghua smiled at Qin Fei. Look at the commotion this has caused. Qin Fei let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. Little divine doctor, I have already informed the hotel. You may take over at your convenience. Ling Guofeng remarked as he approached after finishing the call. At this moment, any trace of reluctance had vanished from his face. After all, with a family business of such magnitude, losing a single hotel would hardly cause significant distress. Grandfather, the meal is ready, Ling Yun chimed in as she approached. Very well. It has been years since I have indulged in wine. Today, I shall share a drink with this young brother. Ling Zhongtian embraced Qin Fei's shoulder, their camaraderie resembling that of close siblings. Old Ling, can we postpone the meal for a moment? Zheng Xianghua interjected. What matters cannot be discussed at the table. Ling Zhongtian countered. This hesitation flickered across Zheng Xianghua's face, and suddenly, he knelt before Qin Fei, exclaiming, Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Zheng Xianghua's medical skills were beyond reproach, having garnered acknowledgement from many. Yet he recognized the limitations of his own growth. Upon witnessing Qin Fei's display of a long-lost technique, he felt compelled to seek apprenticeship. As the saying goes, one must learn throughout life, and he aspired to propagate the medical arts passed down from his ancestors. What are you doing? Please rise. Qin Fei was taken aback by the old man's gesture, never expecting him to kneel in a bid for mentorship. He swiftly helped Zheng Xianghua to his feet, saying, You wish to learn the 9-yang divine needle, do you not? Indeed, Zheng Xianghua admitted without reservation, nodding. The 9-yang divine needle requires accompanying techniques. Even if I were willing to teach, I doubt you would grasp it. Qin Fei shook his head. Do not underestimate me. Though I'm advanced in age, my body remains robust, and I am eager to learn. Zheng Xianghua quickly replied. This is not a matter of capability. You have already missed the prime age for such learning. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xianghua's face fell, disappointment etched across it. However, while you may not be able to master the 9-yang divine needle, I can impart to you some other needle techniques. Would you be willing to learn? Suddenly, after a moment of contemplation, Qin Fei spoke. Master, please. Upon hearing Qin Fei's words, Zheng Xianghua became excited once more, making a motion to kneel. Yet this time, Qin Fei did not permit him to do so, stating, There is no need to bow to me as your master. I do not wish to be accused of taking advantage of you. What should we do then? Zheng Xianghua's expression turned sour. How about this? I can act as a disciple on behalf of my master. What do you think? Qin Fei proposed a compromise. That sounds splendid. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xianghua's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, Senior brother. Ah, that title sounds much more pleasant. Qin Fei nodded in satisfaction. Today is indeed a day of joyous events. Lao Zheng, you must accompany me in revelry. Ling Zhongtian jested. Absolutely. It has been quite some time since I last enjoyed a drink. Today, I shall drink with you to my heart's content. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Inside the Ling family villa, an atmosphere of celebration and excitement prevailed. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a village in the city, a beautiful woman appeared visibly anxious, her foot suspended in the air, reluctant to set it down. She was Zhu Lily. Chapter 14. Zhu Lily captured. Yesterday, following a breakup, Zhu Lily experienced immense emotional turmoil, which resulted in her being violently confronted by the enraged Cheng Zifei. Her body ached from the encounter. After pondering throughout the night, she resolved to reconcile with Qin Fei. And for that purpose, she had brought along a sunshade today. However, gazing at the dilapidated urban village, she feared that yesterday's events were merely a ruse orchestrated by Qin Fei. After all, she knew him too well. For one to rise, a process must undoubtedly ensue. If Qin Fei truly possessed any talent, it would have revealed itself by now. Standing in contemplation for quite some time, she ultimately inhaled deeply and decided to seek out Qin Fei. Having visited his rental before, she quickly arrived at her destination. She knocked on the door, but no one answered. Attempting to call Qin Fei, she found herself unable to connect. It appeared she had been blocked. Qin Fei, are you home? Zhu Lily continued to knock on the door, refusing to lose hope. Who are you to Qin Fei? Just then, a man dressed in a black suit approached and inquired. I am Qin Fei's girlfriend. Is he at home? Zhu Lily, unfamiliar with the man, assumed he was another tenant in the vicinity. His girlfriend? Then you must know him quite well. The suited man revealed a subtle hint of coldness at the corners of his mouth. Who are you? Zhu Lily, no fool, quickly sensed something amiss. You will soon discover who I am. The man lunged forward, and before Zhu Lily could react, he had seized her by the neck. Simultaneously, a glimmering dagger was pressed against her throat. What are you doing? Help! Zhu Lily screamed in terror. Be silent, or I will end you. The man's knife shifted menacingly, causing Zhu Lili to freeze in fear. You will answer my questions, do you understand? The man threatened. I know nothing. Please let me go. Zhu Lili struggled once more. Noticing someone approaching from a distance, the man swiftly turned to block her path, sternly admonishing, cooperate, or it may cost you your life. Please. I truly know nothing. Have mercy on me. Zhu Lili had never encountered such a situation and was on the verge of tears. If you tell me what I want to know, I will give you 1 million. As the person continued to advance, the man growled. Really? Upon hearing this, Zhu Lili ceased her struggles, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of hope. It was evident that the prospect of 1 million had captivated her. The reason she had stooped to reconcile with Qin Fei was, after all, tied to financial motives. If she could secure 1 million immediately, she had no desire to endure Qin Fei's disdain. Indeed, Qin Fei is our adversary. Just reveal his true background, and I shall hand you 1 million at once. The man tempted. All right, I will cooperate. I will certainly cooperate. The way Qin Fei had treated her the day before had left her seething with indignation. Wasn't it merely a stroke of luck? Why act so superior? What are you doing here? At that moment, the approaching figure inquired suspiciously. Are you blind? Can't you see we are having a conversation? Zhu Lili retorted loudly. Having a conversation? More like calling for help. You're quite the lunatic. The newcomer spat disdainfully before walking away. Now, tell me, who is Qin Fei? Once the stranger had departed, the man in the suit immediately pressed for answers. Oh, him. A hint of scorn crossed Zhu Lili's face as she replied. He is merely an ordinary loser. No money, no house. What about his family situation? He has an elderly mother who makes a living selling vegetables. Is that so? The man in the suit's expression darkened as he warned. I advise you to speak the truth. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. They had already conducted thorough investigations, and Zhu Lili's words were nothing but empty. Brother, everything I said is true. I've been with him for 3 years. He truly is an insignificant person. Her face radiated longing as she added, so, can I have the money now? Enough with the idle chatter. Take her away. Just then, another man in black emerged from the shadows, and upon seeing him, Zhu Lili felt a chill run down her spine, as if a venomous serpent had set its gaze upon her. Indeed, with this woman in our grasp, let's see where he intends to flee. The man before Zhu Lili sneered, and in one swift motion, he struck her neck, rendering her unconscious. Poor Zhu Lili. She had gained neither money nor freedom, now becoming a pawn in someone else's scheme. At the Ling family villa, after several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere was lively. Everyone was reminiscing about the past, yet Qin Fei had little to contribute, remaining a quiet listener. Suddenly, Ling Zhongtian turned to him and asked, Qin, my young brother, are you married? The unexpected question silenced the dining hall, with all eyes fixed on Qin Fei. Being a single man, why would I be married? Qin Fei shrugged. Then what do you think of my granddaughter? Ling Zhongtian winked playfully. Upon hearing those words, Ling Yun, who was sipping soup, nearly spat it out. Grandfather, what nonsense are you talking about? She exclaimed, her face flushed. Haha, look at you still shy. Ling Zhongtian, in his old age, erupted into laughter. Senior brother, with a single man and an unmarried woman, I believe you two are quite suited for each other. Zhang Xianghua, who was beside Qin Fei, began to play matchmaker. Please, spare us from such matchmaking. Love requires mutual affection and compatibility. Miss Ling comes from a prestigious background and is quite beautiful. She would certainly not be interested in someone like me. Qin Fei shook his head. Senior brother, you must not underestimate yourself. I believe that given time, you will undoubtedly reach unprecedented heights. Zhang Xianghua asserted earnestly. That is a matter for the future, Qin Fei replied, quickly raising his glass. Come, let's toast to our first meeting. He was genuinely afraid that Zhang Xianghua and the other elder would not let this matter go. Cheers. After a drink, suddenly, Qin Fei's phone rang. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Saying that, he stepped aside and pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? He inquired politely, as it was an unfamiliar number. No need to know who I am. Your girlfriend is in my hands. If you wish for her to remain alive. Arrive at the Southeast Industrial District within half an hour, came a chilling voice over the phone. Are you out of your mind? I don't have a girlfriend. Are you trying to set me up? Qin Fei scoffed, ready to hang up. Nowadays, these scammers were becoming increasingly unprofessional, failing to even understand their target. Qin Fei, help me. They want to kill me. At that moment, he suddenly heard a familiar voice on the line. It was Zhu Lili. You recognize the voice now? The voice asked, what do you want? Qin Fei's brows furrowed. You'll understand once you arrive. The other party added, by the way, I warn you, do not think about calling the police, or be prepared to collect a corpse. Wait, after all this time, I don't even know who you are. shouldn't you introduce yourselves? Qin Fei suddenly asked. His first instinct was that it was a trap. After all, Zhu Lili had seen him with a substantial amount of money yesterday, and it was entirely possible that she sought revenge by staging a scene. However, the next word from the phone darkened Qin Fei's expression. It seems your memory isn't very good. You thwarted our plans yesterday, and now pretend not to recognize us? The voice on the line chuckled coldly. So it's you. Qin Fei's eyes turned icy at the realization. He had saved Lin Jinghai from assassins yesterday, only to be met with swift retaliation. Remember, you have only half an hour. With that, the call ended, leaving Qin Fei to take a deep breath involuntarily. Although he and Zhu Lili had little connection now, her capture was ultimately due to him. And if she were killed, guilt would surely weigh heavily on him. Despite her flaws, she was innocent in this matter. These bastards. Chapter 15. Saving Someone. Brother, has something happened? Qin Fei expressed his apologies to the group. I fear I cannot indulge in any more of this wine today. I must take my leave. Where are you headed? Let Yin'er accompany you. Ling Zhongtian insisted, rising from his seat. No need for that. I could take a cab myself. Qin Fei politely declined. He was not embarking on a leisurely outing. The more individuals involved, the greater the peril, and it was unnecessary to entangle more people in his affairs. This area is predominantly a villa district. Taxis rarely venture in here. It would be better for Yin'er to see you off. After all, it provides an opportunity for the two of you to strengthen your bond. Ling Zhongtian remarked, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, insisting that Ling Yun accompany Qin Fei. Meanwhile, Ling Yun was gazing intently at Qin Fei, seemingly awaiting an explanation. After a prolonged silence, Qin Fei acquiesced. He had only half an hour to spare. He was aware that the Southeast Industrial Zone was a desolate area filled with abandoned factories, where taxis were typically reluctant to go, fearing robbery. 2 minutes later, Qin Fei found himself in Ling Yun's car, a beige Maserati coupe. The interior was infused with the delicate fragrance unique to Ling Yun, a scent that was quite enchanting. It was only at this moment that Qin Fei began to scrutinize Ling Yun closely. When he initially visited the Ling family, his purpose was to rescue someone, leaving him little time to notice any women. With everyone present at the dining table, he felt too shy to look, fearing he might be branded a lecher. However, now that they were alone in the car, he relished the opportunity to indulge his gaze. The figure-hugging, waist-cinching dress accentuated her exquisite silhouette, and as he looked up, the tight seatbelt emphasized certain attributes to an astonishing degree. Goodness, it seemed he could bury his face in that. Qin Fei's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Coupled with her flawless visage, one could only describe her as a beauty capable of causing turmoil in the world. While Zhu Lili was undoubtedly beautiful, in comparison to Ling Yun, she appeared as if from a different realm, entirely incomparable in stature. Moreover, Ling Yun's poise alone was enough to overshadow over 99% of women. Each subtle smile and frown seemed to possess an enchanting allure. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Ling Yun felt a touch of unease under Qin Fei's gaze. I simply find you beautiful, and could not help but look a moment longer. Qin Fei replied candidly. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Ling Yun felt a delightful warmth within her. After all, no woman could resist compliments on her beauty, from the youngest of maidens to the oldest of grandmothers. At this juncture, Qin Fei took the initiative to change the subject, his expression growing slightly somber. The Southeast Industrial Zone has long been abandoned. What purpose do you have there? Ling Yun's brows furrowed in confusion. A friend has been kidnapped, and I must go to rescue them. Qin Fei stated matter-of-factly. What? Ling Yun exclaimed in surprise, clearly taken aback by the revelation. She hastily added, I will call my grandfather immediately. There's no need for that. This is a personal matter. I would prefer you not to involve yourselves. Qin Fei declined, yet simultaneously retrieved his phone to call Lin Guangyuan. The situation arose from their household. Qin Fei was entirely unaware of the enemy's background and felt it necessary to inform them. All right, you should pause at the entrance of the industrial zone for the time being. I shall arrive shortly. Upon learning of the events transpiring on Qin Fei's end, Lin Guangyuan did not shirk his responsibility and expressed his intention to personally lead a team to the scene. Approximately 20 minutes later, Qin Fei and his companion arrived at the Southeast Industrial Zone, only to be greeted by Lin Guangyuan, who had arrived even earlier. The woman you encountered yesterday has been kidnapped. They are coercing me to come here, or they will execute her. What scoundrels! Upon hearing this, Lin Guangyuan cursed vehemently. Appalled that such despicable acts could be committed, the Li family had truly fallen to disgrace. Uncle Lin, who has been taken? Niling, what brings you here? It was then that Lin Guangyuan realized that Qin Fei had come with Nie Yun, his gaze flitting between them with a hint of ambiguity. Today, Qin Fei treated my grandfather's illness, and he entrusted me with bringing him here. Your grandfather is well? Lin Guangyuan was taken aback, disbelief washing over him. The illness of Ling Zhongtian was no secret among the upper echelons. Countless doctors had deemed him beyond help, with whispers of his limited time left. Yet now, he had been healed by Qin Fei. Indeed, Nie Yun nodded. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Lin Guangyuan did not hesitate to express his admiration, saying, Qin, my young brother, I'm not much older than you. If you do not mind, you may call me Brother Lin from now on. Considering that Qin Fei could cure even Ling Zhongtian, Lin Guangyuan felt that he should forge a closer bond with him in this manner. Very well. Qin Fei was not one to be overly sentimental. When a prominent figure extended a hand, he could hardly refuse. In this age, connections are akin to wealth. This matter is rather lengthy, Lin Guangyuan sighed. Then let us not dwell on it. Saving lives is of utmost importance. No, I wish to accompany you inside, Nie Yun declared. Her curiosity piqued to the point of refusal to depart. Glimpsing the time, which had nearly reached half an hour, Qin Fei was reluctant to squander any more moments and turned to Lin Guangyuan, saying, Brother Lin, please keep an eye on her. I shall go in alone to rescue them. Absolutely not. I will accompany you. Lin Guangyuan's purpose for being here was revenge. There was no way he would remain behind to merely witness, and he promptly rejected the notion. You four stay behind to protect Miss Ling, he instructed his bodyguards. Understood. The bodyguards nodded in agreement. I must say, you are quite troublesome. Having come this far, why leave now? Just then, a chilling voice echoed, and suddenly, a dozen individuals emerged from all directions, surrounding Qin Fei and his companions. Let me go. Zhu Lily's voice rang out from the back of the crowd, revealing her captured by a burly man, her face marred by bruises and looking considerably haggard. It's you. Lin Guangyuan's eyes darkened upon recognizing the newcomers. Lin, it has been years. I trust you have fared well? The leader smiled as he greeted Lin Guangyuan, clad in a black robe. He exuded a chilling aura even in the summer, unsettling those around him. Ling Yun, standing beside Qin Fei, instinctively recoiled behind him. I'm doing quite well, but I fear your fortunes today are far from favorable. Lin Guangyuan scoffed. Is that so? The man in the black robe chuckled coldly and waved his hand, prompting his companions to draw their blades. The gleaming steel shimmered ominously, the atmosphere thick with tension. Chapter 16. Do not provoke me. Qin Fei, help me. Please, save me. As the group brandished their knives, Zhu Lily, caught in their grasp, cried out in terror, though she had been captured for less than an hour. That brief period felt like an eternity to her. She had lost count of the blows she had endured, all of which were tied to Qin Fei. Each time she feigned ignorance, it resulted in punishment. Thus, before Qin Fei arrived, she had harbored a deep hatred for the man. But now, seeing him, she felt as though she had encountered a savior. She was still young and wished to live. Smack! Another slap landed on Zhu Lily's face, leaving 5 crimson fingerprints stark against her skin. What are you shouting about? I'm barely able to save myself. The man holding her admonished. Your target is me. Let her go. Observing Zhu Lily's terrified state, Qin Fei spoke calmly. Why should I listen to you? Do you think you're my superior? The black-robed man scoffed before gesturing. You may begin. Yes. At his command, the man gripping Zhu Lily's arm grinned with delight, tearing at her clothes with reckless abandon. You've ruined our plans. Let us treat you to a free show. The black-robed man said with an unsettling calmness. Get away. Please, just go away. Zhu Lily screamed in despair. Stop. Qin Fei shouted, unable to remain indifferent, regardless of whether Zhu Lily was connected to him or not. Even if she were a stranger, he could not stand by as she was wronged. Lin Guangyuan, equally disturbed, interjected, For me, the means matter not as long as the end is achieved. The man known as Cold Autumn regarded him with indifference. Scum! Ling Yun couldn't help but exclaim, unable to bear the unfolding scene. I beg you spare me. Please. Zhu Lily's pleas fell on deaf ears as her struggles proved futile, resulting in her clothing being further torn away. What do you want from me? At that moment, Qin Fei stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Cold Autumn. Simple. If you offer your life as atonement, I shall release this woman. What say you? Cold Autumn's eyes settled on Qin Fei, his expression akin to that of a man staring at a corpse. Brother Qin, save her. As the impending threat loomed over Julie Li, Lin Guangyuan could no longer contain himself and took the initiative to act. His speed was remarkable, reaching the frigid Xiao in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Qin Fei reacted with equal swiftness, rushing towards Julie Li. Lin, If this were a year ago, we might have been evenly matched, but now. Cold Chio's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he observed Lin Guangyuan charging towards him. Suddenly, he formed a fist with his fingers and struck Lin Guangyuan's chest with tremendous force. Thud! Although Lin Guangyuan was considerably stronger than the average person due to his years of training, Cold Chio was evidently more formidable. With a single punch, he sent Lin Guangyuan flying. Cough! You've already attained inner strength? Lin Guangyuan clutched his painfully throbbing chest, a look of astonishment etched on his face. Had it not been for this, would we have dared to wage war against your Lin family? Cold Chio replied, an indifferent smile gracing his lips as he advanced step by step towards Lin Guangyuan. Today, his intention was merely to eliminate this troublesome individual, but to his surprise, Lin had come in person. This was fortuitous, sparing them further trouble in the future. Cold Chio intended to deliver a fatal blow to Lin Guangyuan, but a piercing scream from behind diverted his attention. Turning around, he beheld the man who had torn Julie Li's clothing being hurled away. After struggling for a moment on the ground, he lay still, uncertain if he was alive or dead. Cease your wailing and take cover, Qin Fei ordered, swiftly shedding his own clothing and draping it over Julie Li. Em scared. Terrified. Julie Li, overwhelmed by fear, leapt into Qin Fei's embrace, clinging desperately to his neck, nearly choking him in the process. Kill him. Cold Chio, having not witnessed how Qin Fei had dispatched the assailant, had brought only well-trained henchmen to ensure absolute certainty. Thus, he commanded those armed with blades to strike at Qin Fei. Damn it! Witnessing the scene, Qin Fei cursed under his breath. He struck Julie Li on the neck, rendering her unconscious before tossing her aside. With so many people intent on attacking him, he could not afford to have her clinging to him. Remember this in your next life. Do not offend us. As over a dozen men descended upon Qin Fei, they regarded him as already dead, prompting one of them to sneer. I shall return the sentiment. Do not provoke me. After a night of rigorous training, Qin Fei had grown significantly stronger, and his command of power was more adept than ever. Though he bore no weapon, this did not signify fear of these men. With a swift kick, he sent the knife flying from one assailant's hand, then advanced upon him, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. A cry of agony erupted as the man was propelled through the air, the sheer inertia causing him to collide with several others. Bang! 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 Utilizing the simplest and most direct techniques, Qin Fei navigated through the throng, striking relentlessly. In less than 5 seconds, the battle concluded, leaving all the henchmen sprawled on the ground, devoid of combat capability, some with broken limbs, others with shattered bones. On one side stood the cultivators, and, on the other, the ordinary folk. It was indeed a case of dimensional suppression, for these individuals were hardly worthy opponents. Truly, a martial artist. Not far away, Lung Xiu watched with icy disdain as Qin Fei dispatched one of his own. Previously, during their investigation, the simplicity of Qin Fei's background had been astonishing, leading to disbelief. However, it now seemed their investigative direction had been fundamentally flawed. Qin, you must flee. Lin Guangyuan, lying on the ground, shouted as he noticed Lung Xiu approaching Qin Fei. He conceded that Qin Fei possessed some strength, but Lung Xiu was evidently far superior. One could assert that an inner strength master could effortlessly eliminate 10 external strength warriors. The disparity was vast. By his assessment, Qin Fei was likely only comparable to an external strength warrior and could not hope to contend with Lung Xiu. You shall not escape, Lung Xiu declared, casting aside his black cloak to reveal his powerful physique. His snake-like gaze fixated on Qin Fei as he slowly stretched his muscles. Feeling the intensity of that gaze, Qin Fei experienced a chill. He was unaware of the distinctions between external and internal strength, but instinctively sensed the formidable pressure emanating from this man. His aura was frigid and foreboding, unmistakably dangerous. Against such an opponent, Qin Fei dared not underestimate him. Secretly activating the Qi concentration technique, Qin Fei braced himself to unleash his utmost strength in battle. Suddenly, Lung Xiu lunged, his eyes blazing with an unsettling light as he aimed to strike at Qin Fei's head, moving with astonishing speed. With a split second to react, Qin Fei raised his fist to meet the oncoming blow with unwavering resolve. Chapter 17. Ling Yun unexpectedly struck. Boom! The clash of these two titans generated a tempest, stirring up clouds of dust that obscured vision. At that moment, an ominous figure was propelled from the fray, ultimately crashing onto Lin Guangyuan's car roof. Bang! Glass shattered, and the roof caved in. Upon closer inspection, The figure was none other than the previously formidable Lung Xiao. His right hand was gone, a gruesome sight of blood. My hunt, my hunt. Lung Xiao gasped, staring in horror at his empty right arm before spewing a mouthful of blood. Qin Fei's strike not only contained unparalleled force, but also infused a hidden energy that penetrated Lung Xiao's body. In this moment, not only had he lost his hand, but he also sustained severe internal injuries. How is this possible? Voices of disbelief erupted simultaneously from Lin Guangyuan and Ling Yun. They could scarcely fathom that Lung Xiao had been so decisively defeated. Witnessing the bloodied scene, even Ling Yun, accustomed to the brutality of battle, felt a shiver run through her delicate frame. It was excessively gruesome, excessively savage. I thought you were formidable, yet you are nothing more than this. Qin Fei emerged from the dust, speaking with a calm demeanor. While he too was astonished by the power he had unleashed, his expression remained unperturbed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yet, it was this very composure that illuminated Ling Yun's eyes with admiration. The young man possesses exceptional medical skills and formidable martial prowess. What other secrets lie within him? Impossible. How could you be this strong? Cold Xiao's forehead throbbed with veins, unable to accept the reality of his defeat. He had anticipated an effortless victory over Qin Fei, only to find himself utterly vanquished. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had been struck by an immense mountain. The disparity was insurmountable. Truly, it echoed the saying, under the crushing weight of absolute power, cunning schemes become meatiest. Is your own inadequacy. Qin Fei cast a sidelong glance at Cold Xiao and remarked, with such lackluster skills, how dare you boast? Now you reap what you have sown. You. At this utterance, Cold Xiao felt a surge of fury rise within him. Yet in the next instant, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The foreign power within him exacerbated his injuries, inflicting unbearable agony. Gulp. Witnessing this scene, Lin Guangyuan swallowed hard. In his eyes, Qin Fei now appeared as an insurmountable peak, an unparalleled force. Even internal energy was no match for him. It was terrifying. His gaze darted over Qin Fei, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his being. Finally, unable to contain himself, he inquired, Qin, my dear brother, may I ask what realm you currently inhabit? Well, to be honest, I am not quite sure myself. Qin Fei paused before responding, deliberately feigning ignorance. He had no comprehension of the distinctions between external and internal energies, as Cold Xiao and Lin Guangyuan had discussed. To protect his secrets, he could only play the fool. Impressive. You are truly extraordinary. Lin Guangyuan was filled with awe, raising his thumb in admiration. Initially, his father had described Qin Fei merely as a martial arts expert. However, it was now evident that Qin Fei was far more than that. He might even be a martial arts master. The thought sent waves of exhilaration through him, more thrilling than winning a lottery worth 100 million. I admit you are strong. At that moment, Cold Xiao, lying atop the car, spoke, his face ashen. But the next moment, a surge of hatred transformed his countenance, and he bellowed, but the ultimate victor will be me. What do you mean? Hearing this, Qin Fei's expression shifted to one of confusion, sensing an ominous turn. Be careful. Just then, Qin Fei was suddenly shoved, followed by the dull thud of flesh being pierced. A spray of blood erupted from Ling Yun as she lunged toward Qin Fei. A flash of realization struck Qin Fei. He was taken aback. This is bad. There's a shooter. Lin Guangyuan reacted swiftly, shouting loudly. Instantly, the bodyguards he had brought surrounded them, forming an impenetrable wall. Why are you so foolish? Gazing at the gaping wound on Ling Yun, Qin Fei trembled. He never anticipated that a shooter lurked in shadows. Even more shocking was Ling Yun's willingness to take this lethal blow for him. In that moment, he could only lament his own naivety. Had he possessed the ability to see through his surroundings upon arrival, perhaps the marksman would not have succeeded so effortlessly. Don't mind me, just go. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through her body, Ling Yun urged Qin Fei to escape. She refused to perish in vain. Moments earlier, she had noticed a red that appeared on Qin Fei's back, and instinctively, she pushed him away. She could not comprehend the sudden surge of courage she felt in that instant. Yet the reality of being shot was undeniable. Her eyelids grew heavy, a profound drowsiness enveloping her. Everything spun around her. No, amidst the encirclement, an anguished Qin Fei suddenly rose to his feet. With a swift motion of his arm, a slender silver needle shot forth from his hand, moving with unparalleled speed. 50 meters away, the marksman, poised to fire again, widened his eyes in shock as the silver needle pierced his brow, snuffing out his life. He could hardly fathom that someone could reach him from such a distance. Stay awake. You must not sleep. Witnessing Ling Yun's vitality rapidly diminish, Qin Fei wasted no time and immediately began to administer acupuncture. With his enhanced vision, he discerned that the bullet had penetrated Ling Yun's lung, blood gushing uncontrollably from the wound. If he could not stem the bleeding in time, she would surely succumb within minutes. I must save her. Lin Guangyan, equally distressed, realized he could not face the Ling family if she perished. She will be fine. With needle after needle, Qin Fei inserted over a dozen acupuncture points on Ling Yun, unlike his previous treatment of Lin Zhenghai. These needles not only halted the bleeding, but also, to some extent, preserved Ling Yun's life force. By the time he completed this urgent task, beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and he felt utterly drained. Get her to the hospital, quickly. He staggered slightly, his voice weak. All right. Lin Guangyuan, regaining his composure, immediately ordered for Ling Yun to be lifted into the vehicle. He followed closely behind. Brother Lin, how should we deal with these people? At that moment, Qin Fei suddenly pulled him back and inquired. After a brief moment of panic, Qin Fei had regained his composure, confident that with proper treatment, Ling Yun would recover. The executioners must face the consequences of their actions. Murderers shall always be met with death. Lin Guangyuan's voice was cold as he commanded, leave two behind to clean up. The rest, follow me. This incident originated from the Lin family. I must personally apologize to Ling Zhongtian and the others. That works. Just moments ago, Qin Fei had killed the marksman in a fit of rage, and he preferred not to dirty his hands further. Letting Lin Guangyuan handle it was ideal. As for the unconscious Zhu Lily, they tacitly chose to forget her, as if she had never existed at all. Chapter 18. Counterattack. Anhai City First People's Hospital. Ling Yun has already been taken into the operating room, and Ling Zhongtian and others have arrived upon receiving the news. Wasn't she supposed to be with you? How did she get shot? Upon their meeting, Ling Guofeng began to scold Qin Fei vehemently, the air thick with tension. He was already displeased with his father's decision to send her to the hotel, and now, with Qin Fei's actions resulting in his beloved daughter's injury. How could he possibly contain his fury as a father? Aware of his culpability, Qin Fei lowered his head in silence. Seeing this, Lin Guangyuan felt compelled to step forward, mustering his courage to say, President Ling, this matter has nothing to do with Brother Qin. If you must blame someone, blame me. What does this have to do with you? Ling Guofeng shot a cold glance at Lin Guangyuan. Let me handle this explanation. Just then, an elderly man in a wheelchair was brought forward. It was Lin Zhenghai. I warn you, if anything happens to Yun'er, the Ling family will be at odds with you. Matters concerning family left Ling Guofeng unconcerned with notions of seniority, and he rebuked them with a stern countenance. Why are you all bickering? Is there not enough chaos already? The wheelchair-bound Lin Zhenghai fixed his incredulous gaze upon Ling Zhongtian. Understanding the source of Lin Zhenghai's shock, Ling Zhongtian explained, thanks to Brother Qin's medical intervention, I have fully recovered. Ah, so he truly is a miraculous physician, Lin Zhenghai remarked, having personally experienced Qin Fei's medical prowess. Father, let's refrain from such remarks and focus on clarifying the situation, Lin Guangyuan urged. This matter likely traces back to 20 years ago. 20 years prior, Lin Zhenghai and Li Heng of the Li family partnered to establish a real estate company. Initially, they were as close as brothers, one managing external affairs while the other handled internal operations, and their business flourished. However, as their enterprise expanded, disputes over profit distribution frequently arose, leading to intense quarrels. 5 years ago, their partnership ultimately crumbled, resulting in the division of the company. As both parties engaged in the same business, fierce competition became inevitable, further souring their relationship. 1 year ago, both families set their sights on a particular piece of land. The Lin family sought to acquire it, while the Li family resisted vehemently. With the skilled cold Chiu on their side, the Li family underestimated the Lin family and resorted to hiring assassins. However, none could have anticipated that cold Chiu would fall at the hands of Qin Fei. The audacity of the Li family is astonishing. Upon hearing that a gunman from the Li family had injured Ling Yun, Ling Zhongtian's countenance darkened ominously, and he commanded, Guofeng, relay my orders. From this moment forth, the Ling family will exert all efforts to suppress the Li family. I wish to see how high their arrogance can soar. Understood. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhenghai and Lin Guangyuan exchanged glances, each perceiving the glimmer of hope in the other's eyes. They had not anticipated that a mere shooting incident would grant them a formidable ally. With the support of the Ling family, the Li family might soon vanish from on high. Brother, how severe is Yun'er's injury? At that moment, Zheng Xianghua approached Qin Fei and whispered the question. Ling Zhongtian and his son also cast their gazes toward him, clearly eager to learn the details. The lung lobe was punctured, but after my treatment and the removal of the bullet, she should be fine, Qin Fei stated calmly. Damn it, those bastards from the Li family. Upon hearing this, Ling Guofeng was engulfed in fury, striking the wall with his fist. The sound echoed. At that moment, the lights in the operating room dimmed, and the door swung open. The director stepped out. "Director, how is my daughter?" Ling Guofeng asked anxiously. As he spoke, the director couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. When she was brought in, Ling Yun's injuries appeared grave. However, the bleeding had miraculously ceased. Had it not been for this, the doctors would have been powerless. In just 2 days, he had received 2 patients with identical conditions, which was utterly bewildering. If possible, he truly wished to meet this miraculous physician in person. What an unexpected stroke of fortune amidst calamity. Seated in his wheelchair, Lin Zhenghai smiled and addressed Ling Zhongtian. "This time, it is our Lin family's oversight, so we will cover Miss Ling's medical expenses entirely. Consider it a small form of restitution." Even if you hadn't mentioned it, this is still your responsibility, Ling Guofeng retorted coldly. There is no need for disputes. After all, Miss Ling was injured because she was sent by me. I shall cover this expense. Qin Fei interjected suddenly. "No, it should be our Lin family," Lin Guangyuan insisted. "I will pay. Senior brother, I believe you all should cease this squabbling. Our primary focus should be on dealing with the assailant," Zhang Xianghua interjected hurriedly, noticing the heated argument over medical expenses. "Indeed, I will not let the Li family escape unscathed." Ling Guofeng nodded in agreement. Ultimately, Qin Fei could not persuade Ling Guangyuan, and it was decided that the Lin family would bear the medical costs. This was particularly pressing as their business partners had announced their dissolution of contracts almost simultaneously. A company without partners is akin to a commander without troops, inevitably facing dissolution. "Dad, what should we do now?" Li Heng's son, Li Jian, exclaimed anxiously. "What is there to panic about? The sky hasn't fallen yet." Li Heng replied dismissively. I don't know. I just received word that our partners have fled." Li Jian stammered, clearly lacking the composure of his father. Slap! Li Heng struck his son across the face, admonishing, "Speak properly. Father, then please offer a solution." Li Jian cried, feeling utterly aggrieved. His entire identity and status rested upon the Li group, and should it collapse, he feared he would be reduced to begging on the streets. Who instigated this? Lien Bundaratalot. The Lin family? Lien Esa Gaza Flikaratun Sartaili. According to our investigation, it was another faction of the Ling family that orchestrated this, Li Jian replied. Ling Guofeng's company? Li Heng's expression darkened. Yes. Li Jian nodded. Our Li family and the Ling family have always maintained a cordial distance. What game are they playing? Li Heng muttered to himself, momentarily perplexed by the situation. You go and stabilize those partners. I will seek out Ling Guofeng to discuss this matter, he instructed after a moment's contemplation. Yes, yes. Li Jian nodded vigorously before hastily departing the villa. As soon as he departed, Li Heng summoned another individual named Lung Mo, the younger brother of Lung Xiao. How goes the task I assigned you? Li Heng inquired nonchalantly while tapping his fingers on the table. My brother has already taken his men out. They have captured Qin Fei's girlfriend. At this very moment, that fellow is likely reporting to the underworld, Lung Mo replied, lowering his head. My brother's phone is unreachable. He added, shaking his head. Unreachable? Li Heng's brow furrowed slightly. His phone never shuts off. Could something have happened? I do not know, Lung Mo replied, still shaking his head. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from outside the villa, followed by a figure tumbling in through the entrance, his face ashen with terror. Manager Lung has been murdered. What? Hearing this, Li Heng sprang to his feet in shock. Chapter 19. Breakthrough in Realms. Li's villa served as the backdrop. Lung Xiao was Li Heng's most capable assistant, managing many clandestine operations that had allowed the Li family to prosper over the years. However, now he lay lifeless. Speak. Li Heng's voice turned icy as he regarded the kneeling figure before him. The temperature in the expansive villa plummeted. Beside him, Lung Mo remained silent, his eyes brimming with a frenzied, murderous intent. As siblings who had lost their parents, they had supported each other through adversity to achieve their current status. With his brother slain, Lung Mo was consumed by rage, yet he remained unaware of the full circumstances, forced to endure in silence. I don't know, the kneeling man stammered, his face etched with fear. But before he could finish, Li Heng delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. Worthless. All of you are worthless. What use are you to me? Get out, all of you. Yes, yes. The man, feeling as though he had received a reprieve, scrambled to his feet and fled. This must be the work of the Lin family. Just as those words left his lips, Li Heng's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, his expression twisted into one of pure rage, for it was Lin Guangyuan on the line. Uncle Li, I hope all is well. Li Heng heard Lin Guangyuan's laughter as soon as he answered. Did you orchestrate this? Li Heng, devoid of any pleasantries, shot back coldly. What do you mean? I don't understand. Lin Guangyuan feigned ignorance. But soon, he exclaimed, Oh, you must be referring to Lung Xiao. He was struck and killed by a car at an intersection today. Quite unexpected, isn't it? A master of internal strength meeting such a fate is truly beyond comprehension. What do you think? Shouldn't you be thanking me? I thank you to hell. With a furious blow, Li Heng smashed his fist through the wooden table, wishing he could crawl through the signal to exact vengeance upon Lin Guangyuan. He could vividly imagine Lin Guangyuan's arrogant smirk at that very moment. Fine, you're ruthless. Just wait. Li Heng, having shattered his phone into pieces, slumped heavily into a chair, his countenance ashen. This matter undoubtedly involves that young man surnamed Qin. At this juncture, Lung Mo spoke, his tone calm, yet Li Heng, seasoned in the ways of the world, sensed the tempestuous wrath concealed beneath that tranquility. I demand to know what transpired within the hour. Understood. Nodding affirmatively, Lung Mo turned to depart. After all, with so many witnesses present, if the Li family was willing to part with some wealth, certain individuals could undoubtedly be persuaded. We are in deep trouble now. He had previously struggled to comprehend why the Ling family would also target them, only to discover that the young lady of the Ling family had been struck by a bullet from one of their own. The Lin family had already caused them considerable distress, and now the addition of the Ling family was pushing them toward a dead end. I shall eliminate that young man. Lung Mo declared coldly, his murderous intent palpable. Go ahead, but remember, his ability to defeat your brother indicates that his cultivation vastly surpasses yours. Do not confront him head-on. Li Heng waved his hand dismissively. His loathing for the individual who had repeatedly thwarted their efforts had long since festered into a deep-seated hatred. If this person remains alive, my heart shall find no peace. I know what must be done. Lung Mo nodded, his expression grim as he exited the villa. Though martial artists are formidable, their physical forms are not invincible. He had a plan to eliminate Qin Fei. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Qin Fei remained oblivious to the deadly plot being woven against him. After conducting a thorough examination of Ling Yun's condition, he was relieved to see that the surgery had been remarkably successful, leaving no lingering ailments. With that reassurance, he departed the hospital alongside Zhang Xianghua. He needed to procure some nourishing traditional Chinese medicinal herbs to facilitate Ling Yun's swift recovery. Moreover, he was keenly aware of Zhang Xianghua's promise to him. High-quality herbs could bolster his strength, and Qin Fei was determined to acquire them. In truth, had his cultivation level been sufficient, he could have healed Ling Yun using his true energy, rendering the hospital unnecessary. Thus, his desire for strength grew ever more fervent. After a bumpy ride, they arrived at Zhang Xianghua's residence half an hour later. It was a sihiyuan, a traditional courtyard house built in the last century. Located in the city center, sprawling over 500 square meters, appearing even more grandiose than many villas. Junior brother, I never expected you to be a hidden tycoon, Qin Fei remarked as he surveyed the surroundings. Please, brother, do not jest. These are merely material possessions, Zhang Xianghua replied with a hint of embarrassment. Ha! Let us not go there. I wouldn't dream of depriving you of what you cherish. The elegant environment of the courtyard, valued at no less than 100 million, made Qin Fei hesitant to accept anything. By the way, could you hand me the herbs? I am in urgent need. Suddenly, Qin Fei turned to Zhang Xianghua. Of course. Let me fetch them. Just a moment, Zhang Xianghua responded. Shortly, he returned, cradling a rectangular wooden box. Even before opening it, Qin Fei could perceive the dense spiritual energy wafting from a box. A fine treasure. His face lit up with delight, without bothering to inspect its contents. He accepted it directly. I shall borrow a room. With that, he disregarded Zhang Xianghua's consent and swiftly entered the nearest room. It seems today I have successfully broken through to the initial stage of energy gathering. Perhaps I have even reached the mid-stage. Gazing at the 4 precious herbs arranged in the box, Qin Fei could not conceal the fervor in his eyes. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. After consuming 1 herb, Qin Fei felt a slight warmth in his body, but there were no signs of a breakthrough. In fact, he did not even sense an increase in strength. Could it be that the herbs had gone stale from being stored for too long? He murmured to himself and placed another herb into his mouth. Unlike ordinary herbs, This aged one quickly transformed into spiritual energy upon contact with his tongue. Yet, even after circulating this energy through his technique, he still failed to achieve a breakthrough. Still no success? Frustration welled within Qin Fei, prompting him to stuff the remaining 2 herbs into his mouth. This time, he felt as though he had consumed an immense volume of air, to the point where his stomach felt like it might burst. However, this sensation of fullness lasted barely half a minute before dissipating. His body seemed like a bottomless pit, absorbing all the spiritual energy without yielding any breakthrough. How could this be? Qin Fei's mind raced. Each of these aged herbs was worth hundreds of thousands. In total, he had ingested over 2 million without even stepping into the initial stage of energy gathering. This was an extravagant loss. I refuse to believe that I cannot even reach the initial stage today. In a fit of determination, Qin Fei took out the wild ginseng he had purchased. Without hesitation, he placed the entire root into his mouth. Moments later, a cry of agony escaped his lips. He had underestimated the potency of this century-old ginseng. The sheer volume overwhelmed him, causing his veins to bulge and his body to swell slightly. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Hearing Qin Fei's cry, Zhang Xianghua, who had not walked far, hurried back. "I'm fine." Just as he finished speaking, a muffled sound emanated from within Qin Fei's body, and he relaxed completely. He had finally utilized the herbs to ascend to a higher realm. It felt as though his very existence had evolved. At this moment, he was more powerful than he had ever been, tenfold. He sensed that if he were to encounter that cold autumn again, he might not even need to use his coercive fist to bring him down. What was that foul smell? Suddenly, Qin Fei's nose twitched as he detected a rancid odor nearby. Instinctively looking down, he was taken aback to discover that the source of the stench emanated from his own body. His skin was covered in a layer of dark, sticky substance. As he touched it, he found it incredibly unpleasant. Just then, the door swung open, and Zhang Xianghua stepped inside. Upon entering, he too caught a whiff of the peculiar odor and frowned slightly. "Senior brother, the restroom is just outside." Zhang Xianghua assumed Qin Fei had accidentally soiled himself, leaving him at a loss for words. Hearing this, Qin Fei felt an overwhelming urge to sink into the floor in embarrassment. Why did you have to barge in at this moment? Chapter 20. The Mysterious Delivery. More than 2 hours later, Qin Fei returned to the hospital with the traditional Chinese medicine he had painstakingly prepared, accompanied by Zhang Xianghua. However, during the car ride, he couldn't shake the feeling that the elderly man was casting peculiar glances in his direction. "Please refrain from looking at me that way. I did not engage in any misconduct," Qin Fei explained. "I understand. I truly comprehend," Zhang Xianghua replied with a nod. "What do you understand?" Qin Fei thought to himself, feeling an urge to curse. He could clarify the misunderstanding, but given the sensitive nature of his secret, he decided it prudent to let Zhang remain misled. After all, he had nothing substantial to lose. Upon entering Ling Yun's hospital room, they found her awake, while a nurse was tidying up the space. "You may leave now," Ling Yun weakly instructed the nurse. "All right, take care and rest well," the nurse replied before departing. "Senior brother, I'll wait for you outside," Zhang Xianghua said, opting not to be a third wheel and following the nurse out. "Where are Mr. Ling and the others?" Qin Fei inquired, scanning the room in confusion. Noticing the thermal container in Qin Fei's hand, Ling Yun asked, "Did you bring me something to eat?" "Indeed, I slaughtered one of the hens that Zhang raised," Qin Fei replied. He must be quite upset about that. Ling Yun had seen those hens before. They were genuine free-range chickens, nourished on herbal medicine, and Zhang had cherished them for many years, reluctant to consume them. Yet, unexpectedly, one had met its end at Qin Fei's hands. Regardless of his feelings, were they not raised for consumption? Qin Fei remarked, opening the thermal container. Instantly, an enticing aroma filled the room, awakening Ling Yun's appetite. "How delightful!" she exclaimed, her gaze fixated on the container as if she had discovered a new world. "You still have injuries. Lie still, and I will feed you," Qin Fei urged as he noticed her attempt to sit up, gently pressing her shoulder down. "Oh, isn't that inappropriate?" Ling Yun's cheeks flushed slightly. "What is inappropriate about it? If it weren't for you shielding me from the bullet today, I might be the one lying here," Qin Fei countered. "But your girlfriend might feel jealous." "Girlfriend? Where would I find such a person?" Qin Fei responded, recalling Zhu Lily, whom they had encountered that day. "You mean the woman who was apprehended today? She's no longer my girlfriend." Seeing Ling Yun tilt her head in confusion, Qin Fei felt compelled to recount the previous day's events. Upon hearing his explanation, Ling Yun could not contain her indignation, exclaiming, "It's astonishing how the world is filled with such avaricious individuals. Women like her are utterly despicable." Indeed, Qin Fei nodded in agreement. Let's not dwell on her. It is unappetizing. He then ladled a bowl of chicken soup and settled by the bedside. Here, let me feed you. He carefully blew on the soup to ensure it was not too hot before bringing it to Ling Yun's lips. Open wide. Watching Qin Fei's earnest demeanor, Ling Yun found it somewhat amusing, yet instinctively parted her lips as the warm, fragrant soup slid down her throat. A comforting warmth enveloped her entire being. She had never tasted such exquisite soup before. This chicken broth seemed distinctly different from what she typically consumed. She smacked her lips in surprise. Of course it's different. I infused it with a blend of over 10 medicinal herbs and simmered it gently for nearly 2 hours. It's absolutely delicious. I want more. Ling Yun displayed a childlike demeanor as she pouted. All right, open your mouth. By the time she finished a bowl of chicken soup, half an hour had already passed. Whoever becomes your girlfriend will undoubtedly be the happiest person alive, Ling Yun remarked enviously, watching as Qin Fei tenderly wiped her mouth. Your culinary skills are exceptional, your medical knowledge impressive, and you possess such thoughtfulness. It's exceedingly rare to find a man like you. Why not be my girlfriend? Suddenly, Qin Fei blurted out the unexpected proposal. Ahem. Ling Yun was taken aback by his forthrightness, causing her to cough sharply and turn her head away, her cheeks flushed. Isn't that a bit too straightforward? There was hardly any prelude. In truth, Qin Fei had little romantic experience during his college years. It was Zhu Lily who boldly pursued him, leaving him oblivious to the subtleties of courtship. Ling Yun came from a prestigious background and was undeniably beautiful. If he could have such a lovely girlfriend, Qin Fei would certainly be amenable. However, Ling Yun did not respond, leaving him hesitant to press further. Qin, wait a moment, called out Ling Guofeng, interrupting. Mr. Ling, is there something else? It seems, through our family's channels, that the Li family is plotting against you, to preempt any desperate actions. Should we consider striking first? Ling Guofeng made a gesture across his throat. Perhaps we should discuss it together tomorrow? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Fei replied, Today, Cold Autumn was just killed. The Li family must be in disarray. They wouldn't seek revenge so swiftly, would they? All right, Ling Guofeng conceded, respecting Qin Fei's judgment. Upon arriving home, the neighbor, little Cici, came over. Brother Qin Fei, Mommy wants you to come over for dinner. Sure, let's see what I brought for you today, he said, revealing a newly purchased Barbie doll. Wow, thank you, Brother Qin Fei. Upon seeing the doll, little Cici instantly beamed with excitement, bouncing around in joy. Let us go see what delicious dishes your mother has prepared. Ruffling Cici's hair, Qin Fei made his way to the neighboring house of Lu Xueqing. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by the delightful aroma of stewed chicken. Lu Xueqing was busy in the kitchen. Unlike Qin Fei's home, Cici's place was impeccably clean, everything arranged with meticulous order. In contrast, Qin Fei felt his own abode resembled a dog's den. Sister Xueqing, let me help you, he said, rolling up his sleeves and stepping into the kitchen. However, as soon as he entered, Lu Xueqing gently pushed him back out, saying, Today, I'm treating you. You can play with little Cici for a while. The meal will be ready shortly. All right then. Unable to argue with Lu Xueqing, Qin Fei resigned himself to the living room to entertain little Cici, with her new toy in hand. Cici appeared exhilarated and insisted that Qin Fei take several photos of her. A childhood devoid of a father's presence is indeed an unhappy one, a sentiment that Qin Fei deeply resonates with. This woman has truly faced numerous challenges. Soon, the meal was served, and Lu Xueqing retrieved a bottle of red wine from the drawer. The wine was a modest domestic variety, certainly not comparable to the fine selections Qin Fei had enjoyed at the Ling family's table. Yet even so, he perceived the significance Lu Xueqing placed on this meal. Lu Xueqing proactively raised her glass. There is no need for such formality among neighbors, Qin Fei replied, lifting his glass in kind. Brother Qin Fei, I'd like to toast you as well, little Cici chimed in, holding up her cola in an adorable manner. Very well, such a good girl, Qin Fei responded. After downing a glass of wine, Qin Fei felt little effect, but Lu Xueqing, seated across from him, flushed a deep crimson, clearly indicating her limited tolerance for alcohol. Come, let us eat. The dishes will get cold, she said, serving a chicken leg in a Qin Fei's bowl. You should eat too, he replied, reciprocating by placing a piece of chicken into her bowl. Mom, why not let Brother Qin Fei be my dad? Suddenly, Cici's innocent remark rendered both Qin Fei and Lu Xueqing awkward. Cici, don't speak nonsense, Lu Xueqing admonished, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Mom, I'm not joking. You're not that much older than Brother Qin Fei, and I don't want you to struggle alone. It was evident that Cici was quite perceptive, yet the complexities of adult matters were far beyond her understanding. Qin Fei, don't take it to heart. Children don't know any better, Lu Xueqing said apologetically. As a woman who had been married before, she felt unworthy of Qin Fei, fearing she would only complicate his life. It's all right. She has lacked paternal love since childhood, which is undoubtedly cruel for a child of her age. Therefore, I have made up my mind. I shall be Cici's godfather. Qin Fei declared suddenly. Lu Xueqing was taken aback by his words. That's wonderful. Cici finally has a dad. At that moment, Cici, hearing that Qin Fei would be her godfather, joyfully leapt into his embrace. Come, call me godfather. Qin Fei chuckled, playfully tapping her nose. Godfather, Cici exclaimed sweetly. Here, this is a gift from her godfather, Qin Fei said, producing a box from behind him. Cici, believing the box contained a genuine present, eagerly opened it. However, upon lifting the lid, both she and Lu Xueqing were left speechless. Inside lay a substantial sum of money, a vibrant pile that must have amounted to tens of thousands. Qin Fei, where did you get all this money? Have you done something wrong? Lu Xueqing's immediate concern arose from her knowledge of Qin Fei's family background, suspecting the origins of his wealth. Xueqing, you need not worry. This money is entirely lawful, so please accept it with peace of mind. Use it to secure a better school for Cici. We must not let her fall behind from the very start. No, I absolutely cannot accept this. Although Lu Xueqing was in need, she was not a woman who would be swayed by the allure of money. Qin Fei had always supported them, and she could not bring herself to accept such funds. Whether you accept it or not is up to you. It is not for you, after all. This is a gift for Cici, Qin Fei insisted, addressing Cici directly. Yes, thank you, godfather. Cici beamed. Lu Cici obediently nodded. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Xueqing's eyes brimmed with tears, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. The sum of tens of thousands of yuan was no trifling matter. It was nearly equivalent to her annual salary, and it came with the burden of subsisting without food or drink. This profound kindness was beyond her wildest dreams. Is Qin Fei home? At that moment, a knock resounded from the neighboring apartment. What do you want? Qin Fei emerged from his room, addressing the individual at his door. Oh, I am a courier, delivering a package for you. All right, hand it over, Qin Fei gestured. The package felt somewhat heavy in his grasp, akin to lifting a stone. Simultaneously, a sense of confusion washed over him. He recalled not having ordered anything. Reflecting on the courier's peculiar expression, he instinctively activated his X-ray vision. Upon doing so, his countenance shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he hurled the box away. Chapter 21. You must not be killed. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from within the urban village. The fiery sparks, visible even from a kilometer away, centered around Qin Fei's residence. The surrounding structures within a 100-meter radius were severely affected, collapsing and toppling over. The air filled with cries of despair and screams of terror. Not far from the outskirts of the urban village, a Mercedes-Benz, speeding at high velocity, screeched to a halt. Inside sat Lin Guangyuan, who had received news of the Li family's plans against Qin Fei, and he was hastening to discuss countermeasures. However, he was taken aback by the unexpected explosion ahead. President Lin, it seems there has been an incident in the urban village. The driver discerned the situation and informed Lin Guangyuan. What? Lin Guangyuan's expression shifted drastically. He immediately instructed the driver, hurry, get us there at once. Yes. The car roared like a beast, darting forth like an arrow released from a bow. 1 minute later, Lin Guangyuan arrived at the scene, where thick smoke billowed, and the explosion had ignited a fire, spiraling the situation out of control. Qin, my brother, he shouted as he charged into the ruins. Hurry, we must get inside to rescue people. The driver followed suit. At Qin Fei's location, the courier had unwittingly delivered a bomb, a situation Qin Fei had never anticipated. Despite his X-ray vision detecting the danger immediately, it was too late by the time he flung it away. The immense energy from the explosion collapsed the buildings, and Qin Fei sprinted into the house at his utmost speed, shielding Lu Xueqing and her daughter beneath him. However, the consequence of this action was that a heavy slab, weighing over 1,000 kilograms, pressed down upon Qin Fei's back, while the tremendous force of the explosion caused Lu Xueqing and her daughter to sustain varying degrees of injuries. Fortunately, these injuries remained within a manageable scope and posed no mortal threat. Look at Qin Fei. Lu Xueqing's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Her heart filled with an indescribable horror. He actually bore the weight of a slab? Godfather, you're hurt. Blood was steadily dripping from the end of the steel bar, causing Lu Xueqing's complexion to turn pale. Don't move, protect Cici's head. The pain from his injuries was indeed excruciating for Qin Fei, but he understood that he could not succumb at this moment. If he faltered, it would spell doom for everyone. Rise. Taking a deep breath, Qin Fei activated the consolidation of Qi technique, attempting to lift the heavy concrete slab from his back. However, the slab was excessively weighty, compounded by his injuries, and his initial effort was in vain. Instead, a cascade of falling rocks tumbled down, eliciting terrified screams from Lu Cece and her mother. Rise. In a second attempt, the veins on Qin Fei's forehead bulged as torrents of blood surged toward his wound. With a tremendous roar fueled by unwavering willpower, he managed to propel the slab away. As the slab flew off, Qin Fei's strength gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, only to be caught by Lu Xueqing. Soft, warm. These were Qin Fei's first sensations as he inhaled deeply. What is wrong? Don't scare us. Upon seeing Qin Fei fall, Lu Xueqing was overwhelmed with fear, tears streaming down her face. Brother Qin. Just then, a frantic Lin Guangyuan rushed over. Recognizing the familiar voice, Qin Fei realized he could no longer indulge in the comforting embrace of soft warmth. He struggled to rise from Lu Xueqing's arms. You're injured? Lin Guangyuan's expression changed dramatically as he noticed the steel bar embedded in Qin Fei's body. He hurriedly navigated the debris to support him. The assailant is likely still nearby, confirming my demise. Help me pull out the steel bar. Qin Fei made a gesture for silence as he addressed Lin Guangyuan. What? Pull it out right here? Lin Guangyuan thought he must have misheard. With the steel bar still lodged in place, Qin Fei was already losing copious amounts of blood. Should it be removed? He feared there would be no time to reach the hospital. Stop wasting time. I am a medical student. I understand my condition. The assailant orchestrated this explosion. And if Qin Fei failed to apprehend him, how could he justify the situation to those around him? Thus, he had to act immediately. All right, then bear with it. Lin Guangyuan was aware of Qin Fei's medical prowess, and since he expressed confidence, he had no choice but to comply. With a swift motion, Lin Guangyuan extracted the steel bar, and a jet of blood erupted from the wound. Qin Fei, quick-witted, immediately produced several silver needles and inserted them near the injury. Simultaneously, he summoned all his inner energy to staunch the bleeding. The pain began to subside, and the wound healed at an astonishingly visible rate. Witnessing this, Lin Guangyuan's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He was aware of Qin Fei's medical expertise, but he had not anticipated it to be so formidable. Self-healing? In less than a minute, the wound on Qin Fei's body had vanished completely. If not for his still pale complexion, one might not believe he had just endured such a severe injury. Activating his X-ray vision, Qin Fei sought the individual who had delivered this calamity to him. Yet, during this process, he beheld a sight that sent chills coursing through his body. The explosion inflicted harm not only upon him, but also upon the nearby residents. At that moment, many individuals were just returning home from work, and the sudden blast engulfed them. Some had their hands severed, others their feet. Bloodied figures were a common sight, with both adults and children unable to escape the devastation. They were all innocent civilians. Witnessing this, Qin Fei felt an overwhelming surge of fury rise within him. These lunatics. The only consolation for Qin Fei was that these people's homes were situated far from the epicenter of the explosion, and the proximity of a vegetable patch belonging to their two families spared them from tragedy. The urge to kill surged from deep within him, and Qin Fei was filled with regret. If he had heeded Ling Guofeng's advice to strike first, perhaps this calamity could have been avoided. The Li family's disregard for human life was maddening. He would not let them escape unscathed. Just you wait. Moments later, Qin Fei spotted an individual hiding amidst the crowd. Although the person had discarded his courier uniform, Qin Fei recognized him instantly. He would know him even in ashes. With a swiftness akin to a fleeting light, Qin Fei nearly reached the man in a single breath. You. The sudden appearance of Qin Fei startled Lung Mo, who was anxiously awaiting the outcome, causing him to retreat in fear as if he had seen a ghost. He never anticipated that Qin Fei would survive such a catastrophic explosion unscathed, far exceeding his expectations. A punch landed squarely on Lung Mo's chest, sending him flying like a sandbag several meters away, collapsing to the ground and coughing blood. Why? Why did you do this? Qin Fei's eyes burned with rage, a fury he had never experienced before. Because you killed my brother. I want you dead. Lung Mo's gaze was as cold as a venomous snake, his expression twisted in malevolence. Want me dead? Then I shall reunite you with your brother right now. In an instant, Qin Fei lunged toward Lung Mo, raising his foot to stamp on his neck. However, at that moment, Lin Guangyuan rushed forward, shouting, "You cannot kill him." Chapter 22. You wish to die, yet cannot. This man has harmed so many innocent civilians. His death would be no loss. Why are you pleading for him? He undoubtedly deserves death, but if you kill him, who will take responsibility for this explosion? Who will provide compensation? Lin Guangyuan, fearing that Qin Fei might take lethal action, quickly interjected. Lin Guangyuan's words held merit. This man indeed deserved to die for orchestrating such a catastrophic explosion, resulting in immense suffering for the residents. Yet, if he were to die, there would be no evidence against the true perpetrator who could remain free. His continued existence was far more significant than his demise. With him alive, the Li family would be finished. Seeing that Qin Fei had regained his composure, Lin Guangyuan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Huh. Do not think you can use me to incriminate anyone. At that moment, Lung Mo, lying on the ground, let out a ghastly laugh, followed by black blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. You filthy creature, you poisoned yourself. Spit it out. Upon witnessing the alarming change in Lin Guangyuan's countenance, he immediately seized Lung Mo, his hands gripping the latter's throat. Many professional assassins often keep a lethal poison concealed within their mouths, a precaution for when a mission goes awry, allowing them to end their own lives. Although Lung Mo was not an assassin, the clandestine activities he undertook with Lung Qiu bore a striking resemblance to those of a killer. One who frequently treads near the river must inevitably get their feet wet. Thus, in his earlier years, he had taken the precaution of embedding a poisoned tooth within his mouth, never anticipating its necessity would arise on this fateful day. When the two brothers found themselves in dire straits, it was Li Heng who offered them refuge and provided a fragmented martial arts manual. Through this manual, the brothers grew increasingly powerful, yet the incompleteness of the technique imposed a grave limitation. Neither could expect to live beyond the age of 40. With death as the inevitable outcome, he preferred to remain eternally silent in gratitude for Li Heng's past kindness. Scoundrel, spit it out, Lin Guangyuan exclaimed, shaking Lung Mo in a fit of rage. However, he was no physician and could do nothing but watch as Lung Mo hovered on the brink of death. Release him, came the voice of Qin Fei, who then approached Lung Mo's side. Observing the pallor of the man before him, who appeared on the verge of passing, a faint smile graced his lips. Some desire to live, yet find themselves unable, while others wish for death, yet I shall ensure their survival. With that, Qin Fei produced a set of silver needles he carried with him. Realizing Qin Fei's intentions, Lung Mo was struck with a wave of terror, the seemingly benign smile on Qin Fei's face appearing to him as that of a demon. With a swift motion, several silver needles pierced Lung Mo's neck. The speed of Qin Fei's actions astonishing. There, as long as the needles remain, he could survive for a week. Casting a cold smile at Lung Mo, Qin Fei reveled in his success. Remarkable. Lin Guangyuan was astonished by the efficacy of Qin Fei's medical skills in such a moment, his admiration profound. He contemplated shifting his career path from commerce to medicine. Brother Lin, I entrust him to you for the time being. I must return to aid in the rescue efforts. As neither firefighters nor medics had yet arrived, Qin Fei seized the opportunity to assist the injured. Rest assured, with me here, he won to escape. The air was filled with cries of anguish and screams. Observing this once familiar, yet now alien landscape, Qin Fei hurriedly joined the rescue team. An hour later, the chaos subsided. All individuals trapped within the ruins had been rescued, and the raging fire extinguished. Exhausted, Qin Fei sat at the edge of the debris, his fingers too weary to move. He had saved over a dozen individuals from the wreckage. Those with severe injuries had been stabilized with needles, while those less gravely harmed were nearly healed on the spot. Consequently, his internal energy was nearly depleted. Brother, I heard from Lin Guangyuan that you were injured. Are you all right? In a rush, Zhang Xianghua arrived beside Qin Fei, concern evident in his voice. I'm fine now, Qin Fei replied, shaking his head. Brother Qin, I have entrusted the individuals to the colleagues of the Criminal Investigation Bureau. Justice will surely be served. After Lin Guangyuan dealt with the matter concerning Lung Mo, he approached. This individual had brought his fate upon himself. His execution was well-deserved. I have just finalized the arrangements regarding their accommodation with the colleagues from the Criminal Investigation Bureau, Lin Guangyuan remarked with a smile. Oh, how'd that go? Qin Fei inquired, visibly surprised. The Lin family will temporarily cover their hotel expenses until they find new housing, Lin Guangyuan explained. When did the Lin family become so generous? Aren't you merchants? Zhang Xianghua asked in astonishment. This is not an act of generosity from the Lin family. Rather, all expenses will ultimately be borne by the Li family. Lin Guangyuan chuckled coldly. Li Heng instigated Lung Mo to commit such a grave offense. How could he possibly evade the law as retribution? In such matters, I believe no one would refuse. Senior brother, this place has been destroyed. Why not come stay at my place? Zheng Xianghua suggested, glancing at the ruins. I have already arranged accommodations for Qin Laodi, Lin Guangyuan interjected. I possess a vacant villa in Dongfang Jiyuan, which I intend to gift to Qin Laodi. The transfer documents have already been sent over. As he spoke, he presented the documents to Qin Fei, which were already signed. Upon examining the transfer documents, Qin Fei asked, "Is it all right if I bring a couple of extra people to stay? The house is yours now. You may choose whomever you wish to reside with. Then I shall express my gratitude in advance." Following the explosion, the residence of Qin Fei and Lu Xueqing had collapsed, so he had no intention of refusing the offer. After all, he couldn't possibly sleep on the streets. The aftermath would be handled by designated personnel, so Qin Fei need not concern himself with it. Once the transfer was confirmed, Qin Fei proceeded to the temporary shelter for the injured, where Lu Xueqing and her daughter were located. Lu Xueqing appeared somewhat pale, gazing vacantly at the ruins, evidently still shaken from the earlier trauma. "We can leave now," Qin Fei said, gently patting Lu Xueqing on the shoulder. Startled by the touch, Lu Xueqing cried out, but she sighed in relief upon recognizing Qin Fei. "We have found a new place to stay," Qin Fei announced, lifting Lu Cixi into his arms. "Who are you?" Staring at Qin Fei, Lu Xueqing stammered, repeating the word "you" several times before finally mustering the courage to voice her question. The shock Qin Fei had brought her was overwhelming. A mere mortal capable of withstanding the weight of a collapsing ceiling. Was this still a human being? "I am, of course, Qin Fei. No matter how things change, I remain myself." With that, Qin Fei departed the tent, carrying her away. "But are you still the person I once knew?" Watching Qin Fei's retreating figure, Lu Xueqing's eyes began to glaze over. Chapter 23, Temporary Cohabitation. With the villa now belonging to Qin Fei, the astonishment of Lu Xueqing and her daughter upon arriving was palpable. The villa, spanning 3 stories and built into the mountainside, offered unique vistas from each level. Upon entering through the grand entrance, one was met with a path paved with pebbles, flanked by a row of stone benches adorned with an array of flowering bonsai, creating a truly delightful ambience. A narrow path veers to the left, leading to a moon gate. Beyond this enchanting entrance lies the courtyard of the villa's first floor. "Godfather, this house is absolutely stunning," exclaimed Lu Cixi, her eyes sparkling with delight, for she had never before encountered such exquisite beauty. "Qin Fei, did you not say you would take us to a hotel for our stay? How we end up here?" "Indeed, I initially intended to take you to a hotel," Qin Fei replied. "However, upon learning that my residence had been bombed, a friend graciously offered me this villa for temporary accommodation." "And what of this friend?" inquired Lu Xueqing. "My friend possesses numerous properties and is not particularly concerned about this one." Qin Fei waved dismissively, evidently unwilling to linger on the matter. "Your friend is quite generous," Lu Xueqing remarked, skepticism evident in her tone, as the explanation seemed riddled with inconsistencies. Yet, witnessing her daughter's evident joy, she found herself at a loss for words of rejection. Over the years, she had indeed neglected Lu Cixi too much and did not wish to stifle her daughter's enthusiasm. "Godfather, can I live in this room?" The exuberant Lu Cixi had already chosen her chamber upon entering the villa. "Choose whichever room you desire," Qin Fei indulgently responded. "Yay, that's wonderful." With the confirmation, Lu Cixi clapped her hands and jumped with glee. "I can pay you 1,000 in rent each month. Is that acceptable?" Lu Xueqing said, biting her lip as she addressed Qin Fei. She was acutely aware that such a price for renting a villa was utterly unrealistic. Her monthly salary was merely 4,000, and she also had to cover Lu Cixi's educational expenses. Thus, 1,000 was already her utmost limit. Agreed. Knowing the resolute nature of Lu Xueqing, Qin Fei recognized that a refusal might prompt her to leave with Lu Cixi immediately, so he acquiesced. "Given the events of today, I imagine you are both quite shaken. It would be wise to wash up and rest," he suggested, observing Lu Xueqing's weary expression. He too felt the toll of the day's trials, having endured injury and the strain of rescuing others, leaving him fatigued and somewhat unsteady on his feet. "Wait, are we the only 3 residing in such a grand villa?" Lu Xueqing called after him. "Indeed," Qin Fei nodded. "Then Cixi and I cannot stay here." Lu Xueqing immediately shook her head. "You a young man and I, a woman almost resembling a widow. I fear what others might say." Qin Fei had not anticipated that Lu Xueqing harbored such concerns. "What others say is of no consequence. Let them speak as they will," he shrugged. "Moreover, I am indifferent to their opinions. What is there to fear? Do you truly wish to take Cixi to sleep on the streets?" He looked at Lu Xueqing earnestly. Lu Xueqing found herself momentarily speechless. Indeed, at such a late hour, her identification was lost amidst the rubble, leaving her without a place to go. Do not overthink it. Consider this place your home. Qin Fei urged. Will you be free tomorrow? Lu Xueqing asked once more. What is it? Very well, I shall accompany you. Qin Fei replied after a moment's contemplation. Ascending to the upper floor, Qin Fei briefly washed himself before settling onto the bed in a meditative posture. Glancing at the wound on his abdomen, he noted that, aside from a faint mark, it was nearly imperceptible that he had ever been injured. At this realization, he felt a sense of relief. Had he not elevated his realm today, he might have faced death in the wake of such a severe explosion. If he had been unable to withstand the impact, both Lu Xueqing and her daughter would have met a dire fate as well. This thought further solidified his resolve to pursue the path of cultivation. Only through personal strength could he safeguard those around him and confront formidable foes without fear. Silently operating the condensing qi technique, Qin Fei gradually fell into a deep state of tranquility. Meanwhile, on Lu Xueqing's side, after lulling Lu Cixi to sleep, she took a moment to cleanse herself in the bathroom. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, her attire scarcely covering her, she fell into a contemplative silence. The man had disappointed her, having squandered their future together. She had long since lost hope in him. Thoughts of remarriage never crossed her mind. Her sole desire was to raise her daughter to adulthood. However, the events of the day had profoundly shaken her spirit. The image of Qin Fei bearing the weight of the ceiling was etched deeply in her heart. He had provided them with money and arranged accommodations, leaving her with an insurmountable debt of gratitude that she felt unable to repay. She had nothing to offer him in return, save for her own body. Yet, after standing before the mirror for an extended period, she struggled to muster the courage to act. As midnight approached, she finally donned the silk nightgown reserved for the villa and stealthily approached Qin Fei's door. Her cheeks flushed, her heart raced with intensity. Yet at that moment, doubt crept in. If she were to burst in suddenly, would he perceive her as a woman lacking propriety? Murmuring to herself, Lu Xueqing's thoughts became a tangled mess. No, I cannot do this. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a drowsy Qin Fei before her. Why aren't you asleep at this hour? What are you doing here? I thought a thief had entered the house, he remarked, rubbing his eyes in confusion. I was just taking a look around, she stammered, her face reddening as she hesitated to mention the matter that weighed heavily on her mind. You should get some rest. We need to search the ruins for supplies tomorrow. With that, Qin Fei closed the door. In truth, he had long noticed Lu Xueqing standing at the threshold and observed the myriad of expressions flitting across her face. Qin Fei was no fool. He could vaguely discern her thoughts. To avoid any awkwardness, he had taken the initiative to open the door. After all, they would inevitably encounter each other in their shared living space. If anything were to transpire, how would they navigate their relationship moving forward? Lu Xueqing, oh Lu Xueqing, who would have thought you lacked even this small measure of courage? Watching the door close once more, she resigned herself to retreat downstairs for the night. Opportunities would abound. She need not rush. Finally departing, Qin Fei sighed with relief, having confirmed that Lu Xueqing had left. In that moment, he found himself at a loss as to whether to commend or chastise himself. The opportunity had been right before him, yet he had chosen to sabotage it. He truly embodies the virtue of restraint, remaining undisturbed amidst temptation. Alas, a single slumber can dissolve a myriad of sorrows. With his energy restored, Qin Fei found himself somewhat unsettled by Lu Xueqing's presence. He decided against further cultivation and succumbed to sleep. The following day, he was roused by the persistent ringing of his phone. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Lin Guangyuan. Qin, my dear brother, I have splendid news. Lung Mo has revealed that it was Li Heng who instigated him. Li Heng has been apprehended, and all of the Li family's assets have been seized. Lin Guangyuan's voice brimmed with excitement. Such efficiency? Qin Fei was taken aback by the news. Of course, with our two families overseeing the matter, the detectives dare not be negligent. They worked through the night. After a brief pause, Lin Guangyuan continued. The downfall of the Li family was inevitable, and we're now acquiring their assets at bargain prices. Brother Qin, you shall prosper from this. What fortune can I possibly gain? Qin Fei was somewhat perplexed by his enthusiasm. Your contributions to the downfall of the Li family are invaluable. The assets we are purchasing at low prices are being sold at a premium. Therefore, after discussions with General Ling, we have decided to pay you 300 million in cash upfront. What do you think? Qin Fei gasped at the mention of such a sum. 300 million? Isn't that excessive? Do you think it's insufficient? Lin Guangyuan inquired. Not at all. It just feels surreal, Qin Fei replied. Haha, then let us continue to indulge in this dream. Lin Guangyuan's laughter echoed through the phone. Chapter 24. A True Brother, Peng Jun. However, when he descended to the living room, he was unexpectedly greeted by a delightful aroma. Lu Xueqing was preparing breakfast. Awake, are you? Please wait a moment. The porridge will be ready shortly. She dared not meet Qin Fei's gaze. Her cheeks flushed as she quickly turned her head away, feeling a sense of guilt akin to that of a thief. Observing this, Qin Fei understood what Lu Xueqing was avoiding and chose to remain silent. Little Cece had already been sent to school by Lu Xueqing. Thus, after breakfast, the two proceeded directly to the urban village. Among the ruins, people had already begun searching for items. Qin Fei and Lu Xueqing reached the remnants of their former home. After rummaging for about half an hour, Qin Fei unearthed his ID and other documents. Lu Xueqing, on the other hand, not only found her important papers, but also managed to gather a large bundle of clothing. Having reigned in Anhai City the previous night, the garments were now mixed with mud, appearing even dirtier than items salvaged from a garbage heap. Though they are quite filthy, they can still be washed and worn, Lu Xueqing remarked with a smile. Think of all the bacteria. It will be better to buy new ones. I can cover the cost, Qin Fei generously offered. However, Lu Xueqing shook her head slightly in response. You are not yet married and do not understand the value of essentials. Money is accumulated little by little. I know you are wealthy, but I truly cannot accept it. At her words, Qin Fei fell silent. He was well aware of the cost of living, yet the scene before him stirred a pang of sorrow within him. In what should be the prime of youth, Lu Xueqing had taken on the burden of a middle-aged woman. He was aware of Lu Xueqing's strong-willed nature, so he refrained from further persuasion. Instead, he resolved to assist her and her daughter in overcoming their current predicament. Xiao Fei, I knew you would be fine. The visitor turned out to be his college roommate and close friend, Peng Jun. What brings you here? Qin Fei inquired, astonished. You tell me. I saw on the evening news last night that there was an explosion here. You have no idea how restless I was all night, Peng Jun replied. So, I took the high-speed train first thing this morning. If you're so concerned about me, why didn't you just call me last night? Qin Fei felt a warmth in his heart at the arrival of his old comrade. I got a new phone, and I lost all my contacts. Suddenly, Peng Jun noticed Lu Xueqing beside Qin Fei, and his eyes lit up. He leaned in and whispered, Have you changed girlfriends? Don't be ridiculous. Glancing at Lu Xueqing, Qin Fei quickly pulled Peng Jun aside to clarify his relationship with her. So, she's not your girlfriend? Then I must make my move. Upon learning that there was no romantic involvement between Qin Fei and Lu Xueqing, Peng Jun's enthusiasm surged, and he was eager to approach her. Peng Jun hailed from a neighboring city, where his family ran a supermarket. Ah, the supermarket business is in shambles, he sighed. It went bankrupt, and I was actually planning to come to Anhai to start anew. Bankrupt? Qin Fei expressed surprise. Yes, people now prefer online shopping, and business has been dwindling. We decided to shut it down. Peng Jun shook his head, appearing quite helpless. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to run the business. It was simply unfeasible to continue when he couldn't even cover the rent. Have you found a new job? Yes, I've already secured a position. I report tomorrow and officially start the day after. Then I can rest easy, Qin Fei said, knowing that as a brother, he would certainly take him in if he had nowhere else to go. By the way, the class monitor is organizing a reunion tomorrow. Are you going? Peng Jun suddenly asked. No. Qin Fei shook his head, not wanting to encounter Zhu Lily again. Moreover, class reunions had long since lost their original charm. It would be more accurate to call them pretentious gatherings. He had little connection with his classmates, so why bother joining in? I heard the reunion is at the Yunding Hotel, the renowned five-star establishment in Anhai City. How prestigious! How luxurious! As he spoke, he tugged at Qin Fei's arm. The class monitor has already said he would cover all the expenses. We can't pass up a free meal. At the mention of the Yunding Hotel, Qin Fei's brow furrowed slightly. If his memory served him correctly, that establishment now belonged to him, though he had yet to take over. All right, I'll drop by tomorrow. After some contemplation, Qin Fei agreed. Attending the reunion was secondary. Primarily, he intended to take care of important matters. Seeing Qin Fei's affirmative response, Peng Jun's face broke into a grin. Come on, it's been ages since we graduated. It's rare to reunite like this. Let me treat you to some skewers. We won't stop until we're drunk. Although the family supermarket has closed down, Peng Jun remains remarkably generous, reminiscent of their school days. All right, let's drink until we drop. Back in school, Qin Fei was not known for his drinking prowess, yet he often found himself intoxicated by this fellow, making a fool of himself. However, he has since transformed, He is no longer the person he once was, and it is time to retaliate. Unsurprisingly, Peng Jun became thoroughly inebriated at the table, proving no match for Qin Fei. With the enhancement of true energy, Qin Fei's drinking ability was akin to possessing a cheat code. Even 10 Peng Juns would likely not stand a chance against him. Ultimately, it was Qin Fei who had to escort him to a hotel to rest. However, during the check-in process, Qin Fei felt the front desk attendant's gaze upon him was rather peculiar, leaving him perplexed. After settling Peng Jun, Qin Fei made his way to the hospital to visit Ling Yun. To his surprise, upon nearing the ward, he overheard a quarrel within. It seemed to involve Zhu Lili. Chapter 25. Leave. I warn you, keep your distance from Qin Fei. He is mine. Zhu Lili's voice was sharp, clear even through the door. By what right do you claim him as yours? Upon seeing Zhu Lili, Ling Yun thought back to what Qin Fei had shared with her the previous day. To abandon her current boyfriend for a wealthy man, such a materialistic woman was indeed rather detestable. She felt compelled to defend Qin Fei's honor. I have been with Qin Fei for 3 years, Zhu Lili declared haughtily. How ludicrous! Ling Yun scoffed, retorting, have you no shame? You dare utter such words? You are aware that you have been with him for 3 years? Yet for a man with more wealth, you could easily cast Qin Fei aside. In my view, a woman like you, driven by materialism, is unworthy of love. No, you don't even deserve bread. In the presence of Qin Fei, Ling Yun appeared delicate and demure. Yet she showed no mercy when confronting a woman like Zhu Lili. The escalating argument attracted several nurses on duty, who pressed their ears to the door, eager for gossip. I don't care. There must be a rule of first come, first served. He is my man, and I will not allow any woman to approach him, especially not you. Zhu Lili's voice grew increasingly loud. Are you even married? Do you have a marriage certificate? Dressed like a chicken, yet hoping to transform into a phoenix? Ling Yun, being a cultured young woman, maintained her composure, but against Zhu Lili's relentless provocations, she offered no mercy. Zhu Lili, unable to counter Ling Yun, attempted to claw at her face. It was important to note that Ling Yun was injured and unable to move easily should a fight break out. She would surely suffer greatly. At that moment, the ward door swung open, revealing a cold-faced Qin Fei. Stop, he commanded icily. Fei, you finally arrived. Seeing Qin Fei, Zhu Lili's face lit up, and she rushed forward to embrace him. Yet, Qin Fei effortlessly sidestepped her advance. Do you now find me so intolerable? As Qin Fei gazed at her, tears brimmed in Zhu Lili's eyes, rendering her pitifully vulnerable. Regrettably, Qin Fei remained unmoved, positioning himself before Ling Yun's bed, inquiring, Zhu Lili, how'd you find your way here? Yesterday, Zhu Lili had fainted and was oblivious to the events that transpired afterward, thus she had no reason to be present. I came to the hospital to collect the company's health report and happened to spot this vixen here. With a cold scoff, Zhu Lili derided, what a shameless harlot. Seducing other women's men everywhere. Slap. Upon hearing these words, Qin Fei could no longer restrain himself and delivered a sharp slap. Did you leave the house this morning without brushing your teeth? Your mouth reeks. You struck me? Zhu Lili exclaimed, covering her face in disbelief. In the past, he had never laid a hand on her. He would grant her every wish. Yet here he was, striking her for another woman. You yourself admitted that was in the past. I have no connection to you now. Should you speak so insolently again, I shall tear that mouth of yours apart. Do you believe? Qin Fei's expression darkened, his words resonating with sincerity. Thankfully, he had arrived just in time. Otherwise, he could only imagine the chaos Zhu Lili would have wrought in the ward. Having broken up, she still clung on, truly believing Qin Fei to be of a gentle disposition. Xiao Fei, I have come to realize my mistakes. I implore you, grant me another chance. Seeing that a forceful approach was futile, Zhu Lili knelt before Qin Fei, clutching his leg in desperation. I promise to serve you well henceforth and will never harbor ulterior motives again. In response, Qin Fei merely offered a cold smile. You who could even don another's green hat, do you think I will believe you? Furthermore, do not feign pity in my presence. It will only deepen my disdain for you. With that, Qin Fei abruptly shook his leg, sending Zhu Lili tumbling aside, landing on the floor, her complexion ashen. At the door of the ward, several nurses voiced their opinions. Indeed, gold-digging women are the most detestable. Lacking ability, they resort to selling their bodies for advancement. Handsome, you must not grant her any opportunity. Hearing their discussions, Zhu Lili felt a wave of desolation wash over her, perceiving Qin Fei's cruelty in that moment. Suddenly, she lifted her head and questioned, get lost. All right, Qin, Haven TU just made a fortune. Just wait. You will come to regret this. As Qin Fei's resolve became evident, Zhu Lili rose from the ground, shouting in fury. Regret? Nonsense. Pa, what a farce. One nurse spat on the ground, cursing. Everyone, having enjoyed the spectacle, shouldn't you return to your duties? After Zhu Lili departed, Qin Fei addressed the nurses. Please take care of yourselves. One nurse took the initiative to close the ward door behind them. At last, the previously raucous ward fell into a serene silence. Are you all right? Qin Fei approached Ling Yun, inquiring with concern. I'm fine, just feel quite vindicated, she replied. You may feel vindicated, but she nearly struck you just now, Qin Fei remarked. Speechless. Humph, if he dares to strike me, I shall ensure he cannot exit the hospital. Ling Yun huffed. By the way, I heard from my father that there was an explosion at your residence yesterday. Are you unharmed? Suddenly, Ling Yun seemed to recall something and quickly turned her gaze to Qin Fei. Am I not standing right in front of you? Qin Fei replied as he helped Ling Yun sit up, remarking, after lying here for so long, aren't you afraid of growing mold? Indeed, Ling Yun nodded, then added with a hint of resignation, but the doctor said I must remain here for at least another week before I can be discharged. Do you wish to leave today? Qin Fei inquired earnestly. Absolutely, Ling Yun affirmed with a nod. Then allow me to assist you. With that, Qin Fei drew the curtains and instructed, lie back and lift your shirt. What? Ling Yun's cheeks flushed crimson at his words. Isn't this progressing a bit too quickly? I'm not quite prepared. What are you thinking? I merely meant for you to expose the wound so I can administer acupuncture, Qin Fei said, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Oh, if only you had clarified earlier. Ling Yun's face turned a deeper shade of red. She then lay back, slightly lifting her shirt, as Qin Fei gazed at her flat abdomen. Devoid of any excess flesh, he could even discern glimpses of things he ought not to see through the loose hospital gown. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he quickly composed himself and retrieved his silver needle case. Whoosh! Before Ling Yun could react, Qin Fei sprang into action. He swiftly administered several needles without pause. A steady stream of vital energy flowing through them into Ling Yun's wound. Under the influence of this energy, the injury began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. 3 centimeters, 2 centimeters, 1 centimeter. The tingling sensation involuntarily elicited a sound from Ling Yun. Overcome with embarrassment, she hastily covered her head with the blanket. Oh dear! How mortifying! Approximately 10 minutes later, Qin Fei withdrew his hands, his complexion slightly pale, yet he nodded in satisfaction at Ling Yun's now scabbed and healed wound. With the elevation of his cultivation, his medical skills had likewise advanced. This marked a promising beginning. Chapter 26, The Old Rogue. Upon witnessing Ling Yun's complete recovery, both Ling Guofeng and his son could not help but display their astonishment. The penetrating wound had healed in merely 2 days. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it utterly unbelievable. It was truly astonishing. Qin Fei, who would have thought your medical prowess would be so extraordinary? Surely, there is no one in the world who can rival you, Ling Guofeng exclaimed, gazing at his vibrant daughter standing before him. Mr. Ling, you flatter me. As the saying goes, there are always greater talents beyond our own. We must always retain a sense of humility, Qin Fei replied modestly. I never anticipated such maturity at your young age. It is truly commendable. Ling Guofeng remarked with an approving nod. Now that my daughter is in your care, I can rest assured. He regarded Qin Fei with the eyes of a father-in-law observing his son-in-law. Cough, cough. Qin Fei had not anticipated such directness, leaving him momentarily flustered. To put it succinctly, he and Ling Yun have only known each other for 2 days. Such swift progress is hardly plausible. What? My daughter is so beautiful. Are you not moved? Ling Guofeng cast a glance at Qin Fei. It is human nature to appreciate beauty, yet one must also adhere to the principle of fate. I believe it is best to let things unfold naturally, Qin Fei replied. Ah, such a natural approach. Let me tell you, I, Ling Guofeng, have but one precious daughter. If you truly marry her, the entire Ling family will be yours henceforth. Seize the opportunity. Ling Guofeng patted Qin Fei on the shoulder, laughing heartily as he departed the villa's grand hall. My father enjoys jesting. Do not take it to heart, Qin Fei remarked. Throughout their conversation, they did not shy away from mentioning Ling Yun, causing her cheeks to flush with an unusual hue. But I have taken it to heart. Casting a glance at Ling Yun's exquisite beauty, Qin Fei smiled gently. Although your wound has healed, you have lost much blood. You should rest for a couple of days. I shall return to visit you in a few days. After saying this, Qin Fei turned to leave the Ling household, needing to purchase a few outfits. As all his clothing lay buried beneath the rubble, he truly is an extraordinary man, Ling Yun mused as she gazed at Qin Fei's retreating figure. Recalling the events of the day at the hospital, her face tinged with bashfulness. Daughter, has your heart begun to flutter? Just then, Ling Guofeng, who had previously departed, reappeared unexpectedly, startling Ling Yun. Father, what nonsense are you spouting? What nonsense? I am merely planning for your lifelong happiness, Ling Guofeng replied, casting a knowing glance at his daughter. As someone who has been through it all, I must remind you to hold on to good men tightly. Otherwise, they may slip away to someone else. Oh, how vexing. After leaving the Ling residence, Qin Fei made his way directly to Wanxin Plaza. He still held the card gifted by Lin Guangyuan, which, as he had heard, offered a 50% discount. It would be a shame not to utilize it. However, upon arriving at his destination, before he could even enter the mall, he caught sight of a familiar figure seated in a CAF at the entrance. It was Lu Xueqing. Yet, she was not alone. Across from her sat an older man clad in a suit. The older man's gaze wandered over Lu Xueqing repeatedly, his eyes glistening with desire. Could this be her new partner? A frown creased Qin Fei's brow. He could not recall her mentioning anything of the sort. And if she were to find someone, surely it should not be of such caliber. Just as Qin Fei pondered, the man across from Lu Xueqing suddenly stood up, attempting to grasp her hand. However, she deftly withdrew her hand, evading him. Mr. Lu, please conduct yourself with dignity, Lu Xueqing admonished, her brow furrowed. As a saying goes, a house flower cannot compare to a wildflower's fragrance. Rest assured, if you were to be with me, I would provide you with 10,000 yuan each month, far surpassing any job you could hold. What do you say? Lu Ziqiang's eyes sparkled with greed, as if he longed to claim Lu Xueqing right there and then. He vowed to win her over. If you have summoned me today merely to speak of this, then we have nothing further to discuss. Lu Xueqing stood to leave. However, Lu Ziqiang reacted more swiftly. He obstructed the exit of the booth with his body and, with a face full of affection, addressed Lu Xueqing. Are you still angry with me? I admit that my actions that day were impulsive when I struck you. Yet, I have since acknowledged my mistake. If you truly cannot find it in your heart to forgive me, then you are welcome to slap me in return. Come, strike me here. I implore you. He extended his cheek. Slap. As if in response to his heartfelt plea, a resounding slap landed squarely on Lu Ziqiang's face, causing his corpulent body to topple to the ground. Dazed by the sudden impact, Lu Ziqiang saw stars, and his ears rang incessantly. He was utterly stunned. He never anticipated anyone would make such a request. How disgraceful. Shaking his hand, Qin Fei sneered, Who? Which fool dares to hit me? Rising from the ground, Lu Ziqiang's face contorted in fury. Wasn't this your own wish? If I did not retaliate, wouldn't that make you lose face? Qin Fei shrugged. Damn it, do you know who I am? You dare strike me, and I will make you pay dearly. Upon recognizing Qin Fei's voice, Lu Ziqiang raised his hand, ready to retaliate. Yet before his hand could fully ascend, Qin Fei seized it. Why not remain a decent person instead of trying to play the tough guy? Do you think having a bit of money makes you important? If you dare to harass Sister Xueqing again, I will ensure you never feel like a man for the rest of your life. Qin Fei's expression turned icy, the overwhelming pressure making it difficult for Lu Ziqiang to breathe. Nevertheless, he did not relent. Instead, he exerted more force in his grip. Lu Ziqiang gasped in pain, feeling as though his wrist might shatter under Qin Fei's hold. You, fat fool, remember what I said. With that, Qin Fei forcefully shoved him, sending Lu Ziqiang crashing to the ground. You dare strike me? You're finished. Lu Ziqiang glared furiously, pulling out his phone to call for help. Yet at that moment, Lu Xueqing hastily interjected. Mr. Lu, he was merely acting out of impulse. Please, let it go and do not take it to heart. As the other party was her superior with considerable influence, she wished to avoid any trouble for Qin Fei because of herself. If you want me to refrain from calling, then you must come with me. Lu Ziqiang's gaze roamed over Lu Xueqing before he suddenly let out a cold snort. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Seeing that Lu Ziqiang was still plotting, Qin Fei kicked him away and grabbed a nearby iron stool to strike him. Ah! A pained wail echoed as one of Lu Ziqiang's ribs broke under the blow. Damn you! I will not let this go today. Filled with rage, Lu Ziqiang immediately began making phone calls. Chapter 27. Call me daddy and I'll listen to you. Go ahead. I am curious to see what kind of formidable allies you can summon today. Casting a glance at Lu Ziqiang, who was on the phone, Qin Fei remained unfazed. What? Cousin, you're nearby? Excellent. Hurry to the CAF at the mall entrance. Someone is trying to beat me up. After hanging up, Lu Ziqiang's fear of Qin Fei dissipated, and he sneered, Kid, you will not leave here unscathed today. It's fine. I await your reinforcements. As Qin Fei settled into the booth, he downed the coffee on the table in one swift motion, oblivious to the fact that Lu Xueqing's expression had subtly shifted. This cup of coffee was one she had just consumed. However, the thought that Lu Ziqiang had indeed summoned assistance made her anxious. She approached Lu Ziqiang, stating, "Mr. Lu, could we all take a step back regarding today's incident?" "Step back." Lu Ziqiang erupted in fury. "Lu Xueqing, your friend dared to strike me. I hereby officially inform you that you are fired, and you can forget about your salary for this month. And you," he glared venomously at Qin Fei, "I will ensure you understand the consequences of crossing me." Unfortunately, Qin Fei appeared to be impervious to his threats. Instead, he called for the waiter and ordered 2 more cups of coffee. "Sir, perhaps it would be wise for you to leave," the waiter whispered anxiously to Qin Fei, fearing an imminent altercation. "Leave? Why should I depart?" "Rest assured, if any property is damaged, there will be compensation," he replied nonchalantly, savoring his coffee. The waiter, realizing he could not sway Qin Fei, cast a pleading glance at Lu Xueqing. Understanding the situation, she immediately urged, "Qin Fei, his cousin has the numbers. You should really leave. And if I leave, what will happen to you?" Qin Fei calmly inquired, his gaze fixed on Lu Xueqing. "Mr. Lu is merely enraged at the moment. Once his anger subsides, all will be well." "Huh, you underestimate them greatly," Lu Xueqing retorted. After the recent explosion incident, Qin Fei had come to understand a vital truth. Those in power and influence hold no reverence for the law. Angering them could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, having intervened on Lu Xueqing's behalf, he was determined to see it through to the end. "Forget about that old rogue. Let us enjoy our coffee. It costs over 200 a cup. Let's not waste it." "You." Lu Xueqing, looking at Qin Fei, found herself at a loss for words. She was grateful for his support, yet he was still too youthful to grasp the treachery of human nature. She resolved that once help arrived, she would personally apologize to Lu Ziqiang. Damn it, a pair of despicable scoundrels. Lu Ziqiang seethed as he watched Qin Fei and Lu Xueqing ignore him and indulge in their coffee. Fortunately for him, his cousin did not keep him waiting long. After about 3 minutes, a blonde-haired thug stormed in with a group of followers. The lead thug surveyed the surroundings before his gaze settled on Lu Ziqiang. "Cousin, how did you end up in this sorry state?" he inquired as he approached Lu Ziqiang. "It was this brat. Get him." Lu Ziqiang pointed menacingly at Qin Fei, his face contorted with rage. "Just him? I thought it was a crowd," the blonde thug scoffed, swaggering over to Qin Fei and Lu Xueqing's table. "Kid, are you the one who assaulted my cousin?" "He asked me to hit him," Qin Fei replied calmly, taking a sip of his coffee. "Chow, do you still dare to act so arrogantly in my presence?" As he spoke, he was about to strike Qin Fei, but upon catching sight of Lu Xueqing, his eyes lit up and his hand hung, suspended in midair. Men, after all, are often defenseless against beauty. However, instead of uttering a lewd remark, he allowed a fleeting thought to guide him as he retreated to Lu Ziqiang's side. "Cousin, you clashed with that boy for the sake of this woman, did you not?" the blonde-haired man inquired in a hushed tone. "What are you trying to do?" Lu Ziqiang frowned, suspecting that his cousin intended to vie for the woman. "Fear not. I have no intention of stealing her from you. In fact, I could arrange for her to willingly climb into your bed." However, the blonde man grinned widely. "Speak plainly. If you have something to say, then say it. Today, I am determined to incapacitate that fellow." "Very well. I have recently set my sights on an Audi, but I am still short by 200,000. What do you think of this? Once you deal with that boy, I shall provide you with the funds." 200,000 is no trivial amount. Ordinarily, Lu Ziqiang would have thought twice. Yet, more importantly, he yearned for Lu Xueqing's affections. "Haha, indeed. You are a true boss, quite generous." Having secured the promised reward, the blonde man waved his hand and, instantaneously, the dozen or so individuals he brought with him surrounded Qin Fei's table. "Kid, sever an arm, and you may leave," he brazenly declared to Qin Fei. "If you call me daddy, I might consider your words," Qin Fei replied earnestly, setting down his coffee cup. "Damn it, how dare you insult me?" Enraged by Qin Fei's mockery, the blonde man struck out at Qin Fei's head. Yet, Qin Fei responded with swiftness, splashing the coffee from his cup onto the blonde's head. Simultaneously, he pressed down on the opponent's head and slammed it forcefully onto the table. Bang! With a muffled thud, the blonde collapsed to the ground, a gash appearing on his forehead, blood flowing freely. Seeking death, the others gasped in shock and rushed to throw punches. However, the limited space of the booth hindered their movements. In contrast, Qin Fei found it exceedingly simple to deal with them. These petty thugs, in essence, were mere ordinary individuals, lacking any systematic training, relying solely on their numbers to bully the innocent. Thus, Qin Fei was akin to a child roughhousing, dispatching them effortlessly, one punch at a time. Onward! Disable him! At that moment, the fallen blonde felt the blood on his forehead, his eyes turning red with fury. Very well, I shall entertain you all. Rising from his seat, Qin Fei extended his arm, effortlessly lifting one of the men before him. Away with you! With a swift flick of his arm, he hurled the man toward Lu Ziqiang, who stood by, watching the spectacle unfold. What the hell? Did you eat something foul? You're so heavy. Lu Ziqiang, struck by the unexpected assault, staggered, the pain from his fractured ribs searing through him, forcing him to kick the man away. Bang! Bang! Navigating through the crowd, Qin Fei charged forth like a tiger descending a mountain, unstoppable in his path. In confronting these individuals, he couldn't be bothered to employ even the most basic techniques. He simply unleashed a torrent of unrelenting force, overwhelming them with sheer ferocity. In less than a minute, the individuals summoned by Lu Ziqiang lay sprawled on the ground, utterly devoid of combat capability. Beside them, Huang Mao stared in astonishment, rolling his eyes back in feigned unconsciousness. He realized that today they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. This fellow was indeed formidable and uncanny. A bunch of inconsequential beings. Observing the fallen, Qin Fei let out a scornful snort. He did not overly torment them. He merely inflicted a modicum of physical discomfort. Yet, even such discomfort would likely leave them incapacitated for at least a week. At that moment, Qin Fei noticed Lu Ziqiang had scurried to the door, seemingly intent on escaping. Mr. Lu, where do you think you are going? Qin Fei's figure shifted, and he smiled as he blocked Lu's path. Under Qin Fei's gaze, beads of sweat began to form on Lu Ziqiang's forehead. He had not anticipated Qin Fei's ferocity. Single-handedly, he had subdued over 10 men, and Lu's corpulent physique was ill-equipped to withstand such an assault. Meals could wait, but certain matters required immediate resolution. Thud! To Qin Fei's utter surprise, Lu Ziqiang fell to his knees. Brother, I beseech you, spare me. I was foolish enough to covet what I should not have. As he spoke, Lu Ziqiang pretended to slap himself. You certainly deserve punishment, but do you think a mere self-inflicted slap will absolve you? With that, Qin Fei's knee forcefully struck Lu's shoulder. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of dislocated bone, Lu Ziqiang's face turned ashen, yet he dared not cry out. This is merely a small lesson for you. Should you dare to harass Sister Xueqing again, the consequences will be far graver than today. Qin Fei's gaze was icy, penetrating the very essence of Lu and sending shivers down his spine. For the first time, Lu Ziqiang realized that a person's eyes could exude such chilling indifference. Yes, yes, I shall never dare again. Lu, kneeling and repeatedly bowing his head, had completely shed any semblance of authority. He appeared utterly terrified of Qin Fei. Thank you for your mercy. Hearing this, Lu Ziqiang felt as if he had received a royal pardon and hastily produced a bank card, presenting it before Lu Xueqing. There are 10,000 in this card. The excess shall serve as compensation for your emotional distress. Following this, he reimbursed the CAF for damages and scurried away, abandoning even his cousin. The old rogue is now frightened. We may take our leave. Observing Lu Xueqing still in a state of shock, Qin Fei spoke. You actually defeated everyone. Gazing at the moaning individuals scattered across the floor, Lu Xueqing was utterly astonished. Thankfully, they did not demand medical expenses. Otherwise, Qin Fei would have been liable for an exorbitant sum. What has done is done. Look at them. Who dares seek revenge? Not a soul. Under Qin Fei's piercing gaze, Huang Mao and the others trembled and shook their heads. One man had toppled them all. Who would dare to provoke such a fierce individual? Are you tired of living? Regardless, thank you for today. Exiting the CAF, Lu Xueqing addressed Qin Fei. The harassment from Lu had persisted for far too long, and now it had finally been eradicated. Forget it, Qin Fei suddenly said. Since I'm here alone and feeling bored at them all, why not accompany me? All right, Lu Xueqing agreed. Having recently resigned from her job and finding herself with ample free time, as they strolled together, Qin Fei's vanity was significantly gratified, drawing envious glances from numerous onlookers. Yet, he paid them no heed. After all, they could only observe from afar, their desires unfulfilled. Sister Xueqing, I believe this outfit suits you remarkably well, Qin Fei remarked, as he selected a dress from the racks. Sir, your taste is impeccable, the shop assistant chimed in with a smile. This piece is crafted by an internationally renowned designer, exuding elegance and sophistication, perfectly suited for your girlfriend. Ah, Never mind. Lu Xueqing quickly shook her head upon hearing the designer's name, her gaze having discreetly scanned the price tags, all of which exceeded her monthly salary. Such luxury felt far beyond her reach. She could not afford to ruin it. Come on, try it on. One tea cost you anything, Qin Fei encouraged, casting a knowing glance at the shop assistant. Indeed, I believe with your figure, miss. It will look stunning on you. The assistant cleverly echoed Qin Fei's sentiment. All right, I suppose I'll give it a try. No woman can resist the allure of beauty. Although the dress was expensive, it was undeniably exquisite, and Lu Xueqing felt a surge of eagerness. After all, if it didn't suit her, she simply wouldn't purchase it. Moments later, Lu Xueqing emerged from the fitting room. Qin Fei's breath caught in his throat. If Lu Xueqing had previously been merely a beautiful woman, she now radiated a goddess-like aura. The fitted dress accentuated her curvaceous figure impeccably. With a touch of makeup, she would undoubtedly dazzle everyone around her. Truly, the adage clothes make the man held its weight. Absolutely stunning. It appears as though it was tailored just for you, the shop assistant exclaimed, marveling at Lu Xueqing's beauty and form. Stunning my foot. Tell her to take it off. I'm buying it. A discordant voice interrupted from the entrance, followed by a heavily made-up woman, Qian, who entered while clutching the arm of a middle-aged man. Her gaze was rife with jealousy, for she was Lu Xueqing's colleague. Though she possessed a certain charm, it paled in comparison to Lu Xueqing's allure, inciting deep resentment within Qian. Lu Xueqing, Qian's male companion, who recognized Lu Xueqing, displayed a look of astonishment. He was a subordinate of Lu Ziqiang and one of the company's vice presidents, having pursued Lu Xueqing in the past. He had been rebuffed by her fierce demeanor and had ultimately settled for Qian instead. As he gazed at the stark contrast between the two women, a twinge of regret washed over him. Darling, I too desire that dress, yet Qian whimsically pleaded, entwining her fingers with his. The exorbitant price of the attire loomed large in his mind, signaling his reluctance to indulge her request. No, today I must acquire the very dress she wears. Otherwise, I shall confront your wife. Upon hearing this, the man's forehead bore the marks of tension, as he felt cornered by her demand. The thought of his nagging spouse at home instilled a fleeting sense of trepidation in him, prompting him to address the sales assistant. Please wrap up that dress for me. He gestured towards the elegant gown adorning Lu Xueqing. Thank you, darling. We shall reserve a room shortly, and I will attend to you splendidly, Qian exclaimed, her joy palpable as she rose onto her toes to plant a kiss on him. Please hold on. We only have this piece on display, the sales assistant replied, her excitement evident as she realized they were genuinely interested in the purchase, knowing a commission of at least 2,000 awaited her. However, Qian's next words halted her in her tracks. Are you deaf? I wish to buy the dress this woman is wearing. What use is the stock in the storeroom? She asserted, her tone commanding. The items in the storeroom are identical to what this lady is wearing. Silence. I demand only the one on her. Qian snapped, her voice laced with authority. The sales assistant, clearly inexperienced in such confrontations, appeared flustered and uncertain. Just then, another woman entered the shop. Spotting her, the sales assistant hurried over, whispering, Manager, you've arrived just in time. They're quarreling over the dress this lady is wearing. She pointed towards Qin Fei and the others. Oh, such a situation exists? The store manager expressed her surprise. Manager, I have my eye on that lady's dress. Compel her to remove it, Qian boldly declared, pointing at Lu Xueqing. The storeroom is full of dresses. There's no need for contention, the manager remarked, her brow furrowing slightly. Absolutely not. I want this one. As she spoke, Qian's demeanor shifted to one of derision, adding, Let me enlighten you. This woman is utterly impoverished and cannot afford such luxuries. And as for that man, she cast a disparaging glance at Qin Fei. He appears as though he's just stumbled in from the countryside. I doubt he can afford it either. You dare say I cannot afford it? Qin Fei retorted with a cold smirk, preparing to unveil his VIP card. Yet, at that moment, the store manager approached Lu Xueqing, stating, Madam, please remove the dress. They have already made the purchase. The manager's tone, though seemingly conciliatory, bore the weight of an ultimatum. Lu Xueqing's complexion drained of color, her body trembling slightly. She could forego the dress, but to be forcibly made to remove it was a personal affront. Manager, is this truly appropriate? The sales assistant murmured, voicing her concerns. Regrettably, the manager remained unmoved, chastising the assistant. Do you dictate the terms of this establishment, or do I? Hearing this, the assistant bit her lip, silenced by the realization that the authority did not rest with her. Such a worthless piece of trash. I can't afford it. And trying it on? If it gets dirty, Can you compensate for that? You deserve nothing more than street vendor goods. Nie Qian scoffed from the side. Madam, I shall reiterate. Please remove the garment voluntarily. The female store manager insisted once more. In that moment, she appeared utterly lost and helpless. Is this how you conduct business? At that moment, Qin Fei stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Xueqing, and addressed the store manager coldly. I apologize, but we are all professionally trained. If you are genuinely interested in purchasing, I would naturally welcome you. However, should you wish to cause a disturbance, I will not hesitate to respond. While the manager's words seemed reasonable, Qin Fei detected a palpable disdain in her tone. Indeed, he and Lu Xueqing might not appear to be affluent at first glance. Yet the manager's lack of decorum incensed him. A typical case of looking down upon others. It seemed she was intent on provoking him. Do you truly wish to challenge me today? Qin Fei enunciated each word with precision, his fury teetering on the brink of eruption. How laughable. I wonder where this impoverished kid came from. The clothing here is priced in the tens of thousands. Can you truly afford it? Nie Qian could not suppress a mocking laugh. Huh, not only can I afford it, but I could purchase every item in this store. Do you believe me? Qin Fei's audacious claim nearly caused Nie Qian to burst into laughter. Are you not afraid of your own audacity? If you could buy all the clothes, I would immediately kneel and call you father. The store's inventory certainly consisted of no fewer than 200 pieces, and at an average price of 15,000 each. It would amount to 3 to 4 million. Qin Fei reeked of mediocrity. Who would believe he could afford such a sum? Indeed, boasting without any foundation. Do you think you are the richest and on high? The man accompanying Nie Qian sneered. He, too, had achieved a modicum of success, with assets in the millions. Yet he would feel the pinch if compelled to purchase so many garments. Qin Fei's bravado was simply absurd. Sir, please remove the clothing and leave, or I shall summon security. The female manager was rapidly losing her patience. Having managed this store for years, she had developed a keen eye. She had encountered many who masqueraded as ordinary individuals. Yet no matter how they presented themselves, the essence of wealth was unmistakable. Moreover, Qin Fei wore no fine watch, and even his hair appeared unkempt. Could a wealthy individual truly be so disheveled? Thus, she had already concluded that he was merely boasting. Well, it seems you, the store manager, have reached your limits today. Qin Fei chuckled coldly as he produced the VIP card gifted to him by Lin Guangyuan, along with his bank card. With this card, I will purchase every item in the store. Qin Fei declared to the sales associate. Sir, what do you intend to do with such a vast number of garments? The associate inquired, taking both cards. Nothing much. I have plenty of money, one outfit for each day. The trio, with their condescending gazes, awaited a spectacle, but Qin Fei would not grant them the satisfaction. Swipe it. Let's proceed. At this moment, the female store manager began instructing the sales associate to process the card payment. She was acutely aware that Qin Fei intended to intimidate her into retreating. But that was utterly impossible. She had no faith that Qin Fei possessed such wealth. Very well, authority prevails. And the sales associate had no choice but to obediently proceed with the transaction. If the funds failed to materialize shortly, she was eager to witness how he would extricate himself from this predicament. Nie Qian crossed her arms, exuding an air of confidence. However, in the next instant, the machine emitted a series of beeping sounds, and receipts began to spew forth like a malfunctioning device. Was it successful? Witnessing this, both Nie Qian and the store manager gasped in astonishment. Don't forget to process the other card, Qin Fei reminded the sales associate. He was well aware of the balance on his cards, but he didn't wish to waste the prestigious card gifted by Lin Guangyuan. Upon hearing this, the sales associate promptly swiped the second card. She recognized that the mall had previously distributed a batch of discount cards upon its opening, but she had never encountered one like the one in Qin Fei's possession. When the card was swiped, her eyes widened in disbelief as it displayed a staggering 50% discount. The sales associate could hardly believe her eyes. Typically, a standard VIP card would yield a 5% discount, and she had only seen cards that offered a 10% reduction at most. Yet, the card Qin Fei presented granted an outright half-price discount. What caliber of card was this? Manager. Just as Qin Fei finished processing the VIP card, an employee in one of the mall's offices shouted urgently. What is it? The manager rushed over. Someone just used a Supreme VIP card in our mall. Which store? We must pay a visit immediately. Upon hearing the term Supreme VIP card, the manager perked up. Inside the clothing store, a hush fell over the scene as the card transaction was successful. Perhaps apart from Qin Fei himself, no one believed there could be such substantial funds on the card. What a fool to spend so much on clothes. It's utterly laughable. Nie Qian chuckled heartily after a brief moment of distraction. However, as soon as she spoke, the man beside her wrenched his hand free and retorted, "What are you laughing at? Keep your mouth shut. Who could afford to flaunt such wealth and engage in a standoff with them, if not someone extraordinary?" At that moment, he regretted mocking Qin Fei. "Sir, your total expenditure amounts to 2,210,000. Here is your receipt." The sales associate presented a lengthy receipt to Qin Fei. Her eyes filled with admiration, envisioning a man willing to spend such a fortune on clothing for his beloved. If only such a man were a boyfriend. Suddenly, the female store manager snatched the receipt away with a cold sneer, declaring, "The items in this store were all curated by me and are worth at least 4 million. How can you only charge 200,000? Are you colluding with him to embezzle company property?" Her gaze was icy, laced with accusation. And no, that is not true. The female sales assistant was taken aback when the store manager unexpectedly placed such a heavy blame upon her. She quickly explained, "This gentleman used a VIP card that grants a 50% discount. A half-price VIP card? You must be jesting." The store manager instinctively wanted to lash out, but abruptly recalled a phrase once uttered by her former manager. The Lin Group had indeed issued a few supreme half-price VIP cards, each holder being regarded as one of the most esteemed patrons of their establishment. Encountering such a cardholder was akin to meeting the chairman himself. In an instant, her complexion turned ashen, as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 30. Even the gods would want to strike you. Just then, as the store manager felt a chill coursing through her body and was at a loss for what to do, a group of individuals hurriedly rushed in from outside, led by none other than the manager of the mall, the highest visible authority. "Where's the holder of the supreme VIP card?" the manager inquired upon arrival. "Is it you?" He approached Nie Qian and her companion, questioning them. However, the man beside Nie Qian, terrified, quickly pointed at Qin Fei and said, "It is this gentleman." In that moment, his voice carried a tone of reverence. Clearly, he was also aware of the Lin Group's prestigious VIP card. "Greetings. I am the general manager of this mall. My name is—" "Your name is of no consequence to me. I believe you are unfit to hold the position of manager, and I will personally relay this to Lin Guanyuan." Qin Fei interrupted him directly. Upon hearing this, the manager's face paled, and his outstretched hand hovered in midair. "Why is that?" he stammered. He did not know Qin Fei and had not wronged him, but the weight of Qin Fei's words struck fear into him. "Why don't you inquire about what transpired here?" Qin Fei replied nonchalantly. "Tell me, what exactly occurred?" The manager, not being foolish, immediately turned his gaze towards the female store manager. I. The store manager was now flustered. She realized she had entangled herself with a formidable figure and trembled as she spoke. "What do you mean, I? You speak." The manager directed his attention towards the female sales assistant. Unlike the store manager, the sales assistant had no reservations and recounted the events as they had unfolded. Once she finished her account, the store manager's legs buckled and she collapsed onto the floor. She understood that her fate was sealed. The manager would undoubtedly not let her off the hook. Indeed, the manager was now furious and began to berate her. "What a despicable fool who looks down on others. I have long made it clear that anyone who enters this mall to shop is our esteemed guest. Yet you have the audacity to treat them this way behind my back. From this moment forth, pack your belongings and leave. I will also inform all your peers in Anhai City to refuse your employment in the future. No, I have worked diligently in this store for 7 years to attain my current position. I beg you, do not be so ruthless." The store manager clung to the manager's leg, sobbing uncontrollably. But the manager showed no leniency and kicked her away. "Get her out of here. And these two as well. Add them to the mall's blacklist." The manager then turned his ire towards Nie Qian and her companion. "On what grounds? We are the consumers, your deities. How dare you treat me this way?" Nie Qian exclaimed vehemently. "Deities?" The manager replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance in her direction. "You shamelessly play the role of a mistress, and you dare to speak of deities to me? I dare say even the heavens would rise from their slumber to chastise you for such audacity." With that, he dismissed Nie Qian and turned his attention to the corpulent man beside her. "Which company do you represent?" I. Suddenly, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The man was well aware that with the backing of the Lin Group, dealing with a mere vice president was child's play. In that moment, he decided to take matters into his own hands and slapped Nie Qian across the face. "You wretched woman, apologize to Lu Shiweqing immediately, or I swear I shall end you." "Why you would strike me for Lu Shiweqing?" Nie Qian gasped in disbelief, clutching her face. "Refuse to apologize, and I assure you, I will carry out my threats. The man, initially reluctant to shop, had been dragged along by Nie Qian's relentless pleas. Now, with her having stirred such a tumult, he dared not associate with her any longer. How dare you? You 3-second man! I shall fight you. Nie Qian was no easy opponent. With a furious roar, she lunged at the man, and a scuffle ensued. Quickly remove them. They are disrupting our business. The manager's expression turned icy as he ordered their expulsion. Once they were gone, he hurriedly approached a female sales associate. Well done today. I hereby appoint you as the store manager. Really? The sales associate felt as though a pie had fallen from the sky and struck her. She was utterly dizzy with disbelief. The manager's annual salary was no less than 400,000, a considerable leap from her current earnings. Realizing this, she cast a grateful glance at Qin Fei, understanding that the manager's decision was to curry favor with him. After all, how could a mere employee with less than a year of service ascend to such a position? Do not regard me with such awe. It is well deserved. Qin Fei remarked with a knowing smile. Sir, I sincerely apologize for today's events. You need not purchase all the clothing in the store. The fees we collected will be fully refunded, the manager expressed with contrition. What about the outfit she is wearing? Qin Fei gestured toward Lu Xueqing. Ah, that is a complimentary gift from our store. Moreover, anything you fancy today is yours to take, provided this incident remains undisclosed to Mr. Lin. His superior was Ling Guangyuan, and should he learn of today's unpleasantness, the manager's position could very well be in jeopardy. Thus, he sought to appease Qin Fei, knowing that any expenses incurred would have to be deducted from his own salary. In that moment, he felt a deep-seated animosity toward the recently appointed female store manager. Very well, I shall not be courteous then. When opportunity knocks, one must seize it. Besides, should I refuse, they may harbor resentment toward me. Accompanied by the manager, Qin Fei and Lu Xueqing selected a total of 6 outfits, 2 for each of them, along with 2 sets for little Cici. In total, the 6 outfits amounted to nearly 100,000. Fortunately, Qin Fei refrained from further selections. Otherwise, the financial burden would have only escalated. Upon returning to the mall, the manager immediately expressed his indignation, lamenting the significant financial loss incurred that day. Isn't this approach rather inappropriate? Lu Xueqing quietly inquired as they stood at the entrance of the mall, observing the multitude of bags Qin Fei carried. What's wrong with it? Had I not fortuitously known the CEO, do you think we would have faced a better outcome? Qin Fei replied dismissively. So, let's not dwell on it. Consider it as merely picking up something from the ground. If acquiring luxury items were as simple as that, I doubt anyone would still be working, Lu Xueqing retorted, rolling her eyes. Who exactly are you, Qin Fei? As they descended the steps of the mall, Lu Xueqing suddenly voiced the question that had been weighing on her mind. Please tell me, what is your true identity? Are you a second-generation rich kid? Or a third generation? You are truly remarkable, she remarked. Just then, her phone rang, and upon answering, she gasped. What did you say? Cici got into a fight at school. Chapter 31. The Scandal Among Educators. A fight? Surely, there must be some mistake. Qin Fei responded, taken aback by Lu Xueqing's words. How could such a well-behaved and sensible girl like Cici engage in a brawl? I don't have all the details yet, but the teacher has informed me that I must come immediately. Otherwise, Cici risks expulsion. I shall accompany you, Qin Fei offered, concerned for the well-being of the mother and daughter. Very well, Lu Xueqing agreed after contemplating his offer. While she could tolerate personal setbacks, she would not permit anyone to bully her daughter. After approximately 15 minutes, they finally arrived at the school. Where's Cici? Qin Fei inquired. The teacher said she is in her office. Let us proceed then. The office was located on the 2nd floor of the teaching building. As they approached, they could already hear a voice inside, raising its tone in reprimand. Ma Tao merely kissed you. Was it necessary to strike him? The speaker, a woman in her 30s named Jilan, wore gold-framed glasses that gave her the appearance of a typical educator. She was Cici's homeroom teacher, yet she was notorious for her fiery temperament, instilling fear in many male teachers. He not only kissed me, but also insulted me, calling me an illegitimate child without a father, which is why I scratched his face. Little Cici replied, her head bowed, an expression of grievance etched on her face. However, her endearing demeanor did not soften Jilan's heart. Instead, it only intensified her anger. The audacity to argue back at such a young age. Ma Tao has claimed that you were the one who seduced him, yet you still refuse to admit it? Such a young girl. Why don't you learn the right way? Hearing these words, Qin Fei outside the door was instantly enraged. What sort of teacher speaks such nonsense? I did not. Lu Cici stubbornly shook her head. The witnesses are right here. Could it be that Ma Tao would lie? As she spoke, She yanked Lu Cece, causing the young girl to stumble precariously. Just wait until your mother arrives. Let us see how she deals with you. I'm already here, but I want to strike my daughter. At that moment, Lu Xueqing entered the office with a stern expression. Mom. Upon seeing Lu Xueqing, Lu Cece rushed over, only to soon notice Qin Fei standing behind her mother, which filled her with even more joy. Dad, you arrived just in time. Your daughter has seduced a male classmate, bringing disgrace and shame upon us, tarnishing my reputation. Jilan sneered as she glanced at Lu Xueqing. However, recalling something, she quickly pulled Ma Tao forward, insisting, this child's face has been scratched by your daughter. You must at least compensate him 1,000 yuan before you leave. And what if we refuse to pay? Qin Fei stepped forward, a cold smirk on his face. Who do you think you are? Jilan shot a dismissive glance at Qin Fei, mocking him. I am your father. With that, Qin Fei delivered a resounding slap to Jilan, causing her to spin several times in place, dazed. Words are one thing, but parents should not resort to violence. Several teachers in the office chimed in. Indeed, they added, this lunatic bullies children, yet now you all emerge as heroes? Truly, you are exemplary teachers, Qin Fei remarked with a sardonic smile. Faced with Qin Fei's mockery, the teachers wore awkward expressions. It was not that they were unwilling to help. Jilan's husband was the head of the office, and they could not afford to offend him. Had it not been for this, Jilan's usual conduct would have long led to her dismissal from the school. What is wrong with hitting you? If you continue with your nonsense, I shall tear your mouth apart. Zilan Vito. That's right, your father is in prison. You are nothing but a bastard. At this moment, Ma Tao, standing not far away, let out a cold laugh. Upon hearing the boy's words, Qin Fei nearly kicked him but restrained himself, considering the boy's tender age. What kind of parents could raise such a foul-mouthed little rascal? Teacher G, I demand an explanation for today's incident. Lu Xueqing said, taking a deep breath as she looked at her daughter's pitiful expression. Explain what? The facts are laid bare. Your daughter is shameless, seducing a male classmate. Enough. Lu Xueqing interjected suddenly, her voice rising in anger. As a teacher, you should embody the virtues of education. I once held you in high regard, believing you to be a good teacher, but never did I expect you to be such a person. With someone like you, it's no wonder that no good students emerge. Then why don't you just transfer schools? Such shameless students, I have no desire to teach. Jilan scoffed. Son, where's my precious son? At that moment, the unmistakable sound of high heels echoed down the corridor, and a heavily made-up woman rushed in, immediately embracing Ma Tao. Ma Tao's mother, you arrived just in time. This scoundrel accused me of slander and even claimed that your son is a bastard. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jilan pointed at Qin Fei, her voice rising in indignation. Though she could not contend with Qin Fei herself, many were willing to deal with him. What? The woman's fury was ignited by those words. You dare to insult my son, calling him a bastard? She stood up, pointing a finger at Qin Fei, hurling accusations. A child born without guidance. What else could that be but a bastard? Qin Fei retorted. Well, do you even know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe I won't have you dealt with? Ma Tao's mother was brazen, behaving like a shrew. Go ahead. Summon as many as you like. I'll face them all, Qin Fei replied, taking a seat on a nearby stool. He felt as though misfortune had befallen him today, with troubles arising one after another. Fine, just wait. Ma Tao's mother could hardly endure Qin Fei's arrogance, and promptly made a call. Hello. Your son is being bullied at school. You better hurry over. If you're late, just be prepared to collect his remains. With that, she hung up, seething with anger. Ma Tao's mother, please don't be upset. This little scoundrel will soon regret his actions, Jilan said coldly, fixing her gaze on Qin Fei. Chapter 32. Entangled in one's own web. Which scoundrel dares to harm my wife's son? The people Ma Tao's mother had called did not keep Qin Fei waiting long. Within about 10 minutes, a burly man arrived at the office door, flanked by a crowd of nearly 20 individuals. Among them was another well-dressed man, Jilan's husband. Dear, are you all right? He approached Jilan swiftly, concern etched on his face. Why did you arrive only now? I was nearly beaten to death. Jilan complained, lightly punching his chest. I was held up by some urgent matters, he lied. In truth, he had heard of his wife's predicament several minutes prior. But being of slight stature, he hesitated to confront the trouble, waiting until Ma Tao's father arrived before accompanying him. A classic case of bullying the weak. I don't care. I have suffered such a great loss today. Draft a report immediately. I demand the expulsion of that little wild child, Lu Cece. There was a glint of vengeful determination in Jilan's eyes. All right, don't fret. I I will take care of it shortly. Jilan's husband nodded repeatedly. However, just as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly flew past him, crashing heavily against the wall. It was Jilan. You have gravely insulted the sacred profession of teaching. I believe you are unworthy to be regarded as human. Qin Fei's voice was cold as he stood where Jilan had just been. Chow, you dare to strike my wife in my presence? Witnessing his wife being sent flying, Jilan's husband swung his fist towards Qin Fei. Unfortunately for him, his punch was caught midair by Qin Fei. To endure such a woman, I truly admire your resilience, Qin Fei remarked, casually tossing the man towards Jilan, who had just managed to rise from the ground. This young man certainly possesses audacity. Does he not regard us at all? Scoffed Ma Tao's father as he approached. What do you think you are? Qin Fei shot a cold glance at him, responding with indifference. Damn, it seems I must show you what true power looks like. Ma Tao's father retorted, shedding his outer garment to reveal his well-toned muscles. Darling, I shall break every limb of this brat. Let him beg for mercy on his knees. Ma Tao's mother snarled from the side. Rest assured, I will ensure he leaves here on a stretcher. Ma Tao's father cracked his knuckles, completely dismissing Qin Fei's presence. He believed he could easily take on 10 such foes, especially with his entourage accompanying him. However, he failed to notice the slight flicker of unease in the eyes of those he had brought along, particularly a bandaged individual who instinctively began to retreat. He was Lu Ziqiang's cousin, who had been harboring his own frustrations and sought an opportunity to vent, but little did he expect to encounter the formidable Qin Fei. At that moment, he felt like weeping. His luck had truly run out. Enough chatter, bring it on. Qin Fei beckoned provocatively to Ma Tao's father. Seeking death. Ma Tao's father, a martial artist with a short temper, charged at Qin Fei with a powerful shoulder tackle. He had used this move to defeat countless opponents. For someone of Qin Fei's stature, not only would he not survive, but he would likely be gravely injured. Be careful. Lu Xueqing gasped in alarm. Yet, Qin Fei remained motionless, allowing the collision to occur. Bang! With a resounding thud, Ma Tao's father was violently rebounded, collapsing to the ground, his face ashen. His scapula had fractured. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had collided with an unyielding iron wall. Is this what you call seeking death? Qin Fei asked, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Ma Tao's father. Yellow hair, why are you all still standing there? Attack! Ma Tao's father roared, his pride wounded by the recent humiliation. Yet no one moved. Yellow hair particularly chimed in, what do you mean attack? I may not be a paragon of virtue, but I will not stoop to the cowardly act of ganging up on someone. How dare you? Ma Tao's father seethed internally. Was it not their usual modus operandi to rely on their numbers? Had they taken leave of their senses today? Yellow hair, did you take my husband's money and refuse to act? Do you not honor the code of the underworld? Ma Tao's mother spat vehemently. Unfortunately, Yellow hair did not even spare her glance, sneering, what money? Do not utter baseless accusations against virtuous individuals. The money was willingly given by your husband for our tea. Moreover, your husband is robust enough. Does he truly require our assistance? We merely took a stroll after our meal, didn't we, gentlemen? Indeed, more than half of the crowd has suffered losses at the hands of Qin Fei, and they still feel the pain. Huang Mao is currently attempting to distance himself from them. How could they not agree? Nodding in unison? Come here. Suddenly, Qin Fei beckoned to Huang Mao. Upon hearing this, the smile on Huang Mao's face froze, and he hurriedly jogged to Qin Fei, asking, Sir, what is your command? Did you not just express a desire to walk off your meal? Would you like my assistance? Qin Fei squinted and inquired. No need. At this, sweat dripped from Huang Mao's forehead, infecting his wound and causing him to grimace in pain. Huang Mao, do you know them? Ma Tao's father seemed to discern something, his expression shifting. I'm hardly worthy of knowing such a distinguished gentleman. Rather, it is you who foolishly seeks revenge against him. I see you are tired of living. Huang Mao's eyes glimmered with danger. You scoundrel, if you refuse to help, return my money. Ma Tao's father ground his teeth in rage. We have spent it all on tea. What do you expect me to return? This? Huang Mao raised his fist in a threatening manner. Huang Mao, this couple intends to break my limbs. Since you have accepted the payment, you know what to do next, right? At that moment, Qin Fei placed a hand on Huang Mao's shoulder and stated calmly, I understand. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Huang Mao was well aware of Qin Fei's reputation. If he did not comply, he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. As the saying goes, better a friend die than a monk. Who knew these fools would offend someone they ought not to? Sister Xueqing, let's take our leave. Qin Fei wished to shield little Cici from any gruesome sights and turned to Lu Xueqing. Very well. Lu Xueqing grasped Qin Fei's intention and immediately picked up Lu Cici. Meanwhile, The crowd instinctively parted to create a path for the three of them. Before they could venture far, a piercing scream erupted from the office behind them. "What do you scoundrels intend to do? You will soon find out." As the words were spoken, the office was suddenly filled with blood-curdling screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Deservedly so. Hearing the cries, Lu Xueqing cursed under her breath. It was evident that today's events had genuinely angered her. Chapter 33. Let go of my mother. Upon returning home, Qin Fei eagerly retrieved the clothes he had purchased for little Cece at the mall. It must be said that despite her tender age, little Cece has perfectly inherited her mother's virtues. These garments seemed tailor-made for her, making her feel like a princess. "Wow, these clothes are stunning." Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, little Cece exclaimed, "Yes, you shall wear such beautiful attire every day." Qin Fei nodded in satisfaction. "Do not spoil the child," Lu Xueqing admonished, casting a reproachful glance at Qin Fei. "Ancient wisdom suggests that girls should be raised in affluence, and I believe I am on the right path," Qin Fei remarked with utmost seriousness. Little did he know that his words led Lu Xueqing's thoughts astray. Was he implying that he intended to co-parent Cece with her? After lunch, Lu Xueqing set out to find a new school for Lu Cece, while the idle Qin Fei remained at home, diligently practicing the condensation chi technique. By the time he concluded his training, night had already fallen. An unsettling feeling crept over Qin Fei. Let go of my mother." Just as confusion enveloped Qin Fei's mind, a piercing scream echoed from outside the villa. Activating his vision, he beheld several men gripping Lu Xueqing by the shoulders, while Lu Cece, terrified, screamed from the sidelines. "You little brat, what are you screaming for? Do you believe I will cut out your tongue and feed it to the dogs?" A man, his face marred by acne, barked menacingly. Intimidated by his threat, Lu Cece fell silent, her gaze fixed on the villa, hoping for Qin Fei to emerge and rescue them. You owe us a considerable sum of money. What do you intend to do about it?" The acne-ridden man snorted, his lecherous gaze roving over Lu Xueqing. Due to his appearance, ordinary women avoided him, and even when he saw companionship, he was met with disdain. Upon laying eyes on the strikingly beautiful Lu Xueqing, he immediately entertained unsavory thoughts. "I have no money," Lu Xueqing replied. "As the saying goes, a husband's debts are repaid by his wife. Your man owes us over 200,000. If you lack funds, then you can repay with your flesh." He leered, his face twisted in a grotesque grin that made Lu Xueqing's stomach churn. How could such a loathsome individual exist in this world? How can you afford to live in a villa, yet claim you cannot produce a mere 100,000? I believe you are deliberately trying to evade your debts. One of the acne-ridden man's lackeys stammered, seemingly expending every ounce of energy to utter those words. "Damn it. Every time I hear you speak, I feel my prostate acting up. Just shut up." The acne-faced man slapped his lackey on the head, scolding him harshly. "I am innocent." The lackey whimpered, bewildered as to why his superior had struck him. "Whoever owes the debt should be the one to repay it. This has nothing to do with me. I've already divorced that scoundrel," Lu Xueqing said, her expression cold. "For divorce? I have investigated. The court has yet to finalize the divorce decree. You are still legally his wife. Therefore, you must repay the over 200,000 today. If you cannot produce the money, then you shall obediently become my mistress." The acne-ridden man sneered, holding Lu Xueqing firmly in his grip. Just then, the villa's front door swung open, and a black bag was hurled from within, landing precisely at the feet of the acne-ridden man. "Release them and take your money and leave." Qin Fei's calm voice resonated. "Boss, it's the money." One of the acne-ridden man's lackeys hurriedly opened the black bag, exclaiming in delight. "The money involved is no less than 250,000. More than sufficient to settle their debts." However, the acne-scarred man had already set his sights on Lu Xueqing's physique, making it unlikely he would let her go easily. With a swift turn of his eyes, a plan formed in his mind. Qin Fei was still too young. Individuals like him were likely to be wealthy heirs, and a mere few 100,000 might be insignificant to them. Even if he could not possess Lu Xueqing's body today, he intended to extort a substantial sum. "Stepfather, save us." Upon seeing Qin Fei, Lu Cece immediately cried out, "Do not worry. With me here, no one shall take you away." Qin Fei's voice resonated with confidence. Is that all the money you have? Are you begging?" The acne-scarred man sneered. "Your boyfriend borrowed from loan sharks. I misspoke earlier. He incurred this debt a year ago. Following the loan shark's rules of compounding interest, if you wish for me to release her, you must present at least 500,000. 500,000? I thought you were going to demand 5 million. Qin Fei scoffed, a look of disdain in his eyes. He was aware that loan sharks could indeed ruin ordinary people, and he had initially handed over money with the mindset of avoiding further trouble. However, it seemed that the amount he offered was far from satisfying this insatiable beast before him. I understand 500,000 is trivial to you. So let us exchange money for her release, the acne-scarred man proposed. Who said I would trade money for her freedom? Qin Fei regarded him as one would a simpleton. What do you intend to do then? The acne-scarred man cursed angrily. Simply put, release her, and I will spare you the agony of physical suffering. What? What did you say? The acne-scarred man chuckled as if he had heard the greatest joke. I see you are asking for trouble. With that, he drew a spring knife hidden in his pocket and pressed it against Lu Xueqing's neck, demanding, do you want her dead or alive? Speak your mind. The man's actions darkened Qin Fei's expression. He felt further negotiations were futile. Qin Fei, do not encourage their arrogance. They dare not harm me. Lu Xueqing shouted at that moment. Silence. Speak again, and I shall take your life. The acne-scarred man warned as he made a slight cut, blood oozing from the blade. Mom. Seeing this, Lu Cece cried out in panic. Seeking death. Qin Fei had not anticipated that the man would truly act recklessly. With a swift motion, he released several small silver needles that flew through the air. A scream erupted from the acne-scarred man as the knife fell from his hand. Simultaneously, his companions also cried out in agony, having fallen victim to Qin Fei's unseen attack. Chapter 34. I desire a younger brother. Are you all right? After dealing with the assailants, Qin Fei rushed to Lu Xueqing's side, inquiring with concern. Mifine. She touched the blood on her neck and shook her head. Damn it, I will kill you. At that moment, the acne-scarred man launched a surprise attack from behind with his knife. However, it appeared as though Qin Fei's nape had sprouted eyes. With a swift flick of his right foot, the acne-ridden man let out a piercing howl. His body suffered, his legs tightly clasped together as he collapsed on the ground, curling into a shrimp-like position. Had you chosen to take your money and leave, I would not have hindered you. Yet your insatiable greed compelled you to harm Sister Xueqing. With that, Qin Fei's large foot pressed firmly upon the man's face, exerting a forceful shove. Let me go. The acne-ridden man felt as if his skull might shatter beneath Qin Fei's foot. His skin, already raw, bled profusely. He was already disfigured. A scar upon his face would render him unable to face the world. I have always despised those who threaten or harm those dear to me. And you have committed both offenses. How do you suppose I ought to deal with you? Qin Fei lowered his head, his tone icy. Deal with your own mess. Just release me. The acne-ridden man thrashed wildly, but as Qin Fei applied pressure, his desperation transformed into pleas for mercy. Please, spare me. I do not wish to be disfigured. Let me go, or I will have my brother kill you. At that moment, the stuttering lackey approached, brandishing a dagger. However, he was met with a resounding slap. He cried out, several of his teeth flying from his mouth. Remember, debts have a source. Seek out those who owe you. If you dare trouble us again, I assure you your body will meet a similar fate. Qin Fei picked up the fallen dagger of the acne-ridden man, and with a mere flex of his fingers, the blade snapped effortlessly in two. Gulp! Witnessing this, the acne-ridden man's heart raced, his face paling in fear. A steel dagger, so easily broken. Was he human or a specter? Get lost. His courage shattered. He turned to flee, not daring to meet Qin Fei's gaze. As for the money Qin Fei had flung earlier, he would not dare to retrieve it, even with 100 lives. Mother, you are bleeding profusely. After a brief examination of Lu Xueqing's wound, he found it to be a mere abrasion, not involving any arteries. With that, Qin Fei swept Lu Xueqing into his arms. What are you doing? Startled by the sudden embrace, Lu Xueqing gasped, her face flushing crimson. You are injured. Your wound requires attention. Upon returning home, Qin Fei first used water to cleanse the blood from Lu Xueqing's skin, then placed his hand directly over her injury. What are you doing? Lu Xueqing asked, puzzled. You shall know soon enough. For treating such superficial wounds, Qin Fei required no silver needles. Threads of genuine energy flowed from his palm into the wound, visibly shrinking it with each passing moment. Does your hand possess magic? It's so cool and soothing. Lu Xueqing's expression shifted to one of astonished delight. Just lie still. Your injury will heal shortly. Will it leave a scar? Despite being a mother, Lu Xueqing harbored no desire to bear scars, especially on such a conspicuous part of her body as her neck. Rest assured, it won't happen, Qin Fei assured her before he diligently began to tend to her wound. The room fell into a hushed silence, broken only by their synchronized breaths. As she gazed at Qin Fei, Lu Xueqing found herself gradually entranced. His unwavering support throughout the day had enveloped her in an unprecedented sense of security, as if the very presence of this man rendered her impervious to the world's calamities. She wished that time could freeze at this moment, each heartbeat a cherished dream from which she never wanted to awaken. Your wound has healed. Just as Lu Xueqing lost herself in thought, Qin Fei suddenly withdrew his hands. Thank you, she murmured, her cheeks flushed as she shook her head, striving to suppress the tumultuous thoughts swirling in her mind. She was a married woman, and he was still a single young man. She felt unworthy of him. I'll prepare dinner. You can entertain Cece for a while, she said hurriedly, avoiding Qin Fei's gaze as she rushed into the kitchen, fearful that her emotions might compel her to act upon her impulses. Are you not going to check how the wound is healing? Qin Fei called after Lu Xueqing as he watched her retreating figure. I trust your medical skills, she replied. Half an hour later, the meal was served. Qin Fei, pleased with the delicious dishes, focused intently on his meal. Suddenly, Lu Cece, while eating, spoke up. Qin Fei felt a pang of anxiety and promptly asked, Is it true that Mom is renting a place outside? Xueqing, isn't this a bit cruel? Qin Fei couldn't help but direct a concerned glance at Lu Xueqing. It was her own decision, and the school has an excellent reputation. Such incidents should not recur, Lu Xueqing explained. You silly child, Qin Fei thought fondly, as he felt a surge of affection for Lu Cece. She was so remarkably understanding for her age, bearing the burdens of adults. Godfather, don't worry about me. I heard from my classmates that only when we're not around can you have a little brother. I want a brother, Lu Cece blurted out, nearly causing Qin Fei to choke on his soup. I bet that was told to you by a boy. Qin Fei retorted without hesitation. Children should not heed such nonsense. They know nothing. Lu Xueqing chimed in, though she discreetly observed Qin Fei's reaction. Seeing his expression remain largely unchanged left her somewhat disappointed, as Cece's tuition had already been paid and her enrollment secured. Thus, that evening, Qin Fei kept Lu Cece company until 10 o'clock before they retired for the night. The next day, he was awakened by a call from Peng Jun. My dear brother, have you forgotten we are attending the class reunion today? I'm already at the hotel entrance. Where are you? Don't fret. I'll wash my face and be right over, Qin Fei replied before quickly getting out of bed, washing up, and setting off with Lu Xueqing. Chapter 35, The Reunion. 20 minutes later, Qin Fei and Lu Xueqing arrived at the entrance of the Cloud Top Hotel. Why have you brought me to such an upscale hotel? As soon as she stepped out of the car, Lu Xueqing was taken aback by the sight before her. Her demeanor slightly reserved. The Cloud Top Hotel, soaring over 20 stories high, with its exterior entirely clad in glass, exuded an air of sophistication and grandeur. A few young and beautiful receptionists stood at the entrance, and as they noticed the approaching guests, their faces blossomed into smiles that felt like a breath of spring. Truly, it was the most prestigious five-star hotel in Anhai City, a sight to behold. First, you go inside and check into a room. Soon, you will understand, Qin Fei said. Check into a room? Upon hearing Qin Fei's words, Lu Xueqing pressed her lips together. Her cheeks flushed as if they could bleed. Did he think it was inappropriate at home? Was the hotel more thrilling? My dear Xueqing, please do not misunderstand. I have important matters to attend to today. Just rest in the room for a bit. I will call you later, he quickly explained, noticing her expression. Then I shall take a shower and wait for you. Having already been brought to the hotel to check in, Lu Xueqing was hardly convinced by Qin Fei's flimsy excuses and hurriedly lowered her head as she entered the hotel. She had already resolved that she could forego any official title, simply wishing for Qin Fei to treat her well. Oh no, this misunderstanding has escalated. Qin Fei had not anticipated that Lu Xueqing would misconstrue his intentions. Before he could clarify, Peng Jun emerged from a smaller side entrance of the hotel. I say, you are truly slow. Everyone is already here, just waiting for us, Peng Jun complained as he walked, having waited nearly an hour. Are you not aware that the main characters always make their grand entrance last? Qin Fei replied with a serious expression. Go on, if you're the main character. Then I must be the director, Peng Jun jested, then cast a curious glance at the hotel lobby entrance, as he thought he had just seen Lu Xueqing. The person who just entered the hotel looks like that single mother from yesterday, Peng Jun remarked. You must be mistaken, Qin Fei said hurriedly, pushing Peng Jun into the hotel. As a renowned five-star hotel, the Cloud Top Hotel enforced a strict hierarchy. The level of dining available depended on one's status and membership. Ordinary patrons could only enjoy the lobby on the first floor. Management personnel from small companies could apply for a VIP card for dining on the second floor, and so forth. In essence, Many patrons frequented the Cloud Top Hotel not solely for the exquisite cuisine, but for the status it represented, particularly when company executives negotiated collaborations. Leading guests to higher floors served as a testament to their power. It must be said that the Ling family excelled in understanding people's sentiments, which is why the Cloud Top Hotel had thrived since its inception. The banquet hall is on the 8th floor. Let us ascend quickly, Peng Jun suggested. The 8th floor? Qin Fei's brow furrowed slightly, surprised by the class representative's influence. With an invitation code from the class representative, the two were soon guided to a banquet hall on the 8th floor. As Qin Fei approached, he could already hear the cacophony of voices emanating from the private room, filled predominantly with flattery directed at the class monitor. Monitor, I never imagined you could take us to the 8th floor for consumption. I must quickly post this moment on social media to boast, exclaimed a male classmate, his tone brimming with admiration. Heh, it's merely the 8th floor, in truth. I possess a VIP card for the 12th floor, but I left it at home in my haste today, replied Sun Wenwu, the class monitor, his face radiating pride as he pretended to be impressive. Upon hearing this, the sycophantic chatter grew even louder. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and Qin Fei and Peng Jun entered. To the onlookers, it seemed as though the two were invisible. With a slight frown, Peng Jun was taken aback by the blatant disregard shown by these individuals. I told you not to come, yet you insisted, Qin Fei remarked, as if he had anticipated this scenario, shaking his head. Well, we're here now. Let us just eat and leave. With that, Peng Jun took the initiative to approach Sun Wenwu. Monitor, where should Qin Fei and I sit? Upon entering, Peng Jun had noticed that only one seat remained, right next to Sun Wenwu, which was insufficient for the two of them. What's the rush? Can't you see I'm enjoying a lively conversation? Sun Wenwu replied, his expression tinged with displeasure, before resuming his jovial discourse with the others, disregarding Peng Jun entirely. With his facial muscles twitching slightly, Peng Jun was astonished by the outcome. Having invited them over, they were left without a seat, a clear mockery of their predicament. Standing awkwardly, he found himself stuck, unable to leave or stay, and could only force a smile in embarrassment. Seeing this unfold, Qin Fei's expression darkened, and he was about to step forward when several waiters unexpectedly entered with menus, placing one on each table. Come, today I'll treat everyone. Feel free to order, Sun Wenwu cheerfully urged, further ignoring Peng Jun clenching his fists tightly. Peng Jun felt a profound sense of humiliation. Just as he was about to erupt, Qin Fei suddenly pulled him aside and addressed the waiter. Could you please bring us 2 more chairs? Certainly, the waiter replied, well aware that anyone in this establishment was not to be offended, promptly fetching 2 chairs from outside. How thick-skinned can one be? If there is no seat, why not just leave instead of embarrassing oneself here? Someone sneered. Yet, Qin Fei seemed impervious to the mockery. Retrieving a menu from the waiter, we'll have a serving of red wine seared foie gras, along with a portion of golden soup shark fin, and, in one breath, Qin Fei ordered 7 or 8 dishes, all the finest and most expensive on the menu. Particularly notable was the red wine seared foie gras, priced at 5,009, made from pure imported goose liver. But that was not the end. Qin Fei turned to the waiter once more and instructed for the moment. Let us settle on these dishes, and please bring a bottle of red wine for each table. Yes, the one priced at 40,000, the Petrus. At this proclamation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Was Qin Fei out of his mind? Among the throng, Sun Wenwu could not help but twitch his eyelids, cursing under his breath at the audacity displayed. Such an expensive red wine, he usually refrains from indulging in it, coupled with the dishes Qin Fei just ordered. The total must be at least 70 to 80,000, not including service fees. This scoundrel, does he wish for death? Qin Fei, the class monitor, kindly treating everyone, and you deliberately seek to ruin it, don't you? Someone, unable to bear it any longer, scolded. Although it was Sun Wenwu who was treating today, everyone had no intention of overwhelming him. They had ordered relatively affordable homestyle dishes. After all, no one wished to offend Sun Wenwu. Yet Qin Fei, right from the start, created such a scene. Look at what you're saying, the class monitor is generous. What is wrong with treating everyone to fine wine? Or is it that the class monitor cannot bear to do so? Suddenly, Qin Fei's gaze landed on Sun Wenwu's face. Under Qin Fei's scrutiny, Sun Wenwu's expression darkened, realizing that Qin Fei was intentionally digging a pit for him. However, with so many people present, he did not want to lose face by admitting he couldn't afford it, so he could only force a smile and say, Qin Fei is right. Since we're treating everyone to something good, let us not be polite. Waiter, bring a bottle of that red wine for each table. As he spoke, his heart bled. watching a fortune vanish just like that. Wow, the class monitor is so generous. The class monitor is so handsome. The crowd erupted in exclamations. Chapter 36, The Fox's Tale. A bottle of red wine for each table, totaling 4 bottles. Those who had just mocked Qin Fei found themselves presented with the opportunity to taste the exquisite wine, and could only remain silent. Qin Fei, isn't what we're doing a bit ungracious? We've offended everyone. Peng Jun whispered to Qin Fei, his head lowered. What is there to fear? If others respect me a foot, I'll respect them a mile. Weren't you quite bold back in school? Qin Fei glanced at Peng Jun. Yet now, they were in society, not school. Peng Jun felt a bit diminished by Qin Fei's words. Qin Fei himself couldn't comprehend why Sun Wenwu was targeting them. Back in school, he and Sun Wenwu were not familiar, let alone at odds. However, having been humiliated upon his arrival today, he certainly felt compelled to retaliate. The hotel served the dishes swiftly, and as they presented enticing top-tier ingredients, Peng Jun couldn't help but swallow hard. Yet he refrained from picking up his chopsticks, knowing these dishes were far too costly. If Sun Wenwu turned against him later, he wouldn't have enough money to settle the bill. Moreover, this was not merely dining. It was akin to consuming money. Such extravagance. Everyone, please hold off on eating for a moment. Since we are all present today, allow me to take this opportunity to announce some wonderful news. At that moment, Sun Wenwu suddenly stood up, a smile gracing his face. Class monitor, is it some joyous occasion? Someone inquired. Indeed, it is a joyous occasion. And a grand one at that. Sun Wenwu replied with a slight smile. Aren't you all curious about who this seat beside me is reserved for? Let us now invite, with the warmest applause, the star of the evening, our class beauty, Zhu Lily. As Sun Wenwu's voice echoed, the private room door swung open, and a graceful figure clad in an evening gown stepped through the entrance. With an exquisite makeup and a pure white dress, it was undeniable that at this moment, Zhu Lily was the most dazzling focal point of the entire gathering. Many were left speechless. I apologize for keeping everyone waiting. Zhu Lily bowed slightly, reminiscent of the graceful ladies of ancient times. No worries. It's our honor to wait for the class beauty. Isn't it? The crowd chimed in agreement. Please sit here, Sun Wenwu said gallantly, pulling out a chair beside him for Zhu Lily. She took no offense and sat down next to him, intimately linking her arm with his wrist. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was taken aback. Wasn't Zhu Lily Qin Fei's girlfriend? Especially Peng Jun, who sat beside Qin Fei, was wide-eyed in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Old Qin, what is going on here? In his mind, Zhu Lily and Qin Fei had always shared a strong bond, and he had long prepared to celebrate their union. Yet, here was Zhu Lily, showing affection to another man. It seemed she had found a better suitor and had little regard for someone of my humble means. Qin Fei smiled calmly, offering Peng Jun a piece of foie gras. This is quite an expensive delicacy. Enjoy it, don't let it go to waste. How can you still have the leisure to eat? Your woman has run off with someone else. Peng Jun was too anxious to eat, feeling a sense of urgency for Qin Fei. There are plenty of women in the world. Losing one tea in my life. Lu Xueqing, Ling Yun, aren't they all as beautiful as Zhu Lily? Hence, Qin Fei truly didn't hold Zhu Lily in high regard. Just yesterday, she had rushed to the hospital to discuss rekindling their relationship, and today she was cozying up to Sun Wenwu. Indeed, she was a woman of loose morals. Breaking up was undoubtedly the right choice. He also realized why Sun Wenwu had targeted them as soon as they arrived. I hereby declare that Zhu Lily is now my girlfriend. Sun Wenwu stood up, proclaiming with arrogance. Applause erupted as everyone joined in, no longer hesitating. A match made in heaven, with Lily as the class beauty and the class president being a handsome man. Someone blind must compliment them, came a voice from the crowd. In truth, Sun Wenwu's looks paled in comparison to Qin Fei's. Yet, in the minds of many, Sun Wenwu's youth and wealth were incomparable to someone like Qin Fei. Yes, I believe we should toast to our class president, wishing them a lifetime of happiness together. Someone began to cheer, feeding Sun Wenwu's vanity immensely. Meanwhile, Zhu Lily blushed, appearing shy, though her gaze remained fixated on Qin Fei. She was aware that Sun Wenwu was hosting a reunion today. Thus, after leaving the hospital yesterday, she had swiftly contacted him, spending the night in his embrace. Sun Wenwu's family owned a logistics company with assets in the hundreds of millions. Wasn't Qin Fei rather impressive? His million was insignificant in Sun Wenwu's world. With this thought, she shot a venomous glance at Qin Fei, regrettably. He sat with his back to her, rendering her unable to see his expression. Come, let us raise our glasses together. casting a glance towards Qin Fei. Sun Wenwu noticed that the two individuals remained seated, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth, though he chose to momentarily disregard them. It was perhaps for the better to isolate these two. However, after savoring a glass of red wine, he took it upon himself to approach Qin Fei, accompanied by Zhu Lili. Qin Fei, everyone is indulging in drinks, yet you have not even poured yourself a glass. Are you disregarding my presence? Sun Wenwu questioned, kicking the chair beneath Qin Fei as he loomed over him, his tone accusatory. Are we quite familiar? Qin Fei replied coolly. You. Sun Wenwu's gaze fell upon the lavish dishes adorning the table, and he felt an urge to curse. If we're not close, then why order so much? Zhu Lili, do you not have any decency? Old Qin has treated you so well, and yet you repay him with betrayal? At that moment, Peng Jun could no longer contain himself. Springing to his feet, his face ablaze with fury, as if his eyes might emit flames. His indignation was primarily for Qin Fei. Unlike others, he knew how Qin Fei had once nearly exhausted his monthly living expenses to procure a gift for Zhu Lili, resorting to instant noodles for sustenance thereafter. Had it not been for the assistance of their dormitory mates, Qin Fei might have faced starvation. And now, such selfless devotion yielded only a barren field of disillusionment. Peng Jun, mind your own meal. This does not concern you, Sun Wenwu interjected, his brows knitting in displeasure. Let him speak. It's fine, Zhu Lili urged, tugging at Sun Wenwu's sleeve. What a shameless person. We misjudged you. Peng Jun spat defiantly, his contempt palpable. Have you finished? Zhu Lili shot a glance at Peng Jun. Since you have concluded your tirade, allow me to express my thoughts. Every woman possesses the right to pursue her own happiness. If your brother cannot provide me with the joy I seek, why should I not cast him aside and seek another? She emphasized the word cast, seemingly intent on humiliating Qin Fei. Yet he remained as calm as the still waters, seemingly untouched by the unfolding drama, rendering her attempts futile, akin to striking a fist against cotton, devoid of any satisfaction. Indeed, people aspire to ascend while water flows downward. I suspect you two impoverished souls will never grasp this truth, Sun Wenwu remarked with a mocking laugh. At this, Qin Fei instinctively glanced at Zhu Lili, questioning whether she had disclosed the truth to Sun Wenwu. As this thought crossed his mind, he could not help but feel a pang of pity for Sun Wenwu, truly a misguided soul. Chapter 37. You are the target. Damn, what kind of look is that? Sun Wenwu felt uneasy under Qin Fei's gaze and slammed his palm on the table. Simultaneously, several other young men rose, glaring menacingly at Qin Fei, as if awaiting a word from Sun Wenwu to pounce upon him with fervor. Are you saying you have justification for stealing someone else's girlfriend? Peng Jun, seeing the escalating tension, immediately pointed an accusatory finger at Sun Wenwu, his voice rising in indignation. The atmosphere crackled with hostility. You lack the ability to keep your woman and yet blame others for your failures. Peng Jun, are you seeking a beating? Sun Wenwu sneered. I am aware that your family owns a small supermarket. With a mere utterance from me, your establishment could face bankruptcy. Do you dare to believe it? If you possess the ability, then go ahead. Peng Jun retorted boldly, having nothing to lose since his own supermarket had already collapsed, rendering him impervious to threats. Darling, there is no need to waste words on these worthless individuals. We must focus on the matter at hand. At that moment, Zhu Lili suddenly tugged at Sun Wenwu's arm, prompting him to regain his focus. He had promised Zhu Lili that he would teach Qin Fei a lesson today, and amid Peng Jun's incessant provocations, he nearly forgot the primary objective. After all, Zhu Lili had made it clear that if he could handle Qin Fei today, she would indulge him with new pleasures. With that thought igniting a fervor within him, he directed his gaze toward Qin Fei and proclaimed, Qin, I have stolen your girlfriend, yet you show no reaction whatsoever. Are you still a man? What kind of reaction do you expect? Qin Fei glanced at Sun Wenwu and replied, Are you hoping for my congratulations on acquiring a pair of second-hand, no, third-hand, cast-offs? Do you not know how to speak? If you cannot, perhaps you should sew your mouth shut. A male student at the next table retorted angrily. Qin Fei, do not assume you can bully everyone at will. Your arrogance will come at cost. Zhu Lili joined in, infuriated at being referred to as a cast-off. Qin, am I giving you face or what? Do not forget, this is my territory. With a single word from me, you might not even comprehend how your demise unfolds. Sun Wenwu grinned ominously, his malice palpable. Your territory? Qin Fei cast a sidelong glance at him, finding it amusing. When did you become the owner of Yinding Hotel? I had no knowledge of this. I am quite familiar with the hotel owner. We were drinking together just a few days ago. Sun Wenwu spoke with an air of arrogance, his words eliciting gasps from the crowd. They were astonished to discover that the class monitor was so influential, even acquainted with the proprietor of this establishment. With such extensive connections, class monitor, you must assist us in securing some good job opportunities. Rest assured, such trifles are well within my capabilities. Sun Wenwu appeared to revel in the accolades, his gaze toward Qin Fei brimming with disdain. This insignificant individual would not even be worthy of his attention were it not for Zhu Lily's insistence. How could one possess such audacity? Taking advantage of the class monitor's goodwill? Such behavior was on par with that of a bandit, utterly disgraceful. Suddenly, someone let out a cold laugh. Their derision aimed squarely at Qin Fei. Oh, let's not speak so harshly. We all know that Qin Fei's family is not well off. This may very well be his sole opportunity to dine in such a lavish place. So, of course, he must seize the chance to indulge. Let us extend a bit of understanding and tolerance. At this point, Sun Wenwu hastily curtailed the mockery, though his expression was unmistakably mocking. A worthless individual, raised with a father but lacking parental guidance, only knows how to seize small advantages from others. Suddenly, Zhu Lily, sitting beside Sun Wenwu, uttered a remark that caused Qin Fei, who had been eating, to rise abruptly, his expression dark and foreboding. Although he could disregard the mockery from Sun Wenwu and others, Zhu Lily's words struck a deep chord within Qin Fei's heart. Raised in a single-parent household by his mother, he had always reacted fiercely to anyone who dared to label him as illegitimate. Today was no exception. Old Qin, please don't act impulsively. Seeing the terrifying expression on Qin Fei's face, Peng Jun quickly grasped his arm. Sun Wenwu had mentioned knowing the owner of the hotel, and if Qin Fei were to resort to violence here, the consequences could be dire. What? Are you still bold enough to strike me? Gome, itme. Whoever doesn't fight is a coward. Zhu Lily, having ignited Qin Fei's fury, stepped forward, tilting her head provocatively. Qin Fei could easily perceive her ulterior motives. She merely intended to use Sun Wenwu to provoke him. But did he truly care? With a resounding slap, he struck Zhu Lily across the face, exerting at least a third of his strength, sending her sprawling. A tooth flew from her mouth. In that moment, silence enveloped the room. Nobody anticipated that Qin Fei would actually lash out with such ferocity. You dare to hit me? Zhu Lily, clutching her face, felt tears welling in her eyes, appearing pitiful. I aim to strike you. Qin Fei's expression was as dark as stormy waters, devoid of any emotion. You dare to hit my woman? You are courting death. Realizing the situation, Sun Wenwu reacted with fury, raising his fist to strike Qin Fei. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and a staff member responsible for managing the 8th floor entered, carrying a bottle of exquisite red wine. May I ask who is Mr. Sun? His gaze swept across the room as he inquired. I am, Sun Wenwu replied. Greetings, this is a bottle of the 1982 vintage Lafite, sent by the manager. She will come over shortly to toast you. What? Sun Wenwu was initially taken aback, but soon became ecstatically joyful. The hotel manager, the highest authority in the establishment, was sending him wine and would personally come and toast him? Could this signify the onset of his rise to prominence? Overcome with delight, he hurried to the staff member, slipping a wad of cash into his pocket, stating earnestly, please, place the wine down and thank your manager on my behalf. Upon hearing this, the staff member glanced down at the money, his brow furrowing slightly. Someone in his position undoubtedly earned a substantial salary. Was Sun Wenwu's offer of 10,000 merely a pittance? But considering the possibility that the staff member knew the manager, he relented, placing the wine down and exiting the private room. Class monitor, you are truly remarkable. Even the hotel manager is coming to toast you. As soon as the staff member left, the private room erupted with flattery. Oh, it's nothing special. It's simply because their boss isn't present. If he were here, the boss would certainly make time to come in person. Sun Wenwu dismissed, puffing up his chest with bravado. Anyone could see he was reveling in his moment of glory. But who could blame him for having such confidence? Chapter 38. The manager's toast Qin Fei. I will not let this matter rest. Sun Wenwu knew she was reminding him. Under normal circumstances, he would have certainly retaliated against Qin Fei. However, that was not an option now. If the manager were to witness him engaging in violence within the hotel, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. With this thought in mind, he swiftly approached Zhu Lily, pulling her up and saying, Do not fret. The hotel manager will be here shortly. It is unwise to cause a scene, and your injuries will not reflect well on us. Let's find a place for you to hide for now. Am I to suffer in vain? Zhu Lily's face was a portrait of grievance. Rest assured, I will make him suffer more than Zhao Ci's father. Sun Wenwu responded with a sinister grin. No, I must witness him being beaten like a dog. Zhu Lily's hatred for Qin Fei was so profound that she refused to leave. Ultimately, Sun Wenwu, feeling cornered, had no choice but to promise Zhu Lily a compensation of 100,000 yuan, in addition to agreeing to take revenge on Qin Fei, which finally appeased her. Qin Fei, your demise is imminent. Zhu Lily threatened him as she departed. I fear you may perish before I do. Qin Fei retorted. Shall we hasten our departure? The hotel manager is coming to toast Sun Wenwu, and Peng Jun is anxious for your well-being. He gave Qin Fei a gentle push. However, Qin Fei remained seated, indifferent to Peng Jun's concerns. Depart? We have ordered such a lavish feast, it would be a shame to waste it. We must heed the national call for a clean plate. With that, Qin Fei uncorked the red wine, pouring a glass for both himself and Peng Jun. Do not just stand there. Join me for a toast. Qin Fei raised his glass. Why must you be so obstinate? Peng Jun, in a state of agitation, was sweating profusely. Fear not. Let's enjoy our meal while observing the spectacle. An unsophisticated bumpkin. Someone who thought. A cold smirk flickering across his face at Qin Fei's infuriating demeanor. Class monitor, shall we assist you in teaching him a lesson? Sun Wenwu's entourage, eager, inquired. The manager will arrive shortly, so everyone wishes to seize the opportunity to impress him. If they earn Sun Wenwu's favor, their fortunes may rise. No need. Sun Wenwu glanced at Qin Fei and continued. However, once the manager departs, you may do as you please, such as methodically shattering a certain someone's bones. Your task now is to guard the entrance. No one is to leave. I shall remember this favor. Understood. The group responded eagerly, their faces lighting up with delight. Qin Fei's actions against Zhu Lily were a direct affront to Sun Wenwu, and he intended for Qin Fei to pay dearly for it. They were feasting now, but soon enough, he would ensure that Qin Fei would regret it all. Sun Wenwu, though we are classmates, must you be so ruthless? Upon hearing Sun Wenwu's intentions, Peng Jun could no longer remain seated. He stood up, believing Sun Wenwu was capable of such brutality. Haha, have you lost your nerve? Just a moment ago, you were so confident. Sun Wenwu laughed heartily. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly turned sullen as he said, You wish to seek my forgiveness? Very well. I am willing to grant you that opportunity. Kneel and bow your heads in apology. Only then will I consider sparing you. Upon hearing such humiliating words, Peng Jun's face darkened with fury. It is said that a man's knees are made of gold, and Sun Wenwu was indeed going too far. How dare he challenge the squad leader? One would think he should take a moment to reflect on his own capabilities. How laughable. The onlookers began to jeer at the scene. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and a mature woman, elegantly dressed and accompanied by 2 bodyguards, stepped out. She appeared to be in her 40s, exuding an air of authority and grandeur. Her name was Zhou Daiyuan, the general manager of the Yunding Hotel. Since the hotel's inception, she had been at the helm, making her a well-known figure in the business district of Anhai City. The moment her smile faded, Sun Wenwu, who had been preoccupied with the likes of Qin Fei, hurriedly approached her with respect, stating, Manager Zhou, I am Sun Wenwu. In the presence of the esteemed Zhou Daiyuan, he dared not act arrogantly as he did before the 8th floor administrator. Instead, he sought ways to ingratiate himself with her. Zhou Daiyuan acknowledged with a slight nod, which sent waves of joy through Sun Wenwu's heart. She truly recognized him. It was worth noting that even his father could not curry favor with someone of her stature. Realizing this, Sun Wenwu's body trembled with excitement, and he hastily called out to those around him, Quick, pour some wine. While the wine was being poured, Zhou Daiyuan's gaze wandered throughout the private room. Upon spotting Qin Fei, who was drinking alone, she couldn't help but shudder. It was indeed him. She had seen his photograph and was aware that the Yunding Hotel now belonged to him, with the transfer agreement already in place. When Qin Fei informed her yesterday of his intention to personally take over the hotel, she had prepared fine wine for his arrival. After all, she would soon be working under him. However, she hadn't anticipated that the new owner would be so young, appearing as if he had just graduated from university. It was truly unexpected. Manager Zhou, allow me to propose a toast to you. At that moment, Sun Wenwu approached Zhou Daiyuan with 2 glasses of wine. To his astonishment, Zhou Daiyuan glanced at him and derisively remarked, What are you, to be worthy of drinking with me? Sun Wenwu stood there dumbfounded, as if a lump had lodged in his throat. The individual assisting him with the wine also shared the same bewilderment. Was a manager Zhou here to toast Sun Wenwu? Ignoring the stunned crowd, Zhou Daiyuan directly approached Qin Fei and extended her hand. Hello, I am Zhou Daiyuan, the general manager of the Yunding Hotel. It is a pleasure to meet you. She introduced herself with a radiant smile. Please have a seat. Qin Fei responded, shaking her hand and nodding indifferently. Would you mind if I share a drink with you? Zhou Daiyuan's tone was respectful, and her demeanor was notably humble. Manager Zhou, have you mistaken me for someone else? I am Sun Wenwu. After a brief moment of astonishment, Sun Wenwu rushed forward, unable to comprehend the fact that Zhou Daiyuan intended to toast Qin Fei, believing she had simply confused him with another. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Zhou Daiyuan's expression turned icy as she shot an admonishing glare at Sun Wenwu. In front of Qin Fei, she was merely a subordinate, yet in the presence of others, she remained the dignified Zhou Daiyuan. No, this fellow is merely a penniless wretch, Sun Wenwu hastily clarified. Penniless wretch? Nonsense. He is a long-standing patron of our hotel. Ahem. Sensing his true identity was on the verge of revelation, Qin Fei quickly cleared his throat twice. Zhou Daiyuan, perceptive as ever, immediately grasped the implication of Qin Fei's cough and swiftly interjected. He is a friend of our boss. Do you dare show him disrespect? What? A friend of your boss? Sun Wenwu exclaimed, momentarily dumbfounded. We are all well aware of his circumstances. How could he possibly be a friend of your boss? Manager Zhou, could it be that you have been deceived? After a brief silence of approximately 5 seconds, Sun Wenwu, still unconvinced, inquired further. Indeed, this Qin Fei possesses no other talents but an affinity for swindling. Please, do not fall for his tricks. Others chimed in to support Sun Wenwu, unable to reconcile the stark contrast in their perceptions. The individual they had previously looked down upon had now, in the blink of an eye, become a guest of honor at the manager's table. The world seemed utterly absurd. Are you implying that I am blind to the truth? Zhou Daiyuan's expression darkened, a formidable aura pressing down on everyone, leaving them breathless. We dare not. The crowd, composed of ordinary individuals, found it impossible to withstand such pressure and shook their heads in unison. If you dare not, then step aside and do not disturb our meal. Zhou Daiyuan, having previously wondered why there were only 2 individuals at Qin Fei's table, now realized that the situation diverged significantly from her initial assumptions. She was aware that Qin Fei was attending a reunion here today and had even arranged for a fine bottle of wine to be sent over. However, it was evident to everyone that there was a deliberate targeting of Qin Fei taking place. To target the boss was tantamount to undermining her own position. Once we have finished eating, please take me to meet your boss. At that moment, Qin Fei wiped his mouth and stood up. Certainly, Zhou Daiyuan nodded, understanding that Qin Fei wished to keep his identity concealed. By the way, will our expenses be waived? Zhou Daiyuan suddenly inquired. Waived? Manager Zhou, do you truly underestimate our young master's son? He is affluent beyond measure. We're 2 or 3 trifling items to him. Qin Fei cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wenwu, only to find his countenance darkening ominously. Zhou Daiyuan, discerning Qin Fei's demeanor, ceased her inquiries. Qin Fei, halt right there. Just as Qin Fei prepared to depart with Zhou Daiyuan, Sun Wenwu suddenly shouted. Having been humiliated by Zhou Daiyuan was one thing. Now to be embarrassed by Qin Fei was unbearable. Sun Wenwu felt he had never experienced such humiliation before. What do you intend to do? Mister, Qin Fei is a distinguished guest of our employer. If you dare to act recklessly, I assure you, you shall not exit the hotel. Zhou Daiyuan furrowed her brow, and at once, the 2 bodyguards she had brought encircled Sun Wenwu. Very well, today's affair is far from over. Qin Fei, you shall await your reckoning. With Zhou Daiyuan shielding Qin Fei, Sun Wenwu momentarily refrained from any rash actions, yet this did not indicate that he would let Qin Fei off the hook. However, Qin Fei dismissed the threat, considering Sun Wenwu to be an inconsequential nuisance. By the way, I'm about to join their boss for a drink. Would you care to join me? Just as Qin Fei was on the verge of departing the private room, he suddenly halted and addressed Sun Wenwu. Upon hearing this, Sun Wenwu seethed with rage while feeling quite embarrassed, as he had previously boasted about knowing the owner of the Yunding Hotel. Clearly, Qin Fei intended to humiliate him. Wait for me. Realizing Qin Fei was about to leave, Peng Jun hastily pursued him. Sun Wenwu had already been thoroughly insulted. If he insisted on remaining, he might very well find himself being carried out of the hotel. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! Once Qin Fei and his companions had departed, Sun Wenwu's face contorted with fury, and he kicked a chair across the room. His dignity had been utterly shattered today. Class leader, we must take our leave. The others, sensing the tension, immediately began to retreat, abandoning their meals. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The class leader's influence was evidently no match for Qin Fei's, and in such circumstances, who would be willing to curry favor with him? Now, they needed to devise a means to mend their relationship with Qin Fei, especially given their recent ungracious demeanor towards him. A pack of ingrates. Moments later, Gazing at the now empty private room, Sun Wenwu erupted with curses. What was intended as a grand display for himself had ultimately served to elevate another. With this thought, he lost all appetite for continuing his meal. He craved revenge. He would make Qin Fei pay dearly. Sir, your total expenditure amounts to 480,000. Will you be paying by card or in cash? At the 8th floor cashier, the manager spoke to Sun Wenwu. What? 480,000. Why don't you go rob a bank? Upon hearing the exorbitant bill, Sun Wenwu immediately exclaimed in shock. The invoice is right here. Take a look for yourself. The 8th floor manager brusquely tossed a bill in front of Sun Wenwu. As his gaze swept over the bill, Sun Wenwu's heart lurched. The price of that bottle of Lafite was included in his tab. Over 200,000. That bottle was a gift from your manager. I didn't even drink it. Sun Wenwu protested, adamant about denying this confusing charge. Regardless of whether you consumed it or not, anything delivered to your private room must be paid for. You seem to be implying that you wish to dine and dash. With that, several security guards closed in, their expressions menacing. Kid, if you don't pay, I'll break your legs. The lead guard warned coldly. I will pay immediately. Sun Wenwu forced a smile as he retrieved his bank card and credit card. The owner of the Yunding Hotel has formidable connections. If he failed to settle the bill today, he might indeed find it impossible to leave. In the past, there was someone who fell victim to the infamous Overlord Fist, rumored to have been an underground boxing champion. Yet, how did his story conclude? Ultimately, he met a gruesome fate, having his limbs shattered and discarded into a refuse heap. Hence, Sun Wenwu dared not confront the hotel directly. He could only comply and pay the dues. It was particularly galling for him to purchase drinks he had yet to consume with hard-earned cash. The moment he parted with his money, a wave of nausea washed over him, all of which he attributed to Qin Fei's machinations. After settling the bill, the 8th floor manager collected the consumption card that Sun Wenwu had presented, his expression devoid of emotion. What? Upon hearing this, Sun Wenwu's eyes widened in disbelief. Convinced he had misheard. I said you are no longer permitted to patronize our Yunding Hotel, the manager reiterated. Your rowdy behavior here has warranted your expulsion. It is a miracle you were not apprehended. This card must be returned to me. The thought of his father potentially breaking his legs sent a shiver down Sun Wenwu's spine, prompting him to make a desperate grab for it. However, before he could reach the counter, two hands suddenly clasped his shoulders and security personnel surged forward, pinning him firmly against the counter. A reckless fool, toss him out. The 8th floor manager coldly commanded. You cannot treat me this way. I am your customer. Sun Wenwu shouted, gradually being dragged out of sight by the security guards. Old Qin, you've really made a name for yourself. Following behind Qin Fei and Zhou Daiyuan, Peng Jun found himself increasingly perplexed by Qin Fei's demeanor. Name for myself. It's merely a stroke of good fortune, Qin Fei replied, glancing at Zhou Daiyuan. Manager Zhou, my friend has yet to dine. Rest assured, I shall arrange a table for him immediately. Zhou Daiyuan nodded in agreement. Qin Fei, are you somehow connected with the hotel as proprietor? Seeing Zhou Daiyuan seem to heed Qin Fei's words, Peng Jun could no longer restrain his curiosity and sought to inquire further. Yet, Qin Fei interrupted him. I must meet with their owner now. As for the rest, I will elucidate later. You should first attend to your hunger. Very well. Peng Jun acquiesced with a nod, refraining from further questions. The hotel owner seemed far removed from his reality. His presence would only serve to complicate matters. And the proprietor likely would not welcome an outsider, such as himself. Please escort this gentleman to dine. Zhou Daiyuan instructed her bodyguard. Understood, the bodyguard acknowledged, subsequently leading Peng Jun away. Mr. Qin, please proceed to my office, Zhou Daiyuan said respectfully once Peng Jun had departed. No need for the office today. I am here for two matters. Qin Fei gestured dismissively. Oh, please elaborate, Zhou Daiyuan inquired. Firstly, I shall not interfere with the hotel's operations. That remains your purview. I will only conduct periodic reviews of the financial reports. Secondly, I require assistance in facilitating the employment of an individual. Chapter 40, Opening a Back Door. At Yunding Hotel, Lu Xueqing had taken up residence in a rather ordinary suite, priced at 1,666, a sum that struck her as rather exorbitant. She had never stayed in such an expensive establishment before. However, considering her intention to repay Qin Fei, she gritted her teeth and booked the room. After showering in the bathroom, she donned a relatively loose silk nightgown, her curvaceous figure unmistakably accentuated at that moment. What is even more astonishing is that she was clad in vacuum-sealed attire, provoking an array of tantalizing thoughts. She sent her room number to Qin Fei and then succumbed to an agonizing wait. However, after an entire hour of anticipation, Qin Fei had yet to knock on her door or even call her. This left her with a tinge of unease. Knock, knock, knock. Just as she picked up her phone, unable to resist the urge to call Qin Fei, a sudden rap at the door sent a tremor through her heart. Could he finally be here? Biting her crimson lip, she cautiously approached the door. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. A medley of emotions, nervousness, anxiety, and anticipation swirled in her mind. Simultaneously, a wave of heat surged from her feet, enveloping her entire being, akin to 1,000 ants scuttling within her. An unfamiliar sensation that left her utterly embarrassed. She recalled that she had never felt this way even during her marriage. With a long exhale, she summoned her courage and opened the door. However, upon seeing the person outside, she was momentarily taken aback. The individual outside, too, was momentarily stunned by her attire. The atmosphere was thick with silence, so palpable one could hear a pin drop as their gazes interlocked. Who are you? Ultimately, it was Lu Shiweqing who broke the silence, quickly wrapping her fragile nightgown tighter around her, shielding her modesty. She felt as if she might perish from embarrassment. Ahem, please, you may leave. Remember, you have seen nothing today. Observing Lu Shiweqing's scant attire, Zhou Daiyuan was equally surprised and hastily dismissed her accompanying bodyguards. Hello, I'm the manager of the hotel. Zhou Daiyuan, she introduced herself. Once the others had departed, Zhou Daiyuan extended her hand towards Lu Shiweqing. I have already settled the payment for this room. What brings you here? Lu Shiweqing did not reciprocate the handshake, instead responding with a hint of panic. Having never stayed in such a luxurious hotel, she feared that there might have been an issue with the payment. Do not worry, I'm not here to demand money. May I come in to discuss something? Zhou Daiyuan gestured towards a room. Come in. Lu Shiweqing shyly sidestepped, and once Zhou Daiyuan entered, she hurriedly closed the door, nearly revealing herself in the process. Let us formally introduce ourselves. I am Zhou Daiyuan, the general manager of Yunding Hotel. Zhou Daiyuan extended her hand again, exuding utmost politeness. I am Lu Shiweqing. Lu Shiweqing quickly shook her hand, appearing quite reserved. She had never encountered someone of such stature before. Please, do not be too tense. I am here primarily to discuss a professional matter with you. As she spoke, Zhou Daiyuan placed a contract she had prepared on the coffee table. I have reviewed your resume and find you exceptionally suited for a position at our hotel. Wait a moment. What job? What resume? I'm a bit confused. Lu Shiweqing replied, her expression a mixture of bewilderment and curiosity, struggling to grasp Zhou Daiyuan's intent. Oh, it is like this. A gentleman named Qin had previously provided me with your resume. After reviewing it, I found it quite impressive and would like to offer you a position at the hotel. Zhou Daiyuan clarified. Resume? Qin? Lu Shiweqing was not naive. She immediately deduced that it was Qin Fei's doing. However, she had not solicited Qin Fei's assistance to submit her resume, especially not to such a prestigious hotel. Previously, she had only engaged in manual labor and was utterly oblivious to the workings of the hospitality industry. Wasn't this sheer folly? Manager Zhou, could there be some misunderstanding? She inquired cautiously. Not at all. Your resume is right here, Zhou Daiyuan replied, placing a document before Lu Shiweqing. Upon glancing at it, Lu Shiweqing's face flushed crimson. What is this? It's entirely fabricated. The resume claimed she had graduated from the prestigious University of Cambridge abroad and had studied business administration, along with possessing several years of experience in hotel management. Did any of this pertain to her? Based on your qualifications, I believe the position of lobby manager is exceptionally suited for you. What do you think? Zhou Daiyuan asserted with unwavering confidence. Lu Shiweqing, being an honest individual, did not wish to deceive Zhou Daiyuan and said, Manager Zhou, I truly know nothing about hotel management. This is all a lie. Learning is always possible, and you needn't be so modest. I am aware of your capabilities, Zhou Daiyuan responded, swiftly dismissing Lu Shiweqing's attempt at contradiction. I have brought the contract. The salary for the probationary period is set at 15,000, and upon confirmation, it could reach 30,000. 30,000? Upon hearing this, Lu Shiweqing's eyes widened, her mouth agape in disbelief. Was she imagining things? If you find that insufficient, I can offer you 40,000. Zhou Daiyuan, assuming Lu Shiweqing thought the initial offer too low, quickly revised her proposal. This was her first assignment from the new boss, and she was determined to execute it flawlessly. The 30,000 already left Lu Shiweqing in a state of astonishment, and now the offer had risen to 40,000, leaving her utterly bewildered. Previously, she had toiled for a mere 4,000 a month. Now, she was being presented with a tenfold salary she had never dared to dream of. I have already signed the contract. All that remains is for you to affix your signature to make it official. Gazing at the contract laid out on the coffee table, Lu Xueqing instinctively wanted to refuse, yet her hand seemed to move of its own accord, unwittingly signing her name. Her need for money was overwhelming. She understood the significance of financial stability all too well. For money, she had endured persistent harassment from her boss without resigning, and she had sacrificed precious moments with her daughter. Thus, deep within her, she longed for this lucrative position. With the contract now bearing Lu Xueqing's signature, Zhou Daiyuan maintained a facade of composure while secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. She had genuinely feared that Lu Xueqing would refuse to sign. Well then, Lu Xueqing murmured, unable to meet Zhou Daiyuan's gaze, feeling as though she had committed a crime, a profound guilt washing over her. She had unwittingly learned to deceive like Qin Fei. Unless there is anything else, I will take my leave. Please rest well. With that, Zhou Daiyuan departed the suite, closing the door behind her. Once she was gone, Lu Xueqing slumped onto the sofa, feeling utterly drained, as if all her strength had been sapped away. She felt as though she were caught in a dream. Chapter 41. Human Nature. What do you think? In the corridor outside the suite, Qin Fei, who had been waiting patiently, approached as Zhou Daiyuan emerged and inquired. Thankfully, she did not disappoint. Zhou Daiyuan responded with a slight smile, revealing the contract. Impressive, Qin Fei exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. He was somewhat familiar with Lu Xueqing's personality. She was a woman of integrity who was reluctant to accept gifts, and since she would not accept money, Qin Fei felt compelled to assist her in this manner. Mr. Qin, aren't you going in to see her? It seems she is awaiting your arrival, Zhou Daiyuan remarked, fully aware of what Lu Xueqing's attire suggested. Not just yet. Let her take some time to process everything, Qin Fei replied, dismissing Zhou Daiyuan as he made his way to the dining room, where Peng Jun was having his meal. This fellow was likely brimming with curiosity at this moment. Old Qin, you finally made it. Upon seeing Qin Fei, Peng Jun immediately set down his chopsticks and rose to his feet. Feel free to ask any questions you may have, Qin Fei said as he took a seat. Do you truly know the owner of this hotel? Peng Jun fixed his gaze intently on Qin Fei. I knew it. How could you possibly be connected to such a significant figure? So it is true. Upon hearing Qin Fei's words, Peng Jun not only harbored no doubts, but rather found it entirely plausible. After all, he knew Qin Fei too well. If Qin Fei were to claim he was the owner of the hotel, Peng Jun would have dismissed it outright. Now that there are no doubts, can we eat? Qin Fei rolled his eyes, exasperated. Come on, your words have made me quite hungry. With that, Peng Jun began to devour his meal ravenously, reminiscent of a refugee from Africa. In truth, Qin Fei had no intention of concealing his identity. Every situation necessitates a gradual process. Revealing the truth abruptly would likely lead to disbelief and perhaps even strain their relationship. With time, they would adapt. The cuisine at this five-star hotel was indeed extraordinary, imbued with the essence of wealth. After a hearty feast, Peng Jun smacked his lips and remarked, but now that I've eaten so much, they want to expect us to pay, right? Rest assured, they're not that petty. Even if you were to eat for a whole table, they wouldn't mind. Qin Fei reassured him. I truly envy you, to be able to rescue such a significant figure just by stepping out. I wish I could save a beautiful woman someday. Peng Jun mused, his face lighting up with longing. I see there are quite a few attractive women in this hotel. Would you like me to introduce you for a job here? Qin Fei suddenly nodded Peng Jun playfully, raising an eyebrow. Forget it. Having already enjoyed a complimentary meal, how can I impose on them for a job? Peng Jun felt slightly embarrassed by Qin Fei's suggestion and quickly shook his head. Of course, had Qin Fei visited Lu Xueqing's room, he might have felt even more justified in his endeavors. According to Zhou Daiyuan's description, the hotel's monthly revenue approached 100 million, with a net profit of around 40 million. This meant that the hotel could potentially yield hundreds of millions in income for Qin Fei over the course of a year. Such a substantial sum of money was something Qin Fei would have never dared to imagine in the past. The Ling family was not merely extending a gesture of goodwill. They were essentially gifting him a veritable cash cow. Enjoying a sumptuous meal, Qin Fei and Peng Jun departed from the hotel. However, no sooner had they stepped outside than a throng of individuals surrounded them, those same classmates from the reunion. Remarkably, they had not yet left. Why are you still here? Peng Jun inquired, frowning. We're waiting for you, Qin Fei, they replied, forcing smiles. We were wrong before, and we hope you can forgive us this once. Yes, we were misled by Sun Wenwu. Please don't hold it against us. Yet, Qin Fei's mindset had evolved beyond the past. and he was not one to be easily swayed by flattery. He interrupted their words, his expression impassive. Though we were once classmates, I will not dwell on past grievances. However, I am a person who harbors grudges, so if you seek to gain something from me, I advise you to abandon that notion. Awkwardness spread among the crowd upon hearing his resolute words. It seemed their previous attempts at appeasement had been in vain. I told you not to wait, yet you insisted on pressing your warm faces against someone else's cold shoulder. Just because you've latched onto a wealthy individual, you look down upon us. Once you gain power, will your arrogance not soar even higher? Indeed, this is a classic case of the petty gaining fortune, a male classmate sneered. Exactly. We stood under the sun waiting for so long. Many echoed, their faces etched with discontent. Why don't you speak of how you behaved before? Do you still have the audacity to confront us? Pathetic. At that moment, Qin Fei raised his hand to silence Peng Jun, saying, There's no need for shouting. Let's move on. These individuals may call themselves classmates, but to me, they're no more than strangers. Why waste our breath here? Just then, a group of people surged forward, escorting a burly man with a menacing countenance. Among them were the severely chastened Sun Wenwu and Zhu Lili. Qin, I want to see where you think you can escape today. Sun Wenwu bellowed, as his followers dispersed to form a massive encirclement around Qin Fei and Peng Jun. The crowd instinctively recoiled, quickly isolating the two. Haha, Qin Fei, you're finished. As Sun Wenwu arrived with such a formidable entourage, those who had just offered apologies swiftly turned against them. Weren't you all so tough before? Now you'll receive your just desserts. What does it matter if you cling to a wealthy figure? Without personal ability, you're still nothing but trash. Ha ha ha. Their words were both harsh and venomous. Yet Qin Fei remained unfazed. Such is human nature. Huge brother, it's these two. I want them each to lose a leg. Sun Wenwu pointed at Qin Fei, his face betraying no concealment of his malice. He had spent a whopping 500,000 to summon this formidable brute. Weren't you claiming there was only one person? The brawny man, known as Huge Brother, furrowed his brow. No problem. I can add another 100,000. He has no qualms about spending more today. He simply desires Qin Fei to pay the price. Fine, how refreshing. The burly man known as Brother, who burst into hearty laughter. It was over. Upon seeing the newcomer, Peng Jun's face turned ashen, his body trembling slightly, clearly aware of the reputation of his opponent. Chapter 42. Share blessings and face difficulties together. Brother Hu, originally named Zhang Hu, was a notorious bully in the western district of Anhai City, commanding a number of idle ruffians. He had once single-handedly taken down over 20 men, thus gaining fame. His notorious reputation spread far and wide. It was said that every time he struck, blood must flow before he would relent. Was this scoundrel Sun Wenwu truly intent on putting Qin Fei to death? Clang! As Peng Jun's complexion shifted, Zhang Hu suddenly received a bone-chopping knife from one of his underlings and tossed it at Qin Fei's feet. Kid, if you know what's good for you, you should just chop off a hand yourself. Zhang Hu waved his hand, and immediately someone presented him with a cigar, which he lit with a flourish, exuding an air of utter arrogance. Old Qin, you go first. I'll hold him back. Seeing the knife had already been drawn, Peng Jun knew this matter could not end well. As a brother, the only thing he could do at this moment was to buy Qin Fei some time to escape. Are you going to risk your life to stall them? Or shall I deal with them instead? Qin Fei shook his head. He could never allow Peng Jun to take the blade for him. Zhang Hu, what are you planning to do? Just then, a group emerged from the Yunding Hotel, led by the extremely pale Zhou Daiyuan. She had discovered the situation at the entrance through surveillance and rushed over with her team. Regardless of whether the one surrounded was Qin Fei or another guest, it was her duty and responsibility to protect them. Moreover, the clientele of Yunding Hotel were either wealthy or influential. If a violent incident occurred here, who would dare to patronize the establishment in the future? I merely invited these two brothers for tea. Don't you think you're being a bit overzealous, Director Zhou? Zhang Hu grinned, revealing a set of large yellow teeth. Clearly unfazed by Zhou Daiyuan. Exactly. While others may fear your Yunding Hotel, we do not. Zhang Hu's followers jeered. As a renowned bully in the Western District, it was always others who feared him. How could he regard Zhou Daiyuan as a threat? To put it plainly, she was merely a high-ranking employee. If Ling Guofeng had come personally, he might have shown some caution, but now he felt utterly unrestrained. As long as he did not cause harm within the hotel, who could control him? He was already showing significant deference to the Ling family. This is my first time seeing someone invite others for tea while brandishing a knife. Zhang Hu, do you think our hotel is easy to bully? Zhou Daiyuan stepped forward, refusing to yield an inch. Her stance clearly darkened Zhang Hu's expression as he said, Director Zhou, hand them over. I do not wish to repeat myself. Zhang Hu, I warn you, he's a friend of our boss. Harming him means making an enemy of the entire Ling family, so think carefully about the consequences. As the opponent showed no fear of him, Zhou Daiyuan had no choice but to invoke the name of the Ling family behind her. Indeed, upon hearing those words, Zhang Hu's countenance darkened as he turned his gaze towards Sun Wenwu. Aware of his own culpability, Sun Wenwu averted his eyes, daunted into silence. How could he dare reveal the intricacies of their relationship? First, he must break this wretch's leg. Zhang Hu had come solely for monetary gain. Yet Sun Wenwu had the audacity to deceive him. Had he known that the individual he intended to confront was connected to the Ling family, he might have thought twice about his presence here. Now, he found himself trapped in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. However, upon witnessing the fervent gazes of his subordinates, he realized that if he took a step back today, his reputation would be utterly obliterated. In this world, one must maintain their face. With this thought in mind, he stepped forward, his aura surging. Manager Zhou, under ordinary circumstances, I would certainly give you this courtesy, but today, I must take these two individuals away, no matter who stands in my way. Zhang Hu's voice was resolute and powerful, yet it plunged Zhou Daiyuan's heart into despair. She had not anticipated Zhang Hu's stubbornness. This was a grave predicament. Security, protect our guests. As onlookers began to gather, Zhou Daiyuan wasted no time summoning all the security personnel at the entrance. Simultaneously, she exchanged glances with Qin Fei, hoping he could devise a solution. Those who are not afraid of death, stand your ground. If I do not incapacitate you, I shall consider myself defeated. As a multitude of security guards surrounded him, Zhang Hu's expression turned icy, a menacing aura enveloping the vicinity, causing the guards to tremble slightly. It was evident they harbored a fear of this ruthless Zhang Hu. The Ling family's assets were indeed colossal, yet Zhang Hu was no pushover. He too had powerful connections, and it was uncertain who would emerge victorious in a direct confrontation. At this moment, Zhang Hu was no longer just defending Sun Wenwu. He was also fighting for his own pride. Meanwhile, Sun Wenwu, with one of his legs brutally broken, did not feel overwhelming rage. Rather, he reveled in his circumstances. The greater the turmoil, the more advantageous it was for him. Trapped in a vast whirlpool, would Qin Fei fare any better? He would relish the thought of Qin Fei being slain. Manager Zhou, should we perhaps call the police? Ventured one of the hotel's security guards, trembling. Today, anyone who dares to retreat shall leave immediately. Zhou Daiyuan bellowed, recognizing the fear among the guards. Do not put them in a difficult position. I will handle this. Qin Fei, as the clandestine owner of the hotel, could not possibly stand idly by while someone brandished a knife at the entrance. Moreover, these security personnel were merely ordinary individuals, ill-equipped to contend with those who thrived in violence. How do you intend to handle this? They are notoriously ruthless. Fearing Qin Fei might act recklessly, Zhou Daiyuan hurriedly urged caution. Yet, the aggressors had already encroached upon their threshold. If they did nothing, who would dare patronize the hotel in the future? Not even invoking the name of Brother Snake would suffice today. Even summoning the King of Heaven would be futile. The crowd had begun to murmur, casting doubts on the security measures of the Yunding Hotel, questioning their ability to ensure the safety of guests. If Qin Fei could not resolve the situation today, it would spell disaster for the hotel's reputation. Having recently acquired a coveted treasure, Qin Fei could not bear to witness its destruction. Quick, protect Mr. Qin. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Daiyuan hastily issued commands to the security personnel, yet they were all intimidated by Zhang Hu's imposing presence and dared not intervene. After all, the disparity between batons and blades was stark. As Qin Fei advanced toward Zhang Hu and his entourage, Zhou Daiyuan was in a state of frantic urgency and promptly informed Ling Guofeng. Old Qin, wait for me. At that moment, Peng Jun from the crowd gritted his teeth and charged to Qin Fei's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. What brings you here? Qin Fei inquired, taken aback. As the saying goes, brothers share both fortune and adversity. We must never bow to tyranny. Peng Jun's voice rang with conviction. And what if we perish? Qin Fei questioned. If we die, at least you'll have my company. The road to the underworld will not be lonely. Peng Jun laughed heartily, seemingly unperturbed by the impending danger, exuding an air of carefree bravado. In moments of adversity, true friendship is revealed, and Peng Jun's actions deeply touched Qin Fei. It is a rare gift to have such a steadfast brother in life. Well, since you have this awareness, I shall reluctantly take on the role of the Good Samaritan today. Zhang Hu, brandishing his weapon, elicited fear as the onlookers recoiled. Zhang, You are a man of stature. How can you resort to weapons against just the two of us? Suddenly, Peng Jun's voice erupted in a scathing rebuke, shocking everyone present. Who does Zhang Hu think he is? How dare Peng Jun insult him? Yet, to everyone's surprise, Zhang Hu did not retaliate with anger. Instead, he discarded his blade and began to limber up. Even without weapons today, I will dismantle you with my fists. His countenance was grim, radiating a palpable aura of menace, revealing him to be a truly formidable adversary. Chapter 43. Call for the Strong. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, punctuated only by the sound of labored breathing. Reputation precedes one, and even without weapons, it seemed that neither Qin Fei nor Peng Jun could match Zhang Hu, especially with a throng of supporters lurking behind him, ready to pounce. Psychologically, Peng Jun bore a tremendous burden. Which of you two will come first? Or shall you both come together? Zhang Hu provocatively beckoned Qin Fei and Peng Jun. I will. Peng Jun stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Let me handle this. While Qin Fei was deeply moved by Peng Jun's willingness to fight alongside him, he could not permit his brother to face harm. Nor did he regard Zhang Hu as a formidable opponent. What are you doing? Peng Jun blocked Qin Fei's path, asserting, I've had my fair share of fights in school. Today I must play the part. His voice boomed, as if to embolden himself. Yet, this bravado drew a chorus of ridicule from the crowd. What a fool. One jeered, Tiger brother, I reckon even I could take him down with ease. Laughter erupted from Zhang Hu's entourage. I beg you, spare me. As the crowd jeered, Peng Jun swiftly leaned in to whisper to Qin Fei, revealing the true purpose of his initiative. All right, go face him, he encouraged. Qin Fei, curious to witness Peng Jun's prowess, took a step back. However, at that moment, Peng Jun mistakenly believed that Qin Fei had absorbed his words and approached Zhang Hu. I admire your courage, but opposing me, Zhang Hu, will lead to only two outcomes, injury or death. Zhang Hu's demeanor turned icy as he watched Peng Jun advance, his fingers clenched into fists, poised for action. Even in death, I will take a piece of you with me. With a guttural roar, Peng Jun launched the first attack. He was already at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. He did not wish to further lose the initiative. You may possess courage, yet regrettably, you have encountered me. As Peng Jun charged forward, Zhang Hu did not retreat. Instead, he lunged at Peng Jun. A resounding thud echoed as their fists collided. Both men stumbling back a few steps, seemingly evenly matched. However, in the next moment, they collided again, leaving no room for reprieve. Though Peng Jun was strong, Zhang Hu's techniques were evidently more brutal. After a brief exchange of 3 strikes, Peng Jun was sent sprawling, having taken a punch to the chest that left him gasping and coughing. To withstand 3 blows against me indicates you possess potential. Would you care to join me? Zhang Hu remarked, observing Peng Jun join you. Peng Jun bellowed, charging once more. He realized that Zhang Hu was not as invincible as he had presumed. Such individuals merely possessed an extra layer of ferocity. Is it merely a contest of ruthlessness? I can match that. Yet, Peng Jun's understanding was still somewhat simplistic. Zhang Hu was not merely ruthless. He had trained in combat techniques and was adept at exploiting weaknesses. Once again, after a mere 2 exchanges, Peng Jun was sent flying, landing right in front of Qin Fei, his face swollen and blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Why haven't you left yet? Peng Jun shouted in desperation at Qin Fei. Leave? First, I must incapacitate you. And then him. Peng Jun not only rejected the olive branch extended to him, but also cursed at Qin Fei. Zhang Hu, seeing such a liability, would show no mercy. With an explosive sound that pierced the air, Zhang Hu charged like a ferocious tiger, his fingers curling into a claw aimed directly at Peng Jun's chest. If he landed a blow, a few ribs would surely shatter. With Qin Fei just behind him, Peng Jun found no avenue of escape and could only hastily raise his hands in defense. However, the anticipated agony did not arrive. Looking up, he saw Qin Fei's hand enveloping Zhang Hu's fingers. With a crunch and a sickening crack, Zhang Hu's fingers were shattered, and he let out a roar of agony. His hand twisted grotesquely. You're no match for me. Summon your leader. Qin Fei spoke calmly, delivering a kick that sent Zhang Hu flying, crashing into several others. Peng Jun swallowed hard, his expression one of sheer disbelief. When did Qin Fei's strength become so formidable? I will obliterate you. Zhang Hu, enraged after suffering such a significant setback, had never experienced such humiliation. Yet, as he charged towards Qin Fei, the latter calmly thrust his hand forward, and in an instant, Zhang Hu was struck as if by lightning, sent flying once more. He coughed violently, subsequently spewing forth a mouthful of blood. He had sustained grave injuries. with several ribs fractured, leaving him in excruciating pain. At that moment, the crowd collectively held their breath, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. The slender figure of Qin Fei seemed to harbor an immense energy. His strength was overwhelming, so powerful it was almost nerve-wracking. Brother Hu! Brother Hu! Numerous underlings swiftly surrounded Zhang Hu upon witnessing his plight. I will cut you down. One of Zhang Hu's loyal subordinates, seeing his leader injured, brandished a long knife and charged at Qin Fei. Stop! However, Zhang Hu's booming command halted him in his tracks. No one is allowed to act without my permission. Zhang Hu was not foolish. Rather, he was a man of discernment. The abilities Qin Fei had just displayed exceeded anything he could contend with. It seemed as though Qin Fei had not even touched him, yet a terrifying force had swept through, leaving him grievously wounded. Such a person was likely a martial artist, akin to their formidable Snake Brother. Having witnessed Snake Brother's prowess, where he could easily handle 100 opponents, Zhang Hu now realized that Qin Fei was a martial artist. He never imagined such a reality, and he vaguely sensed that matters might escalate dramatically. At this juncture, the only course of action was to make a call for reinforcements. Kid, I can see that you are strong, but do you dare allow me to call for backup? Zhang Hu glared at Qin Fei with malice. Call them. It would be best to summon everyone capable of fighting. Zhang Hu had instigated trouble at the hotel entrance, and if Qin Fei could not subdue those behind him, they would likely return with more reinforcements. Although Qin Fei did not advocate for violence, it appeared to be the most effective solution at present. The Li family served as a prime example. As the saying goes, if you do not eliminate the roots of the weeds, they will sprout again with the spring breeze. If a fight were to ensue, it was essential to subdue everyone. Fine. Just wait for me. Seizing the opportunity presented by Qin Fei, Zhang Hu promptly began dialing his boss. However, as he was making the call, a convoy of luxury vehicles arrived at the hotel entrance. The door swung open, revealing the grim-faced Ling Guofeng stepping out, followed by 4 to 5 dozen individuals clad in black emerging from the vehicles behind him. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Zhang Hu, you have quite the audacity to lay hands on my people. Upon disembarking, Ling Guofeng admonished with a dark scowl. Simultaneously, his entourage quickly formed a tight circle, indicating a readiness for confrontation. At that moment, a graceful figure dashed from Ling Guofeng's vehicle, sprinting towards Qin Fei. Miss! Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhou Daiyuan's face lit up with respect as she hastily called out. However, Ling Yun paid her no heed, instead affectionately grasping Qin Fei's arm and inquiring with concern. Are you all right? You are aware of my capabilities. This mere handful of people is no match for me. Qin Fei shook his head calmly. What the hell? Beside Qin Fei, Peng Jun was utterly stunned. When had Qin Fei managed to charm such a beautiful woman? Moreover, she seemed to come from an extraordinary background. With a Lu Xueqing and a Ling Yun, it was simply infuriating. The disparity between people was staggering. Who was he? At that moment, Ling Yun noticed Peng Jun and inquired warmly. Who is this? He is my university classmate, Peng Jun, and also a brother with whom I share a deep bond. Qin Fei succinctly introduced. Oh, hello. My name is Ling Yun, and I am a friend of Qin Fei. Upon learning that Peng Jun was Qin Fei's brother, Ling Yun promptly extended her hand for a handshake. However, she hesitated slightly while introducing her relationship with Qin Fei, as they could only be regarded as friends at present. I understand. I comprehend completely, Peng Jun thought, recognizing the implication of her words. She was merely referring to a girlfriend. Mind your words. Her father is present. Do not speak recklessly. Qin Fei swiftly admonished him. Zhang Hu, you have truly grown bold. Do you dare to provoke my guests? Soon, will you attempt to strike me as well? Ling Guofeng had approached Zhang Hu, his tone icy. Mr. Ling, you must be jesting. Zhang Hu stammered, taken aback by Ling Guofeng's sudden appearance. Before Zhou Daiyuan, he could act tough, but facing Ling Guofeng, he felt a twinge of cowardice. After all, Ling Guofeng was the head of a billion-dollar corporation, while he was merely a slightly larger thug. The difference in their statuses was immense. Perhaps only brother, she could restore order to this chaos. Jesting? I have no time for frivolity. To dare cause a ruckus in my territory. You must truly be tired of living. As he spoke, Ling Guofeng waved his hand, and in an instant, his entourage surrounded them. Break his legs as a form of punishment. Understood. The chorus of dozens of bodyguards resonated. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu's complexion changed dramatically, and his subordinates erupted in protests. Why should we allow this? If you dare to harm Brother Hu, we will retaliate. The scene descended into chaos as people began to shove one another. Resist? and your legs will be broken. With Ling Guofeng's orders delivered, his bodyguards sprang into action. Zhang Hu, injured and unable to move, found himself surrounded by his unruly subordinates. While they might bully ordinary individuals with their numerical advantage, they were utterly outmatched when faced with well-trained bodyguards. Furthermore, Ling Guofeng had brought 3 times their number. In mere moments, the ground was littered with the incapacitated, their cries of agony echoing throughout. Zhang Hu could not escape his fate. His legs were ruthlessly broken, causing him to tremble in pain. Brother, she is on his way. You will not escape retribution for this. Clutching his shattered legs, Zhang Hu glared menacingly, attempting to threaten Ling Guofeng. Having roamed the underworld for years, he had never endured such humiliation. Yet, Ling Guofeng, a formidable figure in the business realm, was not intimidated by a mere lowlife like Zhang Hu. Not only is he not here yet, but even if he arrives, I will still ensure your legs are severed. At that moment, Ling Guofeng exuded an undeniable aura of authority, his dominance palpable. Like a towering mountain, he instills a sense of awe. This is what it means to be a true man. Observing Ling Guofeng's silhouette, Peng Jun's fists slowly clenched together, his emotions stirring with intensity. However, this subtle movement immediately aggravated the wounds on his face, causing him to grimace in pain. That scoundrel truly strikes with malice. Touching his somewhat numb face, Peng Jun muttered curses under his breath. Are you all right? After dealing with Zhang Hu, Ling Guofeng approached Qin Fei and inquired in a hushed voice. Indeed, you are correct. Qin Fei replied. Last time, even the formidable Lung Qiu, who had reached the level of internal force, was no match for me. Thus, Zhang Hu and his ilk are hardly worth my concern, merely a band of jesters. He was aware of Snake Brothers' abilities, which fell short, being merely at the external force level, inferior even to Lung Qiu. Such a character, should he approach Qin Fei, would only seek his own downfall. Otherwise, he would not have erupted in fury and directly severed Zhang Hu's legs. Snake Brother sought to incite discord between the two parties, exacerbating the conflict. This Snake Brother, whose real name is Haish, had previously profited from my endeavors, yet over the years, he has gradually encroached upon the Ling family's assets. My performance is complete. Now, it is your turn, Ling Guofeng remarked, patting Qin Fei on the shoulder. You are indeed a cunning and shrewd businessman, Qin Fei said with a sarcastic tone. Not only do you flaunt your prowess, but you also delegate the cleanup to me, treating me as your hired hand. Huh, can I take that as a compliment? Ling Guofeng laughed heartily. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, a stretch limousine suddenly came into view, its license plate reading 55555. Those well acquainted with Haish knew this to be his exclusive vehicle. He has arrived. Snake Brother is here. Upon seeing the car, Zhang Hu and his associates began to stir restlessly. The vehicle came to a steady halt about 10 meters away from Qin Fei and the others. The door swung open, and a man dressed in an exquisite suit and polished black shoes emerged from the rear seat. His hair was impeccably styled, and he sported gold-rimmed glasses at first glance. He resembled a corporate executive rather than an underground overlord. Yet, his gaze was sharp, akin to that of an eagle, sending chills down one's spine. As he stood there, it felt as though the temperature had dropped several degrees. Zhang Hu, is this how you bring me honor? Hai's piercing gaze swept over Zhang Hu, who immediately bowed his head in shame, unable to utter a word. Yes, Snake Brother, Zhang Hu stammered, his subordinate attempting to explain, but before he could finish, he met Hai's frigid stare. Did I permit you to speak? 10 slaps on the face. Yes. The man, clearly intimidated by Hai's authority, began to slap himself, the sound echoing. After 10 strikes, blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth, revealing the severity of his self-inflicted punishment. Mr. Ling, may I request an explanation? Haish suddenly turned his impassive gaze toward Ling Guofeng. Haish, have you not already seen the explanation? Ling Guofeng gestured toward Zhang Hu and the others sprawled on the ground. Very well. The Black Snake nodded, calmly stating, I have roamed the martial world for over 20 years, and you are the first to dare challenge me. I commend your courage. Enough with the pleasantries. Unleash your skills, and I shall withstand them all. As Ling Guofeng's words echoed, the atmosphere grew tense and charged. Chapter 45, I Am Your Father. Ling Guofeng's provocation was unmistakable, and the Black Snake realized further discourse was futile. He bellowed, Violent Bear, at his command. The driver of the Black Lincoln emerged. He was the Violent Bear, the Black Snake's foremost general, renowned for his invincibility. Additionally, he was the Black Snake's adopted son, bestowing upon him a prestigious standing. He was even more ruthless than Zhang Hu, known for inflicting lifelong disabilities upon his opponents, earning a fearsome reputation. Qin Fei, I rely on you. The Black Snake had already dispatched his capable lieutenant, while Ling Guofeng remained unperturbed, nodding politely towards Qin Fei. It's nothing, Qin Fei replied nonchalantly. Sending a scrawny monkey as a bodyguard. Are you attempting to humiliate me in this manner? The Black Snake shot a glance at Qin Fei, his expression darkening with malice. You're no match for me. Be wary of my fist, or it may end your life. The violent bear joined in the derision, his face a mask of disdain. They were martial artists, bound by their own dignity, refusing to engage with ordinary individuals, as they considered it a degradation of their status. Otherwise, the Black Snake would not have accused Ling Guofeng of attempting to humiliate him through Qin Fei. Are you not afraid that the wind will sever your tongue? I could end you with a single blow. Qin Fei scoffed, glancing at the massive figure of the violent bear. Very well, I do not slay nameless individuals. State your name. Qin Fei's reaction took the violent bear by surprise, prompting him to shout, I am your grandfather. Curse you. The violent bear retorted angrily. The Black Snake cast a displeased look at Qin Fei. As the violent bear's adoptive father, he felt insulted by Qin Fei's words as well. You're asking for death. Today, I shall cripple you. With that, the violent bear advanced toward Qin Fei, his aura intensifying with each step, a palpable murderous intent permeating the air. Wait, you are so powerful. Won't you allow me a few moves? Qin Fei suddenly called out. Even if I grant you 10 moves, you would still be no match for me. The violent bear exuded confidence, a more potent aura rising from him, overwhelming the men, while the women struggled to breathe, as if their throats were constricted. You need not offer me 10 moves. With just one, I could leave you searching for your teeth. Qin Fei chuckled. Violent bear, do not hold back. Qin Fei's arrogance not only incensed the violent bear, but also tested the Black Snake's patience. Ling Guofeng could boast because he had the ability, but what was Qin Fei? Thus, the Black Snake desired nothing more than to see the violent bear crush Qin Fei effortlessly, delivering a resounding blow to Ling Guofeng. You, prepare to meet your demise. With an arm larger than the mouth of a bull, the ferocious bear charged forward, aiming a devastating blow directly at Qin Fei's head. The air was rent with a terrifying force. Be careful. Upon witnessing this scene, Ling Yun gasped, her heart racing. As the target of the attack, Qin Fei's gaze flickered, and he swiftly pointed a finger. The ground cracked, and the bear let out a wretched cry. In that instant, his face turned pale. It felt as if countless knives were tearing through his flesh, inflicting unbearable agony. Not only was he unable to fight back, but he could hardly manage to stand. What have you done to me? The bear glared at Qin Fei with a murderous intensity, his breath coming in quick gasps. Oh, it's nothing. Merely a pressure point. I tapped on your body. Qin Fei replied nonchalantly. I told you I could defeat you with just one move. Do you believe me now? While Qin Fei was boasting, no one was in a position to challenge him, as they were all engulfed in a state of shock. In terms of both might and stature, Qin Fei was overwhelmingly outmatched. Yet, in this seemingly desperate situation, he had triumphed over his opponent, defying all expectations. What on earth are you doing, bear? Get up. The Black Snake, witnessing his top subordinate writhing on the ground, felt as though he had been slapped hard across the face, prompting him to shout in frustration. I can't get up. The bear attempted to struggle, but any movement sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. He swore he had never felt such torment in his life, comparable to the most brutal of tortures. There's no need to try. Unless I release the pressure point, you can only lie there obediently, Qin Fei remarked disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at the bear. His words about pressure points were merely a ruse. No one expected Qin Fei to possess such a skill reminiscent of martial arts novels, and in that moment, the gazes directed at him brimmed with fear. Who are you, young man? The Black Snake, skeptical of Qin Fei's claims, had observed closely and noted that Qin Fei's strike seemed to carry the aura of a martial artist. If it were not so, the formidable bear could not have been defeated in a single blow. Did I not mention it earlier? I am the grandfather of this hulking figure. Which makes me your father, Qin Fei declared, adopting a stern expression and rebuking. You scoundrel, hurry and call me father. At this, Ling Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter, while the others, though they didn't laugh, were left blushing furiously. Qin Fei's sharp tongue was indeed formidable, daring to provoke the Black Snake directly. You seek death. The Black Snake, a notorious underworld figure in the western district of Anhai City, had never endured such humiliation. Qin Fei's actions were a blatant provocation, stirring the murderous intent lurking within him. It had been years since he last engaged in a fight, usually delegating such tasks to his subordinates. But that did not mean his combat prowess had diminished. On the contrary, He had secretly advanced to a higher level of internal energy, far stronger than before. Whether Qin Fei had ambushed the bear or defeated him head-on, it made no difference to him. Qin Fei's fate was singular. Either he would become severely disabled or perish. An overwhelming aura emanated from within the Black Serpent, conjuring a chilling wind that sent shivers down the spines of those nearby. Ling Guofeng instinctively positioned himself in front of Ling Yun, while the onlookers began to retreat cautiously. I command 10 souls, and you shall become the 10th. Wait. Upon hearing this familiar line, Qin Fei swiftly called out to the adversary. If his memory served him right, Lung Xiao had previously uttered the same words, belonging to that category of fighters who advanced in stealth only to be pummeled into a pulp. The aura of the Black Serpent before him was reminiscent of Lung Xiao's back then, with the sole distinction being that Qin Fei had since ascended to the ranks of a formal cultivator, unlike when he had still been at the early stages of energy gathering. Do you have any last words to impart? The Black Serpent cast a cold glance at Qin Fei. May I inquire if you are related to Lung Xiao of the Li family? Qin Fei asked. Such trash is unworthy to be called my brother. Anhai City is vast, yet the martial artist community is small. The Black Serpent, having once known Lung Xiao as an external energy warrior, could not be oblivious to him. However, his impression of Lung Xiao remained rooted in the past, unaware of the latter's secret ascension, especially since few knew of Lung Xiao's advancement at the time of his demise. With the Li family now fallen, any knowledge of it had slipped from his grasp. Do you have anything else to say? I offer you this opportunity. The Black Serpent's gaze was venomous, akin to that of a true serpent, instilling fear. In his eyes, Qin Fei was already a mere cripple. I am your father. Qin Fei grinned. Chapter 46. Is this the moment you cease to feign grandeur? Boom! Qin Fei's words were like pouring fuel on a fire, and as soon as they left his lips, the Black Serpent sprang into action. The ground cracked, and a tempest roared, resembling a cataclysmic upheaval. The spectators were left in astonishment, unable to fathom the ferocity of the Black Serpent's power. Is this still a human? Like an arrow released from a bow, the Black Serpent reached Qin Fei in the blink of an eye. His black leather shoe was aimed directly at Qin Fei's jaw, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Such a vicious attack caused a slight chill to wash over Qin Fei's face. However, he remained unfazed, tilting his head just enough to evade the strike. Simultaneously, his fist struck the inner thigh of his opponent. Crack! A bone-crunching sound echoed, and the Black Serpent was sent flying, staggering as his complexion turned pale. Struggling to maintain his balance, one of his legs was rendered useless. With such pathetic strength, how dare you act arrogantly before me? I feel embarrassed for you. Qin Fei scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. His words caused the Black Serpent's face to shift in color, clearly humiliated. Yet, simultaneously, they ignited a true, murderous intent deep within him. I will skin you alive and carve your flesh. Taking a deep breath, the Black Serpent disregarded his incapacitated leg, channeling all his internal power into his fist. He was gathering strength. Very well, allow me to showcase my latest prowess in battle, lest you think I underestimate you. With the opponent already prepared to fight with all their might, Qin Fei too would not take this lightly. As the saying goes, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. To achieve victory, one must do so resplendently. Death. The process of gathering energy was brief, merely a matter of seconds. The moment the Black Serpent struck, the tension in the arena reached its zenith. The winds howled violently, and his fist surged forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Qin Fei. Swift. This was the immediate sensation shared by the spectators, as their eyes struggled to keep pace with the unfolding events. Fist of domination. The fists of the two combatants collided instantaneously, unleashing an imperceptible wave of energy that radiated outward, causing the garments of many onlookers to flutter violently. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the Black Serpent's arm was shattered, his body propelled by an immense force, crashing into his elongated Lincoln. The vehicle's exterior crumpled, glass shattered, and he collapsed limply onto the ground, drenched in his own blood. Utterly incapacitated. Impossible. An expert can discern the outcome from the very first move. The Black Serpent, believing himself formidable enough to dominate Anhai City, came to realize how ludicrous his assumptions were upon confronting Qin Fei's full strength. The glow of a firefly could never hope to rival the brilliance of the full moon. His defeat was utterly comprehensive. Yet, in truth, the Black Serpent possessed considerable vitality. Though grievously injured, he was far from death's door. Qin Fei nodded. then approached the black serpent with an expression of indifference. "Can you still maintain your bravado now?" Qin Fei removed the glasses perched on the bridge of his nose and leaned down to inquire. "Whether to kill or maim, the choice is yours. Today I concede." The black serpent coldly regarded Qin Fei, his demeanor unyielding despite his severe injuries. Such fortitude is not commonplace. However, Qin Fei refrained from striking. Instead, he scanned the extent of the black serpent's injuries with his X-ray vision and remarked, Your leg is shattered, your hand is broken, and your internal organs are displaced. Such injuries, even with hospital care, will likely lead to a life of disability. It is quite a tragic fate indeed." Each of Qin Fei's words struck the black serpent's heart like a heavy hammer, draining the color from his face. He ruled the underground world of the West District through unparalleled martial prowess, and should word of his incapacitation spread, he would likely not survive the morrow. After all, he had made too many enemies over the years. "Grant me a swift end." The black serpent resignedly closed his eyes. "To kill you would be too merciful." Qin Fei's sudden words caused the black serpent's expression to shift. He had not anticipated that even in seeking death, he would be denied. "What do you desire?" The black serpent asked Qin Fei, enunciating each word carefully. "I wish to take you as my dog." Unlike the resolute cold autumn, who sought his demise at all costs, the black serpent was merely summoned by others. Furthermore, this fellow commanded a number of subordinates, whom he could call upon in critical moments, having recently faced considerable troubles from some petty criminals. Thus, in some cases, a life preserved holds far greater value than one extinguished. "You wretched cur!" The black serpent unleashed a torrent of curses, completely discarding the composure expected of a figure of his stature. "If you wish to reclaim your status as a warrior, it would be wise to acquiesce to my terms. Otherwise, I shall not grant you a second opportunity. Do you truly consider yourself divine?" At this, the black serpent let out a cold laugh. He was acutely aware of his own injuries. His limbs were shattered beyond repair, and the advancements of modern medicine would struggle to restore him. Even if he managed to walk after surgery, he would likely be unable to wield the abilities of a warrior again. In such a state, he was virtually as good as dead. Just because others cannot, does not mean I cannot. Qin Fei's eyes were fixed on the black serpent, brimming with unwavering confidence. "Trust me, and you shall rise anew. Doubt me, and take your leave. Godfather, why not give it a try?" Just as the black serpent was about to depart, a voice like thunder rang out from the violent bear. He understood the significance of martial prowess for his godfather, and given Qin Fei's formidable strength, perhaps his words held some merit. Is it truly feasible? No one wishes to be incapacitated. If he could stand once more, he would not mind becoming Qin Fei's disciple. Shall we not ascertain its viability at once? With that, Qin Fei signaled to Ling Guofeng, who promptly began to clear the area. Chapter 47, Subjugation. As the irrelevant personnel were dismissed, Qin Fei commenced his work. A shattering fracture may pose a significant dilemma in a hospital, but for him, it was hardly an obstacle. With a few needles, the black serpent felt a faint resurgence of sensation in his seemingly lifeless leg, which caused him to widen his eyes in disbelief. "What manner of acupuncture is this?" he instinctively inquired. "A technique that will allow you to stand once more." The black serpent was unfamiliar with the intricacies of medicine. Thus Qin Fei saw no need to elaborate. 10 minutes later, he concluded his needling. "You may attempt to stand now." With all the silver needles removed, Qin Fei addressed the black serpent calmly. "Is this truly sufficient?" Although his hands and feet exhibited slight sensitivity, the black serpent remained skeptical of his recovery. Moreover, it is commonly said that injuries to bones and tendons take 100 days to heal. Even a warrior's remarkable recuperative abilities could not possibly mend such damage in such a brief span. "Enough of your ramblings. I should not have aided you." Qin Fei shot a cold glance at the black serpent. Upon hearing this, the black serpent hesitated momentarily before gradually pushing himself off the ground to stand. Initially, he struggled to maintain his balance, as the newly formed bones were undoubtedly unfamiliar. But soon, the crowd began to stir. For the black serpent had actually taken several steps, and even threw a few punches with fluidity. Am I imagining things? The onlookers, save for a few, stood dumbfounded, including the black serpent himself. I am truly healed. I am genuinely restored. After examining his hands and feet, the black serpent fell into a fit of laughter, his demeanor bordering on the frenzied. Only those who have known loss can truly appreciate what they have. This was the black serpent's current state. He had believed himself to be irrevocably broken, yet now he found himself whole again, a joy beyond measure. It is nothing short of a miracle. Witnessing the revitalized black serpent, all present were awestruck by Qin Fei's almost divine medical prowess. Their understanding of reality was utterly transformed. My life now belongs to you. From this moment on, I, Black Snake, am entirely at your service. The voice of Black Snake was filled with utmost respect, making it hard to imagine that such a formidable figure would one day bow before another. Very well, rise, Qin Fei replied with a calm nod, showing no signs of surprise. Having saved Black Snake once, he could certainly lead to his downfall again. Black Snake had merely made a prudent choice. Father, he began. The imposing underground overlord actually knelt before someone, leaving the likes of Ba Xiong and Zhang Hu dumbfounded, unsure of how to react. Kneel. Black Snake glared at them, his voice laced with fury. Having already lowered himself, he was incensed that they had not followed suit. Was this not a deliberate affront to him? Upon hearing his command, more than a dozen individuals hastily dropped to their knees, clearly terrified. From now on, you shall show greater respect to Master Fei than to me. Those who defy this rule shall face the consequences. The mention of the rules sent shivers down many spines, as it was evident that these regulations instilled fear in their hearts. Master Fei, your medical skills are unparalleled, might you? Black Snake, visibly anxious, turned to Qin Fei, hoping for assistance, as Ba Xiong and the others were indeed his own. All right, line up and come one by one. Since he could save Black Snake, Qin Fei would not withhold his aid from others. Within approximately 10 minutes, all those who had been wailing in pain were healed. Master Fei, your medical prowess is truly miraculous. One of Zhang Hu's subordinates gave Qin Fei a thumbs up, his face filled with admiration. Enough with the flattery. You all need to leave promptly and not disrupt the business of the hotel, Qin Fei said, his brow slightly furrowed. I, Ba Xiong, have only ever respected my godfather. But today I bow to you. The massive figure of Ba Xiong stepped forward, lowering his head. The strength of someone who could defeat even his godfather was undeniably impressive, compelling his respect. Master Fei, I have brought this scoundrel. At that moment, Zhang Hu appeared, dragging along a pale-faced individual, Sun Wenwu. Master Fei, no, my dear brother, I beg you, spare me this once. I shall never dare again. He fell to his knees before Qin Fei, clutching at his legs in desperate supplication, utterly terrified. A foul odor emanated from him. He had urinated in fear. Witnessing this scene, Black Snake's gaze turned toward Zhang Hu. Without hesitation, Zhang Hu recounted the details of Sun Wenwu's hired wrongdoing. To dare offend Master Fei is to court death. Upon learning that all troubles stemmed from Sun Wenwu, a fierce aura radiated from Black Snake. Take him away and sink him into the river. He waved his hand dismissively. What? Upon hearing that Black Snake intended to drown him, Sun Wenwu broke down in tears, sobbing like a helpless child in his 20s. Qin Fei, I implore you to save me. It was all that wretched Zhu Lily's doing. I had no part in it. I am still young. I do not wish to die. He clung tightly to Qin Fei's legs, knowing that if he let go, his life would surely be forfeit. Had he known Qin Fei was this formidable, even 1,000 lifetimes would not have sufficed for him to assist Zhu Lily. Now he is filled with regret, his insides twisted with remorse, leaving only an overwhelming fear of death. Take him away. The Black Serpent harbors no mercy in his heart. With another wave of his hand, Zhang Hu prepares to drag Sun Wenwu away. Let him go, came a calm voice from Qin Fei. Though Sun Wenwu is detestable, his crimes do not warrant death. After all, they were once classmates, and this can be considered the last shred of friendship Qin Fei extends to him. Thank you. Thank you. Upon hearing Qin Fei's words, Sun Wenwu felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly bowing in gratitude until his forehead bled. The sight was somewhat unsettling. There is no need for thanks. However, my mercy comes with conditions. Qin Fei interjected, but before he could finish, Sun Wenwu interrupted. Rest assured, I will not spare that vile Zhu Lily. Zhu Lily had long sensed the danger and fled, leaving Sun Wenwu to suffer alone, igniting a hatred in him akin to that of a vendetta. I do not wish to see her in Anhai City ever again, Qin Fei said, taking a deep breath and shaking his head. This woman has repeatedly brought trouble upon him. It is only fitting that someone like Sun Wenwu deals with her. I know what to do. Nodding decisively, Sun Wenwu swiftly departed the scene, vowing that he had never moved so quickly in his life. Black Serpent, since you are now aligned with Qin Fei, you are one of us. Allow me to treat you to a drink today, suddenly interjected Ling Guofeng from the side, all according to Master Fei's arrangements. The Black Serpent understood Ling Guofeng's intentions, but with no choice remaining, he complied. Then let us proceed. Qin Fei had secured a grand hotel from Ling Guofeng, and now that Ling Guofeng sought to collect some interest from the Black Serpent, there was no reason for Qin Fei to refuse, especially since it was not his own interest at stake. Peng Jun, Stop dawdling and come with us. Can I not go? Peng Jun suddenly asked in a low voice. Chapter 48. Out of nothing. Why not? Peng Jun's refusal surprised Qin Fei, leaving him with a look of confusion. I cannot wrap my head around it. The Black Serpent and Ling Guofeng held esteemed positions, figures he felt he must look up to. Today, he felt as if he were in a dream. No waities. You will soon come to understand. Today, with Peng Jun standing up for him, how could Qin Fei treat such a loyal brother unfairly? He had initially planned to discuss hotel matters with him later, but it seemed unnecessary now. Come, let's enjoy a couple of drinks together. With that, Qin Fei forcibly pulled Peng Jun into the hotel. The grand spectacle concluded with the Black Serpent being subdued, while Sun Wenwu became nothing more than a source of amusement. At the Emperor's Banquet Hall on the hotel's top floor, the pinnacle of luxury, it was said that even those worth billions could not access this exclusive venue, reserved solely for Ling Guofeng. The hall was adorned with opulence. Several white jade columns supported the ceiling, each intricately carved with lifelike golden dragons, leaving visitors in a state of awe. The crystal-crafted phoenix chandelier soars gracefully, its gaze sharp and piercing, almost lifelike. Beneath it, the floor is adorned with golden tiles, exuding an air of grandeur reminiscent of an ancient imperial palace. It is well known that the Emperor's Hall at the Cloud Top Hotel is extraordinary, and indeed, it is evident that Ling is exceptionally affluent. This is the first time Black Snake has entered the Emperor's Hall, and he cannot help but express his astonishment. This is not my territory. It belongs to your Master Fei, Ling Guofeng remarked with a smile. Master Fei's? Black Snake revealed a look of surprise. Are you not aware that the owner of this hotel is Qin Fei? Ling Guofeng responded incredulously. Hearing Ling Guofeng's words, Peng Jun lost his balance and nearly fell to the ground, utterly astonished that such a grand establishment was owned by him. Surrounded by influential figures, he felt like an outsider. At that moment, however, Qin Fei placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, Do not be anxious. Since I'm the owner of this hotel, why not come on board as my deputy? With that, Peng Jun turned and walked away, feeling as though he could no longer hold it together. Master Fei, it seems your friend here lacks resilience, Black Snake commented, observing Peng Jun's unsteady retreat. The sudden elevation of status among equals can be jarring. Even Qin Fei might struggle to accept such a drastic change if it were to happen to him. After all, the psychological disparity can be quite overwhelming. Previously, Qin Fei had chosen to conceal the truth out of caution, but he believed that Peng Jun would soon come to terms with reality. Once outside the hotel building, Peng Jun took deep, greedy breaths of fresh air, feeling as if he had nearly suffocated in the Emperor's Hall. The immense gap in status left him feeling inferior, and he found himself perplexed by Qin Fei's true nature. What on earth has transpired with you? He murmured as he glanced back at the hotel before wandering off in a daze. Less than half an hour after Peng Jun's departure, Qin Fei also exited the hotel. Black Snake and Ling Guofeng were entangled in business matters, and it would take them several hours to sort through their issues, so Qin Fei was uninterested in their discussions. He stood at the road, attempting to hail a dozen taxis, but every vehicle was already occupied, leaving him somewhat disillusioned. He contemplated acquiring a car for himself, as driving would certainly be more convenient than relying on others for transportation. After all, what man does not harbor dreams of luxury automobiles? Now that he had the means, he yearned to experience the thrill of being the one behind the wheel. Her gaze was fixed intently on Qin Fei, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Why are you staring at me so intently? Is there something on my face? He instinctively asked, touching his cheek. Why are you taking it upon yourself to make decisions for me? Lu Xueqing asked in a low voice. Are you referring to the resume? Qin Fei inquired. Lu Xueqing inhaled deeply and replied, Exactly. I grew up in a rural area, have never traveled abroad, and certainly did not graduate from any prestigious university. We might already be implicated in fraud. She had even searched online about it, breaking out in a cold sweat. The aforementioned act is suspected of fraud and may likely lead to imprisonment. While her arrest may not be of grave concern, she is reluctant to implicate Qin Fei. Xiao Fei, you are still young. You cannot afford to have a criminal record tarnishing your resume. Let us explain the situation to the hotel manager. If we approach with sincerity, they should forgive us. As she spoke, she stood up to grasp Qin Fei's hand, but he deftly evaded her grasp, saying, Your educational background and experiences are authentic. How can this be deemed fraudulent? This is clearly a fabrication. Observing Qin Fei's blatant falsehoods, Lu Xueqing grew anxious. How about this? I have a manager's business card. If you doubt me, you can call and verify. Qin Fei produced Zhou Daiyuan's card. I can't. Despite the card being right in front of her, fear began to creep in. What would happen to Cece if she were imprisoned? The child was still so young. Fear not. I shall make the call for you. Qin Fei had not anticipated that his fabricated credentials would inadvertently lead to a convoluted situation. Had he known, he would have avoided such frivolous deceptions. At this moment, only Zhou Daiyuan's words could reassure Lu Xueqing. Hello, who is this? The call connected swiftly, and the sound of rapid keyboard clattering indicated that Zhou Daiyuan was likely still engrossed in her work. I am the one who submitted Lu Xueqing's resume today. Qin Fei introduced himself. The keyboard sounds abruptly ceased. Oh, ahem. Noticing that Zhou Daiyuan was about to reveal her identity, Qin Fei quickly coughed twice. The call was on speakerphone. If she referred to him as her boss, their ruse would be exposed. What can I assist you with? Zhou Daiyuan's voice soon regained its composure. It appears there has been a mix-up regarding Lu Xueqing's educational qualifications. Could you please verify this? Qin Fei was direct, avoiding any roundabout conversation. A mix-up? I will have someone look into it immediately. Zhou Daiyuan, perceptive as ever, immediately grasped the implications of Qin Fei's words. It has already been confirmed. Her qualifications are indeed valid. Upon hearing Zhou Daiyuan's assertion, Lu Xueqing's expression was nothing short of remarkable. Her mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. In this chapter, Qin Fei's fabrications are understandable to Lu Xueqing. Yet, Zhou Daiyuan's confirmation of her credentials left her utterly astonished. The existence of a fictitious degree being verified by the hotel manager was beyond her comprehension. She could never conceive that Qin Fei and Zhou Daiyuan were colluding to deceive her. Is there a problem on Ms. Lu's end? Zhou Daiyuan inquired over the phone. She is right here. Perhaps you could converse with her. Though Lu Xueqing was skeptical of Qin Fei, she felt compelled to heed Zhou Daiyuan's words, grateful for her assistance. Hello, President Zhou. Holding the phone, Lu Xueqing spoke with palpable trepidation. Xiao Lu, have you encountered some trouble? Zhou Daiyuan asked gently. No, not at all. Since the confirmation had been given, Lu Xueqing had no intention of exposing the truth. Doing so would be detrimental to both her and Qin Fei. Since there is no alternative, you should take a day to rest at home, and be sure to arrive at work promptly at 8 tomorrow. I will be waiting for you at the hotel entrance. However, I have never served as a lobby manager, Lu Xueqing said, her head bowed. That is of no concern. Your predecessor has not yet departed, and she will guide you through the process step by step. Well, I have many matters to attend to, so I shall end this call. With that, the phone was abruptly disconnected, leaving Lu Xueqing in a state of bewilderment. It was astonishing how easily she had managed to obscure the issue of her false qualifications. However, when she saw Qin Fei's calm demeanor, she suddenly stepped forward and confronted him, asking, "Is this all you're doing?" "Yes, a classmate's father works in the hotel as Human Resources Department. I sought his assistance." Qin Fei replied, quickly devising a strategy. "But isn't this still deceitful?" Lu Xueqing struggled with her conscience. What does it matter if it's deceit? A degree is merely a stepping stone. Once you have mastered your responsibilities, who will care about your qualifications? Moreover, the hotel provides training, and, given your intelligence, I refuse to believe you cannot learn. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qin Fei spoke with such conviction that Lu Xueqing found herself at a loss for words. Yet, still somewhat apprehensive, she inquired, "What if my false qualifications are discovered later? As long as you are hired through proper channels, who has the time to verify qualifications? Focus on your work at the hotel and do not overthink it." As he spoke, Qin Fei had already changed his shoes and ascended the stairs to rest. Regardless of the circumstances, thank you for today. His words undoubtedly relieved Lu Xueqing. He was right, as long as she diligently performed her duties. Who would care about her degree? Having never ventured into the role of hotel lobby manager, Lu Xueqing was entirely unacquainted with the field. Thus, with her first day at work approaching, she hastily turned to the internet for information. Finally, she had managed to navigate through the situation. Noticing Lu Xueqing seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, Qin Fei on the second floor couldn't help but exhale deeply. In truth, there were significant flaws in his earlier statements, but Lu Xueqing's limited professional experience prevented her from detecting them, and by chance, he had evaded scrutiny. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Qin Fei began to cultivate the qi condensation technique. With his eyes closed, he lost track of time, and when he awoke once more, darkness had enveloped the outside world. This meant he had been sitting for a considerable portion of the day. As he assessed the qi within him, he sensed a slight increase, though the results were minimal. He longed for the intense enhancement that had accompanied his previous consumption of medicinal herbs. However, High-quality herbs are not as common as cabbages. They require fate, and for the moment, Qin Fei was uncertain where to procure them. Casually using his ability to see through walls, he glanced downstairs and was astonished to find Lu Xueqing still on the sofa, completely absorbed in her phone, as if something within it was captivating her. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was researching hotel management and simultaneously taking notes in a small booklet. How dedicated! With this thought, Qin Fei quickly rose from his bed. Sister Xueqing, I am feeling quite hungry. Shall we dine out together? Qin Fei called from the corridor on the second floor. What? I apologize. I completely forgot to prepare lunch. Startled by Qin Fei's words, Lu Xueqing, who was engrossed in her research, responded with an embarrassed expression. You didn't skip lunch, did you? Observing the bloodshot eyes of Lu Xueqing, Qin Fei was somewhat taken aback. I was so absorbed in my studies that I lost track of time. After saying this, Lu Xueqing hurriedly tucked away her phone and notebook and dashed into the kitchen. I'll prepare something for you. Lu Xueqing's voice echoed from the kitchen. What? You're going to prepare something for me? Upon hearing this, Qin Fei's mind immediately conjured a rather mischievous image. However, Lu Xueqing was not the type to be frivolous. He scolded himself for his lewd thoughts and promptly followed her into the kitchen. Lu Xueqing took charge of the cooking while Qin Fei washed the vegetables. The kitchen buzzed with a lively atmosphere. Qin Fei, are the vegetables ready? The water in the pot is boiling. Lu Xueqing inquired. All set. Just as Qin Fei turned around, he was unexpectedly bumped into by her. Their eyes met, and the air thickened with an unspoken tension. The basket of vegetables he held hung, suspended in the air, as he had not anticipated Lu Xueqing's sudden movement. Did I hurt you? She asked. No, not at all. The spot where we collided was incredibly soft, and Qin Fei felt nothing but pleasure. However, he dared not voice such sentiments. He sensed that Lu Xueqing harbored feelings for him, and one wrong word could ignite a passionate fire between them. Once their meal concluded, neither spoke a word, and an awkward silence enveloped the table. Since Lu Xueqing had to rise early for work at the hotel the next day, after clearing the dishes, she retreated to her room to sleep, utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Meanwhile, Qin Fei waited for her to drift off before leaving the villa, ascending to the mountaintop behind the community. It is often said in novels that the first rays of sunlight in the morning are imbued with profound spiritual energy. He wished to ascertain whether this was indeed the case. Being a high-end residential area, the entire mountain had been developed, featuring a loft and a small plaza at the summit. Upon reaching the peak, Qin Fei beheld a breathtaking vista of the city's nightscape, majestic and expansive, half the sky aglow with vibrant hues. Gazing at the dazzling neon lights, he fell into a contemplative silence. Just a few days prior, he had been a man with nothing, scraping by through collecting scraps. Yet now, his life had undergone a dramatic transformation. He resided in a villa, owned a hotel, and possessed sums of money that an average person could only dream of accumulating in a lifetime. All of this was a result of the inheritance he had received. He touched the jade pendant that had hung around his neck. The pendant remained, but the once warm and translucent feeling had vanished entirely. The power it once contained had been completely absorbed when Qin Fei received his inheritance, leaving it an ordinary piece of jade. He had heard his mother say since childhood that the pendant was left behind by his father, yet he knew nothing of his father's identity or name. He held no memories of his father, and each time he inquired with his mother, she would always evade the topic, as if shunning something. The only occasion when she inadvertently revealed a fragment of information was during Qin Fei's acceptance into university, when she joyfully mentioned that his father seemed to hail from Longdu. Beyond that, Qin Fei was left in the dark. His mother's lips were tightly sealed, impermeable to inquiry. In the 50th chapter, The Stance of the Young Daughter, Qin Fei remained oblivious to the fate of his father, unaware of his whereabouts. Many claimed that his father had perished in his youth. Yet, the existence of a mysterious jade token, which allowed Qin Fei to inherit a legacy, suggested that he was likely a practitioner himself. A formidable cultivator could not so easily meet his end, and thus Qin Fei believed that this man was still alive, merely hiding away in an unknown place. Reluctant to reveal himself, deprived of paternal affection, Qin Fei's disposition had been somewhat reclusive since childhood, improving only slightly as he matured. He regarded the term father as a taboo within his heart. Whenever it was mentioned, he would invariably fly into a rage. To shield him from the consequences of such anger, his mother had spent a considerable amount on medical bills, often weeping in despair. He harbored resentment towards that irresponsible man who had sown the seeds of his existence and then abandoned his responsibilities. He also loathed the fact that he had entered the world devoid of the fundamental love that a normal child should receive. His mother had endured immense hardship over the years to raise him, all of which stemmed from his father's actions. If, on some future day, they were to reunite, Qin Fei vowed to deliver a sound thrashing to him. He would ensure that the man would be left searching for his teeth. The mere thought of this man stirred a tempest of emotions within Qin Fei, prompting him to silently light a cigarette. As the cigarette burned down, Qin Fei began practicing his powerful boxing techniques in the square. The resounding echoes of air bursts filled the atmosphere, as though he were not striking the air, but rather the very person he despised in his mind. He trained for several hours, until he finally collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of energy. Coincidentally, at that moment, the distant sky began to blush with the first light of dawn. Night would soon yield to day. Regardless of how tragic his past had been, he resolved to greet each day with optimism, for his future promised to be bright. Sitting cross-legged, Qin Fei commenced the circulation of his techniques. Approximately an hour later, a crimson sun slowly ascended from the horizon. The sun rose in the east, bringing forth auspicious energies. At that moment, all things stirred to life. A dense aura of spiritual energy filled every inch of space, causing his heart to tremble with excitement. Indeed, the narratives of novels were not mere fabrications. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Fei immediately devoted himself to the concentration technique. His body transformed into a sponge, greedily absorbing every wisp of spiritual energy, his aura rapidly intensifying, as if he were a bottomless pit. However, as the sun fully rose, the spiritual energy gradually returned to its usual state, leaving Qin Fei with a sense of regret. With just this moment's abundance of spiritual energy, elevating his cultivation seemed a daunting task. He felt he was far from achieving a breakthrough to the mid-stage of qi gathering. It appeared that he needed to seek solutions through medicinal herbs. Qin Fei murmured to himself. Today, Lu Xueqing had to rise early for work. Fearing that she might worry about his absence, Qin Fei swiftly descended the mountain. Upon reaching the vicinity of the villa, he noticed that lights were already aglow within. Lu Xueqing had awoken. With a wry smile, Qin Fei opened the door. Indeed, Lu Xueqing was up, preparing breakfast for him. You've risen at just the right time. The porridge is ready. Come down and have some. Lu Xueqing beckoned to him from downstairs. Xueqing, you needn't wake early every day to prepare breakfast for me. I can manage a bite outside. Qin Fei replied with a smile. There's no comparison between outside food and what you make yourself. Come eat. I must head to work shortly, she insisted, removing her apron to reveal her exquisite figure beneath. Her form, accentuated by the fitted clothing, was strikingly alluring. Wow! At this sight, Qin Fei nearly sputtered the porridge he had just sipped, having lived next to Lu Xueqing for so long. It was the first time he had seen her dressed thus. Her long, straight legs were already a feast for the eyes, but in this attire, her allure soared to new heights. What are you staring at? Is my outfit unappealing? Lu Xueqing, sensing his gaze, twirled in place. With this movement, Qin Fei felt a rush of blood. Already adorned with light makeup, paired with her professional attire, she epitomized the goddess archetype. Qin Fei could hardly withstand such a youthful display. One could confidently assert that upon entering the hotel, she would undoubtedly be the most radiant presence in the crowd. No one would suspect she was a mother. You look beautiful today. Drink your porridge, Qin Fei murmured, lowering his gaze and hastily consuming a bowl of porridge. Really? Lu Xueqing blushed at his compliment and quickly lowered her head to sip her porridge. It's nothing. I'm an adult now. I won't starve myself. Qin Fei rolled his eyes, adding, I wish you a splendid start to your day. Go for it. He gestured a sign of encouragement. Yes, I will. Lu Xueqing nodded vigorously before vanishing from Qin Fei's sight. As for the hotel, Qin Fei need not specifically instruct Zhou Daiyuan. She was astute, and he trusted her to manage everything adeptly. After a vigorous workout the previous night, he felt uncomfortable with his sweat-soaked clothes, so he filled a bathtub with water. However, just as he reclined, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, it was Zhang Xianghua. Qin Fei had promised this junior disciple to teach him medical skills, but he had delayed for so long that the young man had resorted to calling to remind him. Feeling somewhat apologetic, he answered, Senior brother, are you free today? Zhang Xianghua's voice came through the line. I'll be over shortly to teach you some acupuncture techniques. Wait for me at the courtyard, Qin Fei replied after a moment's thought. However, Zhang Xianghua did not intend to urge Qin Fei to teach him acupuncture techniques. He quickly replied, Brother, I believe you are mistaken. I did not call you here today to teach me medical skills. Oh, then what is the matter? Well, you took some fine medicinal herbs from me last time, didn't you? Thus, I presumed you might be in urgent need of them. I inquired around, and fortuitously, there is an auction happening in Anhai City today, where fine medicinal herbs are said to be available. Upon hearing about the medicinal herbs, Qin Fei's eyes sparkled with interest. It was as if a pillow had been provided just as he was feeling drowsy. He had been worried about where to procure such items. Where is it? What does it begin? He inquired eagerly, neglecting even to take a bath, as it pertained to his own cultivation. Brother, do not rush. This auction is exclusively for the upper echelons of Anhai City. It is a private auction. Private? Qin Fei furrowed his brow. Does that mean I cannot attend? You may attend, but only as my attendant, Zheng Xianghua replied, seemingly a bit embarrassed. As long as I can acquire what I need, I would gladly be your bodyguard. I will wait for you at the courtyard. The auction will commence in an hour. All right. Hanging up the phone, Qin Fei hurriedly donned his clothes and rushed out the door. Chapter 51. The auction at around 8 o'clock. It was the peak of the morning rush hour, with buses and subways overcrowded and the main roads severely congested. It took Qin Fei nearly 40 minutes to arrive at Zheng Xianghua's courtyard, which only reinforced his determination to buy a car. Yes, after attending this auction, I will go buy a car. Brother, you finally made it. The auction is about to start. Upon seeing Qin Fei alight from the taxi, Zheng Xianghua quickly approached him. Where's your car? Let us hurry, Qin Fei urged. We might not have time for that. Just wait a moment. Zheng Xianghua made a phone call, and within minutes, a booming sound echoed from afar. Looking up, Qin Fei was taken aback as a helicopter appeared overhead. Goodness, you truly are impressive. Witnessing this scene, Qin Fei couldn't help but give Zheng Xianghua a thumbs up. He had just been contemplating buying a car, but it seemed that Zheng had arranged a helicopter instead. His own ambitions felt rather modest in comparison. To be able to fly a helicopter within the urban confines of Anhai City spoke volumes about Zheng Xianghua's influence. What would normally take half an hour was accomplished in mere minutes as they arrived at the venue of the auction. Minua Mountain Villa. Brother, don't look at me like that. The helicopter isn't mine. I borrowed it temporarily, Zheng Xianghua said, causing Qin Fei to feel a chill down his spine. Drenched in cold sweat throughout the journey. Rest assured, I won't ask you to lend me a plane, nor will I ask for money. Qin Fei responded with a shake of his head. I would actually prefer if you did ask me for money, Zheng Xianghua said, feeling somewhat uneasy under Qin Fei's gaze. Brother, having cultivated in Anhai City for many years, you must know quite a few dignitaries, right? Qin Fei suddenly asked. Zheng Xianghua nodded earnestly. Indeed, I know quite a few. In this regard, I kindly request you to publish a message under your name. I am in search of a substantial quantity of aged medicinal herbs, specifically those exceeding a decade in age. Compensation for this endeavor is negotiable. Very well, I shall keep an eye out. However, such items are often elusive, so it would be prudent for you to temper your expectations. Over the years, Zheng Xianghua has managed to collect only a few specimens, which speaks volumes about the difficulty of this pursuit. He chuckled. Having more people and diverse channels is certainly preferable to a solitary search. Indeed, Zheng Xianghua is quite a notable figure in Anhai City, which is why the auction security allowed him entry without any hindrance. Given that it is a private auction, the scale is not expected to be extensive, held within one of the banquet halls of the estate, with an estimated attendance of 30 to 40 individuals. Upon entering, Qin Fei immediately recognized several familiar faces. Ling Guofeng, Ling Yun, and Ling Guangyuan were all present. Qin Fei, over here, Ling Yun exclaimed, waving excitedly upon spotting him. She had not anticipated his arrival. Who is this young man? The goddess Ling actually knows him? For Ling Guofeng and others, Qin Fei was already considered an acquaintance. Yet those unfamiliar with him remained oblivious to his capabilities, leading them to whisper among themselves. Regardless of who he is, anyone daring to approach Ling Yun is an enemy of Su Chuanhang. A young man within the crowd murmured to himself, a devoted admirer of Ling Yun. Dr. Zheng, may I inquire about the identity of this young man beside you? Someone asked. He is my senior apprentice. Henceforth, anyone suffering from ailments may seek his assistance. For his medical skills surpass my own. Zheng Xianghua smiled as he introduced Qin Fei to the crowd. Senior apprentice? The crowd stirred in disbelief, clearly skeptical of Zheng Xianghua's assertion. Zheng, being of considerable age, could not possibly have a junior apprentice as young as Qin Fei. They might have been more inclined to believe that Qin Fei was Zheng Xianghua's grandson. As for the claim of superior medical skills, that was met with even greater skepticism. How absurd. He appears younger than I, yet claims to possess skills greater than the esteemed Dr. Zheng. He probably has tea even fully matured. Perhaps he has bribed others to deceive us and claim our hard-earned money. In this day and age, anyone, even the most unremarkable individual, can be labeled a divine healer. Several individuals of similar age to Qin Fei scoffed derisively. However, when the last remark was uttered, Zheng Xianghua's expression turned icy. "Dr. Zheng, my son is young and naive. I hope you can forgive him," the young man's father promptly interjected, bowing respectfully to Zheng Xianghua. They may look down on Qin Fei, but such words undeniably offended Zheng. After all, he has practiced medicine in Anhai City for decades, and his skills are widely acknowledged. Offending such a healer is unwise. I merely spoke the truth," the young man retorted defiantly. Yet, before he could say more, his father struck him across the face, rebuking silence. "Father, how could you strike me for the sake of a stranger?" the young man exclaimed in disbelief, clutching his face. "I brought you here to broaden your horizons, not to create trouble for me. If you're dissatisfied, then be off at once." Upon hearing this, the young man shot a venomous glance at Qin Fei, rendered speechless. In his mind, the slap he received was solely due to Qin Fei's involvement, even though Qin Fei had said nothing throughout the ordeal. "Brother, these privileged youths have been spoiled since childhood and speak without any decorum. Do not take it to heart." Zheng Xianghua whispered to Qin Fei, "As long as they do not provoke me, all is well." With that, Qin Fei and Zheng Xianghua took their seats, conveniently adjacent to Ling Guofeng and his daughter. "Qin Fei, what brings you to this auction?" Ling Yun inched closer, sitting beside Qin Fei, her excitement palpable. "Medicinal herbs?" Ling Yun furrowed her brow at this revelation. "ISNT, this charity auction, typically reserved for antiques and such. When did medicinal herbs become part of the offerings?" "This is a new addition this year, and I only learned about it yesterday," Zheng Xianghua explained. "A charity auction? Is this event philanthropic in nature?" Qin Fei inquired, puzzled. "Not quite. The organizers will allocate 20% of the total auction proceeds to charitable causes, hence the name charity auction," Ling Yun clarified. "Businessmen are driven by profit. If it were purely a loss, no one would have the leisure to engage in such activities. Wouldn't you agree?" Ling Guofeng chimed in. "Understood," Qin Fei nodded. Essentially, this auction served as a platform for reputation enhancement, which explained the presence of numerous wealthy individuals. The affluent could spare a fraction of their wealth for charity, thus enhancing their public image without incurring significant losses. "Brother Qin, if you find anything appealing, feel free to let me know, and I shall cover the expenses." Ling Guangyuan, sitting a bit farther away, interjected upon noticing Qin Fei and Ling Guofeng engaging in cheerful conversation. He was eager to avoid isolation. This statement caused a stir, with attendees speculating about Qin Fei's true identity. Chapter 52. Expensive Medicinal Herbs. Ling Guangyuan, does Qin Fei sit beside me, necessitating your financial assistance? Ling Guofeng shot Ling Guangyuan a glare, his tone dripping with sarcasm. For individuals of their status, gaining favor through monetary means was hardly a concern. Who among them would not spend a few million here? Thus, even a modest expenditure on Qin Fei posed no significant issue. The two prominent figures were ironically vying to finance Qin Fei. As a result, all eyes turned to Qin Fei. The young man's identity was indeed intriguing. "Go, investigate this lad's background," Su Chuanhang instructed one of his subordinates, his expression slightly darkening upon witnessing Ling Guangyuan and Ling Guofeng competing to sponsor Qin Fei. His admiration for Ling Yun had persisted for some time, yet he had never found an opportunity to approach her. The sight of her laughing and conversing with Qin Fei naturally bred resentment within him. What he could not attain, neither would he allow others to possess. The auction is set to commence in just a few minutes, and seizing this opportunity, Ling Yun provides Qin Fei with a brief introduction to the identities of those present. For instance, Su Chuanhang hails from a prominent pharmaceutical enterprise in the Dongqing district, boasting a market value exceeding 10 billion, comparable to that of the Ling family. The individual who previously mocked him, known as Xiao Yu, is from the largest construction materials company in Anhai City, similarly valued close to 10 billion. It can be said that, aside from Qin Fei and Zheng Xianghua, nearly everyone here is a mogul or the offspring of one. The auction carries an exceptionally high standard. "All right, everyone, please settle down," announces a middle-aged man who steps onto the auction platform. His attire is remarkably unassuming, likely costing no more than 1,000 yuan in total. Yet, not a single attendee would dare to underestimate him. He is not only the host of the auction, but also the spokesperson from Mingyuan Mountain Villa. In the inaugural auction, there were indeed entrepreneurs who openly flouted the rules, but what became of them in the end? Companies worth billions crumbled within 3 days, and the individuals met untimely ends in remote locales. Although official investigations later claimed they died by accident, Who would truly believe such narratives? This underscores the staggering influence behind Mingyue Mountain Villa. No one wishes to incur their wrath. Some new faces have arrived, which is a positive sign. We hope to see even more newcomers in the coming years. The middle-aged man's gaze swept across the crowd, lingering on Qin Fei for a moment longer. Well, everyone understands the rules, so I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter and proceed directly to the first item for auction. With that, a striking woman enters, carrying a tray. Upon it rests a magnificent porcelain vase, which appears exceptionally beautiful under the lighting. This exquisite blue and white porcelain vase, originating from the imperial kilns of the Yuan dynasty, was fortuitously acquired by our villa recently. The starting price is set at 10 million, with each subsequent bid requiring an increase of no less than 5 million. The auction is now officially underway. As his words resonate, the attendees begin to scrutinize the vase. It is Qin Fei's first encounter with an antique, and he cannot help but cast his gaze upon it. With his enhanced perception, he observes the craftsmanship within the vase and the intricately carved floral designs on its surface, missing not a single detail. The composition is rich, and the structural layers are distinctly defined, indicating that this artifact is indeed of remarkable quality. After a brief moment, Qin Fei nods in approval, having detected no signs of modern craftsmanship, leading him to conclude that this piece is genuine. Furthermore, with so many esteemed magnates in attendance, it is unlikely that Mingyue Mountain Villa would present a counterfeit and risk tarnishing their reputation. I bid 20 million, calls out a voice, belonging to a newly emerged mogul from the renewable energy sector last year. 25 million, 30 million. Just through a few rounds of bidding, the value of this blue and white porcelain vase has surged exponentially, as if to these individuals, money is merely a string of digits, with nary a blink during the bidding process. Qin Fei, possessing over 300 million, perceives this as an extraordinary sum, yet appears that such funds are merely sufficient to procure a few antiques in this milieu. The joy of the wealthy is truly difficult for him to comprehend. Ultimately, this antique was sold for a staggering 45 million, an exorbitant premium indeed. The auction continued, with several more antiques presented, each fetching considerable sums. However, Qin Fei noticed that the group led by Ling Guofeng remained mere spectators, just as he was. "Why are you not participating?" Qin Fei inquired, glancing at Ling Yun beside him. "Have you not observed that the bidders are all newly emerged tycoons from the past 2 years?" Ling Guofeng interjected calmly. "What does that matter?" "Well, it's akin to beginner quests in a game," Ling Yun vividly elucidated. "Each new affluent individual is like a novice character in a starting village. They must complete various tasks to level up. My father and his peers have long since completed their beginner quests and evolved into higher-tier characters. Thus they have no need for such superficial accolades." "Your explanation is remarkably clear," Qin Fei chuckled. "High-quality medicinal herbs possess life-extending properties, particularly beneficial for those in poor health. Today, our estate has prepared 3 herbs over a century old. Please take a look." As she spoke, the same female attendant brought forth a tray displaying 3 herbs of varying hues. Among them were Lingji, Huangjing, and a third herb whose name Qin Fei could not recall. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his excitement, for he realized that each of these herbs surpassed the ginseng he had previously acquired from an old farmer, brimming with extraordinary vitality. They were all genuine treasures. If he could successfully acquire all 3, he might very well elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of qi gathering. Without further ado, let us commence the auction of these herbs. The middle-aged man, straightforward in demeanor, presented the items and then retrieved the Lingji, announcing, "The starting bid for the Lingji is 10 million, with increments no less than 5 million. "What? So expensive?" At this proclamation, many could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Indeed, medicinal herbs over 100 years old are undeniably valuable, yet whether they can truly extend life remains uncertain. Moreover, this starting price was exorbitantly high, exceeding their expectations. "This is simply highway robbery." Hearing the middle-aged man's opening bid, Qin Fei could not suppress a curse, deeming him a swindler. He had purchased the old farmer's ginseng for a mere 100,000. While its efficacy was somewhat lacking, this price was egregiously inflated. 10 million? Robbing a bank would seem more lucrative by comparison. Whispers filled the air, and no one dared to place a bid. The atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Ahem, is there no one willing to bid? The middle-aged man, caught off guard by the unexpected silence, found himself in a rather awkward position. "I bid 10 million and 1 yuan. Just as the tension threatened to engulf the room, Qin Fei's voice rang out. Though the item was costly, he pondered that such an opportunity might not arise again. However, hearing his bid, many regarded him as though he were a fool. The auctioneer had stated a minimum increment of 5 million. Was he deliberately trying to disrupt the proceedings? Xiao Yu felt as though he had seized a chance for vengeance against Qin Fei and immediately let out a loud shout. Chapter 53. It's yours. On the auction stage, the middle-aged man was taken aback by Qin Fei's willingness to raise the bid by merely a single yuan, his expression darkening slightly. It mattered not if the item remained unsold, but the established rules must not be broken. Young man, if you wish to bid, it must be 15 million. He emphasized sternly. This esteemed uncle, you must understand the difficulties faced by the youth. My finances are rather limited, and I can only offer an additional yuan. Qin Fei replied with a hint of embarrassment. No, you might as well inquire if anyone else is willing to be the fool, the auctioneer retorted. Unfazed, Qin Fei leaned back nonchalantly in his chair. Is there anyone else willing to bid? He called out 3 times, but the auction hall was enveloped in silence. Most attendees were unfamiliar with medicinal herbs, and the notion of purchasing such a thing for 10 million seemed utterly absurd. The auctioneer, surprised by the apparent lack of interest, cast a glance at Zheng Xianghua. Unfortunately for him, the only bidder was Qin Fei, and Zheng Xianghua, of course, would not foolishly enter into competition. Very well. We shall accept this young gentleman's bid of 10 million and 1 yuan. After waiting so long without further bids, the auctioneer prepared to finalize the sale. Just then, Su Chuanhang rose from the crowd, exclaiming, "Wait." His sudden emergence turned him into the focal point of attention, with onlookers speculating on his intentions. He had not anticipated that Qin Fei's family background was so meager. Such a person was hardly worthy of being his rival. Are you here to participate in the bidding? The middle-aged man on stage inquired. No, I'm not a physician. What would I do with such an item? He then pointed at Qin Fei, declaring, I had someone check, and this individual is impoverished. He cannot possibly muster such a sum. I suspect he is merely here to cause trouble. What? The audience gasped in astonishment at these words. Su Chuanhang, what do you mean by that? Ling Yun, protective as a hen over her chicks, flared up instantly. Yet the more furious she became, the more Su Chuanhang loathed Qin Fei. He could not understand what made him inferior to such a destitute man, feeling that he was being completely outclassed. No need to heed his nonsense. The Lin family will cover this cost, Lin Guangyuan declared with a sneer. The first to step forward in defense of Qin Fei. I too can assist, Lin Guofeng added. Just moments ago, the two had promised to help Qin Fei, and now Su Chuanhang was openly slapping them in the face. There was no need for discussion. A direct confrontation was warranted. With that, Qin Fei produced his bank card. A destitute fellow attempting to conjure 10 million? Su Chuang Moket? However, his laughter was short-lived, for Qin Fei's card indeed displayed a balance of 10 million. With money exchanged for goods, and holding that vibrant, spirit-infused Ganoderma in hand, Qin Fei could hardly contain his joy. Money could be earned anew. But should he fail to acquire such a remarkable item, restful sleep would elude him. Indeed, it was clear that the other party was of considerable standing, and to face such a setback was utterly foolish. All those years of study wasted. Numerous business executives began to whisper among themselves, causing Su Chuanhang to feel a stiffening in his posture. However, he quickly regained his composure and directed his gaze towards the auction platform. The rules of your estate's auction stipulate an incremental raise of 5 million. His actions are tantamount to undermining these regulations. Do you not concur? With a single statement, he thrust the individual on stage into the spotlight. Young Master Su, have you not heard the adage? The final interpretation rests with the merchant. If you truly desire it, you may procure this herb at a premium price. The middle-aged man on stage replied, his smile devoid of warmth. Upon hearing this, Su Chuanhang paused, his expression darkening. The auction proceeded, featuring 3 medicinal herbs in succession, the second of which was Huang Jing. The starting bid remained identical to the previous one, and Qin Fei's offer matched the earlier amount, drawing little competition. Just as the middle-aged man on stage was about to strike the gavel, Su Chuanhang suddenly called out, I bid 15 million. Although he lacked knowledge of medicine or herbs, he intended to leverage his resources to retaliate against Qin Fei. A person from modest background, even if affluent, would not possess much. He certainly would not allow Qin Fei to acquire this herb easily. 15 million and 1. Indeed, Qin Fei, with an impassive expression, responded. The poor remain poor. I bid 20 million. Su Chuanhang shot Qin Fei a contemptuous glance, his face a mask of provocation, as if challenging him to continue. 20 million and 1. Qin Fei increment by a single unit. Senior brother, perhaps we should reconsider. This far exceeds the herb's intrinsic value. Zheng Xianghua hastily urged, observing the escalating conflict between Qin Fei and Su Chuanhang. I refuse to believe anyone can surpass me. I am low on funds. You all should lend me some later, Su Chuanhang declared. Low on funds? Upon hearing this, Lin Guangyuan and Ling Guofeng exchanged glances, both sharing a fleeting smile. It seemed someone was destined to be taken advantage of today. Qin Fei's words were not deliberately suppressed, and Su Chuanhang naturally overheard. He discerned the camaraderie between Qin Fei and Lin Guangyuan, yet friendship is one thing, and money is another. As long as Su's bid exceeded the psychological threshold of Lin and Ling, no one would assist Qin Fei financially. 30 million. In a moment of determination, Su Chuanhang raised his bid by 10 million. Kid, if you have the means, continue to compete with me for wealth. Su Chuanhang glared at Qin Fei, already having concocted a plan. As soon as Qin Fei raised his bid by one more unit, he would withdraw. The thought that Qin Fei would have to spend 30 million on something that could have been secured for 10 million filled him with a sense of satisfaction. However, to his astonishment, the next moment, Qin Fei set down his paddle and declared, "Forget it. You have deeper pockets. This item is yours." Damn it. Upon hearing this, Su Chuanhang felt a surge of anger strike his heart. He was actually backing down? Very well, this herb belongs to young Master Su. The middle-aged man on the auction platform promptly struck the gavel, instructing that Huang Jing be delivered to Su Chuanhang. Can I refuse it? Gazing at the lumpy object before him, Su Chuanhang felt as if he had ingested 1,000 dead flies, overwhelmed by discomfort. Why did he not follow through? Where was his pride? Young Master Su, are you intending to toy with us at Mingwen Mountain Villa? The middle-aged man at the auction platform spoke coldly, his gaze sharp. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. Despite his reluctance, Su Chuanhang was compelled to part with 30 million for a plant he deemed utterly useless. Fully aware of the substantial backing Mingwen Mountain Villa possessed, young Master Su certainly has deep pockets. It's quite admirable, Qin Fei remarked, observing the dark scowl on Su Chuanhang's face. Do not celebrate too soon, he warned. Clenching his fists tightly, Su Chuanhang's nails nearly embedded themselves into his flesh. He was indifferent to the loss of 30 million. What truly troubled him was Lin Yun and the humiliation Qin Fei had just inflicted upon him. Chapter 54. A Great Bargain. After suffering a significant setback, Su Chuanhang dared not disrupt the auction again for the third herb, fearing Qin Fei might ensnare him once more. Although he had brought ample funds, they were earmarked for crucial purposes. Having secured 2 herbs, Qin Fei prepared to leave, but Lin Yun halted him, saying, "Do not rush off. The real show has only just begun." What show? Qin Fei queried, a look of confusion crossing his face. You will find out soon enough. The fervor surrounding this so-called charity auction stemmed not solely from its benevolent title, but also from the exclusive items that were difficult to procure elsewhere. For instance, land. Mingwen Mountain Villa's origins were shrouded in mystery, and their owner had never been seen, yet they possessed a substantial collection of legally acquired land parcels. These lots had likely been purchased years prior, and with the city's expansion, their value had skyrocketed, worth a fortune now. Many executives were drawn here specifically for these properties. As for the ancient herbs and antiques, they were merely appetizers. Next, we shall auction a parcel of land in the western district of Anhai City. Here is the blueprint. As someone activated the projector, the audience could clearly see the land's location and dimensions. This prime piece of real estate could accommodate a 5-star hotel or high-end office buildings. Enough talk. I bid 500 million. A rotund executive eagerly interrupted. You think you can secure nearly 10,000 square meters of land for just 500 million? You must still be dreaming. Another executive immediately doubled the bid. 1 billion. As the two men bickered, unexpectedly, Ling Guofeng, standing beside Lin Yun, raised his bidding card. The Ling family's enterprises were primarily located in the western district, making this parcel of land an obvious choice for him. What the hell? Upon hearing such a staggering bid, Qin Fei could only marvel. No wonder Lin Yun had mentioned a good show. The amount of money he possessed barely seemed enough to cover the margins. 1,100 million. Su Chuanhang, previously humiliated by Qin Fei, finally spoke up. The land had no set minimum price, yet everyone understood that acquiring it would not be an easy feat, Uncle Ling. Please hold off on further bids. You know I have always been interested in Yun'er. If you could let me have this land, I would use it as a dowry to marry her. As Ling Guofeng was preparing to raise his bid once more, Su Chuanhang hurriedly interjected. His words caused Ling Yun to pale, while a hint of derision curled at the corners of Ling Guofeng's mouth. Little child, try to employ such tricks on me. You are still too inexperienced. Have her father come and compete with me personally. 25 billion. Ling Guofeng scoffed. 26 billion. Su Chuanheng gritted his teeth and declared, 30 billion. As Ling Guofeng uttered this figure, a wave of unease swept through the crowd. 30 billion was already an exorbitant price. Considering the subsequent development, profit margins would be minimal. Although Su Chuanheng yearned for the land, this exceeded his psychological threshold, leaving him no choice but to relent. Congratulations, Mr. Ling, for acquiring the land in Xiqing district at the price of 30 billion. With the auctioneer's gavel striking down, the plot in Xiqing district ultimately fell into Ling Guofeng's hands. Subsequently, several other plots were auctioned off, igniting fierce competition among attendees, particularly one located in the heart of the city that fetched a staggering 50 billion, causing an uproar. We shall now auction the final item of the day. As the auctioneer spoke, someone promptly activated the projector. What? They are actually auctioning off this residential community? Laughter erupted in disbelief. As the projected images appeared, the expressions of many in attendance shifted dramatically. Several executives from real estate firms instinctively recoiled, their faces paling slightly, as if the images themselves posed some threat. This was a high-end residential complex, nearly 80% complete, named Bright Community. Situated in a prime location where property prices soared into the tens of thousands, truly a rare gem. The starting bid was set at 100 million, with increments no less than 10 million. Let the bidding commence. The middle-aged man on stage provided no further introduction and immediately declared the start. Unlike the heated competition for the land earlier, as his voice faded, the room fell into an eerie silence, with no one raising their paddles. The atmosphere became palpably still. How could 7 buildings be worth just 100 million? This was an incredible opportunity. Why was no one bidding? Qin Fei glanced around, murmuring to himself, not even 100 million. Even if it were offered for free, I wouldn't accept. At this moment, Ling Guofeng interjected. Why not? Keep your voice down. Ling Yun tugged at Qin Fei and whispered, this bright community is not as its name suggests. I've heard it's haunted. Whoever buys it will suffer. Haunted? Qin Fei was taken aback by her words. No wonder so many executives refrained from bidding. They must fear being tainted by something unclean. After all, in high society, many still adhere to superstitions, especially those involved in real estate. This community began construction 3 years ago, initially proceeding without incident and selling well. However, in the second year, calamity struck. First, several workers fell to their death from heights, and later, 2 prospective buyers were killed by falling bricks, creating quite a stir. Ling Yun's complexion paled as she recounted this tale. She had never visited the place, but such accounts were enough to terrify anyone. She certainly wouldn't dare go. Is it really that sinister? Qin Fei never anticipated that a seemingly ordinary residential community could be the site of so many safety mishaps. No wonder everyone was so terrified. Does the owner not care? Qin Fei inquired. Care? How could he? Came the response. The workers were too fearful to continue their work. Homebuyers clamored for refunds, and suppliers collectively descended upon him for debts owed. Ultimately, this developer's financial chain collapsed, leading him to tragically take his own life by the river. Upon hearing this, Qin Fei felt a pang of sympathy for the owner, who had unwittingly found himself embroiled in such a series of unfortunate events. Not only did he face bankruptcy, but he also lost his life. Since there were supernatural disturbances, why didn't he seek the assistance of a skilled master? Qin Fei continued to ask, and why not? Ling Yun elaborated. Because the owner was insolvent, the community was ultimately transferred to another businessman as a means to settle debts. This new owner, upon entering, expended a fortune to invite a revered monk to perform rituals. However, during the process, the monk himself lost his sanity. Chapter 55, I Will Not Suffer Loss. The attempt to exorcise the malevolent spirits failed, and instead, the monk succumbed to madness. Having lived for over 20 years, Qin Fei found such occurrences to be utterly bizarre. What happened next? He pressed on. After the monk's descent into madness, the successor owner also experienced a similar fate. It was rumored that he had become possessed by a ghost. As Ling Yun recounted these eerie tales, her delicate face turned pale. No wonder your father said he wouldn't accept this community even if it were given to him. It is indeed rife with the uncanny. The initial bidding price of 100 million seemed like an astonishing bargain, but who would dare to seize such an opportunity? One might end up not only empty-handed, but also driven to madness. Currently, the community has been stagnant for over a year, with no one daring to take over and no workers willing to resume construction. It had become a proverbial hot potato, Ling Yun explained. Upon hearing this, Qin Fei nodded in silence. Given the current market prices in Anhai City, if this community were acquired, it could yield a profit of at least 3 billion. He felt a twinge of temptation. He did not believe in such supernatural phenomena. Perhaps it was merely the machinations of some individuals. After all, how could a vast city like Anhai only have issues with the Guangming community? How can one grow strong with such timidness? Just as the room fell into silence, Su Chuanhang abruptly raised his bidding card and declared, "I offer 100 million in 10. The moment these words left his lips, Su Chuanhang instantly became the focal point of the crowd. He was willing to invest in a community that everyone else shunned? The infamy of the haunted house had already spread throughout Anhai City. Even if it were purchased now, it was unlikely anyone would dare to buy a home there. It was a surefire loss. Indeed, Su Xiao is truly a dragon among men. It is admirable," the middle-aged man on stage praised at the opportune moment. Minghua Mountain Villa typically did not auction such properties. He was merely assisting someone else in selling, with the villa set to receive a 50% commission. Yes, 50%. The reputation of this community had long been tarnished in Anhai's commercial circles, and no one was willing to touch it. Thus, to sell for over 100 million was already considered quite commendable. It was better for someone to take over than for it to remain unfinished. 120 million. Just as Su Chuanhang believed he had successfully secured the property rights to the community, a calm voice suddenly resonated from within the venue. Everyone turned to see that the bidder was, in fact, Qin Fei. "Qin Fei, this is not the time for rivalry. This property should not be purchased," Ling Guofeng exclaimed anxiously. Moments earlier, Su Chuanhang had disrupted Qin Fei while he was purchasing medicinal herbs, and now Qin Fei's actions naturally appeared to him as a challenge. Rivalry? But this is a bona fide haunted estate. It could very well pose a threat to personal safety. "Indeed, you must not buy this place. It is far too eerie," Ling Yan hastily urged. Despite her numerous warnings, it seemed Qin Fei had not heeded a single word. To others, this might be a perilous locale, but to me, I perceive it as a promising opportunity, Qin Fei remarked with a smile, casting a meaningful glance at Su Chuanhang. While no one else was willing to bid, this fellow was eager to step forward. Qin Fei was unconvinced that this matter bore no relation to him. Any talk of ghosts and spirits was sheer nonsense. He was now a cultivator, and even if such entities existed, he could easily vanquish them with a mere punch. In the face of absolute power, he feared no malevolence. "I believe it is wise to remain cautious," Ling Guofeng sighed, realizing he could not dissuade Qin Fei. True, Qin Fei was formidable, but the Guangming community exuded an unsettling aura. If Qin Fei were indeed influenced, it could spell disaster. "Young man, you cannot handle this Guangming community. Have you not heard that one of its owners has died and the other has gone mad? Do you wish to follow in their footsteps?" Su Chuanhang sneered. "If that is the case, why do you wish to buy it?" Qin Fei replied with a sardonic smile. "I have ample funds. What is to stop me from purchasing it and demolishing it to construct a warehouse?" Su Chuanhang replied haughtily, then declared, 13 million, 14 million. Qin Fei calmly raised his paddle. 15 million, 20 million. Suddenly, Qin Fei escalated the bidding to an astonishing 20 million, silencing the entire room. Su Chuanhang had not anticipated Qin Fei's unconventional approach. His expression shifted rapidly. A place that no one wanted for a mere million. He dares to bid 20 million? Could he have discerned something? "Brother, even if we are wealthy, we cannot squander money like this." Zheng Xianghua interjected urgently. "No worries, I will not incur losses." Qin Fei waved his hand dismissively. A community valued at tens of billions being sold for merely 20 million was a lucrative venture. "Shall we continue?" Qin Fei inquired, gazing at Su Chuanhang. "Very well, I shall concede the community to you. However, I must forewarn you, do not step inside and get crushed by falling rocks." Su Chuanhang's face suddenly twisted into a cold smile as he relinquished his claim. "Rest assured, even if I were to perish, you shall not obtain this community." Qin Fei chuckled, his heart as clear as glass. The reason this community was plagued by hauntings and violent incidents was likely orchestrated by the Su family. Acquire it at a low price, eliminate the so-called negative influences, and then resell it at a premium. What a lucrative scheme. As for the notion of demolishing it to build a warehouse, that was too absurd to believe. Without the competition from Su Chuanhang, the ownership of Guangming community ultimately fell smoothly into Qin Fei's hands. However, after the transaction was completed, Qin Fei found himself riddled with anxiety. Originally possessing a considerable sum of 315 million, he had spent a staggering 220 million today, leaving him feeling as though he had suddenly become impoverished. The Guangming community was still incomplete, necessitating further investments, and he feared that the remaining funds would be woefully inadequate. He contemplated borrowing a sum from Zheng Xianghua and the others, but upon noticing their instinctive avoidance of him, he abandoned the idea. Acquiring this community felt akin to inviting misfortune upon himself, given their attitude towards Guangming community, even if they were willing to lend him money. He could sense that it would be under duress. Thus, Qin Fei resolved to devise his own solutions. The Yunding Hotel provided him with a substantial monthly income, and he decided to rely on the hotel to sustain the community's development for the time being. Qin Fei, why did you purchase Guangming community? Are you not afraid of death? As the auction concluded, Ling Yun immediately confronted Qin Fei with a scowl. Of course I fear death, but this so-called haunting is likely a fabrication. You all have probably been deceived, he replied. Are you suggesting it was the Su family? Ling Yun inquired, her tone laced with skepticism. Hearing this, Qin Fei merely scoffed, choosing to say nothing further. For these prominent families, as long as the profits were substantial, what did it matter if a couple of lives were lost? Chapter 56, The Bet. Burdened by ill fortune, Zheng Xianghua and the others departed early, seemingly reluctant to engage with Qin Fei any further. Recognizing the atmosphere, Qin Fei did not insist on them staying. Only Ling Yun remained, determined to persuade Qin Fei to reconsider. After a lengthy discussion, Ling Yun found herself at a loss, her frustration palpable. Do you truly believe you can resolve the issues surrounding Guangming community? She regarded Qin Fei with earnest concern. At this moment, I am still uncertain about the specifics. I plan to investigate shortly, he replied. What? You intend to go personally? Ling Yun's expression shifted dramatically at this revelation. Qin Fei rolled his eyes. Kid, today you have certainly made quite an impression. What a display of bravado. Just as he prepared to depart, a group of young men approached, led by none other than Su Chuanhang and Xiao Yu. What do you want? Qin Fei shot them a glance, irritation evident in his tone. Su Chuang, flanked by his companions, posed a challenge. What are you planning to do? Qin Fei. Seeing the confrontation, Ling Yun stepped in front of Qin Fei protectively. Kid, a true man should not hide behind a woman. Xiao Yu taunted with a mocking laugh. Then come on out and confront me if you have the courage. Qin Fei retorted with a grin. The words ignited Xiao Yu's fury. He was seething. Ling Yun's beauty and figure were beyond reproach, making her a goddess among the upper echelons of Anhai City, coveted by countless young elites. The sight of Qin Fei hiding behind her while flaunting bravado only intensified their ire. Yun'er, this man has purchased Guangming community, and I suspect he will not survive long. I advise you to keep your distance to avoid any repercussions, warned Xiao Yu. At that moment, Su Chuanhang approached, his demeanor icy, exuding an air of authority among the group. The mere mention of medicinal herbs caused his expression to darken ominously. He felt utterly deceived by Qin Fei, 30 million, enough to purchase a supercar, and the potential for countless indulgences beyond that. The thought soured his mood, akin to swallowing something repugnant. Let's speak frankly. I propose a wager. Su Chuang Su Den Li Jialen Qin Fei. Are we betting on the ownership of Guangming community? Qin Fei inquired calmly, lifting his gaze. Indeed, Su Chuanhang nodded. What are you willing to stake? Qin Fei was not taken aback by Su Chuanhang's interest in the property. However, he was surprised by the audacity of this bet. I wager the medicinal herbs I have purchased, Su Chuanhang declared triumphantly. Qin Fei's substantial expenditure on these herbs indicated their significant value to him, which made Su Chuanhang feel confident in his advantage. But in an unexpected turn, Qin Fei pointed to his own temple and remarked, You present yourself quite well, yet I find it astonishing that you lack the means for treatment for your apparent issues. I happen to know a few specialists in psychiatric hospitals. Would you like me to facilitate a connection for you? How dare you insult our brother Hang as mentally ill? You seek death, shouted Xiao Yu and the others, incensed by Qin Fei's words. What do you intend to do? Su Chuanhang asked, his expression darkening, realizing that ensnaring Qin Fei would not be a simple task. Simple, 200 million in cash, along with that herb. Qin Fei replied nonchalantly. Are you jesting? Su Chuang scoffed. You were the one who initiated the jest. If we are to gamble, let us do so. If not, then be on your way. With that, Qin Fei grasped Ling Yun's hand and turned to leave. To think he could ensnare me over a mere herb is truly laughable. Very well, but I shall dictate the terms of the wager, and let Yun'er serve as a witness. Su Chuanhang hurriedly added, fearing that Qin Fei might attempt to evade the agreement. Agreed. As Su Chuanhang requested a set of dice and a cup from the front desk, Xiao Yu and the others could not suppress their smirks. In the entire Anhai City, the number of individuals capable of besting Su Chuanhang in dice was exceedingly limited, nearly reaching a professional standard. Casinos would often present him with 100,000, urging him to play elsewhere, clearly indicating his prowess. This is bad. They are scheming. Ling Yun's expression shifted, having heard of Su Chuanhong's notorious skill in dice games. You cannot compete with him. She whispered to Qin Fei. How can you presume I will lose before the game has even begun? Qin Fei replied, unperturbed. Had Su Chuanhong chosen a different game, the outcome might have been unfavorable for Qin Fei. But to challenge him with dice was akin to a fragile egg confronting a boulder. Regardless of skill, facing someone as extraordinary as Qin Fei left little room for victory. In a casual setting at the villa, Su Chuanhong took his seat at the gaming table, while Xiao Yu and the others quickly formed a circle behind him, their presence imposing. Please proceed. Su Chuanhong placed the items in his hand upon the table and gestured to Qin Fei, inviting him to proceed. How shall we play? Qin Fei inquired. It's simply a matter of guessing high or low, best 2 out of 3. All right. The straightforwardness of the game appealed to Qin Fei, and he promptly sat down directly opposite Su Chuanhong. Since I initiated the wager, I shall roll first, and you will guess. Is that acceptable? No problem. Let us get on with it. Qin Fei waved his hand impatiently. Then you must listen carefully. With that, Su Chuanhong covered the dice cup and began to shake it vigorously. Meanwhile, behind him, Xiao Yu and the others erupted into fits of coughing, their faces flushed. Those unaware might have mistaken it for a serious ailment. Qin Fei understood that these fellows were attempting to create a diversion, yet they underestimated his awareness. After an intense display, Su Chuanhong placed the dice cup firmly on the table. High or low? His voice resonated with authority. Unfortunately, Qin Fei remained unfazed, his expression impassive. A fleeting glance at the cup revealed a 3. Upon hearing this, Su Chuanhong's expression shifted slightly. He was taken aback by Qin Fei's accuracy. Just sheer luck, perhaps? However, he refrained from elaborating and promptly lifted the cup. 4. Huh, you guessed wrong. Upon seeing the 4 on the dice, Xiao Yu and the others erupted into laughter. What terrible luck! Ling Yun, who had been closely observing Su Chuanhong's movements, also displayed a look of disappointment upon witnessing the revealed number. Best 2 out of 3. And Qin Fei has faltered at the outset. Luck, Qin Fei replied, his eyes flashing with a hint of coldness, choosing not to speak further. Before the lid was lifted, there had indeed been a 3. Yet at the very moment Su Chuanhong unveiled the cup, his little finger had discreetly nudged the die, altering it to a 4. His speed was astonishingly quick, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In technical terms, this is known as cheating. Chapter 57, A Complete Downfall. Due to the lack of evidence, the first round could only be deemed a victory for Su Chuanhong. It seems your luck is quite lacking. Huh? Shall you roll next? Or shall I? Su Chuanhong smirked with a hint of mockery. I shall not hold back. Again, the same tactics ensued, the crowd howling in an attempt to unsettle Qin Fei's composure. However, this time, fortune was not on their side. Just as Su Chuanhong opened the dice cup, Qin Fei flicked his finger, exerting a force that rendered the dice completely still. Damn it! Su Chuanhong sensed something was amiss. Yet with the lid already lifted, he could only curse his misfortune inwardly. Having been exposed to such games since childhood, he had honed formidable hearing in the art of deception. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 gamblers lose, and such individuals are the reason. Hi! Wow, Qin Fei! You guessed correctly. Ling Yun exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the 5 on the dice. Xiao Yu and the others were momentarily taken aback. A slip-up, Su Chuanhong's expression darkened. In the third round, having already rolled twice, it was surely my turn now, right? Qin Fei gazed at Su Chuanhong. Very well, you may proceed. Su Chuanhong decisively pushed the dice cup towards Qin Fei. This round will determine the victor, so be sure to prepare your keen senses. A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Qin Fei's mouth, and he began to shake the dice cup. This time, Xiao Yu and the others remained unusually quiet, all ears tuned to the sounds emanating from within the cup. Initially, Qin Fei shook it slowly, but soon he quickened his pace. After approximately 5 seconds, he inverted the dice cup onto the table. Do you guess high or low? Qin Fei asked with a smile. Low. Su Chuanhong responded, a slight grin on his face, his tone unwavering. Despite Qin Fei employing 2 different speeds, his extensive experience in gambling ensured he would not misinterpret the signals. Come, see for yourself. What are you playing at? Xiao Yu and the others' expressions shifted, unable to fathom Qin Fei's intentions. Brother Hang, could there be a trick? Xiao Yu whispered. If there is a trick, we shall soon find out, Su Chuanhong confidently asserted, convinced of his technique, believing he could not possibly lose regardless of Qin Fei's antics. Clang! As Su Chuanhong opened the dice cup, the numbers inside were revealed before the crowd. Kid, You are certainly finished. Su Chuanhang did not rush to look at the numbers, but instead mocked Qin Fei. However, as soon as he uttered those words, he sensed a peculiar atmosphere. If he had won, Xiao Yu and the others behind him would have erupted in cheers. Hearing his own declaration, Su Chuanhang abruptly leaned forward, and in an instant, his face turned ashen, his body trembling. No, it's impossible. Upon seeing the dust at the bottom of the dice cup, his mind felt as though it might explode. The dice had shattered, leaving no numbers. Thus, whether he guessed high or low, it resulted in an undeniable loss. He had only ever witnessed such a scenario on television. In reality, no one could achieve this, as dice were far too solid to be easily broken by mere human strength. Yet, the reality before him left him no choice but to concede. Thank you all for your generosity. Here is my bank card. Qin Fei tossed the card before them. Damn, you must have cheated. Xiao Yu shouted vehemently. Yes, this round is void. Let us start over. The group behind Su Chuanhang clamored. Very well. Then I shall ensure your complete demise today. With that, Qin Fei retrieved the dice cup and called for the waiter to bring a new die. If you fail to guess correctly this time, you shall graciously accept your defeat. Qin Fei began to shake the dice cup anew. You shameless hounds, winning for yourselves while dismissing others' victories. I see no reason to continue this contest. Qin Fei, do not indulge them. Ling Yun, uncertain if Qin Fei could win the fourth round, admonished Su Chuanhang and the others. There is no need for words. They will soon be in tears. With those words, Qin Fei placed the shaken dice cup back on the table. I still guess low. This time, Su Chuanhang listened with exceptional attentiveness, so when Qin Fei halted his movements, he immediately articulated his answer. Utilizing his ability to see through the dice cup, Qin Fei discerned a 1 inside, confirming that his opponent had indeed guessed correctly. It appeared that Su Chuanhang possessed genuine skill. Now I can proceed. A faint smile graced Qin Fei's face. Hurry up, don't dawdle. In a state of anxiety, Xiao Yu and the others urged him, fearing that Qin Fei might engage in further tricks. Behold, Qin Fei proclaimed as he opened the dice cup. Lo and behold, inside, the result revealed was a 4. Thud. Upon witnessing the scene within the cup, Su Chuanhang collapsed into his chair, his face ashen. He struggled to comprehend how he could fail consecutively. For a seasoned victor in the casino, this was a grievous blow. In the first round, he had bested Qin Fei with a 4, only to find himself defeated by the same number now. What a poignant twist of fate. As for Qin Fei's earlier subtle maneuver with the dice cup, none present could discern it clearly, as his speed had surpassed the limits of ordinary human perception. Wow. Qin Fei, you're amazing. Seeing Qin Fei's third consecutive victory, Ling Yun clapped her hands in excitement. Before anyone could truly process the moment, she suddenly leaned down and kissed Qin Fei on the cheek. What the? Observing this scene, the individuals seated opposite Qin Fei froze in disbelief. Qin Fei himself was taken aback. Ling Yun had actually kissed him, and in front of everyone no less. Don't look at me like that. I was just momentarily overwhelmed. Ling Yun stammered, her face flushing crimson as she quickly turned away, feeling embarrassed. Kid, draw your sword. I'll take you on. A young man behind Su Chuanhang shouted, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. They often considered it a monumental occasion just to catch a glimpse of Ling Yun, let alone witness such an intimate gesture. Thus, the resentment directed towards Qin Fei surged like an unstoppable torrent. Ling Yun, how could you engage in such morally reprehensible behavior? Su Chuanhang could no longer contain himself, slamming his hand on the table as he stood, his expression seething with rage. He had harbored feelings for Ling Yun for many years, never receiving her affection. And her kiss with Qin Fei felt like a dagger piercing his heart, compounded by the salt of humiliation. Su Chuanhang, what do you mean by that? My affections and whom I choose to kiss have nothing to do with you. On what grounds do you accuse me of moral decay? Ling Yun, evidently incited by Su Chuanhang's outburst, retorted fiercely. Brother Hang, we have the numbers. Let us take care of this kid. After all, there are no cameras here. Xiao Yu snarled, his face twisted with malice. All right, everyone attack. Chapter 58. Will you pay or not? The gaming room was occupied solely by their group. They held the advantage in numbers. Why should they endure Qin Fei's insolence? Moreover, if they eliminated Qin Fei, Ling Yun would be left unprotected. With this thought, Su Chuanhang felt a surge of sinister fire within him. Since Ling Yun was so shameless, he saw no reason to hold back. What do you intend to do? As Xiao Yu and his companions rubbed their fists in anticipation, their faces twisted in malevolent grins. Ling Yun, realizing the situation, immediately cried out. Ling Yun, why must you associate with this impoverished pretty boy? Once we deal with him, you shall not escape. Xiao Yu and his gang, captivated by Ling Yun's beauty, spoke with unabashed lewdness, causing her delicate frame to tremble in fear. These scoundrels were indeed harboring such vile intentions. Instinctively, she wanted to urge Qin Fei to flee. But upon witnessing his composed demeanor, she fell silent. She nearly forgot that Qin Fei was no ordinary person. Did these fools like Su Chuanhang truly believe they could overpower him? Realizing this, she settled into a serene calm. Boy, do you prefer to have your hands or feet broken? Xiao Yu approached Qin Fei, his voice booming with menace. Today, after Qin Fei had been publicly struck by his father, Xiao Yu was determined to settle the score. I wish to pose the same inquiry to you. Qin Fei replied, his gaze unwavering. How audacious! You seek death. In Xiao Yu's eyes, Qin Fei's boldness was nothing short of hubris, dismissing him entirely. He raised his fist and aimed a blow at Qin Fei's face. Yet, Qin Fei neither dodged nor flinched, allowing the strike to approach. Just as Xiao Yu's fist was about to connect with Qin Fei's nose, suddenly, Qin Fei's hand interposed itself, enveloping Xiao Yu's fist. Crack! With a slight exertion, all the bones in Xiao Yu's hand misaligned. Ah, my hand! A pampered second-generation rich kid like Xiao Yu had never endured such agony. His face turned ashen as he howled in pain. The connection between the fingers and the heart was profound, and to have all 5 fingers dislocated was unbearable. With a swift motion, Qin Fei released Xiao Yu's hand and dealt him another slap, sending him sprawling at Su Chuanhong's feet. Brother Hang, save me. Xiao Yu's voice was a pitiful wail. He had not anticipated such overwhelming strength from Qin Fei. Losing 2 teeth in the process, his face marred with blood. Strike him mercilessly. After suffering such a significant loss, even Su Chuanhong's expression darkened considerably. Could Qin Fei truly defeat one, let alone a group? Since you show no mercy, do not expect any in return. They had lost their bet, refused to acknowledge it, and now sought to attack him, truly believing Qin Fei was easy to provoke. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound of slaps resonated as those who charged at Qin Fei were sent flying. They were no match for him. The disparity was insurmountable. It seems we have underestimated you. Observing the moaning bodies sprawled on the ground, Su Chuanhong's muscles twitched, and he gradually rose to his feet. Brother Hang, finish him. Rest assured, he will pay for his actions today. Su Chuanhang sneered, fixing his gaze on Qin Fei. I admit you are strong, but you have encountered. Slap. Before Su Chuanhang could finish his sentence, Qin Fei, like a phantom, appeared before him and delivered a resounding slap. His head spun, his vision blurred, and Su Chuanhang was sent crashing to the ground, utterly dazed. How did he arrive before me? Was it through teleportation? Enough of this meaningless chatter. Will you give me the money or not? Just as Su Chuanhang was attempting to rise, Qin Fei's foot came crashing down upon his face. Let go of me. His handsome visage was mercilessly pressed into the ground, a profound humiliation for Su Chuanhang, whose temples throbbed with rage. It seems you still haven't taken my words to heart. Qin Fei seized one of Su Chuanhong's fingers. Do you prefer money or your finger? Even if I have wealth. Crack. Before Su Chuanhang could finish his sentence, Qin Fei snapped one of his fingers. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed him, and his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He finally experienced the agony that Xiao Yu had endured earlier. A human hand possesses 10 fingers. No matter, take your time to speak. I am listening. Qin Fei's countenance remained unperturbed, as if his previous action had not originated from him. I am the young master of the Su family. How dare you treat me this way? Crack! Another sharp sound echoed as Su Chuanhong's thumb was broken, twisted grotesquely backward at an unnatural angle. Ah! The pain swept over him like a torrent, and Su Chuanhang was taken aback by Qin Fei's ruthlessness, utterly disregarding his status. Nearby, Xiao Yu and others felt a chill run down their spines. Was this Qin Fei some kind of demon? How could one be so merciless? Su Chuanhang, accept your fate. Perhaps this way, you might endure less suffering. At that moment, a hint of compassion emerged, prompting a cautionary remark. Yet the more she spoke, the more Su Chuanhong's fury surged. Qin Fei had stolen his woman, and now demanded 200 million. Su Chuanhang yearned to annihilate his entire family. If you have the guts, kill me today, he bellowed at Qin Fei. Crack! In response, an overwhelming force snapped his middle finger. Crack! His ring finger met the same fate. Brother Hang, perhaps we should just pay him. Xiao Yu and the others were alarmed. Qin Fei exhibited no fear, and if they did not comply this day, they might truly find themselves unable to escape this place. They could not bear to endure Su Chuanhong's extreme suffering any longer. Rather die than yield. Crack. All of Su Chuanhang's fingers on his right hand were broken. Ah! His cries had become inhuman. Su Chuanhang trembled. Beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, feeling as though his hand no longer belonged to him. I have no money, but take my life if you dare. Su Chuanhang's voice thundered, as if that was the only way to momentarily suppress the intense pain coursing through his body. Fear not. I am a law-abiding citizen and would never resort to murder, Qin Fei replied with a slight smile, then continued, however, I do know methods that could render life worse than death, such as turning you into a eunuch. As he spoke, Qin Fei's gaze drifted towards Su Chuanhang's trousers, sending the latter into a panic. Fingers can be reattached, teeth can be replaced, but should that part be severed, he would no longer be a man for the rest of his life. A chilling breeze swept across his lower body, and for the first time, he felt a profound fear. With the ruthless nature of Qin Fei, Su Chuanhang firmly believed that he was capable of such deeds. He was not merely a man, but rather a demon. Upon hearing that Qin Fei intended to castrate Su Chuanhang, Xiao Yu and the others instinctively recoiled, a wave of goosebumps enveloping them. My patience is limited. I shall ask you one final time. Will you give me the money or not? I will. Terrified of what Qin Fei might do, Su Chuanhang begrudgingly acquiesced. Never in his life had he felt so humiliated as he did today. Chapter 59, Guangming Community. 5 minutes later, a satisfied Qin Fei departed Mingyue Villa, money in hand and accompanied by Ling Yun. Meanwhile, the private room, where Su Chuanhang and the others were remained permeated with the stench of urine. As one individual had been so frightened by Qin Fei that he had lost control. I want him dead. The physical pain paled in comparison to the torment of his spirit. Su Chuanhang's eyes blazed with rage, nearly capable of murder. He had never harbored such hatred for anyone before. Brother Heng, perhaps we should head to the city hospital first, Xiao Yu suggested, wringing his hands in distress. Do you still think we haven't humiliated ourselves enough? A crowd of us being beaten by one person. If we go to the hospital today, we might become the talk of the upper crust of Anhai City tomorrow. Su Chuanhang could not afford such disgrace. I know a private hospital. Follow me. He realized that he could not seek revenge on Qin Fei alone and would need to enlist the help of others. After all, both Qin Fei and Su Chuanhang represented powerful factions. Their actions would inevitably offend many. You, Ling Yun hesitated, glancing at Qin Fei. Let them offend us. It matters not, he replied nonchalantly. The more, the merrier. I have been lamenting my lack of funds, and unexpectedly, these fellows are eager to become my benefactors. Moreover, Su Chuanhang inadvertently handed over medicinal herbs as well. With these 3 herbs, I am confident in advancing to the intermediate stage of qi gathering. Are you truly going to Guangming Community? Ling Yun, aware of Qin Fei's intentions, grew anxious. Of course, it is now my domain, Qin Fei affirmed with a nod. Then I shall accompany you. Upon realizing Qin Fei intended to venture alone, Ling Yun immediately shook her head. Either you do not go, or you take me with you. Choose one. Her resolve was unwavering, and fear was absent from her expression. Very well, we shall go together, Qin Fei conceded to Ling Yun's insistence. Guangming Community was steeped in ominous tales, with many lives lost within its confines. To be frank, Qin Fei was reluctant to lead Ling Yun into danger. However, considering his current cultivation at the initial stage of qi gathering, along with his various skills, he believed he would face little trouble. Driver, please take us to Guangming Community, he said as he hailed a taxi outside the villa. What? Guangming Community? No way. You two get out of the car immediately. I will not carry you. The driver turned pale at the mention of their destination, hastily ejecting them from the vehicle. Clearly, the reputation of the Bright Community is formidable, as even those with sports cars are reluctant to venture there for fear of attracting misfortune. Driver, take us to the Bright Community. Get lost, you fool. Are you trying to get me killed? The second driver, upon hearing Qin Fei's intended destination, hastily refused to open the door and sped away in fright. Perhaps I should call my father's driver, Ling Yun suggested, taken aback by the apparent severity of the Bright Community's reputation. No need, Qin Fei replied, having already gauged the attitude of Ling Guofeng and the others. He did not wish to trouble them further and resolved to continue hailing a cab. This time, however, he was wiser. Once inside the vehicle, he refrained from disclosing their exact location and simply instructed the driver to move forward. After a few minutes of driving, the driver, growing impatient, asked, "Where exactly are you two heading?" "To the Bright Community," Qin Fei calmly stated. "What? That haunted place?" At this, the speeding vehicle abruptly slammed to a halt. "Get out of the car, quick. Don't refuse so hastily. Surely this amount is sufficient," Qin Fei said, placing a substantial sum of money on the dashboard, no less than 1,000. I'm scared, the driver lamented. Is this enough? Qin Fei added another 1,000 in front of him. It's not that I don't want to go, it's just that I have responsibilities. Bang! Before he could finish, Qin Fei tossed out a stack of bills totaling 10,000. So will you take us? The driver's eyes widened at the sight of such wealth. For a sports car driver, earning that much in a month was a challenge, and now Qin Fei was offering him this fortune. The saying goes, fortune favors the bold, while the timid starve. This journey was worth the risk. The car roared back to life, and the driver tucked away the money, stating earnestly, I can take you to the bright community, but I cannot approach the entrance. Qin Fei did not press the issue, recognizing their fear was quite reasonable given previous experiences. This only deepened his curiosity about what malevolent force could be so lethal that even those who drew near met strange ends. The bright community lies on the outskirts of the southern district, surrounded by a renowned villa area where the affluent reside. However, following the incidents at the bright community, most of the nearby residents had vacated. Clearly, the wealthy hold a profound fear of death. The driver halted at a junction, pointing out the general direction of the community. All right, thank you. With that, Qin Fei and Ling Yun alighted from the vehicle. As someone who has been through this, I advise you to explore elsewhere. There are indeed spirits here. The driver, observing that they looked like a couple, surmised they were drawn to the bright community out of a desire for adventure. He couldn't bear to see them walk into danger without a warning. Thank you. We will be careful, Qin Fei nodded. May you find your own fortune. Qin Fei remained unyielding, and the driver did not withdraw either. In his heart, this place was a forbidden zone, far too terrifying. With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The audacity of today's youth is truly unmatched. From a considerable distance, Qin Fei could hear the sounds emanating from the driver's mouth as he surveyed the surroundings and noticed that there wasn't a single pedestrian in sight. Ling Yun felt a twinge of fear and instinctively moved closer to Qin Fei. Since we've come this far, we must venture in. Why don't you wait here for me? Qin Fei suggested. What? No way. I want to go with you. Upon hearing that Qin Fei intended to leave her behind, Ling Yun quickly clung to his arm. Yet, her embrace sent a peculiar sensation through Qin Fei, filling his heart with delight. Chapter 60. The Administrator? When Guangming Community was initially developed, the owner boasted grandly that he would transform this area into a high-end residential enclave, rivaling villa districts. Indeed, he executed this vision, adhering to high standards in design, construction, and engineering. The community boasted an excellent geographical location, nestled by mountains and water, with an artificial lake nearby. Perfect for leisure and entertainment. It was well equipped with primary and secondary schools, as well as large shopping centers, catering to most people's needs. Unfortunately, the owner faced a series of misfortunes, ultimately losing his life. As Qin Fei and Ling Yun walked side by side, they moved forward for approximately 200 meters, whereupon they glimpsed Guangming Community in the distance. There stood 7 tall buildings, with the construction cranes and tools already dismantled and the exterior insulation nearly completed. It was only a matter of time before the project was finished. It was evident that as they approached, the temperature suddenly dropped, as if they had entered an air-conditioned space. Looking into the community, they saw wild grass and shrubs towering over a person's height. It was desolate. Further away, the sales office's glass facade lay shattered, a pitiful sight. Above them, a crooked sign at the entrance bore 4 vigorous characters, Guangming Community. The calligraphy was strong and forceful, seemingly recounting tales of its former glory. Such a shame for a piece of prime real estate. Qin Fei murmured to himself as he stepped toward the community's entrance. Beside him, Ling Yun hesitated for a moment before mustering her courage and following suit. Indeed, this community was rumored to be haunted, yet it was daytime, and the sun was shining brightly. She refused to believe that any malevolent spirits could emerge. However, just as they stepped into the community, the temperature plummeted dramatically, as if they had walked into a freezer. A chilling wind swept toward them, raising goosebumps all over their bodies. So cold, Ling Yun shivered violently, quickly gripping Qin Fei's arm, her face turning pale. This is terrifying. We should leave. Standing in the sunlight, yet feeling frightfully cold, Ling Yun could not accept that this place was devoid of spirits. She suddenly regretted coming with Qin Fei. Quite intriguing. Qin Fei, too, sensed the abrupt change in temperature. A mere division separates what appears to be 2 entirely distinct worlds. Yet, he maintained a calm demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was utterly convinced that this was the result of human interference. The specters and malevolent forces spoken of were mere fabrications. With his innate ability of perception activated, Qin Fei discerned a shroud of dark energy enveloping the entirety of the Guangming community. This was the essence of Yin. Such a miasma was invisible to the naked eye of an ordinary person, yet it incessantly influenced the entire neighborhood, disrupting the equilibrium of temperature. The intrusion of Yin energy could lead to severe illness or, in the worst cases, instant death, a commonplace occurrence. Furthermore, the fortunes of the residents could be irrevocably shattered. It was inconceivable that such a tragic series of events would not occur in an environment like this. One could only wonder which malicious individual had orchestrated this gathering of Yin energy, utilizing the four corners surrounding the community as the foundation of a gathering formation. The accumulated Yin could envelop the entire area. As time progressed, the density of this Yin would intensify and the temperature would plummet, rendering it utterly uninhabitable. It could be said that as long as the gathering formation remained intact, the tragedies would persist. It was indeed rare to encounter someone so adept at crafting formations in this day and age. Having identified the source of the problem, Qin Fei's next course of action was to dismantle the foundational elements surrounding the area to render the gathering formation ineffective. It would not be long before normalcy was restored. Turning his head, he noticed her face was ashen with terror, her body rigid. "There's indeed a ghost." She pointed tremblingly towards the nearby thicket, her voice quivering from sheer fright. Following the direction of her finger, Qin Fei observed the bushes swaying ominously, a rustling sound emanating from within, as though someone were traversing through them. However, in an abandoned community for over a year, where could anyone possibly be? If there are ghosts, I shall ascertain their presence. With that, Qin Fei prepared to activate his perception once more. Yet before he could do so, an unseen force suddenly parted the thicket, and a disheveled figure burst forth. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Ling Yun could no longer conceal her terror and leaped into Qin Fei's embrace, her head pressed tightly against his chest. Her legs clung to his waist as if she were a koala. She was thoroughly frightened, unable to muster the courage to look up. The soft warmth of her presence enveloped him, a faint floral fragrance wafting from Ling Yun, which Qin Fei found immensely pleasurable. The intimate positioning of their bodies was undeniably suggestive. Instinctively, he supported her with his hand. So soft. However, his mind was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He directed his attention forward. There, beside the thicket, stood a figure with long hair and an unkempt beard. At first glance, it indeed resembled a ghost. Were this night, it would certainly evoke terror. But in the daylight, illuminated by the sun, Qin Fei discerned that this was no specter, but rather a person who had not bathed in quite some time. Due to his disheveled appearance, he resembled a specter, perhaps even more unkempt than the beggars on the street. "Who are you?" As Qin Fei observed the stranger, the latter seemed to take notice of the two, momentarily taken aback. The Guangming community had long fallen into desolation, rarely graced by visitors, and even the most intrepid adventurers would likely lack the courage to venture here. Thus, the man's gaze lingered on Qin Fei and his companion, a hint of confusion etched upon his face. "And who might you be?" Qin Fei retorted. The sound of voice? If what had just emerged truly was a ghost, could it even utter words? Instinctively lifting her head, she beheld the entity she had mistakenly identified as a specter. "Oh, you scare me to death," she exclaimed, hastily dismounting from Qin Fei, her hands fervently patting her chest, as if to dispel her inner dread. It was no wonder that people often say fear can be more lethal than death itself. This was a prime example. "I'm the caretaker of this place. If you have no business here, I suggest you leave. This is an abode of malevolence." The man across from them stated flatly. "Caretaker?" At this remark, Qin Fei furrowed his brow. Lin Yun had mentioned that this place had long been abandoned. Where then did this so-called caretaker come from? Who paid his wages? Chapter 61. The Mysterious Man. Ultimately, it was Lin Yun who spoke first. The previous owner of Guangming community went mad. When did they appoint a caretaker here? Moreover, if you are indeed a caretaker, shouldn't you at least tidy yourself up and wear something presentable? My cleanliness is of no concern to you. If you're not afraid of death, feel free to linger. Don't say I didn't warn you. The disheveled man evidently had no desire to engage in further conversation, striding towards the abandoned sales office, clearly his residence. Let us follow him. Qin Fei resolved, having identified the crux of the matter. He was not in a rush to resolve it just yet. This man had evidently resided here for quite some time, under such a heavy influence of malevolence. how was it that he remained unscathed? This piqued Qin Fei's curiosity, driving him to uncover the mysteries surrounding this man. The stranger, aware of Qin Fei and Lin Yun trailing behind, chose to remain silent, continuing on ahead. After a brief pause of several seconds, they arrived at the front of the sales office. The interior was in disarray, with a lingering musty odor that refused to dissipate. The furniture, including couches and coffee tables, had long been removed, leaving the hall eerily empty and silent. Ignoring Qin Fei and Lin Yun, the disheveled man turned and entered a back office within the sales center. It reeks in here. Lin Yun fanned her hand in front of her nose, her brow furrowing in distaste. She was reluctant to even step into the lobby, realizing that the foul stench emanated from that very office. The thought of the man conducting all his affairs in there made her feel queasy. Sensing her discomfort, Qin Fei ventured alone into the room where the man had retreated. As I approached the entrance, a pungent odor of mildew enveloped me. Peering into the room, I was taken aback. The accumulation of refuse within was even more staggering than that in the outer hall, piled high to the point where not even a spot to place one's foot was available. It was unfathomable that this man could exist in such deplorable conditions. If he were mentally ill, that would be somewhat understandable, yet he was capable of coherent conversation, which left Qin Fei perplexed. Was his hobby hoarding trash? Unsure of how to initiate a conversation, Qin Fei retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lighting two before offering one to the man. Care for smoke? The man accepted without hesitation and began to indulge in the haze of smoke. Feel free to ask me anything. After taking a deep drag, the disheveled man remarked. My patience is limited. I doubt I have time to entertain you. Very well, let's get straight to the point. Qin Fei nodded, choosing brevity. I have purchased this complex and intend to rejuvenate it. You appear to have resided here for quite some time. Could you tell me about yourself? Why are you unaffected by this place's reputation? Everyone avoids this complex, yet you chose to spend money on it. Do you have more money than sense? Or are you simply foolish? At Qin Fei's words, the scruffy man glanced at him with a scoff. All right, I'll enlighten you. What you've bought is not an appreciating asset. On the contrary, this complex will bring you ruin and endless calamity. No prospective buyers will dare approach. You've already made a grave mistake. Qin Fei smiled faintly. How about we make a wager? A wager on what? The man retorted dismissively. That this complex will not only fail to bring me harm, but I will transform it into the most valuable property in Anhai City. Do you believe that? I believe it's utterly absurd. A notoriously haunted complex, and Qin Fei intended to turn it into the least desirable location? The man found this notion laughable. You're far too young. My father was once like you. As he spoke, the man seemed to realize he had overstepped, hastily falling silent. Your father? Are you the son of the original developer? Qin Fei inquired, raising an eyebrow, sensing the man's identity. And what of it? The mention of painful memories reddened the man's eyes. His father's suicide and the company's bankruptcy left him feeling utterly powerless and inadequate. I apologize. I did not mean to invoke your sorrowful past. Noticing the man's emotional shift, Qin Fei gently patted his shoulder, speaking humbly. Although a simple gesture, it caused the man to flinch. He was acutely aware of how disheveled he appeared. Even the stray dogs passing by the entrance of the complex kept their distance. Yet here was Qin Fei, placing a hand on his shoulder, seemingly unperturbed by the grime. I reek of an unpleasant odor, yet you remain so close. Are you not afraid of being afflicted by my misfortune? The man gazed at Qin Fei, perplexed. Heh, I merely sense that you are a vessel of intriguing stories. Hence my desire to listen. Qin Fei replied, noticing the man's cigarette was nearly extinguished, and he promptly offered another. Very well, since you are inclined to listen. I shall share my tale. It was evident that the man felt profound loneliness, with burdensome thoughts weighing heavily upon his heart, causing him considerable distress. With Qin Fei willing to be a confidant, he found nothing to withhold. Let us step outside to converse. Qin Fei gestured politely, as he could no longer endure the stench of the place. What were you two whispering about in there? Ling Yun inquired, her brow furrowed as she observed their exit. This gentleman beside me is the son of the original developer, and I intend to inquire about certain matters, Qin Fei explained. The developer's son? Ling Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. It was quite an eye-opener to witness a wealthy heir in such a state. How'd he end up here? Is he unaware of the eerie nature of this place? Ling Yun pressed, her expression a mixture of concern and curiosity. My father met an unjust demise. Many accused him of deliberately withholding payment, leading to the company's bankruptcy. However, I know the true source of the problem lies within this community. Thus, I am resolute in uncovering the truth. the man said, his voice tinged with bitterness as he recalled the past. A once peaceful community suddenly plagued by supernatural occurrences must harbor undisclosed secrets. Yet, despite my prolonged stay here, I have found nothing but an unsettling chill. How have you remained unscathed during your time here? Qin Fei voiced his curiosity. I do not know. The man shook his head. You are unaware? Qin Fei expressed surprise. Indeed, when I first arrived, I felt fear, yet as days passed with no incidents, I decided to make this my permanent residence. I have heard that one can see ghostly apparitions at night. Have you encountered any? Ling Yun inquired further. There are no such apparitions, merely tales that have been exaggerated. The man replied, displaying a comprehensive understanding of the situation. However, apart from myself, not a single living creature can be found in this community. Even the occasional mouse that inadvertently wanders and does not survive for long. This peculiar phenomenon piques my curiosity. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun, who had initially relaxed, suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. A chilling breeze swept through, prompting her to clutch Qin Fei's arm tightly. Chapter 62. Human Bones. In a place where even mice cannot thrive, what fate awaits humans who enter? Ling Yun's fear was not unfounded. Meanwhile, Qin Fei's gaze intensified, scrutinizing the man with great interest. It was rare to encounter someone who could withstand the oppressive aura of malice. However, upon employing his vision to peer deeper, Qin Fei discovered that the man's body radiated like a blazing furnace, engulfed in flames. As the saying goes, righteousness prevails over wickedness. It was no wonder that the malevolent forces could not affect him. According to tradition, this constitution appears to be exceedingly rare, known as the pure yang physique. Individuals possessing such a constitution can achieve remarkable results when cultivating fire attribute techniques. With this thought in mind, Qin Fei's mind shifted, and he inquired, since your father is responsible for the development of this community, you must be quite knowledgeable in this area, correct? What do you mean? The man cast a puzzled glance at Qin Fei. I have purchased all the property rights of this community. If you are knowledgeable, I would like to hire you as the chief engineer. Am I to understand that you are jesting with me? The man scoffed. In a haunted community where even workers dare not tread, you expect me to be the chief engineer. Do you think I alone can restore the entire community? Who told you it was haunted? Qin Fei's expression turned serious. This place is entirely normal. Except for what? Upon hearing Qin Fei's words, the man hastily pressed for clarification. It seemed that Qin Fei had found the reason behind the community's issues. Indeed, there are problems here. But you must first agree to be the chief engineer. Qin Fei, lacking any knowledge in architectural design, needed someone competent to assist him in management. If this individual proved knowledgeable, it would save him considerable trouble. I was once in charge of the construction of the Guangming community. As long as you can provide me with the truth, I will work for you for free. The man eagerly agreed. Deal. With his objective achieved, a faint smile graced Qin Fei's face. Can we speak now? The man urgently asked. Qin Fei, do not keep us in suspense, interjected Ling Yun, her curiosity piqued. Bring a shovel and follow me. Qin Fei instructed the disheveled man. All right. On the construction site, tools such as shovels were abundant. Moments later, the disheveled man retrieved a rusty iron shovel from a heap of debris. Leading the two, Qin Fei arrived at a bend on the right side of the entrance. It is here. Dig down with the shovel. Qin Fei pointed to the base of Osmanthus tree. What are we digging for a tree for? The disheveled man was perplexed by Qin Fei's actions. Indeed, Ling Yun nodded in agreement. You will understand shortly. Qin Fei smiled mysteriously, not rushing to explain. For some things might be beyond their comprehension, even with an explanation. I will trust you this once. The disheveled man, unable to decipher Qin Fei's intentions, gritted his teeth and began to dig. The Osmanthus tree had been planted for over 2 years, with an extensive root system making it quite difficult to excavate. Even with all his strength, the disheveled man only managed to create a small pit of about 20 centimeters after 5 minutes. Are we not making things difficult for him? Seeing the man drenched in sweat, Ling Yun remarked. Do not stop, keep digging deeper. Qin Fei replied calmly. Understood. The disheveled man nodded and continued to dig. After approximately half an hour, the small pit had transformed into a large hole, and the entire Osmanthus tree was leaning dangerously, as if it might topple at any moment. Suddenly, a sound of impact resonated from the bottom of the pit, as if the shovel had struck something. There is a black cloth bundle here, the disheveled man exclaimed. Retrieve it, Qin Fei commanded. How remarkable. How did you know there was something beneath the roots of this tree? Ling Yun was astounded that they could actually unearth something from this spot, leaving her in a state of perplexity. You truly are full of bravado. Upon hearing Qin Fei's words, Ling Yun rolled her eyes, finding it hard to believe. Could it be that this fellow has read too many novels? In this day and age, speaking the truth seems to be met with disbelief. Observing her reaction, Qin Fei shook his head and refrained from further explanation. The black cloth package was not large, and the disheveled man effortlessly extracted it from the soil. Placing the object on the ground, he prepared to untie it. However, at that moment, Qin Fei halted him, saying, "What lies within is an evil object. It would be wise not to touch it with your bare skin." Evil object? At this remark, the disheveled man's expression shifted, and he hurriedly rummaged through a nearby pile of trash to find a pair of gloves. "Now, can I open it?" he asked. "Yes, proceed. What unfolds next may exceed your comprehension. It will be prudent to brace yourselves," Qin Fei cautioned. "You are growing increasingly ominous in your declarations." Ling Yun remarked skeptically, yet instinctively moved closer to Qin Fei. Moments later, the cloth package was opened, revealing a blackened bone. Both the disheveled man and Ling Yun's faces paled at the sight. The disheveled man couldn't help but take a step back. Why on earth would someone place a pig's bone in here? Ling Yun, feeling a surge of fear, clutched Qin Fei's arm. "A pig's bone?" Qin Fei chuckled softly. "This is no mere pig bone. It is a human femur, and it has been soaked in corpse oil." "What?" At his words, both the disheveled man and Ling Yun were taken aback, their faces draining of color. "How could there be human bones here?" Ling Yun's voice trembled as she felt her perception of reality shatter. Not only were there bones here, but similar artifacts were buried at all four corners of the community. "Look, it seems there are symbols etched into the bone." The disheveled man, keen-eyed, interrupted Qin Fei, having spotted the carvings. "A formation? What is this?" Both he and Ling Yun were evidently hearing about such things for the first time, bewildered. "I cannot explain it to you fully at this moment. But let me say this. The presence of these objects at the corners of the community has caused a temperature imbalance and an accumulation of Yin energy throughout the area. Prolonged exposure to this Yin energy can lead to illness, and those already ailing are at greater risk of exacerbating their conditions, potentially leading to death. Furthermore, extended residence in such an environment will diminish one as fortune, inviting misfortune and rendering death unremarkable. Then why is he unaffected?" Ling Yun pointed at the disheveled man, her voice rising in urgency. "Yes, why am I fine?" he echoed, equally bewildered. "You are merely fortunate due to your unique constitution, which has allowed you to evade the encroaching Yin energy. Were it anyone else, they would likely not survive beyond 3 days," Qin Fei explained. In light of this revelation, the disheveled man's eyes reddened with rage. "I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but once we unearth all the evil artifacts, the truth should come to light. The typical formation is inherently linked to the mind and spirit of its creator. Should this formation be breached, it is highly likely that the individual behind it will make an appearance in person. When that moment arrives, the culprit will be easily identifiable." Chapter 63. I Want Him Dead. With acquired experience, the subsequent 3 human bones were gradually unearthed. Once all 4 bones were arranged together, an astonishing chill emanated from them, causing even Qin Fei to involuntarily retreat several steps. What a truly malevolent individual. Such a dense aura of negativity could very well trigger a severe illness in anyone afflicted if they were to stand in this presence. How should these items be dealt with? The disheveled man was evidently affected as well, shivering uncontrollably. As for Ling Yun, she dared not approach, overwhelmed by the intense cold. "Gather some wood and burn them right here," Qin Fei instructed. Understood. In the abandoned neighborhood, wood was plentiful, and soon a fire blazed to life. As the flames grew fiercer, the crackling sounds resonated from the pyre, igniting the bones. "Father, rest assured, I will uncover the identity of the one behind this." The disheveled man gritted his teeth, his eyes reflecting the flames. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa's basement in Anhai City, a sudden sound of spitting blood echoed. A middle-aged man, seated on a mat, slowly rose, his expression ferocious, exuding an icy aura. He realized that the gathering formation he had established had been dismantled, resulting in a backlash against him. Just as he prepared to leave the basement, his phone rang. "Su Xiao, what is it?" he asked, his face darkened. "Master Ma, I have a troublesome matter and seek your assistance." No time. Ma Kaiyuan was consumed by murderous intent, lacking the leisure to entertain Su Chuanhong's trivial issues. "It concerns Guangming community." Just as he was about to hang up, Su Chuanhong's voice rang out again. "Guangming community? What? The formation has been breached?" Su Chuanhong was taken aback. This formation had been in place for many years without falter. Could it be Qin Fei's doing? But he was merely a mortal. How could he possibly dismantle such a formation? A singular thought consumed him. Qin Fei must have enlisted the help of a formidable expert. I am preparing to investigate personally. Is there anything else? Ma Kaiyuan had no interest in further conversation with Su Chuanhang. Those who dare to harm him would face dire consequences. Master Ma, I was beaten while attempting to seize the property rights of Guangming community. The assailant is likely the one who disrupted your formation. Perfect. We shall settle both new and old grievances at once. I want him dead. Su Chuanhang's tone was chilling, showing no intention of granting Qin Fei a chance at survival. Rest assured, he will not survive today. By the way, Master Ma, he may have called in an expert to breach the formation, so be cautious. What? Do you doubt my abilities? Ma Kaiyuan asked with a cold smirk. Of course not. Master Ma, your prowess is unparalleled. I wish you triumphant success. Su Chuanhang forced a smile. Hanging up the phone, Ma Kaiyuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and left the villa with a somber expression. In the Guangming community, Ling Yun and the disheveled man gathered around the charred remains. After some conversation, Qin Fei learned that the scruffy man's name was Lu Yin, whose pure yang constitution harmonized well with his own. Is this all there is? Lu Yin asked, gazing at the pile of ashes. The formation has been broken. The yin energy will gradually dissipate, so there is no need for concern, Qin Fei replied, glancing at Lu Yin. The person who set up the formation should be on their way here now. You should find a place to clean yourself up. All right, Lu Yin nodded. Over the years, his disheveled appearance was a testament to his loss of hope in life. Now, with the prospect of revenge on the horizon, he felt rejuvenated. He longed to personally exact vengeance on his father's killer. Shall we take a stroll around this community? Qin Fei turned to Ling Yun as soon as Lu Yin departed. Sure. Ling Yun nodded, though her gaze frequently wandered over Qin Fei, a man skilled in medicine and martial arts. He could even decipher formations. Was there anything he could not do? This man was truly enigmatic. By the way, Qin Fei, how did you discover the human bone earlier? Ling Yun inquired as they walked. Didn't Ti mention? It was through clairvoyance. If you keep saying such nonsense, I might just get angry. Ling Yun stomped her foot in frustration. All right, in truth, I have studied formations, and I am now preparing to set one up. Qin Fei said helplessly. Setting up a formation? Does that require human bones as well? Ling Yun's face once again displayed fear. What are you thinking? Qin Fei playfully tapped her forehead. Using human bones is for malignant formations. I intend to use other materials. Animal bones? Ling Yun asked further. It seemed the notion of using bones for formations had firmly taken root in her mind. It appears you have become rather fixated on that idea, Qin Fei remarked, exasperated. Formations can utilize all manner of things. Truly powerful individuals can even conjure formations from thin air, but I am not yet at that level. The essence of a formation lies in inscribing seals, so any object capable of bearing a seal can be employed. There is no need for anything extravagant. Having selected a location for the formation, Qin Fei casually picked up a steel pipe from the ground. As he focused, a method known as the Gathering Spirit Formation appeared in his mind. The purpose of the Gathering Yin Formation was to consolidate Yin energy, while the Gathering Spirit Formation naturally aimed to amass spiritual energy. If the Guangming community were imbued with spiritual energy, the entire environment would undergo a profound transformation. Not to mention the possibility of living for a century. At the very least, common ailments would be kept at bay. With such a living environment, the housing prices would surely soar beyond tens of thousands, perhaps even hundreds of thousands, with people vying to purchase. This had been Qin Fei's initial thought. As qi coalesced at his fingertips, Qin Fei took on a solemn demeanor, inhaling deeply as his fingertips touched the steel pipe. It was the first time Ling Yun saw Qin Fei so earnest, prompting her to instinctively step back and watch. She noticed how captivating a man could be when he earnestly dedicated himself to a task. Gradually, she found herself entranced. Approximately 1 minute later, the first seal was completed, and Qin Fei ceased his efforts. The spirit gathering array required a total of 5 seals, and the first one alone had consumed 1/3 of his internal energy. He had underestimated the complexity of array formation. With his current strength, achieving a successful array in one attempt was beyond his capability. However, once the spirit gathering array was successfully established, its range would surpass that of the previous shadow gathering array. Given that enemies might be approaching, Qin Fei dared not exhaust all his energy and decided to postpone the task. There was no urgency in array formation. He could return in a few days to complete it. Chapter 64. I am the expert. 5 minutes later, it seemed he had merely washed his face. Yet even that had significantly improved his appearance. At the very least, after washing, he resembled a human. Aside from here, do you have another place to stay? Qin Fei inquired of Lu Yen. No, my home was long ago sealed by the court, Lu Yen replied, shaking his head with a somber expression. When his company went bankrupt, his family accrued substantial debts, resulting in the loss of their house, car, and other possessions to settle those debts. Currently, Lu Yen was left with nothing, as empty as his pockets. Here, this card has 100,000. Take it to rent an apartment and find a place to tidy yourself up, Qin Fei said, producing a bank card. Also, contact the construction team in the next couple of days. The bright community needs to be restored promptly. Understood. Lu Yen nodded and accepted the bank card. By the way, how much more will it take to completely finish the community? Qin Fei suddenly asked. According to the original plan, the funding shortfall is at least 500 million. Lu Yen extended 5 fingers. Although the buildings in the community were topped off, landscaping and other tasks had yet to commence, leading to numerous expenses. Furthermore, the overgrown weeds meant that repairs and cleanup would incur considerable costs. Stating 500 million was, in fact, a conservative estimate. That's not a significant issue. I currently have approximately 300 million, and considering the long-term profits from the hotel, completing the bright community will not pose a problem. Suddenly, a loud roar of vehicles echoed at the entrance. Someone is coming. Who would arrive at such a time? It was evident. You two step aside and hide. No matter what sounds you hear, do not come out, understood? Qin Fei instructed Lu Yen and the others. Understood. Ling Yun sensed that the visitors were not ordinary individuals, obediently nodding before turning to find cover. Lu Yen, however, was evidently unaware of the circumstances and stubbornly shook his head. No, I must personally avenge my father's death. The vendetta against his father's murderers was unrelenting. Although his father had committed suicide, his death was inextricably linked to the array within the community. Now that the person responsible for the formation was arriving, how could he remain hidden? If you believe you can kill him, then I shall say nothing more. Qin Fei shrugged, refraining from further persuasion. The vehicle at the entrance had come to a halt, and under the watchful gaze of Qin Fei and Lu Yen, a middle-aged man stepped out of the car. His steps appeared light, yet with each footfall, Lu Yen felt a tremor in his heart, as though an invisible hand had seized his very soul. Truly, he was no ordinary individual. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Fei narrowed his eyes, sensing a palpable threat emanating from the man. This middle-aged figure was likely even stronger than the Black Snake. Indeed, he has breached my formation. As Ma Kaiyuan entered, he immediately spotted the pile of ashes not far away, his expression turning icy. You are the one who harmed my father? Despite the discomfort weighing heavily in his heart, driven by an intense hatred, Lu Yen resolutely stepped forward and demanded to know. How dare a mere insect shout at me? Ma Kaiyuan's countenance darkened, and in that instant, Lu Yen felt as though an endless sea of corpses and rivers of blood loomed before him, prompting him to retreat in fear. What manner of gaze is this? It is utterly terrifying. Bring forth the powerful figures behind you. A disdainful glance swept over Qin Fei and his companion. Ma Kaiyuan could not discern Qin Fei's cultivation level, and assumed he was just an ordinary person like Lu Yen. I am the esteemed figure you seek. Qin Fei replied calmly. You? Ma Kaiyuan cast a sidelong glance at Qin Fei, mocking him, you little brat. Do you really believe that with a mere flick of my finger, I could crush you? A wretched rat, who only knows how to hide in the shadows and set up a gathering formation, dares to boast before me. Do you think too highly of yourself? Qin Fei retorted with a sneer. Did you truly breach my formation? Upon hearing Qin Fei's words, Ma Kaiyuan was taken aback, his expression turning ominously fierce. If Qin Fei were an ordinary person, he would have no knowledge of the gathering formation's existence. Thus he believed Qin Fei's claim. Your formation is riddled with flaws. I reckon even a child could dismantle it. Qin Fei disparaged. You may insult me, but you shall not insult my formation. Ma Kaiyuan seemed particularly protective of his formation, and upon hearing this, his face twisted in fury. Very well, I shall refrain from insulting your formation. However, you are a foul rat, a piece of rotten filth, a coward and a bastard. Hearing such derogatory words, Ma Kaiyuan's expression contorted. I shall peel your skin, extract your tendons, and drink your blood. With that, he charged at Qin Fei like a cannonball. Come at me. Witnessing this, Qin Fei did not flinch. Instead, he met the attack head-on with a raised fist. In a state of extreme rage, one may find a surge in strength, yet in reality, their vulnerabilities become glaringly apparent. Bang! Leaning to the left, Qin Fei effortlessly dodged the fierce strike, while his fist connected squarely with Ma Kaiyuan's armpit. A sharp crack echoed as at least 2 of the man's ribs shattered, and he was sent crashing into the thicket. Holy moly! Stunned by the scene, Liu Yin could hardly comprehend. What strength is this? How could one send a person flying so far? If I do not kill you today, Kaiyuan, vow to never be human again. An icy voice rang out, and Kaiyuan charged forth like a ferocious tiger emerging from the grass. His face was contorted with madness, a dense black aura emanating from him, clearly visible even to the ordinary Liu Yin, who was frightened to the core. My goodness! With a startled cry, Liu Yin nearly tumbled and crawled to where Ling Yin was. You have long ceased to deserve the title of human, having committed such wanton slaughter and taken innocent lives. Qin Fei sneered as he boldly confronted the opponent's fist. Since he had begun cultivating, he had never truly engaged in a battle with anyone. Although this man posed a threat, he served as an excellent sharpening stone for Qin Fei. The area within a kilometer was deserted, providing a perfect opportunity for honing his skills. Bang! Their fists collided, and Qin Fei stood his ground without budging, while Ma Kaiyuan was forced back several steps, his face displaying shock. In terms of strength, he found himself at a disadvantage. How could this be? Ma Kaiyuan had started his training at 10, broken through to external strength at 15, and ascended to internal strength by 21. Though now at 45 and still not a martial arts master, he had reached the pinnacle of internal strength. After decades of deepening his skills of the same realm, he considered himself invincible in internal strength. Yet reality slapped him hard. He was unable to overcome a mere youth. Nothing is impossible. It is time for you old geezers to exit the stage. With that, Qin Fei beckoned Ma Kaiyuan with a finger, saying, "Come at me. If I don't knock you down to the ground today, I'll call you my grandson." How dare you? Enraged by these words, Ma Kaiyuan's fury ignited. Chapter 65. Are you kidding me? In the expansive community square, a violent aura rampaged, uprooting the surrounding flora and creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Both sides exchanged dozens of blows due to his lack of combat experience. Qin Fei received a punch that numbed half of his body. Ma Kaiyuan, however, was not faring well either. He had 5 broken ribs and had endured 2 punches to the face, losing several teeth in the process. Was this even human? Not far away, Liu Yin watched in horror, with Ma Kaiyuan's strength. Charging at him would likely result in instant death. It was terrifying. They were like gods. Ling Yin had witnessed Qin Fei's prowess before, and each time, he seemed to surpass expectations. Qin Fei had grown stronger. Indeed, there was a certain thrill in striking others. Though he had taken a blow himself, Qin Fei felt an unprecedented excitement. The sensation of mobilizing all his inner strength was truly exhilarating. Gulme, let us fight to the bitter end today, Qin Fei taunted. Bring it on. Ma Kaiyuan's gaze was cold, yet he secretly scoffed. He was well aware that Qin Fei was merely using him as a training exercise, but he had his own strategy. In terms of strength, he was slightly inferior, yet he far surpassed Qin Fei in combat experience. He awaited the opportunity, the moment to deliver a devastating blow to Qin Fei. Though Qin Fei was currently engaged in an intense battle, once his internal strength was depleted, that would be Ma Kaiyuan's chance to eliminate him. The thought of extinguishing a gifted martial artist filled him with vigor. Enduring blows was inconsequential. Soon, he would make Qin Fei pay back 100-fold. The roar of battle echoed incessantly, leaving the arena of conflict in utter disarray as the two combatants exchanged over 20 blows. At this juncture, Qin Fei's vital energy had been severely depleted, while a sinister smirk of triumph danced upon Ma Kaiyuan's lips. After waiting for so long, it was finally his moment to unleash his formidable prowess. "Prepare tout dit, quitte," he exclaimed, producing a gnarled wooden branch from his pocket and lunging it towards Qin Fei's chest. It seemed as if all the preceding sparring had merely set the stage for this lethal strike. His speed was unparalleled, akin to a bolt of lightning. A profound sense of impending doom washed over Qin Fei, compelling him to hastily retrieve several silver needles and launch them in retaliation. With a piercing sound, the silver needles, honed to an exquisite sharpness and empowered by his vital energy, pierced through Ma Kaiyuan's palm, eliciting a wretched scream. Yet, Qin Fei too felt the sting of pain. As a surge of agony radiated from his palm, looking down, he saw a gaping wound, blood gushing forth uncontrollably, having been penetrated by the wooden branch. Since receiving his inheritance, this was the first time Qin Fei had sustained an injury. Concentrating his energy in his palm, he sought to mend the wound. But to his astonishment, the blood continued to flow profusely, showing no signs of healing. A foul stench emanated from the injury, darkening Qin Fei's countenance. "Save your efforts. Do you know what I possess?" Ma Kaiyuan sneered. This is a finger bone from an ancient powerhouse, cultivated through decades, a meticulous ritual. The power it harbors is beyond the comprehension of a mere insect like you. With the scheme unfolding delightfully, Ma Kaiyuan's face was a mask of malicious delight. Rest assured, your hand will rot slowly, spreading to your arm and eventually consuming your entire body. Dare to disrupt my formation, and I shall ensure you perish in the most agonizing torment. His laughter rang out with unrestrained glee, for he had once used this very object to slay a severely injured martial arts master, fully aware of its terrifying potential. Is that so? Qin Fei retorted with a cold smirk, swiftly producing several silver needles to pierce his own wrist. Silver needles to seal the acupoints. As the needles took effect, the blood ceased to pour from his palm, and the foul odor gradually dissipated. Regardless of the sinister nature of that bone fragment, it evidently required blood as a conduit to wield its power. With Qin Fei halting the flow of blood from his palm, the object naturally lost its efficacy. Moreover, as his other hand brushed over the wound, it miraculously began to close, forming scabs in an instant. What? Ma Kaiyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had witnessed a ghost. He could scarcely believe the scene before him. What had begun as a desire for a fair duel now seemed unnecessary. In truth, Qin Fei had discerned the object hidden in Ma Kaiyuan's pocket long ago through his keen perception. Initially, he presumed it to be a mere concealed weapon intended for an ambush, utterly astonished by its true potency. He acknowledged his underestimation of his opponent. It appeared that not all martial artists on Earth were as inept as the likes of Lung Xiao, for they too possessed means to threaten him. I refuse to believe that you can defy the heavens today. Your trump card has been revealed, and there is nothing left for Ma Kaiyuan to conceal. He appeared utterly deranged, brandishing a withered branch directly aimed at Qin Fei's head. Dominating fist. With a sudden chill in his demeanor, Qin Fei unleashed his signature skill. Like a lion awakening from slumber, the might of his punch rivaled that of a mountain. Bang! Ma Kaiyuan was sent flying over 10 meters, spitting out a mouthful of blood. In that moment, he felt as if he had been struck by an aircraft, his entire body on the verge of disintegration. The anguish was indescribable. Qin Fei then advanced, crushing the bones in Ma Kaiyuan's hand beneath his foot. Thud! Just like a formation. This object was also connected to Ma Kaiyuan's mind, and he never anticipated that something he had relied on for decades would be so easily destroyed by Qin Fei. In an instant, his eyes brimmed with resentment. Bang! Noticing the malice in his opponent's gaze, Qin Fei delivered a kick to his face, sending him hurtling several meters away. Finally, victory was his. Witnessing this scene, Ling Yan exhaled deeply, her previously anxious heart finally at ease. Kid, today I concede, but we shall see what comes next. At that moment, a sinister voice emerged from Ma Kaiyuan's lips. A gaping wound marred his face, the result of Qin Fei's earlier kick, rendering him grotesque. Upon hearing this, Qin Fei braced himself, prepared to intercept at any moment. However, he was taken aback as Ma Kaiyuan slowly rose from the ground, limping towards the community gate. Are you mocking me? Qin Fei chuckled in anger at this sight. I have already been defeated. What more do you want? Ma Kaiyuan asked venomously. Wait, do you harbor some misunderstanding towards me? Qin Fei swiftly positioned himself in front of him, inquiring. Kid, show mercy where mercy is due. The forces behind me are not to be trifled with. Ma Kaiyuan admonished darkly. He had presumed that his cultivation would allow him to dominate an on-high city. Yet he was blindsided by the fact that someone decades his junior had vanquished him. This was, without a doubt, a staggering blow, leaving him utterly dazed. He had never experienced such a significant loss before. Is that all? Upon hearing this, Qin Fei felt his intellect insulted beyond measure. Bang! With a sweeping kick, Ma Kaiyuan's body rocketed away like a cannonball. Thud! This time, Qin Fei did not hold back, inflicting severe injury upon Ma Kaiyuan. You dare to kill me? It seemed Ma Kaiyuan sensed Qin Fei's intentions, his eyes widening in alarm. Chapter 66. Acting on behalf of heaven. Observing the terror in Ma Kaiyuan's expression, Qin Fei approached him coldly and declared, You have caused the deaths of so many, and you still dare to attempt an escape. Let me be clear. You shall not leave here today. I warn you, my master. I care not for your master. Having offended me, even the mightiest shall be powerless. Qin Fei interrupted, placing his foot firmly on Ma Kaiyuan's cheek. Tell me, is the Su family behind the disturbances in Guangming community? Damn it. You will never extract any information from me. With his face under the heel of Qin Fei, Ma Kaiyuan was consumed by a maddening rage. Yet, he recognized that he was no match for Qin Fei at this moment. resorting instead to gritting his teeth and cursing. Let us see how you handle this. Qin Fei extracted a silver needle from his box and plunged it directly into the laughing tiger acupoint beneath Ma Kaiyuan's armpit. Ha ha ha! The acupoint, triggered by the silver needle, sent Ma Kaiyuan into uncontrollable laughter. His laughter crescendoed, tears streaming down his face. At first glance, it seemed he was joyfully laughing, but in reality, he was struggling to breathe on the brink of asphyxiation. Half a minute later, Ma Kaiyuan's face turned crimson, his body trembling. Yet, he continued to laugh, his voice echoing ominously, sending chills down spines. Have you decided how to converse with me now? Qin Fei inquired coldly. Ha ha ha, the Su family. Unable to endure the anguish brought by his own laughter, Ma Kaiyuan hastily betrayed the Su family. The reason he had remained with them all these years was solely due to the generous compensation they provided annually. But now, faced with the threat of laughter leading to his demise, he could hardly care about that. Even if you don't confess, I had my suspicions. I merely sought confirmation. With that, Qin Fei delivered a swift kick to Ma Kaiyuan's abdomen, abruptly silencing his laughter. Ma Kaiyuan gasped and spewed forth a copious amount of blood, his demeanor waning. His dantian shattered. Even if he survived, he would be no more than an ordinary person, nay, perhaps even less than one. Mr. Qin, may I exact my revenge? At that moment, the ferocious Lu Yin approached, emanating a palpable aura of menace. This man is gravely injured. If you seek revenge, do so. Qin Fei patted his shoulder. Thank you. Lu Yin cast a deep glance at Qin Fei before striding toward Ma Kaiyuan. Do you know who I am, you insignificant insect? A mocking expression graced Ma Kaiyuan's face as he regarded Lu Yin's approach. Yet in the next instant, a foot struck his face, eliciting a pained howl. The impact landed precisely where Qin Fei had previously kicked him. You dare strike me? I will have you killed. Ma Kaiyuan's eyes blazed with vengeful fury. No, I will not merely strike you. I will end your life. The resentment he had harbored for years erupted in an instant, as thoughts of his father and his company flooded his mind, causing Lu Yan's eyes to redden. With a swift motion, a rusted steel rod pierced through Ma Kaiyuan's skull, rendering him rigid in place. How dare you? Ma Kaiyuan's voice trembled with disbelief, and he slowly toppled to the ground, his eyes forever closed. He did not perish by Qin Fei's hand, but rather met his end at the hands of an ordinary man, a humiliation of the greatest magnitude. What have you done? How could you kill him? Qin Fei rushed forward, taken aback by Lu Yan's impulsiveness. He had anticipated that Lu Yan merely intended to give Ma Kaiyuan a beating, never expecting him to deliver a lethal blow. The vengeance for my father is an unending grudge. As Lu Yan suddenly collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face, he cried out, Father, the perpetrator who harmed you has been brought to justice. You may rest in peace in the afterlife. He repeatedly bowed his head to the earth, causing his forehead to bleed. Sighing at this sight, Qin Fei did not utter another word. He had initially intended to leverage Ma Kaiyuan to exchange resources with the Su family, but unexpectedly, he had been killed by Lu Yan. Mr. Qin, I fear I can no longer serve you. Lu Yan suddenly turned to Qin Fei after paying his respects to his father's spirit. Oh, why is that? Qin Fei inquired, astonished. I have committed murder and thus violated the law. I will surrender myself. I assure you, it will not implicate you. Surrender? This fellow was a menace. His death is inconsequential. Currently, it is just the four of us here. If you remain silent, who will know you committed murder? With that, Qin Fei pulled Lu Yan to his feet and reassured him, Do not worry. I will call someone to handle this matter immediately. Upon saying this, Qin Fei turned and took out his phone, dialing Black Snake. Sir, what are your orders? Came Black Snake's respectful voice over the line. Bring a few clever subordinates to Guangming Community. I will be waiting for you here, Qin Fei commanded. Guangming Community? Black Snake's voice suddenly took on a note of trepidation, clearly aware of the rumors surrounding the haunting there. Indeed, I have resolved the haunting issue. Come here promptly with a few men. Understood. Black Snake did not question further and hung up the phone. Mr. Qin, will this truly be all right? After all, a murder has taken place. Lu Yan expressed his lingering fear. Of course it will be fine. Consider it akin to slaughtering a chicken. Qin Fei replied with an air of nonchalance. Just like that, it's over. At that moment, Ling Yun, who had been hiding, emerged. However, upon witnessing the gruesome state of Ma Kaiyuan's corpse, her complexion turned pale, clearly in shock. Qin Fei remarked coolly, if this man had lived, he would have caused more deaths in the future. Thus, we are merely acting in accordance with justice. I understand. Ling Yun nodded, refraining from saying more. After waiting for approximately half an hour, Black Snake and his group finally arrived. They comprised 7 individuals, arriving in a van, with Ba Xiong and Zhang Hu among them. Each of them appeared apprehensive, even Black Snake's face slightly paling. The haunting in this community had persisted for quite some time, instilling a sense of dread within them. Had it not been for Qin Fei's summons, they likely would have refused any monetary incentive to come. Boss Fei. Upon seeing Qin Fei standing not far away, Zhang Hu and the others rushed toward him, as if he were a lifeline. Boss Fei, what is the situation? Black Snake asked, feeling a wave of relief upon seeing Qin Fei. With him present, any malevolent spirits in the vicinity seemed far less daunting. Take care of this individual on the ground. Ensure there are no traces left behind, Qin Fei instructed, gesturing toward Ma Kaiyuan's body. Not a problem. We will handle this minor issue. The individuals known as Black Snake and his associates are inherently engaged in clandestine activities, making the discreet elimination of a person remarkably effortless. However, when the ferocious bear revealed Ma Kaiyuan's face, Black Snake's expression underwent a dramatic transformation. Chapter 67. The Madman Ma. The Madman Ma? Upon seeing Ma Kaiyuan, Black Snake recoiled as if confronted with an unbelievable sight, taking several steps back. Do you know him? Qin Fei inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. It is I. Lu Yin seemingly recognized Ma Kaiyuan's elevated status and stepped forward, unwilling to let Qin Fei take the blame for him. You? Black Snake scrutinized Lu Yin before dismissively remarking. Just an ordinary person. What could you possibly do to him? Ma Kaiyuan was a well-known veteran powerhouse in Anhai City, having broken through to internal strength many years ago. It could be said that even if he had 9 fingers, Lu Yin would be incapable of defeating him. I truly did kill him. This is the murder weapon. Lu Yin, seeing Black Snake's disbelief, hastily produced the steel rod he had used. Upon closer examination, Black Snake discerned that Ma Kaiyuan indeed seemed to have succumbed to this very rod. I incapacitated him before he was killed. At this moment, Qin Fei interjected, Black Snake. Spare us your idle chatter. What is this person's background? Sir Fei, this individual is named Ma Kaiyuan. He arrived in Anhai City over 20 years ago. At that time, I was merely an unknown figure, yet he was already a prominent figure in the martial arts community. It is said that he has committed countless murders, and many missing persons in Anhai City are attributed to him. Thus, he is nicknamed the Madman Ma. Is that all? Qin Fei scoffed. A martial artist killing ordinary people is akin to a dimensional assault. If one wishes, slaughtering 100,000 in a year is hardly surprising. Sir Fei, it is certainly more than that. He possesses a peculiar obsession with studying corpses, particularly those of women and martial artists, which is the origin of his Madman moniker. As Black Snake spoke of Ma Kaiyuan, it was evident he held a degree of trepidation, although he too was of internal strength. He knew he could never match him in a direct confrontation. The fact that Qin Fei could incapacitate Ma Kaiyuan suggested that his own prowess might be on par with that of a martial arts master. Contemplating this, a surge of fervor coursed through him. Isn't that quite monstrous? Upon hearing Black Snake's description, Ling Yun could not help but shudder. What does he intend to do by specifically studying women's corpses? If he were not deranged, he would not have achieved such notoriety in Anhai City. Black Snake smirked slightly. Flattering, however, when compared to Sir Fei, he is undoubtedly insignificant. With just a finger, Sir Fei could certainly crush him. There is no need for such flattery here. Since you have heard of him for quite some time, do you know anything about his affiliations? Affiliations? Black Snake's expression shifted slightly as he replied. I truly am not well acquainted with that. If he indeed has a faction, it is likely that more powerful individuals are involved. His influence is confined to the Western District, whereas Ma Kaiyuan and the Su family have consistently been in the Eastern District, with minimal overlap in interests, and thus, he remains largely uninformed. The information he possesses is all superficial. Forget it, just handle the body first. Moreover, I need you to assist me with something. The identity of the Black Serpent remains unknown, and Qin Fei did not pursue the matter further. Whether he has a sect is inconsequential. What truly matters is that once his cultivation reaches the mid-stage of Qi gathering, anyone who comes will have to kneel. Please give your orders, Master Fei. Upon hearing this, Black Serpent's expression brightened, secretly realizing his opportunity had arrived. As for what wins the blow, I trust you know without my instruction, Qin Fei remarked nonchalantly. No problem. I will take care of it. Black Serpent responded eagerly. The community needs to resume construction, but selling will undoubtedly pose a challenge. If the haunting issue is not resolved, it is likely no one will dare to purchase property here. Spreading the news is merely the first step. All right, take the body away. Also, that vehicle nearby belongs to Ma Kaiyuan. Find a way to dispose of it. With a wave of his hand toward the Hummer next to the van, Qin Fei commanded. Understood. Nodding, Black Serpent hurriedly instructed his men to load Ma Kaiyuan's body into the van. The group swiftly vanished from Qin Fei's sight. Thud! Just as Black Serpent and his crew departed, Liu Yan suddenly knelt before Qin Fei, his voice choked with emotion. Chairman Qin, from this moment onward, my life is yours. Henceforth, even if you command me to ascend a mountain of blades or descend into a sea of flames, I, Liu Yan, shall not flinch. Do not speak so gravely. I am a reasonable person and would not ask you to undertake such tasks, Qin Fei replied, helping Liu Yan to his feet. The dead have passed, from now on. Focus on your work alongside me. Yes, today, you should find a place to rest well, and contact me once you have found the workers. Qin Fei left Liu Yan with a phone number before departing the bright community with Ling Yun. With the medicinal herbs in hand, Qin Fei's current ambition was to consume them and elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of qi gathering. He felt an instinctive unease that the matter of Ma Kaiyuan was not so easily concluded. It was prudent to enhance his strength first. As for purchasing a vehicle, that would have to be postponed. Sitting on his bed, Qin Fei gazed intently at the 3 neatly arranged herbs, taking a deep breath in anticipation. Today would determine whether he could break through his cultivation. Without excessive preparation, he promptly consumed the first herb. The rich spiritual energy erupted in his mouth, its intensity far surpassing that of the wild ginseng he had previously ingested. He estimated this herb to be at least 150 years old, if not older. Channeling his energy, Qin Fei greedily absorbed the foreign spiritual essence. It took a full half-hour before he finally depleted the energy. His cultivation remained at the initial stage of qi gathering. There was no breakthrough. Qin Fei had anticipated this outcome, remaining calm as he proceeded to consume the second herb. This time, the absorption took slightly longer, as if his body had developed a resistance, causing much of the spiritual energy to dissipate through his orifices. It seems that relying on medicine is not a long-term solution. Noticing the changes within himself, Qin Fei furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. He resolved that once he broke through to the mid-stage of qi gathering, he would dedicate time to refining his body. After all, it belonged to him and should not be treated carelessly. Within the inheritance, there are specific methods for tempering the physical form. He believed it was worth trying. Taking out the last piece of Ganoderma, Qin Fei hesitated not for a moment before placing it in his mouth. Boom! It was as if a volcano erupted within him. He had not anticipated the sheer abundance of spiritual energy contained within this herb. In an instant, everything in the room began to move of its own accord, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from his nostrils and ears. My money! Witnessing this scene, Qin Fei's eyes reddened, and he immediately began to fervently circulate his internal techniques. Chapter 68. Mid-Stage Qi Gathering. Breakthrough. In his 30-square-meter bedroom, Qin Fei's voice echoed with fervor. His cheeks flushed as an overwhelming force threatened to burst his body asunder. If he failed to advance to the mid-stage of qi gathering and absorb this power, he risked becoming the first practitioner in history to perish from overdosing on a medicinal herb. As the saying goes, one who is weak cannot be supplemented. Qin Fei was experiencing the bitter taste of this truth. Break! After several furious shouts, just as Qin Fei felt his body was about to explode, a faint sound of bubbles bursting emerged from within him. Following that, an immense wave of spiritual energy surged into his limbs and bones, a powerful sensation enveloping his mind. He had finally broken through to the mid-stage of qi gathering at the most crucial moment. At this juncture, he felt more than tenfold stronger than before. Akin to a formidable warrior, with a single punch, he could shatter his opponent's dantian. Ha ha! I am indeed a rare talent for cultivation. The feeling of impending explosion receded like a tide, and Qin Fei could hardly conceal his joy. He had learned from Ling Guofeng and others that the contemporary martial arts world comprises external strength, internal strength, and martial arts masters. He believed he now equated to what they referred to as a martial arts master. As for the realm beyond that, Ling Guofeng and his peers were too lowly ranked to grasp it. However, Qin Fei was confident that, given time, he would undoubtedly encounter such individuals. After sitting on the bed to stabilize his breath, Qin Fei slowly opened his eyes. Instinctively activating his X-ray vision, he discovered that this ability had also undergone a transformation. Previously, he could perceive a radius of about 50 meters. Now, he could see at least 100 meters away. It seemed that the application of his X-ray vision was indeed based on his personal realm. The stronger he became, the further his vision expanded. Looking down at his arms, He could clearly see the blood vessels beneath his skin. With a mere thought, he could even observe the intricate nerves and cells. Truly, it was an extraordinary ability. Checking his phone, he noted that it was already past 5 in the afternoon. He estimated that Lu Xueqing would soon finish work. After briefly cleansing the impurities that had emerged from his pores, Qin Fei visited the local market. Upon his return, he had procured a piece of meat, a fish, and several vegetables. For the past few days, Lu Xueqing had been rising early to prepare dinner for him, so it was time for him to showcase his culinary skills. Busy in the kitchen, Qin Fei found that by the time he had finished cooking, it was already past 8 o'clock. Glancing at the villa's entrance, he quietly began to wait. Suddenly, a foreboding feeling washed over him. He made a call to Zhou Daiyuan. "Boss, do you have any instructions?" Zhou Daiyuan's respectful voice resonated. "Tell me, at what time does Lu Xueqing finish work?" Qin Fei inquired with a composed expression. "She hasn't even arrived home yet. What do you think could have happened?" Qin Fei replied with a cold smirk. "Huh? Could something have gone wrong?" Zhou Daiyuan exclaimed in surprise. "She is supposed to be working at the hotel. Immediately mobilize our resources to locate her. If you cannot find her, you should consider submitting your resignation." With that, Qin Fei abruptly hung up the phone. At Yunding Hotel, Zhou Daiyuan furrowed her brow. She was not resentful of Qin Fei's harsh demeanor, but was taken aback by the fact that Lu Xueqing had not returned home. Qin Fei had instructed her to wait for Lu Xueqing. Their relationship was unmistakable. If she couldn't locate her, it was likely that she would indeed be unable to remain at the hotel. With this thought, she promptly summoned her secretary and enlisted the hotel's resources to assist in the search. It must be said that Yunding Hotel had indeed amassed an extensive network over the years. In less than 10 minutes, they had tracked down Lu Xueqing's whereabouts, complete with surveillance footage. Without hesitation, she immediately dialed Qin Fei's number. "Have you found anything?" Qin Fei asked. "Boss, the surveillance footage shows that she was taken away by a van shortly after leaving the hotel, led by a man whose face was entirely wrapped in bandages." A face wrapped in bandages? Upon hearing this, Qin Fei's expression darkened. It appeared that some individuals were still unrepentant. "Boss, should we call the police?" Zhou Daiyuan inquired. "No need. I will handle this matter." With that, Qin Fei hung up the phone. The day before, a man with acne had approached Lu Xueqing for money and had been thoroughly beaten by him. He anticipated that they would disregard his warning and abduct Lu Xueqing. Qin Fei believed that some people did not deserve mercy. The more lenient one was, the more they would take advantage. Kidnapping was primarily motivated by greed, so Qin Fei chose not to venture anywhere, but to remain at home awaiting a call. Approximately half an hour later, his phone rang, and a smirk of derision appeared on Qin Fei's lips. "Kid, we've taken your girl. Prepare 1 million immediately, or be ready to collect her remains." A menacing voice crackled through the phone. "I have plenty of money. Now tell me your location." Qin Fei responded calmly. "Let me warn you, if you dare to call the police, you will never see her again. I understand the rules." Upon learning the precise location, Qin Fei promptly left Dongfang Garden and hailed a cab. As for the million, that was certainly out of the question. About 20 minutes later, Qin Fei arrived at a bustling commercial street in the city center. Indeed, it was the commercial street. Typically, for a kidnapping of this nature, one would expect the transaction to occur in a sparsely populated area or an abandoned factory. Yet surprisingly, they had chosen a location with such heavy foot traffic. Qin Fei could surmise their intentions: to blend into the crowd after receiving the money, making it considerably more challenging to apprehend them. However, this time, Qin Fei would not allow them to escape so easily. Despite the hour being 10 at night, the commercial street was bustling with activity, a throng of people flowing in every direction. Qin Fei navigated through the crowd, blending in effortlessly, until he arrived at a small eatery selling snacks. "Where's the money you brought?" Suddenly, a man approached him, whispering sternly as he sat down. It was evident that he was the lookout in this establishment. The rendezvous point mentioned on the phone was this snack shop, yet Qin Fei had no knowledge of Lu Xueqing's whereabouts. He would need them to lead the way. "You won't see the money until you see her," Qin Fei replied calmly. "Do you dare play tricks on us?" The man's expression turned cold, and he was about to make a call. But Qin Fei was quicker. He swiftly grasped the man by the throat. The powerful grip evoked a sensation of suffocation, particularly as their eyes locked, revealing a chilling indifference towards life. This man was terrifying. "Take me to her, or I won't hesitate to end your life." Qin Fei's voice was devoid of warmth, and his icy gaze instilled fear in the man across from him. He had no doubt about the seriousness of Qin Fei's threat, nearly paralyzed with terror. "I'll take you. Please don't be rash," he stammered. Following the man, Qin Fei descended into an underground passage of the commercial street. Compared to the bustling surface, this area was noticeably less populated, with only a few stragglers, possibly the subordinates of the man with acne. However, Qin Fei was unconcerned, activating his X-ray vision. He soon spotted Lu Xueqing bound and gagged in a restroom within the passage. She appeared relatively unharmed, her clothing still in order, which offered Qin Fei a sigh of relief. "We're the people you called. My patience is wearing thin," complained a man with beady eyes, standing beside Lu Xueqing. His greedy gaze continuously roamed over her, clearly eager to exploit her, but the man with acne had mentioned using her as leverage for money. Otherwise, he might have taken matters into his own hands, for such rare beauty was hard to come by. "Don't worry, Brother Mouse. I've made the call. You should be here shortly." The acne-ridden man quickly reassured him with a forced smile. "He better arrive soon, or I won't take the blame for your troubles." After speaking, the man known as Mouse lit a cigarette and exhaled the smoke towards Lu Xueqing's face, causing her to flush and struggle to cough. "Isn't it delightful?" He laughed, stroking her face. Meanwhile, the acne-ridden man instinctively took a couple of steps back, as Mouse's terrible breath was overwhelming. Even minimal conversation filled the restroom with an unbearable odor, rendering the incense nearly ineffective. Had he not needed something from Mouse, he would have left long ago. He had never encountered someone more repugnant than himself. "Boss, the person has arrived." At that moment, a lackey rushed in. "Ah, how fortuitous. Let us station our men at both ends of the passage, ensuring that no irrelevant parties may enter." Upon hearing this, the acne-scarred man exhibited a fierce glint in his eyes. However, when he later examined the dagger, he discovered that the very point where it had snapped bore a pre-existing notch. After all, this dagger had been his constant companion for many years, and it had undoubtedly aged. With a bit of added force along the notch, he believed he too could break the blade. The more he contemplated this, the deeper his hatred for Qin Fei grew, feeling as though he had been duped. While the acne-scarred man's mind was in turmoil, Qin Fei had already arrived. Upon seeing Qin Fei, the bound Lu Xueqing immediately began to struggle violently. Although she could not speak, Qin Fei sensed her plea, urging him to escape quickly. "Do not worry. With me here, no one shall harm you today. Kid, where's my 1 million? The acne-scarred man shouted rudely, casting a glance at the empty-handed Qin Fei. "Right here." Qin Fei raised his fist. Bang! Before the man could react, Qin Fei's punch landed squarely on his face. With a pained wail, the acne-scarred man staggered back several steps, blood oozing through the white bandage, as Qin Fei had effectively broken his nose. "The lesson I imparted last time was insufficient. Today, I shall help you deepen your memory." With that, Qin Fei stepped into the restroom. "Brother Rat, save me." Having suffered a significant setback at their first encounter, the acne-scarred man grew fearful and retreated to the side of the rat-eyed man. Damn it, too arrogant. He threw a cigarette, but at Qin Fei, and immediately thereafter, the man known as Brother Rat kicked towards Qin Fei's lower body. A swift and practiced move, indicative of his experience in combat. Most individuals will be flustered by such an assault, but not Qin Fei. He effortlessly swatted the cigarette butt aside, then lifted his foot and stomped down hard on the leg that had aimed to strike him. Snap! Qin Fei's speed was astonishing, leaving his opponent no time to react. My leg." The man known as Brother Rat clutched his broken limb, his face turning pale from the pain. Below his right knee, his leg had contorted at a perilous angle, sending a chill down the spine of the acne-scarred man, who retreated several steps in fright. He vaguely sensed that he had made a grave error. This man was utterly monstrous. Even seasoned thugs were no match for him, and surely, his own group stood no chance. Such foul breath. "Have you recently consumed something unwholesome?" Qin Fei remarked, his brow furrowing as he glanced toward the nearby squat toilet. "How dare you insult me? I will have your life." The foul breath had always been a sore point for Brother Rat, igniting his wrath whenever mentioned, but alas, with a broken leg, even rising was a challenge. His furious outburst was merely a display of impotence. "Is this the best you could muster against me?" Qin Fei derided, casting a scornful glance at the acne-scarred man. "I must warn you, Brother Mouse is a formidable figure in our circles. Your fate is sealed." The acne-ridden man, feeling a wave of trepidation under Qin Fei's gaze, hastily invoked the identity of Brother Mouse. "Regardless of which underworld he belongs to, your outcome today remains unchanged." With that, Qin Fei seized the man's collar effortlessly, lifting the stout figure of over 100 pounds with a single hand. Bang! With a powerful thrust of his arm, Qin Fei slammed him violently to the ground. The floor cracked under the impact, and the acne-ridden man coughed up blood, suffering severe injuries from the ferocious collision. With numerous bones shattered, I believe my temper may have been too forgiving, which has led you to repeatedly provoke me. Today, you shall understand that there are individuals you can never afford to offend. Bang! A kick landed squarely on his chest, sending the acne-ridden man sprawling across the ground for several meters until he collided with the man known as Brother Mouse. Such a forceful strike is beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. The acne-ridden man immediately spewed blood, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. His ribs were fractured in multiple places, and his chest caved in significantly, causing Brother Mouse to gulp nervously. He had initially thought today would involve dealing with an ordinary person, but it now appeared he had encountered someone even more ruthless than himself. Chapter 70. If you dare, don't leave. How dare you harm me? In his hand, he brandished a brick, seemingly intent on smashing it upon Qin Fei's head. To assist the oppressor is to share in their guilt. Bang! A swift kick struck the man's abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air, mirroring the fate of the acne-ridden man as he coughed up blood and fainted. Are we still going to fight? Qin Fei's ferocity left the remaining few frozen in place, exchanging bewildered glances. Fight? Are you mad? Let us flee. At that moment, someone shouted, and in an instant, the group dropped their weapons and ran. A rabble. Observing this scene, Qin Fei did not pursue. Instead, he approached Lu Xueqing, removing the cloth that had been stuffed in her mouth. Ugh! As soon as the obstruction was taken away, Lu Xueqing immediately began to retch. She had endured the stench for far too long and could no longer bear it. The thought that the small-eyed man had touched her face made her skin crawl even more. Are you all right? Seeing Lu Xueqing in such distress, Qin Fei quickly patted her back. I need to get outside. Rushing out of the restroom, Lu Xueqing greedily inhaled the fresh air, feeling as though she might suffocate moments before. Thankfully, she and T had dinner yet. Otherwise, she would have surely vomited everything. Brother, I was beaten up. They even threatened to break your leg. Come save me. Seizing the opportunity while Qin Fei was outside, the man with the beady eyes frantically dialed for help. His leg was broken, and without assistance, he knew he would not escape this ordeal. So even if it meant deceit, he had to summon his boss. Young man, your time is up. If you have the guts, don't leave today. He hung up the phone, and the man, once pitiful, now wore a mask of ferocity. Rest assured, how could I depart before fully tormenting you? He had clearly witnessed that vile individual touch Sister Xueqing's face with his filthy hands. Such shamelessness warranted nothing less than a severed limb. Let me warn you, my boss is. Before he could finish, Qin Fei's foot pressed down on his right hand, eliciting a piercing scream. The sound of bones shattering under Qin Fei's weight filled the air. Shut your foul mouth, or I will not hesitate to sew it shut. The man was undoubtedly suffering from severe gastrointestinal issues. His mere utterance filled the vicinity with an unbearable stench, and one could surmise that even dental practitioners would refuse to attend to him. With a face full of indignation, the man chose silence, fearing the very real possibility of having his mouth sewn shut. Qin Fei, perhaps we should leave? I intend to resolve this issue once and for all. I cannot allow these petty nuisances to continue troubling you. With that, Qin Fei fell silent, waiting patiently for the other party to summon reinforcements. After approximately 15 minutes, a tremor echoed from the end of the underground passage, accompanied by the sounds of numerous footsteps. Lu Xueqing cast a curious glance, her complexion draining of color. Qin Fei, this is bad. Dozens of ruthless individuals are approaching. Ha ha ha, my boss has arrived. You shall find it impossible to escape today. The passage's limited size left no room for retreat, and given Qin Fei's apparent disregard for them, a peaceful exit was out of the question. It appears you have not heeded my earlier warnings. Qin Fei slowly retrieved a silver needle from his person, advancing towards the foe. What are you doing? The man trembled in fear at the sight of the needle. However, the next moment, he stifled a groan as Qin Fei pierced through both his upper and lower lips with the needle. A torrent of blood gushed from his mouth, and terror etched itself onto his face, for he never imagined Qin Fei would dare to act so ruthlessly. Which blind fool dares to sever my leg? Step forward. The group at the end of the passage had reached the restroom, and their leader bellowed angrily. Brother Hu, the rat is inside. A keen-eyed member spotted the trembling figure on the ground and shouted in alarm. Damn it, seeking death. Furious at the sight of his subordinate's pitiful state, Zhang Hu raised his fist, aiming for the back of Qin Fei's head. Yet, just as he was about to strike, Qin Fei turned around. Upon seeing Qin Fei, Zhang Hu's face blanched as if he had seen a ghost, and he quickly slammed on the brakes. His toes nearly pierced through his shoes as his fist halted just a centimeter from Qin Fei's nose. Master Fei. Beads of sweat began to trickle down Zhang Hu's forehead. He never anticipated encountering Qin Fei here, nor did he foresee that his fist almost landed on the other man. In that fleeting moment, a shiver ran through him, igniting goosebumps all over his body, a result of sheer terror. Master Fei. The individuals behind Zhang Hu also caught sight of Qin Fei, their voices rising in panic. Some of the more timid souls were so frightened they dropped to their knees, having witnessed firsthand Qin Fei's overwhelming defeat of the Black Snake. I have presented myself. Why do you not strike? Qin Fei inquired calmly, observing Zhang Hu's ashen face. Master Fei, I did not realize it was you. Zhang Hu's voice trembled, and suddenly, he collapsed to his knees, as if all strength had been siphoned from his body in that instant. Brother Hu, why have you knelt? Behind Qin Fei, a rat-eyed man had removed the silver needle from his mouth, his expression one of disbelief. Damn it, you've brought this upon me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu felt a surge of strength return within him. He swiftly advanced, delivering a kick to the man's face. Beat him to a pulp. Zhang Hu's voice was laden with uncontainable fury, and in an instant his entourage surrounded the rat-eyed man. We are all from the same side. What are you doing? Stop. I was wrong. The rat-eyed man, already battered by Qin Fei, now faced a throng of assailants, his shrieks chilling to the bone. Nearby, an acne-scar man regained consciousness. Upon witnessing the mob attacking Rat Brother, he trembled in fear, only to faint again. In that moment, he comprehended the extent of his folly. He had offended an entity he could never hope to confront. Chapter 71. The Fall in the Bathhouse. Amidst the cacophony of cries, the man known as Rat Brother was mercilessly beaten, his body marked with shoe prints, limbs broken, and his face so swollen that even his mother would struggle to recognize him. Master Fei, shall I take his life? Zhang Hu spat at the rat-eyed man, respectfully inquiring. With a mere word from Qin Fei, he could send the man to his demise. He is your subordinate. Whether you choose to kill him is your decision. I only wish to know if the Black Snake's leadership is engaged in such despicable acts of thievery. Qin Fei's expression was frigid as he posed the question. I implore you, Master Fei, to clarify what has transpired. Black Tiger lowered his head, too intimidated to retort. It's nothing. These individuals conspired with him to abduct my woman. How should we handle this? Qin Fei replied nonchalantly. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu's complexion paled, his legs trembling in fear. This audacious scoundrel had dared to kidnap Qin Fei's woman. Was he not courting death? Master Fei, rest assured, I shall cast him into the river shortly. Zhang Hu's voice was resolute, brimming with lethal intent. No, I shall never dare again. The acne-scar man, feigning unconsciousness, suddenly sat up, wailing loudly. But at that moment, a punch from Zhang Hu's subordinates silenced him, sending him crashing to the ground. I ask you, if today the one standing here were not me, what fate would await you? Qin Fei chose to disregard the acne-ridden man and instead fixed his gaze upon Zhang Hu, calmly inquiring, is it necessary for me to articulate this for you? His expression grew increasingly frigid. Master Fei, I am willing to sever my own arm. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Hu's face drained of color as he swiftly seized a knife from one of his subordinates and cleaved his left arm off. Witnessing this gruesome act, the timid Lu Xueqing gasped in horror. She had not anticipated such ruthlessness, that one would so readily mutilate themselves without a flicker of hesitation. Indeed, Zhang Hu grimaced, clutching the stump of his severed arm, nodding in agony. He harbored a deep-seated loathing for those lying on the ground. If it were not for them, he would never have resorted to such self-mutilation. Take them away. Observing the intense murderous intent in Zhang Hu's eyes, Qin Fei realized that these individuals would likely never witness another sunrise. However, this was entirely of their own making, and he felt no shred of compassion. Wrongdoings must be met with consequences. As Zhang Hu and his cohorts retreated, Qin Fei gently patted Lu Xueqing on the shoulder and murmured, Qin Fei, thank you for saving me once again. In just a few days, Qin Fei had rescued her numerous times. Had he not arrived today, she could hardly fathom her fate. We now share the same table, so let us not stand on ceremony, Qin Fei replied with a smile. You just referred to me as your woman. Were you serious? Lu Xueqing inquired, her cheeks flushed. Ahem, Sister Xueqing, you must understand that had I not said that, those who bound you would likely evade the repercussions of their actions. Qin Fei explained, clearing his throat. Do you find me unappealing? Suddenly, Lu Xueqing gazed at Qin Fei with a melancholic expression. Sister Xueqing, with your stunning beauty, I believe any normal man would not entertain such thoughts. Qin Fei replied sincerely, for Lu Xueqing's appearance was indeed impeccable. Yet, his words caused her cheeks to redden further, and she softly declared, "Then tonight, I shall surrender myself to you." Qin Fei was momentarily speechless at Lu Xueqing's bold statement. He found himself at a loss for words to describe his current emotions: excitement, anxiety, unease, or a subtle hint of anticipation. Why is there such an abundance of dishes? Lu Xueqing questioned, puzzled as she surveyed the feast laid out before them. I only learned of your abduction afterward. Ah, I see. With that, Lu Xueqing tied on an apron, declaring, since you prepared this with such care, we must not waste it. I will reheat it. Allow me to assist you. Qin Fei had put in considerable effort for this meal, so it was only fitting to savor it. As Lu Xueqing heated the dishes, she seemed to recall something, asking, "Is that so?" Her brow furrowed slightly, betraying her skepticism. As a newcomer, she felt that aside from her high academic credentials, there was little about her to warrant attention. Yet, contemplating that her qualifications were fabricated, she felt a pang of guilt, fearing that one day her deception might be exposed. Do not overthink it. It is late. Let us dine and rest early. The hot dishes arrived promptly, and the two enjoyed their meal at a swift pace. After dining, Lu Xueqing announced her intention to take a shower, while Qin Fei settled onto the sofa to watch television. Although his eyes were fixed on the screen, his mind wandered elsewhere. Perhaps this was for the best, as it spared them from potential awkwardness. Suddenly, amidst Qin Fei's distracted thoughts, a piercing scream erupted from the bathroom, causing his expression to change abruptly as he dashed to the door. Xueqing, what's wrong? I slipped and fell. Lu Xueqing's voice conveyed a hint of pain, suggesting she was seated on the floor. Is it serious? Qin Fei inquired. It's nothing, she replied, but before the words had fully left her lips, another cry of distress escaped her. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Fei rushed inside. A wave of fragrant body wash mingled with the warmth of steam enveloped him. And there he found Lu Xueqing sprawled on the floor, one hand clutching her ankle, her face etched with agony. She must have twisted it. Don't move. I'll carry you out. Chapter 72. May I have a moment's rest? Qin Fei possessed medical skills, though his treatment often wandered into other realms. The following morning, Qin Fei was jolted awake by Lu Xueqing's startled exclamation. Oh no, I'm going to be late for work. With that, she hurriedly sprang from bed. But as soon as her feet hit the floor, she stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Are you all right? Qin Fei, concerned that her injury had not yet healed, asked. I'm fine. Lu Xueqing shot him an annoyed glance, silently chastising him for being too vigorous the previous night. Time was of the essence, and she had no time to prepare a meal for Qin Fei. Instead, she hastily tidied herself before rushing to the hotel. Nevertheless, she arrived approximately half an hour late. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, she spotted Zhou Daiyuan from a distance, seemingly engaged in welcoming a distinguished client. Keeping her head down, Lu Xueqing did not attempt to hide. For being tardy on her second day was inexcusable. Zhou, it's me, she murmured, nervously fidgeting with her clothing as she approached Zhou Daiyuan. Huh? Little Lu, what brings you here? Zhou Daiyuan regarded her with curiosity. Having already learned through her channels that Lu Xueqing was unharmed, she displayed no surprise and refrained from probing into the nature of her relationship with Qin Fei. I stayed up late last night. I've just arrived, Lu Xueqing replied, avoiding eye contact with Zhou Daiyuan. You're just in time. Come with me. Zhou Daiyuan led the way, and Lu Xueqing followed silently, acutely aware that she might face public reprimand or even dismissal. After all, she had reviewed the stringent management policies of the Yunding Hotel, which allowed no leniency for tardiness. However, after only a few steps, Lu Xueqing was taken aback, as Zhou Daiyuan did not guide her further into the hotel, but rather towards the parking lot. Little Lu, do you see that? Starting today, this car is yours. Zhou Daiyuan stood before a striking red BMW, gently patting the hood as she spoke. Huh? Lu Xueqing's mouth fell agape, utterly astonished to discover that Zhou Daiyuan intended to gift her a vehicle. I am already aware of your situation from yesterday. This is a managerial oversight on the hotel's part. Therefore, from today onward, each member of our management team will be assigned a car for commuting to and from work. But I cannot drive. Lu Xueqing voiced her anxiety. That is a simple matter. I shall arrange for you a dedicated chauffeur, Zhou Daiyuan replied. Isn't that a privilege reserved for higher-ups? While many companies provide cars, having a driver typically requires at least a vice president's rank. I feel I have not yet reached such a level. Then you should hasten to obtain a driver's license. The driver is merely a temporary arrangement, Zhou Daiyuan suggested after a brief pause. Very well, Lu Xueqing nodded, accepting the car. Since everyone else was receiving vehicles, she did not wish to isolate herself by refusing. As for her tardiness of half an hour, Zhou Daiyuan made no inquiry, as if it went unnoticed. Upon entering the hotel, the front desk greeted her with cheerful smiles, just as they had the day before. "Manager Liu, what brings you here so early today?" The head of the front desk approached, beaming. "Early?" Liu Xueqing glanced around before quietly replying. "Isn't our workday supposed to start at 8? I'm already half an hour late. You are the manager. Even if you were an hour late, no one would dare to say anything," the head replied. Everyone had witnessed Zhou Daiyuan escorting Liu Xueqing to view the car. Despite the lobby manager not qualifying for a vehicle, Zhou Daiyuan had still arranged one for her, and a BMW at that, which spoke volumes about their extraordinary relationship. Whispers circulated among the staff, speculating whether Liu Xueqing might be Zhou Daiyuan's illegitimate daughter, thus receiving such preferential treatment. In a hotel where Zhou Daiyuan orchestrated all operations, how could anyone dare to criticize Liu Xueqing? Not to mention, even if she were to skip work entirely for a day, it likely wouldn't matter. "Isn't that rather improper?" Liu Xueqing inquired. "There is nothing improper about it. Manager, you may retire to the side and rest. We shall handle the remaining work," came the response. "That cannot be. I receive a salary from the hotel. How can I simply sit idly?" With that, Liu Xueqing swiftly immersed herself in her tasks. Look at her, with such a formidable background, yet she works so diligently. It's as if she intends to exhaust us all. The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim as they began their day's work. Chapter 73. A Clash of Rivals. After Liu Xueqing departed for work, Qin Fei tidied up briefly, preparing to attend to the unfinished business from the previous day. Buy a car. Although he envied Zheng Xianghua's helicopter travels, he realized he had yet to master the intricacies of owning a car, let alone consider purchasing a helicopter. Discretion was the better part of valor. Having acquired his driver's license during the summer after high school, Qin Fei had scarcely driven over the years, rendering him effectively a novice. The prospect of soon owning his own car filled him with excitement. However, on his way to the fourth store, he spotted a familiar figure at an intersection. "Driver, please stop at the upcoming intersection," Qin Fei instructed as he tapped the back of the driver's seat. "Young man, aren't you heading to your destination?" the driver inquired. Taken aback. "Just stop where I asked. Why complicate matters?" Qin Fei replied, producing 100 yuan. "Here's the fare. No need for change." Understood, the customer is always right. After only a few kilometers, the driver was more than happy to comply, dropping Qin Fei off at the designated corner. Not far away, a man squatted at the intersection, surrounded by 7 or 8 empty beer bottles, exuding a potent scent of alcohol that deterred passers-by, who cast looks of disdain. Drinking at this hour, what else could he be but a drunkard? The man murmured to the sky before taking another swig from his bottle. "Come, let me drink with you." At that moment, a voice called from behind, and a beer bottle was offered first. Qin Fei. Upon seeing the newcomer, Peng Jun's body jolted, disbelief etched across his face. He never expected to encounter Qin Fei amidst the vast crowd. "No time for chatter. Let us down this bottle first." Qin Fei was not in a hurry to inquire about Peng Jun's troubles. Since he wished to drink, they might as well indulge fully. "Cheers!" Peng Jun immediately began to chug the beer, not pausing for breath. However, such reckless drinking took its toll, and he soon coughed violently, his face flushed, before he vomited on the ground. "Are you all right?" Qin Fei offered him a tissue. "Qin Fei, why is society so unjust? I can't even live peacefully as a mere worker." Peng Jun's voice was laced with resentment, teetering on the brink of complete inebriation. He tried to speak, but suddenly a wave of nausea overwhelmed him, and he crouched down to retch again. Observing this, Qin Fei shook his head and infused him with a surge of vital energy. With the aid of this energy, Peng Jun felt considerably better. He helped him to a nearby tree where they could sit. "Can you speak now?" Qin Fei asked. I was fired," Peng Jun admitted, shame causing him to lower his gaze. Qin Fei was now the owner of the Yunding Hotel, while Peng Jun couldn't even secure the most basic of employment. The comparison left him feeling utterly worthless. Fired after just one day? Qin Fei's expression shifted to one of surprise. It's because that bastard manager wanted to bring in his nephew, so he concocted some excuse to dismiss me. Damn it. Peng Jun slammed his palm against the ground, his anger erupting in expletives. It was evident that he was seething with rage. But what did anger accomplish? Without power, one could only endure humiliation, rendered utterly insignificant. Such incidents occurred daily in workplaces across the nation. However, Peng Jun was unfortunate enough to encounter one on just his second day of employment. "What is the name of your company?" Qin Fei inquired. As Peng Jun was his brother, and given the unjust treatment he was facing, Qin Fei felt compelled to assist him. He could not allow his friend to be bullied without intervention. Please don't ask. I do not wish for your assistance. Peng Jun sighed, his gaze evasive. I understand that you may find it difficult to accept the changes in my circumstances, but remember this. We are brothers. As long as I have a morsel to eat, so shall you. You have often said that fortunes are shared and difficulties faced together. From now on, you shall stand with me. Qin Fei articulated all he wished to express in one breath. But I possess no skills. I fear I might hinder you. Peng Jun shook his head. If you're concerned about being a burden, then we shall learn together and progress side by side. Surely, you do not wish to continue enduring such mistreatment, do you? You are right. I agree. Peng Jun raised his head and suddenly added, but I do not wish to take advantage of you. Hearing this, Qin Fei was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such principled resolve from Peng Jun. Nevertheless, he soon chuckled and replied, I would never allow you to take advantage of me. I am now a legitimate businessman. If you cannot help me create value, I would certainly not prioritize our brotherhood. With that said, I feel much better. Peng Jun was not averse to associating with Qin Fei, but he struggled to overcome his internal barriers. He trusted that if he were to voice his needs, Qin Fei would undoubtedly be willing to assist, even if it meant asking for money, lacking both wealth and influence, and not possessing remarkable abilities. He feared that any loss incurred by Qin Fei due to him might jeopardize their brotherhood altogether. He merely sought a balance within their relationship. Enough of this. We still have 2 bottles of beer left. Let us not waste them. Let us have another. At that, Qin Fei lifted the remaining 2 bottles of beer. Cheers! As he had previously stated, he had been diligently working when his superior decided to replace him with a relative, leading to Peng Jun's abrupt dismissal. In any company, personnel turnover is exceedingly commonplace, and no one would bother to intervene. The arm cannot outmuscle the thigh. Following his termination, Peng Jun found himself drowning his sorrows in alcohol, feeling utterly powerless. However, upon hearing of Peng Jun's plight, Qin Fei displayed a peculiar smile. Their essay saying, "Isn't there, enemies do not gather without reason. I too was dismissed by someone, which forced me to resort to scavenging for a living. And the company that let me go was the same as yours." Remarkably, their former superior was the same individual. Sheng Tian Medical Company, a firm dedicated to the production of pharmaceuticals and medical devices, essentially functioned as a contractor for larger brands, lacking its own identity. In essence, it was merely an assembly plant masquerading as a sophisticated medical enterprise under a misleading name, a classic case of putting up a fade. It is precisely for this reason that the company's market value hovers around 30 million, a stark contrast to the grandeur of the Cloud Top Hotel. Within the commercial circle of Anhai City, it remains rather inconspicuous. Qin Fei had almost forgotten about this company, but now that Peng Jun has brought it up, he feels compelled to take some form of revenge. Without hesitation, Qin Fei dialed Zhou Daiyuan's number. After speaking, he promptly hung up the phone. Chapter 74, Direct Acquisition. Impressive. Observing Qin Fei's commanding demeanor, Peng Jun quickly gave him a thumbs up. Just a mere clown. If they refuse us a path to survival, then they should not expect to thrive either. What do you mean by that? Peng Jun seemed to detect an unusual undertone in Qin Fei's words and inquired. In truth, I share a similar experience with you. Upon graduating, I joined this company, but after just 2 months, they dismissed me without cause and even withheld a month as salary. Peng Jun was utterly astonished to learn that Qin Fei had also been terminated by this company. His expression was truly priceless. It seems that misery loves company. However, is it really necessary for us to acquire them out of spite? Qin Fei is now the owner of the Cloud Top Hotel, yet Sheng Tian Medical Company is entirely unrelated to the hotel business. If Qin Fei were to acquire them solely for revenge, that would clearly be imprudent. There are myriad ways to exact vengeance, and Peng Jun believed Qin Fei was merely squandering money. My reasons for the acquisition are quite sound. You will soon understand. The heritage encompasses numerous medicinal formulas, which can be easily modified for mass production. Compared to the pharmaceuticals currently circulating in the market, I am confident that what I bring forth will possess superior efficacy. The company merely inherits what is readily available. Why should I let this opportunity slip away? One formula could yield boundless profits, a lucrative venture indeed. All right, we can set off now. Zhou Daiyuan, a true businesswoman, completed the acquisition in just about half an hour, well ahead of the hour Qin Fei had allotted. She called to inform him that Sheng Tian Medical Company now falls under the hotel as jurisdiction. As for the acquisition price, it was not the 30 million initially mentioned, but rather 20 million. Applying pressure through the Cloud Top Hotel, would the owner of Shangtian Medical Company dare to utter a word of dissent, even if offered just 10 million? In the eyes of Peng Jun's superior, he was merely a minor character, easily manipulated. And in Qin Fei's perspective, was Shangtian Medical Company not just another insignificant entity, such as the food chain of a human world? This is the reality. So swiftly completed the acquisition. Sitting in the taxi, Peng Jun remarked, slightly astonished. It is merely a small company valued at 20 to 30 million. How long do you think it would take? I would have thought it would take at least a few days, Peng Jun said, somewhat awkwardly. What game are you two discussing? The driver, curious, interjected. What game? Qin Fei and Peng Jun exchanged bewildered glances. I simply wish to experience the sensation of being a boss, lavishly spending money. Upon hearing these words, Qin Fei realized that the driver mistakenly believed their conversation revolved around some game. It was understandable. While they spoke grandly, the reality was that they were seated in this dilapidated taxi, and it was unlikely anyone would believe they were individuals of significant consequence. This is none of your concern. Just focus on driving, he thought. The vehicle was functioning perfectly well, yet the driver, incessantly chattering, prompted Qin Fei to feign sleep, as his ears felt as though they might develop calluses from the incessant noise. Finally, after 20 minutes, Qin Fei and Peng Jun arrived at the office building housing Shangtian Medical Company in the West District. Let us go. Some irritating individuals must face the repercussions of their actions. Having worked in this location for over 2 months, Qin Fei was even more familiar with the route than Peng Jun leading the way. They soon stood before the entrance of Shangtian Medical Company. Good day. How may I assist you? Inquired the receptionist politely. I need to speak with your boss. Just inform him that Qin Fei is here, he replied, maintaining a cordial demeanor as he had no reason to scowl at someone who had done him no wrong. Do you have an appointment? She asked. No, but I would appreciate it if you could relay my message, he responded. I'm afraid that does not align with our company policy, she replied, looking somewhat troubled. At that moment, a man carrying a folder passed through the corridor. He was precisely the individual Qin Fei and Peng Jun sought. Manager Geng, despite his pleasant name, engaged in actions that starkly contradicted it, having previously dismissed both Qin Fei and his brother. Ah, I see, it's the two worthless individuals I let go, he remarked, somewhat surprised upon seeing them. However, his expression quickly morphed into a derisive smirk. I suppose you've come to beg for my mercy? Don't bother. My establishment is too modest to accommodate such esteemed figures. Excuse me? Upon hearing this, Peng Jun clenched his fists, barely restraining the urge to confront him. Indeed, this dog will soon pay for his misdeeds, he thought, allowing a cold smile to surface as he remembered that Qin Fei was now the owner of the company, while this barking dog was of no consequence. How dare you call me a dog? Manager Geng was taken aback, his face reddening in anger at Qin Fei's audacity. Not only are you a dog, but I suspect your entire family belongs to the same breed. Otherwise, why would all your relatives come here to wallow in filth? During his tenure at the company, Qin Fei had witnessed Manager Geng bring numerous family members into the organization, making it appear as though they were the most parasitic presence within. The chaos they brought made the entire office atmosphere unbearable. Whatever the former owner's sentiments were, Qin Fei cared little. He was determined to rid the organization of these vermin. Mind your words, or I shall make certain you regret it, Qin Fei warned, his tone laced with menace. The commotion at the entrance had drawn the attention of several employees, including the straightforward brother-in-law, with his conspicuous blonde hair that suggested a lack of seriousness. It was precisely because of this individual that Peng Jun had been dismissed. Come here. I wish to speak with you. Qin Fei beckoned to the young man with a flick of his fingers. What? Do you intend to confront me? The blonde sneered, unperturbed. As he approached, here, at the company entrance, surrounded by surveillance cameras, he felt emboldened. If Qin Fei dared to strike, he would ensure that Qin Fei faced dire consequences. With a sharp clap, Qin Fei struck the young man's forehead, rendering him unconscious and trembling on the ground. I expected more from you. Is this all it takes to bring you down? Qin Fei mocked, turning his attention to the straightforward brother-in-law. I hereby declare that your tenure as manager has come to an end. Furthermore, the corruption you are involved in will be thoroughly investigated by the appropriate authorities. Are you jesting? The straightforward brother-in-law laughed heartily in response to Qin Fei's proclamation. Had it been his boss speaking, he might have felt fear. Over the years, he had manipulated the company to bring in numerous relatives, amassing considerable wealth through these connections. He was audacious, having taken advantage of the owner's infrequent presence to conceal a plethora of falsified accounts. In essence, he had ruled the company with impunity, reckless and unrestrained. But who was Qin Fei? Merely a young man he had once dismissed, and now this individual dared to speak boldly before him. He longed to strike back. Listen, this is a company, not your home. You have assaulted one of our employees. I shall call the police. The straightforward brother-in-law declared, his expression turning cold as he reached for his phone. Go ahead, make the call. It will be an opportune moment for them to investigate your fraudulent dealings. Qin Fei replied, and at his words, the brother-in-law froze, unable to press the dial button. His misdeeds were too numerous to withstand scrutiny. A thorough investigation would surely expose him. Just then, the sound of polished shoes echoed in the corridor, and a visibly flustered man in a suit appeared before Qin Fei and the others. This man was none other than the owner of Qin Fei Medical Company, or, more accurately, the former owner. Which of you is Mr. Qin Fei? He inquired breathlessly upon his arrival. I am. Qin Fei responded calmly. Greetings, I am the owner of this company. Zhong Hui. The man introduced himself, extending his hand with excessive enthusiasm. The obsequiousness displayed left the straightforward brother-in-law dumbfounded, disbelief washing over his face. How could the boss treat this young man, whom he had expelled, with such deference? Surely, he must be mistaken. Boss, are you sure you have the right person? He is not one of us. The straightforward brother-in-law interjected. Do you think your opinion is warranted here? Step aside, you are blocking the way. Zhou Hui's displeasure was evident as he reprimanded. This caused Geng Ji's expression to shift from pale to flushed with indignation, his lips trembling in anger. Initially, when Zhou Daiyuan called to discuss acquiring his company, Zhou Hui believed he had stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity. But little did he know that her subsequent words would plunge him into despair. It turned out that their company had offended the chairman of the Yunding Hotel, a revelation that left him utterly terrified. In an effort to safeguard his own interests, he was compelled to sell all shares of Shangtian Medical at a loss, merely to quell the hotel's wrath. Naturally, he was aware that Qin Fei was en route, and he sought to curry favor with him. If his conjecture was correct, Qin Fei was likely the new owner of the Yunding Hotel. With this thought, a radiant smile graced his face, brighter than any flower. Mr. Qin, I only just learned of your visit and apologize for the lack of proper hospitality. Please do come in. He gestured invitingly, but his demeanor soured upon seeing Geng Ji standing like an immovable object in his path. Why are you still here? This fool displayed a complete lack of awareness. Boss, I believe you are mistaken. Geng Ji still struggled to accept the situation before him. Leave. The esteemed guest stood at the entrance, yet Geng Ji obstructed the way, inciting Zhou Hui's fury, who promptly kicked him in the stomach. The force of the kick sent Geng Ji sprawling 2 to 3 meters away, crashing into a flower pot at the entrance, his face turning a shade of blue from the pain. Mr. Qin, my subordinate is quite thoughtless. Please step inside. Zhou Hui gestured once more. No rush. Qin Fei shook his head and approached Geng Ji, looking down at him as he said, a good dog does not obstruct the path. Such a simple truth seems lost on you. I fear your decades of existence have been in vain. I know not what enchantment you have cast upon our boss, but as long as I am here, you shall not set foot inside this company. Geng Ji could hardly accept that someone he had looked down upon had suddenly become the guest of honor, and he erupted in protest. Fine. Hearing this, Qin Fei nodded in satisfaction and turned to Zhou Hui. You heard him. This man does not wish for me to enter your company. Damn it. He had no quarrel with Qin Fei. Yet why was he being targeted? It was evident that Geng Ji was at the center of this. Seizing a potted plant from the receptionist's desk, he hurled it at Geng Ji's head. The pot was unyielding, and the impact caused Geng Ji's head to bleed profusely as he shrieked in agony. I swear, if I do not leave you incapable of self-sufficiency today, I shall not bear the surname Zhou. Because of Geng Ji, the sale of his company had incurred a loss of a full 10 million. 10 million. The worth of 100 Geng Jis was insufficient to cover that loss, and at this moment, Zhou Hui felt an urge to commit violence. Please stop, Geng Ji cried, cradling his head in surrender. Boss, cease at once. If this continues, someone will die. Others in the company, witnessing the altercation, rushed to intervene, particularly the blunt relatives. They were baffled by the sudden fury of Zhong Hui, who was usually amiable. Get lost. All of you, step aside. I will not rest until I have dealt with this scoundrel. With a flourish of his sleeves, Zhong Hui unleashed a flurry of blows. Realizing that their boss was truly resolute, no one dared to intervene. While the relatives were indeed straightforward, Zhong Hui was their superior. Offending him could jeopardize their livelihoods. The confrontation lasted a good 10 minutes, until the blunt one lay bloodied and gasping for breath. Only then did Zhong Hui cease his assault. He had no intention of killing. He merely sought to vent his pent-up rage. President Qin, this fellow has paid the price. Shall we discuss matters inside? Zhong Hui respectfully addressed Qin Fei. Is this truly what you call a price paid? Qin Fei inquired with a smile that did not reach his eyes. At this, Zhong Hui's grin faltered, but he quickly regained his composure and addressed the gathered crowd solemnly. I hereby announce that from this moment forth, President Qin is the new owner of Sheng Tian Medical Company. As for the blunt one, for his insubordination towards our new boss, he is immediately dismissed from all positions. What? Zhong Hui's proclamation struck the assembly like a thunderclap, igniting a frenzy of disbelief. Just that morning, he had convened a company-wide meeting, and now, within such a brief span of time, the ownership had shifted. Why they received no inkling of this change? On the ground, though battered, the blunt one was not unconscious. However, upon hearing that Qin Fei had become their new boss, a surge of blood rushed to his head, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood before fainting. He could not bear such a blow. If Zhong Hui remained his boss, he might still have a chance to stay, but with Qin Fei at the helm, he saw no prospect of survival. Chapter 76, a top-tier pharmaceutical enterprise. Make way. At that moment, a group of uniformed individuals emerged from the elevator, who reported this case of embezzlement and corruption. The leader inquired coldly. The individual lying on the ground is the one you seek. Qin Fei pointed at the unconscious blunt one. Take him away. Upon hearing this, several officers rushed forward to apprehend the fainted individual and escorted him from the scene. Though Qin Fei and the blunt one had no direct conflict, Qin Fei had inexplicably orchestrated his dismissal. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of that fellow named Cheng Zifei, who had merely slipped some money to the blunt one and kicked him aside. Given the blunt one's avarice, he was capable of anything. Thus, his most fitting fate was to partake in free meals, for only then could he truly reflect on his actions. How ruthless! Witnessing the blunt one being taken away by the authorities, Zhong Hui's eyelids could not help but twitch. As for the blunt one's relatives, they huddled together, trembling in silence, none daring to speak. Well done. In stark contrast to the collective fear, Peng Jun could hardly contain his glee. Individuals like the blunt one deserved a thorough reckoning. Please, come in. Glancing around at the gathering crowd, Zhong Hui quickly ushered Qin Fei and Peng Jun into the company. So handsome. The receptionist witnessed the entire interaction, and as Qin Fei passed by her, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Such a young, affluent, and assertive man was precisely the type they all adored. I can hardly bear it. What shall we do? As soon as Qin Fei departed, the candid relatives huddled together, filled with anxiety. Many of them had secured their positions through their connection with the forthright individual, and given their varying competencies, they feared being dismissed should Qin Fei decide to investigate further. Don't panic. We can approach this differently. Suddenly, a middle-aged man conceived an idea, and they all gathered in a circle, whispering fervently. Mr. Qin, this will henceforth be your office. Under Zhong Hui's guidance, Qin Fei and his companions arrived at the corner office of the floor designated for the chairman. Spanning at least 50 square meters, the office featured a sweeping 270-degree glass wall, offering an exceptionally expansive view. From the vantage point of the desk, a plethora of skyscrapers came into sight, arranged in an orderly yet staggered manner. What a delight it would be to sip coffee from here. One must admit, although Zhong Hui had not amassed much wealth, he had certainly chosen a splendid workplace. What do you think, old Peng? Qin Fei inquired, turning to Peng Yunyo. An unparalleled office environment, Peng Jun replied candidly. Compared to the cramped, dimly lit spaces of ordinary employees, this was undoubtedly a paradise. As long as you are satisfied, you will work here from now on, temporarily stepping into the role previously held by the forthright one, Qin Fei stated nonchalantly. Excuse me? Upon hearing Qin Fei's words, Peng Jun thought he misheard. He never anticipated that Qin Fei would assign him such a significant position right away, along with such a spacious office. Although Zhong Hui's lips moved, he remained silent. In truth, Peng Jun hardly seemed suited for a managerial role based on appearances alone. But since the company now belonged to Qin Fei, it was ultimately his prerogative to appoint whomever he wished. One day, once you have honed your skills, I will allow you to truly oversee this company. And what about you? Peng Jun asked. I have numerous responsibilities to attend to. I may not have the time to manage these affairs, Qin Fei implied, indicating that he intended to take a hands-off approach, leaving the management of everything to Peng Jun. This heavy burden may be too much for me alone. Perhaps I should start as a junior employee, Peng Jun hesitated before suggesting. You must believe in the limitless potential of an individual. If you do not challenge yourself, how will you ever know your true capabilities? Qin Fei regarded Peng Yun earnestly. Mr. Qin, Perhaps I should take the lead for now. Your tasks are complete. What more is there for you to linger here for? Zhong Hui interjected, wanting to propose that he could temporarily assist Qin Fei in managing the company, but his words were cut short by Qin Fei. The company had already been sold to him, and this individual still dared to contemplate remaining. Such a notion was utterly fanciful. Mr. Qin, how do you assess the value of this company? Qin Fei, unwavering in his resolve, noticed that Zhong Hui was not surprised, primarily because he was concerned about his finances. Given Zhong Hui's understanding demeanor, Qin Fei suggested he contact Zhou Daiyuan to have her cover the price difference. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the matter. Thank you, President Qin. Thank you, President Qin. Hearing these words, Zhong Hui was nearly moved to tears. 1 million felt akin to winning the lottery. He had not held much hope for this outcome. Fearing that Qin Fei might change his mind, Zhong Hui hurriedly exited the office, elated as he made the call. For anyone, 1 million is no trifling sum. Yet Qin Fei had no intention of taking advantage of others. After all, it was Geng Ji who had offended him, not Zhong Hui. With Geng Ji already facing consequences, there was no need for further retribution. Old Qin, are you truly confident in entrusting such a significant enterprise to me? As he gazed at Qin Fei, who sat regally in the office chair, Peng Jun still felt as though he were dreaming. Is this little venture truly substantial? Qin Fei shook his head. I intend to transform this place into a first-rate pharmaceutical company. That is our future goal. The risks were stark, either a desperate struggle for survival or outright bankruptcy. Transforming a factory into a pharmaceutical enterprise? Yet we currently possess nothing. Even if Qin Fei owned the Yunding Hotel, it would likely be insufficient. We lack both funds and personnel. This ambition seems overly grandiose. Who says we have nothing? Qin Fei retorted as he slapped a note onto the desk. It was a long-lost prescription. Those century-old pharmaceutical companies have thrived on a single ancestral formula. With countless prescriptions at our disposal, why can we not establish a top-tier pharmaceutical company? What is this? Peng Jun curiously glanced at the note, preparing to pick it up. Just then, the office door was abruptly thrust open, and a throng of people surged in. Chapter 77, The Confrontation. The office, once spacious, became noticeably cramped as dozens of individuals entered simultaneously. What is happening? Do you not know to knock? Seeing the influx of people, Peng Jun's expression shifted, prompting him to bark an order. And who do you think you are to speak to us like that? Do you believe I won't teach you a lesson? A voice from the crowd shouted defiantly, exuding arrogance. Indeed, who do you think you are? You're merely trying to intimidate us. Do you really think we fear you? Get out. At that moment, a cold, detached voice emerged from Qin Fei's lips. He slowly rose, and an overwhelming aura radiated from him, causing those at the door to change color. In their eyes, Qin Fei had transformed into an insurmountable mountain. Merely locking gazes with him made it difficult to breathe. His stare was terrifying. Those with courage managed to hold their ground, while the timid began to tremble. Vouvez! One middle-aged man stuttered, his face flushed. But before he could finish, he was met with Qin Fei's icy gaze. We will leave now. At that moment, Qin Fei was too formidable. These ordinary individuals could not withstand the pressure and could only leave the office in dejection. As they stepped out of the office, the overwhelming pressure dissipated instantaneously. Peng Jun observed several individuals collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. One man stands firm against 1,000. At this moment, Peng Jun could only employ this phrase to characterize Qin Fei. It was evident that these individuals had intended to create disturbance. Yet, under Qin Fei's formidable presence, not a single one dared to remain. Old Peng, convene a meeting with all employees immediately. There are certain issues I shall assist you in addressing today. Qin Fei instructed. Peng Jun understood. Peng Jun, fully aware of Qin Fei's intentions, promptly relayed the command. The change of ownership was a significant event, and thus, the meeting commenced punctually 20 minutes later. The conference room, approximately 100 square meters in size, was filled to capacity. A sea of black-clad figures numbering around 70 to 80. This did not even account for those in the factory. Otherwise, the turnout would have been even greater. Boss, are we gathered here to discuss a salary increase? Before Qin Fei could respond, a middle-aged man spoke up. He was the assistant manager of the marketing department and also the forthright cousin, Geng Liang. He was the one who had led the earlier incursion into the office. Indeed, our salaries have remained unchanged for years. It is high time for an increase. Another voice chimed in. With soaring prices, we can barely afford our meals. The crowd buzzed with discontent, as though the company had been mistreating them. From his position at the head of the room, Qin Fei remained silent, allowing their murmurs to echo. His primary purpose for convening this meeting was to root out the corporate parasites, ensuring the company could advance with renewed vigor. Yet, these individuals were intent on establishing their dominance right from the outset. Did they presume him to be a soft target? What do you think would be a reasonable increase? Qin Fei inquired suddenly. The crowd fell silent, taken aback by Qin Fei's unexpected willingness to engage. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. How could someone so young possibly confront such a multitude? A minimum increase of 1,000. One person proposed, raising a finger, which immediately garnered unanimous agreement. Clearly, this had been prearranged among them. Very well, let it be as you say. Qin Fei responded, nodding towards a human resources manager. Please record the names of those requesting a salary increase. Certainly, the HR manager nodded and swiftly began her task. Numerous individuals sought salary increases, with the most vociferous among them being the first to sign. Once they initiated the process, a steady stream of others followed suit. After approximately 5 minutes, yet another group succumbed to temptation and added their names to the HR ledger. Old Qin, I never anticipated so many would come forward. Observing nearly half the employees had signed, Peng Jun felt a chill of apprehension. For a company to thrive, it undeniably relied on its employees. Regardless of whether these individuals were sycophantic yes-men, if they were all dismissed, the enterprise would be left paralyzed. In his current thought process, he believed in eliminating a few prominent troublemakers, which would naturally deter others from misbehaving. However, he clearly underestimated Qin Fei's resolve. Is there anyone else who wishes to request a salary increase? Qin Fei surveyed the room with a discerning gaze before declaring, "This is your sole opportunity to request a salary increase. Once it has passed, it shall not return." Upon hearing this, several individuals hesitated momentarily, then resolutely signed their names. They understood that Gung Liang intended to leverage this moment to pressure Qin Fei. Should Qin Fei yield, they too could benefit from the outcome. As the saying goes, a law does not hold the many accountable, and they believed Qin Fei would ultimately relent. Very well. Those who have just signed may proceed to the finance department to collect their wages and depart, Qin Fei said, leaning back in his chair with an air of indifference. What? The room erupted in uproar. The last few signatories turned pale. How dare he? Young man, I advise you to contemplate the consequences of your words without us. Rest assured, this company will flourish even in your absence. Therefore, I bid you farewell. I shall not keep you for dinner. Qin Fei interjected lazily. Ah, so you wish to engage in a psychological battle, do you? Gung Liang sneered, waving his hand. Brothers, let us go. We shall collect our wages now. Let us all leave, leaving him to stand alone. Some began to incite others, making their way toward the exit. Leave? What are you waiting for? They have already dismissed you. Will you merely remain here gaping? Gung Liang, you go your way. This does not concern us. We wish to continue our employment. A recently signed individual spoke coldly, causing Gung Liang's complexion to darken. These ungrateful wretches. They had praised him during their discussions, professing their willingness to heed his words. Yet, at this critical juncture, they faltered. If their attempt to pressure Qin Fei failed as a collective, how could he fear the departure of a mere handful of individuals? You are truly a thankless scoundrel. When we dined together, you called me brother with such familiarity. Now you resort to treachery. A young man beside Gung Liang shouted, rolling up his sleeves as if preparing for a confrontation in the meeting room. Jobs are scarce. If you should leave quickly and not jeopardize our positions. As tensions escalated, the meeting room erupted into chaos, voices raised and faces flushed, resembling a bustling marketplace. There is no need for such quarrels that may sour our relations. I have made myself abundantly clear. All who have signed must proceed to collect their wages and depart. Everyone, have your ears failed you? Chapter 78, No Mercy. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the room. No one anticipated that Qin Fei would reiterate his previous statement with such fervor. Many believed he was merely attempting to intimidate them into turning against one another and thus dismantling their small faction. However, it appeared he was genuinely prepared to dismiss nearly half of the company. Boss, we were misled by Gung Liang's deceit. Please grant us another chance. Some began to plead. In these times, finding work is arduous, and the compensation offered by the company is not insignificant. If they were to leave, where could they possibly find suitable employment in the near future? Indeed, we all have families to support. Some have begun to play the victim. Unfortunately, their words only evoke a cold smile from Qin Fei, without stirring the slightest ripple in his heart. There is no need to feign hardship before me. From the moment you signed, you ceased to be part of this company. Do you think that sheer numbers can intimidate me? You are gravely mistaken. Those who choose to remain are welcomed, but for those whose hearts are not in this, I shall show no mercy. Therefore, those who must leave should promptly collect their salaries and depart. Otherwise, you may soon find yourselves unable to claim even that. Suddenly, Gung Liang slammed his palm onto the conference table, seething with anger as he exclaimed, "Damn it, just because you have a few measly coins, you think you're impressive? Without us, you're nothing. Indeed, without us, the company will undoubtedly face significant operational challenges. I no longer ask for a raise. I simply wish to stay. I want to stay too." At that moment, at least a dozen voices echoed in unison, all hoping Qin Fei might show them some leniency. Yet, Qin Fei would not grant them that opportunity. He slowly rose to his feet and stated, "There is a saying, money can make the devil push the millstone, but the earth will continue to turn regardless of who is absent. Thus, in my eyes, you are merely a troop of buffoons." His words, while blunt, held an undeniable truth, plunging the room into silence. Indeed, as long as there is money, any company can find suitable personnel. After all, they are not scientists and are not nearly as indispensable as they imagine. In the realm of capital, labor is perpetually the cheapest commodity. Any recent graduate could easily replace them. "Leave," he commanded. Recognizing that their pleas were futile, the group shambled away, faces downcast as they proceeded to collect their wages. "Old Qin, are you truly serious?" As the crowd gradually exited the conference room, Peng Jun felt a surge of anxiety. "Of course, I'm a man of my word. Since they dare to challenge me, why should I retain them?" With that, Qin Fei turned to the HR manager and instructed, "Immediately issue a recruitment announcement. The vacancies cannot remain open for long." Understand, it appeared this young boss was not one to be trifled with. Additionally, recruit several senior pharmaceutical researchers, offering generous compensation. Suddenly, Qin Fei called to the HR manager, aware that while he possessed effective prescriptions, he could only announce them through the voices of researchers. Otherwise, an unknown source could bring him trouble. His immediate goal was to establish a fundamental framework for the pharmaceutical company. You can't be serious about venturing into self-developed medicine, can you? Upon realizing Qin Fei was not jesting, Peng Jun's eyes widened in astonishment. "Of course. Do you think I'm joking with you?" After dismissing everyone from the conference room, Qin Fei turned to Peng Jun and said, "The note I retrieved from my office earlier contains an ancient prescription. This formula is sufficient for us to secure a foothold in the pharmaceutical industry." "A prescription?" Seeing the paper still on the table, he let out a long sigh of relief. Regardless of the pharmaceutical company, the composition of a prescription is their core secret. Yet Qin Fei nonchalantly placed it on the table. Fortunately, no one knew what was inscribed within. If it were to be stolen, the losses would be substantial. Cautiously locking the prescription in a safe, Peng Jun finally exhaled a sigh of relief and remarked, "Old Qin, you're rather reckless, aren't you? Such an important document just tossed about?" "Ha, I have plenty of such prescriptions. It matters not," Qin Fei replied, rising from his seat. "Cool, mate. Let's find a place to dine, and then accompany me somewhere." "Where to?" "You will find out upon arrival." They casually selected a nearby eatery for a quick meal, and Qin Fei and Peng Jun proceeded directly to their destination. "Are you looking to buy a car?" As soon as they exited the vehicle, Peng Jun deduced Qin Fei's intention, noticing the plethora of car dealerships lining the road ahead, each showcasing an array of brands. "Well, let us each select a vehicle." Qin Fei nodded in agreement. As the current head of Xingtian Medical Company, it would be rather laughable for Peng Jun to rely solely on walking or public transport. Coincidentally, as he was in the market for a car, Qin Fei had decided to accompany him. Often, a vehicle represents more than just a means of transportation. It symbolizes a subtle elevation of one's identity and status. Arriving at negotiations in an impressive car would undoubtedly enhance the likelihood of success, as it would project financial stability to the counterpart. Conversely, appearing in a modest vehicle might lead to being disregarded altogether. Thus, it was essential for Peng Jun to acquire a suitable car, which should not be of inferior quality. "I want to be traveling far. Perhaps I should forego the car and save some money." Reflecting on Qin Fei's intent to invest in pharmaceutical research, Peng Jun quickly shook his head. Some expenditures can be minimized, while others must not be. With that, Qin Fei headed straight to a nearby Mercedes-Benz dealership, determined to assist Peng Jun in selecting a vehicle. "Good day, sir. Are you here to view cars?" Upon entering, a charming receptionist greeted Qin Fei. "Yes, please recommend a vehicle that leans more towards business." "What's your budget?" "Unlimited," Qin Fei responded after a moment's contemplation. "Very well, I will summon a sales representative immediately." The receptionist's face lit up with a professional smile. "How amusing. These young individuals truly dare to utter anything. Just as Qin Fei's words left his lips, a mocking laughter erupted from nearby. Following the sound, he spotted a portly middle-aged man with a briefcase in hand, adorned with a large gold chain around his neck, exuding an air of ostentation. Nestled beside him was a petite, attractive young woman, presumably a university student. They stood next to a luxury Mercedes, with a sales representative diligently providing them with information. They appear to be car shopping as well. However, Qin Fei chose to ignore them. What was there to discuss with such nouveau riche? It would only squander time and energy. Oh dear, darling, just let him finish his pretentious display. The middle-aged man, cradling the girl, let out a playful hum, his face adorned with mockery. What's going on, Lao Qin? Nothing much, just two fools here spouting nonsense, Qin Fei replied, casting a glance at the other party before turning to the salesperson. Let us proceed to view the vehicles. I want to see the available ones. Certainly, the salesperson, awakening from his daze, nodded vigorously. What sort of car are you interested in? In my opinion, individuals with no financial means should be shown the door. What nonsense is this? The female university student, feeling ignored, began to berate him. Chapter 79, Direct Card Payment. Qin Fei initially wished to disregard the two, but their audacity seemed to grow. She's merely a kept woman. Does she really think she has the right to look down on others? What are you staring at? You country bumpkin. The girl, feeling the weight of Qin Fei's gaze, erupted in curses. To call me a bumpkin while being someone's mistress is truly disgraceful. If I were your father, I would certainly teach you a lesson. Qin Fei retorted with scorn. What absurdity are you spouting now? Struck at her core, the girl flared up with indignation. I said you were a mistress, a harlot. Did you hear that clearly this time? Qin Fei's voice rose, causing her eyes to well up with tears. She was merely an inexperienced student, unable to withstand the verbal onslaught, especially in front of so many witnesses. Darling, are you just going to stand by and let them bully me? The girl clung to the middle-aged man's arm, her eyes misty with tears. My dear, please don't cry. The middle-aged man, witnessing his partner's distress, felt his anger surge. He glared at Qin Fei, warning, you ought to speak respectfully, or I will not let this slide. No, I believe it's best to have him removed from the store. Otherwise, we shall not purchase a vehicle today. With newfound confidence from the middle-aged man's support, the girl's arrogance swelled again. Indeed, just looking at him makes me uncomfortable. It severely dampens my mood for purchasing a car. Salesperson, you should remove those two, the middle-aged man commanded his sales associate. Lao Qin, perhaps we should consider viewing vehicles elsewhere, suggested Peng Jun, advocating for a more peaceful resolution, aware of the middle-aged man's apparent influence. There are numerous car dealerships. We need not worry about making a purchase. However, Qin Fei was not one to be bullied into leaving. He was determined to buy a car that day. Sir, we do not have the authority to expel other customers, the female salesperson said, her expression fraught with difficulty as she addressed the middle-aged man. Then we shall forego this vehicle. You won't earn a single cent in commission. The middle-aged man pointed sternly at the Mercedes-Benz before him, adding to the salesperson's discomfort. While she could forego commission, she was more concerned about the disturbance affecting the dealership's reputation. No matter. The commission on this car is likely minimal. I will ensure all commission for my purchase goes to you. Qin Fei interjected, taking the conversation into his own hands. You just graduated from university. Haven to you? How much can you afford for a car? 50,000? Or perhaps 100,000? Are you unable to afford even the cheapest model of a Mercedes-Benz here? A middle-aged man sneered as he scrutinized Qin Fei. Your ability to purchase a car is none of your concern. If you aren't buying, then take your mistress and leave. Don't impede others from conducting business. Qin Fei retorted coldly. Who says we aren't buying a car? Regardless of what you choose today, we will ensure ours is superior. The young woman in the middle-aged man's arms interjected fiercely. Indeed, challenging me will only lead to your downfall. The middle-aged man, unwilling to lose face in public, concurred. Just don't regret it, Qin Fei said with a hint of a cold smile as he summoned the salesperson. If I recall correctly, the most business-oriented model in the Mercedes lineup is the S-Class, am I right? Indeed, the female salesperson nodded. Then please bring me the latest model with the highest specifications. Qin Fei instructed. Really? Is that truly what you want? The salesperson momentarily doubted her hearing. The highest specification of the S-Class costs nearly $2 million. Her commission would equate to half a year's salary. Do you think I would jest about such matters? Very well. I shall arrange for the car to be retrieved. Typically, buyers of the top-tier models are rare, so there happens to be one available in the showroom. Wait, this fellow might not even have the funds. Why rush to fetch a car? The middle-aged man cautioned. If he is deceiving you, Wouldn't tea that render your efforts futile? Qin Fei merely smiled at this. Producing his bank card. I will pay directly. Understood. The salesperson promptly took the card from him, impressed by his composure. If the transaction fails. Let's see how you manage that. The young university student scoffed. Beside her, the middle-aged man began to sweat. If Qin Fei truly could not produce the funds, he would not humiliate himself by revealing his own card. They had boasted that no matter what Qin Fei purchased, they would always choose a superior option. The most luxurious model in the Mercedes lineup is the S-Class. To truly outdo him would necessitate a supercar. However, the middle-aged man himself only drove an S-Class. He could hardly justify purchasing a supercar. With the funds for such a vehicle, he could easily support multiple university students. Sir, your total expenditure amounts to $2,500,000. Here are your invoice and keys. The car is parked outside. The salesperson's face radiated delight. She hadn't anticipated that Qin Fei would actually purchase a car worth over $2 million without even inquiring about the price or taking a test drive. How wealthy must one be? Please send the license plate to Shengtian Medical Company in a few days, Qin Fei said as he accepted the keys and invoice. This is the true essence of a magnate. The display of extravagant spending is indeed impressive. To spend over $2 million on a car without batting an eye. At that moment, Qin Fei epitomized youthful wealth in the eyes of numerous female salespersons. Some, emboldened by the situation, even prepared to approach him flirtatiously. Did he really buy it? Upon witnessing Qin Fei's audacious purchase of the vehicle, the middle-aged man was rendered speechless, while the girl nestled in his arms fell silent. Her bravado dissipating. A few labored swallows later, her complexion paled as she comprehended the reality. Qin Fei was indeed affluent. Two of you. If you're not purchasing a car, kindly exit, a female sales representative coldly addressed them. Qin Fei had arrived and made an immediate purchase, whereas these two had lingered for hours, incessantly inquiring about various details, even partaking in a complimentary lunch at the dealership. Yet, they had failed to produce the funds necessary to finalize a purchase. To the saleswoman, it appeared they were not genuinely interested in acquiring a vehicle, embodying the arrogance of those who possess little while looking down upon others. A gathering of onlookers began to mock them derisively. The middle-aged man and his companion wished fervently for a crack in the ground to swallow them whole. The humiliation was palpable. Old punk, the car is yours now. Work hard, Qin Fei said with a grin as he handed the keys to Peng Jun throughout the unfolding scene. He did not cast a glance at the two nearby, nor did he suggest they consider a more extravagant purchase. There is wisdom in the adage that ignorance is the greatest form of contempt. Silence spoke volumes in this instance. Chapter 80. The hierarchy of contempt is ubiquitous. Having departed from the Mercedes dealership, Qin Fei made his way to the nearby Lamborghini showroom, a mere 500 meters distant. What boy does not harbor a dream of owning a sports car? In the past, Qin Fei could only envy others, but circumstances had changed. He now possessed the means to indulge himself. In comparison to the Mercedes dealership, this establishment exuded an even greater air of sophistication, and naturally, the foot traffic was significantly reduced. The mere sight of the emblem at the entrance deterred many potential customers. Only those of considerable wealth dared to step inside. Sir, how may I assist you today? A striking female sales representative approached him. Yes, I wish to purchase that vehicle, Qin Fei stated, eschewing unnecessary conversation as he gestured toward the Lamborghini Aventador on display. The Aventador, with its flamboyant character, commanded an even steeper price, exceeding $7 million. Sir, this vehicle, I have already purchased this car. What are you blathering on about, you country bumpkin? A brash voice erupted from the lounge area, followed by a young man in a tailored suit stepping forward, his demeanor reeking of arrogance as he regarded those around him with disdain. Unable to suppress a laugh, Qin Fei recognized the pervasive nature of societal hierarchies. He had encountered one at the Mercedes dealership and was surprised to find another here. Ranshao, please calm down. The saleswoman quickly approached, her smile ingratiating. Step aside. This does not concern you. Ranhao brusquely dismissed her, striding directly to Qin Fei. Kid, what do you mean by pointing at my car? Do you intend to compete with me? He jabbed a finger into Qin Fei's chest, looking down from his elevated position. Snap. The response to him was the ominous crack of a bone snapping, as Qin Fei ruthlessly broke his finger. He felt particularly unfortunate that day. First, he was looked down upon, and now there were those who dared to lay hands on him. If he did not retaliate, he feared that soon others might attempt to trample upon him further. Ah, my hand. Ranhao let out a wretched cry, curling up on the ground, his face ashen. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, and his lips trembled slightly. Ranshao, are you all right? The female sales representative's complexion turned pale at the sight, astonished that the seemingly harmless Qin Fei could strike with such ferocity. Call someone. Quickly. Ranhao could hardly swallow his indignation, roaring in fury. Oh, I'll do that right away. Casting a venomous glare at Qin Fei, the saleswoman hurried to the front desk to make the call. Qin Fei, perhaps we should leave? Noticing Ranhao writhing on the floor in agony, Peng Jun's expression shifted as well. A person capable of affording a multi-million-dollar supercar must wield considerable influence. Offending such an individual could lead to dire consequences. It's fine. I haven't even purchased the car yet. Why the rush? Saying this, Qin Fei casually found a seat and sat down. Kid, our chairman happens to be nearby. You dare to strike Ranhao? You're finished. The female sales representative approached after her call. However, upon seeing Qin Fei calmly seated, her irritation surged. This insolent wretch, how audacious. I'm a customer in your establishment, and you can't even offer me a glass of water while I sit here. Is this your professional standard? Qin Fei regarded her with a sardonic smile. Do you still wish for water? With a disdainful glance at Qin Fei, she coldly retorted, I doubt you'll even manage to walk out of this store. Ranhao was the nephew of their chairman, and the saleswoman had no intention of treating Qin Fei kindly. Very well, I shall wait then, Qin Fei declared, nonchalantly pulling out his phone to read a novel, entirely disregarding everyone present. Upon entering, he had noticed a sign beneath the store's name bearing the emblem of the Lin Group. If his assumptions were correct, this establishment was likely backed by the Lin family. Chairman, you have finally arrived. Approximately 5 minutes later, a group entered, led by Lin Guangyuan, who had come to inspect the premises. Naturally, upon hearing the news, he rushed over without delay. In truth, the Lin Group had invested in more than just this store. There were at least a dozen establishments on this street supported by the Lin family, serving as a pillar of their enterprise, all dealing in luxury automobiles. Where is he? Lin Guangyuan inquired, his expression darkening. Ranhao is in the lounge. His finger is broken, the saleswoman quickly explained. Why hasn't he been taken to the hospital? What are we waiting for? Ranhao was the son of his sister's family, accustomed to being arrogant and frequently leveraging the Lin Group's name to intimidate others. If it were not for his sister's sake, he would have no desire to involve himself in this young man's trivial matters. Just then, a faint cough drew Lin Guangyuan's attention, as the sound seemed vaguely familiar. Qin, my dear brother. Upon seeing Qin Fei seated not far away, Lin Guangyuan instinctively rubbed his eyes, doubting his own vision. What brings you here? Confirming Qin Fei's identity, Lin Guangyuan approached him with a beaming face. He had been seeking Qin Fei for a matter over the past few days and was pleasantly surprised to encounter him here. It was my doing that caused his finger to be broken, Qin Fei explained, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. Given Qin Fei's standing, he would certainly not lower himself to trouble Ranhao. The only plausible explanation was that the scoundrel Ranhao had provoked him. Uncle, you have arrived just in time. My finger is broken, and it hurts terribly. At that moment, Ranhao, having heard of Lin Guangyuan's arrival, rushed out from the lounge, wailing as if he were a child. A grown man in his 20s, reduced to tears like a woman. Why not break your whole arm while you were at it? Lin Guangyuan asked with a sardonic smile. Upon hearing Lin Guangyuan's words, Ranhao's expression froze. He had not expected his usually indulgent uncle to speak to him in such a cold tone. Uncle, my finger is broken, he reiterated. I'm not deaf. Do you need to repeat yourself? With that, Lin Guangyuan signaled to his bodyguard, who promptly seized Ranhao and dragged him before Qin Fei. Kneel down and apologize to Mr. Qin. Lin Guangyuan's voice was icy, greatly surprising Ranhao. Uncle, he broke my finger, and you want me to apologize to him? Ranhao exclaimed, incredulous. Do you know who he is? Lin Guangyuan suddenly inquired. Ranhao shook his head in confusion. Very well, let me enlighten you. The last time your grandfather was in peril, it was he who saved him, and the downfall of the Li family was also due to him. Thud. Upon hearing this, Ranhao lost his balance and fell to his knees. The Lin family had been abuzz with rumors of a benefactor who would elevate them to greater heights. Yet Ranhao never imagined that this esteemed individual stood before him, with whom he had just clashed. Realizing this, his face turned pale, and his body trembled slightly. Fear gripped him. If he did not kneel, he was certain his uncle would break his legs without hesitation. This was no mere, trivial matter. It was akin to flooding the very temple of the Dragon King himself. At this moment, Ranhao was at a loss, tears brimming in his eyes. Chapter 81. Purchasing a Vehicle. It is I who am at fault for offending you. I hope you can overlook my transgressions and grant me mercy. Ranhao knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Qin Fei, his face a mask of terror. Meanwhile, The female salesperson from earlier appeared equally pale, realizing the unimaginable stature of Qin Fei. Even their chairman was on friendly terms with the other party, while just moments ago, she had been arrogantly declaring that Qin Fei was finished. At this thought, she felt a deep despair. In light of your connection as a relative of old Lin, I could extend a leniency towards you, but as the saying goes, one can escape the death penalty but must still bear the consequences of living. I'm giving you this car. Yes, this very vehicle is now yours. Before Qin Fei could finish his sentence, Ranhao straightforwardly gifted him the newly purchased car. He was genuinely taken aback. You are so accommodating that I feel embarrassed to continue punishing you. A rare hint of bashfulness crossed Qin Fei's face. In truth, he had intended to ask Ran how to break his own hand, given that he had pointed at himself. However, he did not anticipate that this fellow's will to survive was so strong that he immediately opted to crush himself with the car. It is worth noting that the car's price exceeded $7 million, and with various taxes and insurance, it would amount to no less than $8 million upon delivery. He had unhesitatingly gifted it to himself. As the saying goes, to be soft-handed with someone means to be at their mercy. How could he then bring up the notion of breaking the other man's hand? Why are you still here? Get lost. Seeing this, Lin Guanyuan barked out, prompting Ran how to scurry away in a flurry. His disheveled appearance suggested he wished he had several more legs to escape faster. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Ran Xiao's hasty departure, the female salesperson fainted from fright. After Lin Guanyuan learned about her actions, he promptly decided to terminate her employment. There's a saying that the customer is king. Allowing such a person to remain would only spell disaster. Brother Qin, that little rascal Ran Hao has spoiled me. Please don't take it to heart. Lin Guanyuan said to Qin Fei with utmost humility as soon as Ran Hao left. It's nothing. He has paid the price for his actions, Qin Fei replied calmly. Chairman, Ran Xiao's car is merely reserved. The payment has not yet been made. The manager of the dealership approached quietly to inform. Lin Guanyuan, Qin Fei, Brother Qin. Do not worry. Since you're on my turf, you may take the car, Lin Guanyuan generously offered. As he spoke, he had already cursed Ran Hao in his mind 100 times over. He had thought it was rather straightforward when Ran Hao agreed, only to find himself having to cover for him in the end. That rascal. Then I shall not be polite with you. Qin Fei was not one to engage in pleasantries. He accepted without hesitation. A few million was but a trifling sum for Lin Guanyuan. Brother Qin, may I have a word in private? With the car situation settled, Lin Guanyuan suddenly spoke to Qin Fei in a hushed tone. Let us go, Qin Fei replied, glancing at Lin Guanyuan, noting his evasive gaze, indicating there were matters he preferred to keep from others. Following Lin Guanyuan, they arrived at the manager's office. Brother Qin, you must help me, Lin Guanyuan exclaimed, visibly excited, even pretending to kneel before Qin Fei. What is going on? Qin Fei asked, bewildered. It's like this. Yesterday, Lin Guanyuan quickly recounted the events, and by the end, he felt too ashamed to meet Qin Fei's eyes. Due to the fact that he had indeed lost some of his masculine dignity, it was of no consequence. Extend your hand. Let me take a look, Qin Fei said, feigning seriousness. Lin Guanyuan recounted that last night, while sharing a room with his wife, he discovered that he was utterly unresponsive. No matter what methods he employed, all were in vain. To put it plainly, he was unable to perform. This realization had terrified him, depriving him of sleep throughout the night. Aware of Qin Fei's remarkable medical skills, he chose to confide in him. Have you been consuming a considerable amount of kidney tonifying substances lately? Qin Fei inquired after thoroughly examining Lin Guanyuan. Yes, Lin Guanyuan replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. As a middle-aged man, experiencing kidney deficiency was not uncommon, which had prompted him to secretly purchase numerous precious herbs. His heart felt as if it were being pricked by needles. Brother Qin, you are my only hope. Please, save me. Lin Guanyuan's face was etched with urgency. Fear not. It is merely a minor issue. As he spoke, Qin Fei gestured for Lin Guanyuan to take a seat and retrieve the silver needles he always carried. If Qin Fei could save those on the brink of death, Lin Guanyuan's predicament was hardly a concern. After a few swift needle insertions, coupled with the circulation of internal vital energy, Lin Guanyuan quickly exhibited signs of excitement. I can feel it, he exclaimed. Do not rush. I shall provide a complete remedy. With deft movements of the silver needles, varying in depth, Qin Fei worked with remarkable speed, leaving Lin Guanyuan barely able to react. After approximately 2 minutes, Qin Fei withdrew his hands, and Lin Guanyuan's face was now flushed, a certain part of him standing tall. In truth, Lin Guanyuan's issue was not grave. He would have naturally recovered in a few days. To put it simply, His condition stemmed from an excess of tonics that his body could not absorb. Upon leaving the office, Qin Fei learned that Lin Guangyuan had discreetly exited through the back door of the establishment, as he currently had no means to conceal himself and, understandably, did not wish to appear before others. "Mr. Qin, here are your car keys." At that moment, the manager of the store personally delivered the keys to the Lamborghini. "Thank you for your assistance." Unlike the Mercedes dealership, this vehicle had already been registered, and all procedures were streamlined, underscoring the significance of interpersonal relationships in society. "Let's take the new car for a spin." Having received his new vehicle, Qin Fei was eager to test the Lamborghini's performance, as it was indeed a pinnacle of automotive excellence. "Let us go." Peng Jun concurred enthusiastically. With a thunderous roar, the Lamborghini surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. Indeed, this was the joy of the affluent. Experiencing the powerful thrust, a smile spread across Qin Fei's face. Throughout the drive, he observed numerous individuals capturing photographs of his car, drawing attention in abundance. He even mused that if he were to shout out to the crowd, there would surely be willing young women eager to join him. What a delight! Upon alighting from the vehicle, Peng Jun could hardly contain his elation. While the Lamborghini attracted more attention, the Mercedes was no slouch either. The sensation of being the focal point of admiration greatly satisfied his vanity. "Let us diligently manage the company. From now on, we shall change our vehicles daily, ensuring a fresh experience each day," Qin Fei remarked, gently patting Peng Jun's shoulder. However, just as he finished speaking, his phone chimed with an incoming call. It was from Lu Yan. "President Qin, I fear you must come to Guangming Community." Upon hearing this, Qin Fei's brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 82. Commencement of Construction at Guangming Community. Upon Qin Fei's arrival, he noticed several construction vehicles parked at the entrance, and a large crowd had gathered, creating an impassable blockade. Judging by their expressions, it seemed their discussions were far from pleasant. "Lu Yan, had you informed us that the construction site was Guangming Community, we would have refrained from coming," one voice lamented. "Indeed, is this not a deception?" The crowd erupted, directing their ire towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan, amidst the throng, appeared helpless. He had already assured them that the community was free from issues, yet none believed him. He was at a loss for words. The construction team he had enlisted had previously worked under his father and had experienced the unsettling events at Guangming Community. He knew that had he disclosed the location, they would have undoubtedly refused to come. Thus, he had carelessly mentioned a different site. However, he underestimated the fear Guangming Community instilled in these workers. Despite being at the entrance, none dared to step inside. He even offered to raise their pay, yet still, no one was willing to enter. After all, money is of little value without life to spend it. The only reason they lingered was due to Lu Yan's earnest pleas and the influence his father had once held over them. "President Qin, your arrival is fortuitous." The thunderous roar of a Lamborghini drew everyone's attention. Upon seeing Qin Fei exit the vehicle, Lu Yan felt as though he had found a beacon of hope and swiftly approached him. "What is the situation?" Qin Fei inquired, glancing at the crowd. "President Qin." This a middle-aged man wearing a hard hat approached, interrupting Lu Yan. He appeared to be the foreman. "Are you the new owner of Guangming Community?" "Indeed," Qin Fei nodded. "To speak frankly, we will not participate in the construction at Guangming Community. You would be better off seeking another contractor," the foreman declared, turning to leave with his crew. At this moment, Qin Fei called out to him. "May I inquire about the average wage per worker in your team?" "Boss, it's not merely a matter of money," the foreman replied. "Each worker earns 1,000 per day, and in the event of an accident, we would compensate 500,000 per person." As these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent. It was well known that even skilled laborers earned merely 500 to 600 a day, with unskilled workers earning even less. Qin Fei had effectively doubled their wages. A full month of work would yield 30,000. Where else could they find such an opportunity? Especially with his latter statement, which was immensely enticing. Why did these individuals toil? Was it not for the promise of remuneration? If they were to encounter misfortune, 500,000 would secure a worry-free life for their families. "Is this offer legitimate?" the foreman inquired, discarding his cigarette butt and looking earnestly at Qin Fei. "A gentleman's word is his bond," Qin Fei declared, his voice resolute and powerful. "Very well, let us proceed. As the saying goes, the timid starve while the bold burst." Given that Qin Fei has expressed such sentiments, they have no reason not to give it a try. "Come on, brothers, let's unload and get to work." He clapped his hands and declared, "Boss Qin, is the cost not a bit steep?" Lu Yan whispered into Qin Fei's ear. "Haha, I've already spent a fortune. What's another small expense?" Qin Fei replied with a faint smile, observing the workers unloading the tools. "Every beginning is challenging, but as long as this batch of workers remains safe and sound, I believe recruiting for future projects will become considerably easier. You clean up quite well, Qin Fei teased, patting Lu Yan's shoulder as he glanced at his fair complexion. Today, Lu Yan had cut his long hair, shaved his beard, and donned a suit. He looked utterly transformed compared to yesterday. If not for Qin Fei's acquaintance with him, one might mistake him for a tycoon from a prominent conglomerate. The appearance does matter. It is not without reason. Yet, the exterior is merely superficial. In a few decades, we will all be nothing but bones. Lu Yan exhaled deeply. Once a top-tier heir in Anhai City, he had grown indifferent to material pursuits after experiencing life and death. Now, he solely aspired to realize his father's aspirations. A fitting tribute to his spirit. Let us head inside and converse at our leisure. All right. Although the workers remained for monetary gain, Qin Fei discerned an underlying trepidation among them. Thus, he decided to stay throughout the afternoon. After a brief tidying up, the debris in the sales office had been cleared away, and the weeds at the entrance had been significantly reduced, lending a much cleaner appearance. However, the subsequent tasks would still require at least another day to meet construction standards. Boss, it will soon be dark. We should wrap up for the day. A group of workers approached. Qin Fei understood the implications behind their words and refrained from unnecessary chatter, promptly producing several stacks of cash. What is this? The expressions of the workers shifted dramatically upon hearing this. While they felt fortunate that nothing had gone awry during the day, they were taken aback to learn that Qin Fei intended to keep them for overtime. Who was unaware of the haunting rumors surrounding the Guangming community? Was he not putting their lives at risk? Boss, we never agreed to work overtime tonight. The foreman stepped forward amidst the workers' gazes. He, too, was reluctant to remain there after dark. The weeds must be entirely removed before we can commence construction. Given that we've spent the entire afternoon here, has anyone felt unwell or encountered any supernatural occurrences? Yet, the recollections of past events still instilled fear among them, particularly as some had witnessed a colleague tumble from a height. Boss, while we all wish to earn money, you cannot expect us to risk our lives here. The foreman, recognizing the collective apprehension, felt compelled to voice their concerns. Rest assured, I will pay each of you 2,000 for the night. Qin Fei revealed his proposition. This statement undoubtedly carried immense allure. The initially restless crowd hesitated upon hearing Qin Fei's offer. Be straightforward, gentlemen. Just give me a word, Qin Fei said, slapping the money on the table. At the very least, we must enhance the exterior. Otherwise, how could the house possibly sell? Consequently, Qin Fei was unwilling to waste another moment. I can stay, but must be in cash. I will stay too. 3,000 is nearly equivalent to a month's wages for a laborer, given that they could earn this sum in just a day and night. It was not long before everyone agreed. Come on, let us distribute the money. Seeing the consensus among the crowd, Qin Fei smiled as he handed the cash to the foreman. Chapter 83, Spring Breeze Hall. One must admit that money can be quite a remarkable tool at times. It enables one to accomplish many things that are otherwise unattainable and instills boundless courage within individuals. Despite their fears, everyone was willing to stay for the sake of money. In the past, Qin Fei harbored a disdain for capitalists, believing them to be exploiters of cheap labor. Yet now he found himself gradually embodying the figure he once despised. Perhaps this is the essence of personal growth. After the meal, the workers began to stir, and Qin Fei had fulfilled his task. Lu Yan, please keep a close watch tonight and aim to expedite the work on the outer walls, Qin Fei instructed as he summoned Lu Yan. Understood. Lu Yan nodded. Here is 500,000 in cash. Take it for now. Got it. All right. I shall take my leave. Contact me if anything arises. With that, Qin Fei drove off in his Lamborghini. Upon glancing up, he noticed the food on the table had grown cold, while Lu Xueqing had curled up on the sofa like a little kitten, evoking a sense of tenderness. Perhaps the sound of the door closing had been a tad too loud, for Lu Xueqing abruptly awoke. Why aren't you asleep yet? Qin Fei asked with concern as he looked at Lu Xueqing. As if recalling something, Lu Xueqing replied, You haven't tea eaten, have you? I'll heat something up for you right away. All right. Though Qin Fei had already eaten a boxed meal at the construction site, he could not bear to disappoint Lu Xueqing's kind gesture, so he resorted to a little white lie. Soon, the food was reheated. How was work today? Qin Fei inquired while savoring the delectable meal. I was just about to tell you even if you hadn't, tea asked, Lu Xueqing said, lowering her voice deliberately. Today, on my first day at work, Manager Zhou actually assigned me a BMW, complete with a driver. Does she have some ulterior motives towards me? All day long, Lu Xueqing had pondered this question, even asking around. The hotel's lobby manager was not qualified for a vehicle, yet Zhou Daiyuan had still provided her with one. After much contemplation, she arrived at a possibility. Perhaps Zhou Daiyuan harbored romantic feelings for her. Huh. At this revelation, Qin Fei nearly choked on his food. He had not anticipated Lu Xueqing would entertain such thoughts. If Zhou Daiyuan were to learn of this, it would surely be a source of amusement for her. She's in her 40s. Don't assume the worst of people. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Fei added, perhaps the success of the Yunding Hotel led to the allocation of vehicles. Moreover, you narrowly escaped an incident on your way home, which indeed reflects a lapse on the part of the hotel. Thus, she might be inclined to compensate you in this manner. It seems plausible. After taking a bite of her meal, Lu Xueqing accepted Qin Fei's explanation. She harbored little belief that Zhou Daiyuan possessed any peculiar predilections. Otherwise, it would be rather alarming. After dinner, as Qin Fei ascended the stairs, Lu Xueqing swiftly followed him. Hurry and take a shower, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. I've already bathed. Qin Fei nearly stumbled at her words, nearly losing his balance. Yet, upon witnessing Lu Xueqing's enticing demeanor, a fervor ignited within his heart, rendering the notion of bathing utterly inconsequential. What ensued was yet another fervent encounter, culminating in their descent into slumber at the stroke of 1 in the morning. The following day, upon awakening, Qin Fei discovered that Lu Xueqing had already risen, as the hotel's dedicated vehicle had arrived for her. She had no time to prepare breakfast for him and hurried off to work. After refreshing himself at home, Qin Fei also set out, intending to seek out Zhang Xianghua. His purpose was twofold: to acquire medical knowledge and to hope for the procurement of some body-refining herbs through him. Zhang Xianghua, renowned as a miraculous physician in Anhai City, naturally operated his own traditional Chinese medicine clinic, with appointments booked 2 months in advance. It is fair to say that the average person could scarcely afford his services. This was not merely due to exorbitant fees, but rather because his appointment slots were highly coveted, with him attending to only 1 patient per day. There was an incident where 2 patients fought fiercely over an appointment, nearly resulting in tragedy, underscoring the immense respect accorded to Zhang Xianghua's medical expertise. Chunfeng Hall, the largest traditional Chinese medicine clinic in the Western District, it also ranks among the finest in Anhai City. Upon Qin Fei's arrival, he was greeted by a throng of people, forming an extensive queue. Inquiring further, he learned that it was the clinic's annual free consultation day, during which Zhang Xianghua would be present to provide his services. Many individuals had begun lining up before dawn for this opportunity. Yet, even with such eagerness, the line remained exceedingly long. At the entrance of Chunfeng Hall, he noticed a couplet hanging on either side of the door. I would rather the medicinals gathered dust upon my counter than see a single patient suffer. This phrase encapsulates the benevolence of a healer. Qin Fei recalled hearing this during his high school days. It was a common adage displayed at many apothecaries in ancient times. However, it seems that nowadays, many pharmacies prefer to showcase promotions such as recharge 100 and receive 10 eggs or discounts for member days to entice customers, having lost their original essence. Upon stepping inside the clinic, a staff member promptly approached him, inquiring, "Sir, are you here to purchase medicine or seek treatment?" "I'm merely browsing. Please continue with your duties. No need to mind me," Qin Fei replied nonchalantly. Initially, he had intended to learn from Zhang Xianghua, but he had not anticipated such a bustling atmosphere. It truly was an opportune moment. "Very well, then I shall fetch you a cup of tea." One must acknowledge that the demeanor of the staff at Chunfeng Hall is commendable, perhaps contributing to the establishment's thriving business. "Dear lady, your chronic ailment is rheumatism. I shall prescribe a remedy for you. Please proceed to the inner hall where my apprentice will administer acupuncture," said the practitioner. "Ah, is there a fee?" Upon hearing about the acupuncture, the elderly woman's countenance immediately soured. She had come, lured by the promise of complimentary services, and if there were charges, she would certainly decline treatment. "Fear not, madam. Today marks our annual free clinic day at Chunfeng Hall. Aside from the herbal prescriptions that incur a fee, all other medical services are provided at no cost," explained a staff member within the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Understanding now, the elderly woman hastily made her way into the inner hall. "How fortunate we are to have a physician of such noble medical ethics as Dr. Zhang in Anhai City, devoted to healing the world," praised someone in the crowd. Indeed, many nodded in agreement. Next, Zhang Xianghua, stroking his beard, smiled gently. Chapter 84, Free Clinic. Having practiced medicine for several decades, Zhang Xianghua possesses a profound foundation in his craft. For some common ailments, he can prescribe remedies without even taking a pulse. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation, yet as time passes, fewer practitioners master these skills. Zhang Xianghua is certainly one of the few remaining. Thank you. Divine Physician, expressed a woman in her 40s, repeatedly offering her gratitude. Next, Zhang Xianghua worked swiftly. In just a few minutes, Qin Fei observed him diagnosing over 10 individuals. Yet, despite the quick pace, the queue outside continued to swell, with some having traveled from distant places, nearly trampling the threshold. Witnessing the sincere smiles on the faces of those waiting stirred something within Qin Fei. The lives of the wealthy are as valuable as those of the impoverished. Dear patrons, the physicians beside me are also esteemed disciples of Dr. Zhang. There is no need for everyone to crowd here. Seeking their care is equally free. Observing the growing line, a staff member standing behind Zhang Xianghua spoke up. However, his words seemed futile. Everyone was intent on consulting Zhang Xianghua, even if it meant a longer wait. Allow me to assist. At that moment, Qin Fei stepped forward and spoke calmly. The sudden voice captured the attention of many. However, upon seeing the youthfulness of Qin Fei, those in line displayed expressions of disdain. After all, Chunfeng Hall is a traditional Chinese medicine clinic where physicians are typically at least in their 40s. What are you doing here, lad? Just then, a practitioner in a white coat approached. He was one of Zhang Xianghua's apprentices, tasked with consultations today. His expression bore a hint of contempt, clearly viewing Qin Fei as a disruptor. Senior brother, what brings you here? Suddenly, a voice emerged from beside him. Zhang Xianghua, who had been diagnosing a patient, stood up, his expression somewhat agitated. Indeed, I have yet to fulfill my promise to you, which weighs heavily on my conscience. Thus, I intended to visit today to impart my knowledge, yet I did not anticipate your overwhelming busyness, Qin Fei remarked. Teacher, this young man, silence. The middle-aged physician was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Xianghua, who exclaimed, What young man? He is my senior apprentice, and thus your uncle. Do not hesitate to greet your uncle. Zhang Xianghua, recognizing Qin Fei, found himself taken aback. The notion of addressing Qin Fei as uncle was utterly beyond him, especially given Qin Fei's youth. His own son was of a similar age. To bow his head and call Qin Fei uncle would surely disrupt the hierarchy of their lineage. Noticing the middle-aged physician's face flush with embarrassment, Qin Fei chose not to exploit the situation, saying, Junior brother, let it be. That simply will not do. A person who cannot uphold the fundamental principles of respect for their mentors does not deserve to be my disciple. Zhang Xianghua's tone was stern, and his expression slightly grim. Those familiar with him understood that he was a man of deep tradition. He had nearly knelt before Qin Fei when he sought to learn the art of medicine. For his disciple to show such disrespect to one he revered was nothing short of mortifying. Address your uncle. Zhang Xianghua's command was delivered with weight, leaving the middle-aged physician no choice but to begrudgingly acknowledge Qin Fei. Very well, Qin Fei observed, recognizing that the other did not genuinely wish to call him uncle, prompting him to add, Do not take it to heart. This old man can be rather rigid. Oof. It appears my teachings have been in vain, Zhang Xianghua retorted, flicking his sleeves in annoyance. Do not stoop to the level of the younger generation. As he spoke, Qin Fei glanced at the lengthy queue outside the clinic and remarked, In this era, where self-interest prevails, it is commendable that you still offer free consultations. Such selflessness is truly admirable. He raised his thumb in appreciation. Cough, cough. Zhang Xianghua felt a bit embarrassed by Qin Fei's praise. Regrettably, I am now aged. In past years, I would conduct free consultations twice a year. The phrase the benevolence of a healer sounds simple, yet how many can genuinely embody it today? As he spoke, Qin Fei moved to stand beside Zhang Xianghua, who promptly instructed the staff to bring over tables and chairs. Ladies and gentlemen, this esteemed individual beside me is my senior brother, whose medical expertise far surpasses my own. You may seek his counsel as well. While Zhang Xianghua held great admiration for Qin Fei's medical skills, this sentiment was confined to his personal views. Among accomplished and renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, how many did not sport a long, white beard? Thus, when Zhang Xianghua spoke, not a single person in the queue moved, as if rooted to the spot. Seated in the physician's chair, Qin Fei felt rather awkward with no patients approaching him. Was this not an unfortunate beginning? Doctor, please help. Just then, an urgent cry pierced the air from outside the clinic. The crowd parted as a middle-aged woman rushed in, cradling a child whose complexion was a disturbing shade of purple. Tears streamed down her face, clearly indicating her panic and distress. Ladies and gentlemen, the sanctity of life is at stake. Allow me to attend to the child. Observing the child's alarming condition, Zhang Xianghua hastily rose and instructed that the child be placed upon the examination table. What exactly is the child's condition? After assessing the child's pupils and tongue, Zheng Xianghua inquired swiftly. I do not know. I merely went to the supermarket to collect a parcel, and when I returned, the child was already in distress. The woman lamented, her voice breaking into sobs. Among the crowd, those familiar with the woman began to sneer. Humph. I suspect you were not collecting a parcel, but rather engrossed in a game of mahjong, forgetting your grandchild. What? Is that truly the case? Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately perked up, intrigued. Zhang Xianghua's expression darkened as he admonished. I thought he was merely playing outside. Thus, the woman's legs buckled, and she crumpled to the ground. The evidence of her negligence in taking care of the child was irrefutable. How could one be so irresponsible? I wonder how you will face the child's parents. The crowd erupted in anger, unable to bear the sight any longer. The child's complexion was grave, breathing shallowly, and any discerning observer could tell he was on the brink of death. Should this unfortunate child succumb, it would undoubtedly be the woman's fault. Such incidents had only been heard of in the news. To witness it unfold before them was shocking. Chapter 85, A Resurrection. Brother, what is your opinion? Without acknowledging the now dumbfounded woman, Zheng Xianghua quickly conducted a thorough examination and turned to Qin Fei. She came seeking your assistance. You ought to try to treat the child. Qin Fei replied with an expressionless demeanor, showing no signs of disturbance. Yet, a hint of disdain flickered in his gaze towards the woman. Individuals like her, when described lightly, are merely irresponsible. When assessed candidly, they are truly harmful. Please, I implore you, save my grandson. I beg you. The woman cried helplessly from her position on the ground. However, her desperate pleas failed to evoke compassion. Instead, they were met with a chorus of scorn. How dare you weep here? Why did you not cry when you were at the mahjong table? Such a person is utterly repugnant. Enough. Let us refrain from further remarks. Do not hinder my teacher in saving a life. At this juncture, a middle-aged physician, who had previously addressed Qin Fei as master uncle, felt compelled to intervene as the crowd's ire intensified. It appears the child has ingested a foreign object, leading to asphyxiation. Zheng Xianghua, having completed his examination, concurred with the diagnosis. Yes. I overheard them say my grandson might have eaten a lollipop. I beseech you, you must save him. The middle-aged woman lamented, filled with regret for her negligence. Yet time could not be reversed. Despite her fervent pleas, Zheng Xianghua was likely powerless to assist, as the child had been brought to them far too late. Teacher, the pulse has vanished, the middle-aged physician announced simultaneously. Oh, my grandson. Upon hearing this, the woman's composure shattered, and she wept bitterly, clutching the lifeless body of her child. Alas, a vibrant life had slipped away before their eyes, leaving the onlookers only able to sigh in despair. Teacher, is there truly no hope? The child, so young, faces an untimely demise, and the middle-aged physician swiftly turns his gaze towards Zheng Xianghua. My abilities are limited. The only one who might still be able to save this child is likely your master uncle. Zheng Xianghua replied, shaking his head. Him? Upon hearing Zheng Xianghua's words, the physician cast a doubtful glance at Qin Fei, completely unconvinced. Setting aside the question of Qin Fei's medical skills, his youth alone was enough to raise skepticism. He truly could not comprehend why his mentor held this individual in such high esteem. Young man, I implore you to save my grandson. If you succeed, I would gladly serve you like a beast of burden. Upon hearing Zheng Xianghua assert that Qin Fei could save him, the middle-aged woman clung to Qin Fei's leg, crying out desperately as though she had grasped a lifeline. I can save your grandson, but I do not require your servitude, for you are unworthy. With that, Qin Fei gave a slight shake of his leg, sending the middle-aged woman tumbling aside. Could this young man truly be boasting? As Qin Fei proclaimed his ability to save the child, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. In this day and age, the desire for fame drives people to madness. Even Zheng, the divine physician, had declared the situation hopeless. What right did he have to claim he could save the child? Producing a small box of silver needles he carried with him, Qin Fei approached the child, just as Zheng Xianghua had mentioned. The child was indeed choking due to a foreign object lodged in his throat. On the surface, the child's pulse and breathing had ceased, aligning perfectly with the characteristics of clinical death. However, it is known that even at the moment of death, the brain continues to function, indicating that the individual has not yet completely perished. Today, I shall impart to you a long-lost technique of acupuncture. You must observe closely. Qin Fei spoke plainly to Zheng Xianghua. Understood. Zheng Xianghua felt a surge of excitement. Yet his expression remained gravely serious as he retrieved a pair of reading glasses from his pocket. With no superfluous words, Qin Fei proceeded with the acupuncture. First needle, Baoyi point. This location, often referred to as a fatal point, could, when utilized correctly, save a person on the brink of death. As the saying goes, out of death comes life. Second needle, Shinzong point. Third needle, Kinda point. Fourth and fifth. Qin Fei's speed was not hurried. His primary aim was for Zheng Xianghua to memorize these points. After administering a total of 9 needles, he finally withdrew. Is this the Jiuyang divine needle? Zheng Xianghua gasped in astonishment, yet his brow furrowed in confusion. For he had witnessed Qin Fei's acupuncture before, and the sequence had not been this way. This is not the Jiuyang divine needle, Qin Fei replied, shaking his head. I recall mentioning that even if I were willing to teach you the Jiuyang divine needle, without the corresponding prerequisites, it would be ineffective. Therefore, what you have witnessed today is a simplified version of the Jiuyang divine needle. And what is its effect? It locks in vitality for half an hour. Hearing this, Zheng Xianghua could not help but gasp in awe. Half an hour was ample time to accomplish much. Thus, this technique truly deserved the title of a divine needle. The young boy's complexion remained pallid. Yet a keen observer at that moment would have noticed the subtle rise and fall of his chest. Supporting the boy's chest with one hand, Qin Fei delivered a forceful punch to his back. Cough, cough. The strike was delivered with considerable strength, causing the boy to emit a painful grunt, followed by a round object being expelled from his mouth. However, it was not a lollipop, but rather a glossy marble. As the foreign object was expelled, the boy erupted into loud cries, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. My grandson, a middle-aged woman shouted, swiftly snatching the child from Qin Fei's grasp and clutching him tightly to her chest, as though fearing he might vanish if she loosened her hold. Divine physician, truly, you are a divine physician. Moments later, the crowd regained their composure and directed respectful gazes toward Qin Fei. His remarkable abilities transcended the common understanding of medicine, rendering him akin to a celestial being in their eyes. Suddenly, the middle-aged woman knelt before Qin Fei, exclaiming, Divine physician, thank you for saving my grandson. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Do not concern yourself with repayment. My intention in saving your grandson was merely to prevent his untimely demise due to negligence, Qin Fei replied. Rest assured, from this day forward, I shall abstain from gambling. I shall never return to it again. The woman, having nearly caused her grandson's demise through her gambling, was now too fearful to ever engage in it again. May you remember today's lesson, Qin Fei concluded, waving his hand, prompting the middle-aged woman to leave with her grandson. Chapter 86. On-site medical instruction. Previously, Zheng Xianghua had extolled the miraculous nature of Qin Fei's medical skills, yet few had believed him, particularly the middle-aged physician. Initially addressing Qin Fei as Master Uncle, he felt immense frustration, but now only all remained in his heart. Such medical prowess could indeed be deemed divine. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall offer free consultations for the day. With that, Qin Fei took a seat. Divine physician, I have suffered from back pain for many years. Please help me. I have a headache. My stomach feels unwell. Witnessing Qin Fei's extraordinary medical abilities, the crowd eagerly gathered around his diagnosis table. In stark contrast to the earlier indifference, Qin Fei had become the center of attention. Please, do not rush. Form an orderly line, one at a time. As people flocked to seek Qin Fei's expertise, Zheng Xianghua assumed the role of crowd control. Madam, your rheumatism is merely a minor issue. Allow me to administer a few acupuncture needles, and you shall be well. By this alone, his medical skills had already surpassed those of Zheng Xianghua. Of course, his pace was remarkable, attending to nearly 1 patient per minute without pause. This was the true mark of a master in traditional Chinese medicine, as Qin Fei effortlessly navigated through a variety of ailments. The middle-aged physician wore an expression of sheer admiration. What are you dawdling for? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us to learn. At that moment, Zheng Xianghua tugged at his white coat and sternly admonished him. Oh. The teacher was indeed correct. If these individuals could learn a few techniques from Qin Fei, it would be sufficient for them to benefit for a lifetime. The finest education is imparted through both words and deeds. Presently, the number of patients here is ample, allowing Qin Fei to select various patients to apply different acupuncture methods. In this manner, he has also fulfilled his duty of instructing Zheng Xianghua. Divine healer, thank you. You are truly a benevolent person. Upon healing the patients, Qin Fei received an array of accolades. It was evident that their expressions of gratitude were heartfelt and devoid of any ulterior motives. After observing for nearly half an hour, The initial few individuals even presented Qin Fei with a silk banner, leaving him somewhat speechless. Have you taken note? Many acupuncture techniques that Zheng Xianghua could not possibly master were demonstrated by Qin Fei before him within the span of an hour. There were approximately a dozen techniques showcased. That should suffice. Zheng Xianghua nodded in agreement. All right, now it's your turn to give it a try. Qin Fei willingly relinquished his position. If any mistakes occur, please correct me, senior brother. Rest assured and proceed with confidence. Dr. Zheng, I would like this young healer to treat me, the next patient said bashfully, noticing that the attending physician had changed to Zheng Xianghua. What is the matter? Do you doubt my abilities? Zheng Xianghua inquired, casting a glance at the man. No, it's just that. The gentleman hesitated. Do not worry. We are the same lineage. There is no distinction between his treatment and mine. Moreover, should any errors arise, I will ensure your safe departure from the clinic. Faced with this doubt, Qin Fei felt compelled to interject. Very well then. With Qin Fei's assurance, the robust man in his 30s ceased his protests and sat across from Zheng Xianghua. Today, the Spring Breeze Hall is offering consultations free of charge. If he were to make excessive demands, the practitioners would have every right to refuse him. A minor issue. A few needles will suffice for a full recovery. After a thorough examination, Zheng Xianghua stated earnestly. For an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner like Zheng Xianghua, identifying and discerning acupuncture points posed little challenge. However, during the needle application, Qin Fei noticed certain shortcomings. Specifically, Zheng Xianghua's control over the depth of the needles was somewhat lacking. Each needle requires a specific depth. Any miscalculation would inevitably affect the efficacy of the entire acupuncture treatment. This needle is too shallow. It must penetrate 2/3 of its length to be effective. Conversely, this one is too deep. Like two seasoned scholars engaged in a discourse on academic subjects, Qin Fei began to guide Zheng Xianghua without regard for those around him. Behind him, a group of herbalists from the Spring Breeze Hall gathered, eager to seize this rare opportunity to learn the profound art of acupuncture. Oh my goodness! Lying on the treatment bed, the sturdy man turned pale with fright, feeling as though he had been reduced to a mere guinea pig, both pitiful and helpless. I see. Zheng Xianghua, possessing remarkable medical acumen and a keen understanding, rapidly grasped one acupuncture technique after another under Qin Fei's meticulous guidance. Practice yields true knowledge, a truth that remains immutable. News of a new healer at Chunfeng Hall spread like wildfire. Shortly after lunchtime, the number of people queuing outside suddenly multiplied several-fold, creating a dense crowd that was almost overwhelming. In sheer exasperation, Qin Fei found himself compelled to resume work once more, scarcely finding a moment even to relieve himself. As time inexorably passed, by the time it approached 9 in the evening, with the last patient being treated, Qin Fei finally secured a brief respite. This truly was an endeavor beyond human endurance. He pounded his somewhat numb legs with his hands and released a long sigh. Indeed, the praises of others could elevate his spirits, yet this intense workload was not something an ordinary individual could withstand. He was not only physically exhausted, but also significantly drained of his vital energy. Many of the more severely afflicted patients were under Qin Fei's care, since Zheng Xianghua could not treat them effectively in a single session. If Qin Fei, a young man, was worn out, Zheng Xianghua was naturally even more distressed, appearing utterly dejected and unwilling to move. However, despite his physical fatigue, Zheng's eyes sparkled with remarkable brightness. Through the practical experience of the day, he had nearly mastered the dozen or so acupuncture techniques that Qin Fei had imparted to him, deepening his understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. The techniques Qin Fei taught primarily aimed to actively stimulate the patient's internal vitality, enabling them to achieve self-healing. Truly astonishing. There are some medicinal herbs I require. Please prepare them for me, Qin Fei instructed, pulling a note from his pocket that listed the materials he intended to use for physical refinement. This was, in fact, the main purpose of his visit today. Chapter 87. I am afraid. Having gathered what he needed, Qin Fei declined the invitation to dine at the clinic. As it was the previous day, Lu Xueqing had prepared a meal and was waiting for him. As soon as he closed the door, Lu Xueqing, her apron still tied, approached him. I had a bit of a matter to attend to, which delayed me slightly. With that, Qin Fei sank onto the sofa and said, Sister Xueqing, if you can't wait for me to finish work, you should eat first and rest. After all, you need to work tomorrow. My tasks are rather light, so it's no trouble for me. But you seem quite fatigued. Did you spend the day moving bricks at the construction site? If I were moving bricks, I doubt I would be as exhausted as I am now. Qin Fei replied with an eye roll, feeling quite speechless. At least with moving bricks, one could find time to rest. Yet today, patients came one after another, leaving him no time even to sip water, almost making him embarrassingly desperate. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, what exactly do you do for work? Lu Xueqing inquired, her curiosity piqued. I've partnered with someone on a small business. Qin Fei explained after a moment's reflection. Compared to the vast enterprises like the Ling family, his endeavors were indeed trivial. Lu Xueqing was not one to pry excessively. So, she nodded and refrained from further questioning. You should rest for a bit. I'll go heat up the food now. With that, she hurried into the kitchen. Gazing at her retreating figure, Qin Fei felt a warmth enveloping his heart. Having heard that the body refinement process was accompanied by immense suffering, he resolved to swiftly restore the true energy within him. After lying down for approximately half an hour, Qin Fei, burdened by fatigue, slowly sat up. He planned to concoct medicinal liquids the following day to enhance his physical constitution. Settling into a meditative position, Qin Fei gradually activated the Ning Qi Ju. Subtle, imperceptible spiritual energy began to flow through the pores of his body, permeating every corner, and soon he felt a significant alleviation of his exhaustion. Suddenly, at midnight, a torrential rain began to pour from the heavens, accompanied by ominous thunder that promised a restless night. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone at the door interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, Qin Fei saw Lu Xueqing, enveloped in a thin nightgown, standing at the entrance, her face slightly pale. What's wrong? He asked as he opened the door. I'm scared. Without hesitation, Lu Xueqing rushed into Qin Fei's embrace, nuzzling closer as if seeking a semblance of safety. Fear not. I am here, he reassured her, gently stroking her back. Qin Fei was taken aback by her fear of thunder. After all, they were both in their 20s, a rather uncommon fear at that age. I wish to sleep here, Lu Xueqing murmured, tightly clutching Qin Fei's waist. This entire villa is your home. If you wish to stay, then stay, he replied, with his true energy nearly restored. He felt it would not matter if he did nothing for the remainder of the night. Cradling Lu Xueqing, he laid her gently on the bed and, in turn, reclined beside her. However, at that moment, Lu Xueqing clung to him like an octopus, visibly anxious. It's merely thunder. There's no need to fear, he said softly, patting her back. No, I'm afraid. Lu Xueqing buried her head in his chest, pulling the blanket over herself completely. Her voice was faint, tinged with fear, yet she finally divulged the source of her terror. It stemmed from a childhood marred by misfortune. Her father's alcoholism led to physical and verbal abuse, while her mother remained indifferent. The situation worsened after her brother was born, as the maltreatment became a daily occurrence. One fateful night, when she was 6, after failing to bring her brother food, her parents locked her out, leaving her to endure a stormy night filled with thunder and lightning. That night left an indelible mark on her young soul. Even to this day, whenever storms rage, the haunting memories of that desperate night flood her mind. The course of her life, which had led her to this point, was largely orchestrated by her parents. In her childhood, she was a mere afterthought in her household. But as she matured, her beauty blossomed. Ultimately, at the age of 19, her parents accepted a dowry from her suitor, forcibly marrying her off without ever consulting her wishes. In her quest to escape her tumultuous family, Lu Xueqing found herself reluctantly married to an unsuitable partner, a man plagued by a gambling addiction. Throughout her life, she had not experienced the love and care she so rightfully deserved. Her existence had been shrouded in darkness. However, after enduring over 20 years of suffering, she finally embraced the fortune that had come her way. Reflecting on this, she instinctively clung tighter to Qin Fei, recognizing their shared plight as unfortunate souls. Qin Fei, who believed his own childhood to be quite tragic, was taken aback by the realization of Lu Xueqing's even more harrowing past. Her survival and growth were no small feats. The warmth of their skin against each other ignited a comforting sensation. Under ordinary circumstances, Qin Fei would have succumbed to temptation, but at that moment, his only desire was to quietly accompany Lu Xueqing. Outside, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, yet inside, the atmosphere was cozy, breathing in the delightful fragrance that enveloped Lu Xueqing. He gradually succumbed to slumber. While the villa exuded tranquility, a stark contrast unfolded at the outskirts of Anhai City by a small river. The torrential rain fell like a curtain, failing to obscure the foul odor emanating from the area. This was the city's periphery, seldom visited, with the river tainted by domestic waste. Yet, amidst such squalor, a figure squatted by the riverbank, allowing the rain to wash over him. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a body lying before him. Ma Kaiyuan, whose forehead bore a gruesome bullet hole, his face blanched by the waterlogged condition of his corpse. Previously, Qin Fei had instructed the men of the Black Snake to dispose of Ma Kaiyuan's remains, and they dutifully followed his command, abandoning the body in this forsaken region. Amidst the foul waters of the river, the stench provided ample cover. Even as the body began to decompose, it was unlikely anyone would take notice. Junior brother, who would have thought you would meet your end here? Fear not, for as your fellow disciple, I shall avenge you. Ma Kaiyuan had arrived in Anhai over 20 years ago, already cast out from his sect. Yet, as the old saying goes, even that which is deemed worthless by its owner should not be defiled by others. Thus, regardless of Ma Kaiyuan's current status with the sect, this middle-aged man vowed to seek vengeance on his behalf. The next day, upon awakening, Qin Fei discovered that Lu Xueqing had departed, leaving behind a note on the bedside table. Thank you for the warmth you provided last night. Breakfast is on the table. These few brief words conveyed Lu Xueqing's concern for him, eliciting a faint smile from Qin Fei. He rose, had his meal, and began preparing the herbs intended for body refinement. Qin Fei aimed to brew these substances into a concoction for his physical enhancement. He hoped it would prove effective. Following the recipe from the ancient texts, Qin Fei boiled a large pot of water, gradually adding the herbs in varying proportions. Initially, as the water reached a boil, the steam emitted a familiar scent of traditional Chinese medicine. However, as the brewing progressed, the aroma grew increasingly pungent, accompanied by plumes of white smoke. Particularly after Qin Fei bit into his own fingertip, allowing a solitary droplet of blood to mingle with the water, the entire pot began to boil violently, as if some chemical reaction was unfolding. Gurgle. Observing the dark crimson liquid churning incessantly within the pot, Qin Fei could not suppress a gulp. The liquid exuded an eerie quality, reminiscent of the fabled bone-dissolving water. It was said that by adding human blood, this concoction could transform into a potion for body refinement. To be honest, Qin Fei had never heard of such a method and remained uncertain of its reliability. After a full 3 hours, the pot had transformed into a genuine shade of red, resembling human blood as it simmered gently. Goodness, what a foul stench! Leaning closer to the smoke, Qin Fei was immediately overwhelmed by a pungent aroma that forced him to retreat several steps, his eyes nearly closing from the intensity. Fortunately, he resided in a villa district. Had he been in a typical residential area, one might have suspected a blockage in his plumbing. Qin Fei harbored serious doubts that the so-called body-refining liquid was merely a cruel joke, as the odor was unbearable. Nevertheless, having gone through the trouble to concoct it, it was not in Qin Fei's nature to shy away from trial. He poured the crimson liquid into the bathtub, subsequently adding water in a measured ratio. Ugh! The stench was truly repulsive, causing Qin Fei to retch repeatedly, nearly losing his composure. This better be worth it, or I shall curse your ancestors for generations, he muttered under his breath. The legacy of such techniques was not the gift of a single individual, but rather a culmination of diverse essences, rendering the origin of this body-refining method untraceable, and Qin Fei remained oblivious to its authenticity. Quickly shedding his shirt and trousers, he stood clad only in his undergarments before stepping into the bathtub. Hiss! It felt as if his foot had plunged into a caustic acid, with wisps of vapor rising from where his foot emerged. Is this going to cost me my life? Observing the skin sloughing off his foot, Qin Fei's expression fluctuated between determination and trepidation. According to the account of the body-refining method, those undertaking it for the first time would endure immense suffering, though the specifics of that torment were left undisclosed. It seemed Qin Fei had just begun to grasp the intensity of it. A successfully refined body would possess the resilience of stone, and achieving a minor success would render one impervious to blades and bullets. The prospect of becoming invulnerable was particularly enticing to Qin Fei. Once his physical form became indomitable, would he not stand invincible? He was unaware of the true strength of the formidable beings on Earth, but one certainty remained. Becoming stronger was paramount. Resolute, he stood frozen for 5 minutes before finally gritting his teeth and leaping into the bathtub. Ah, dear heavens! It felt as though he had plunged into molten lava. The overwhelming heat and agony surged over him like a tidal wave, leaving him astonished at the sheer ferocity of the body-refining liquid, which even a cultivator at the mid-stage of qi gathering found difficult to endure. Hiss! His flesh seemed to sizzle as if charred, emitting strange sounds. Qin Fei felt as though he were on the brink of being cooked alive. His lips trembled, veins bulging, and never before had he experienced such excruciating pain. I refuse to believe that I can perish in this tub. With all his might, Qin Fei activated his concentration technique, And then, much like an old monk in meditation, he allowed the overwhelming agony to engulf him without uttering a sound. It was not that he wished to remain silent. Rather, he was alone in the villa, and no one would hear his cries. What was mere pain to him? He could endure it. Ah, it was indeed excruciating. Moments later, Qin Fei managed to emit a sound, trembling as he nearly succumbed to the immense suffering. However, after the initial sharp pain, he gradually discerned that the torment seemed to be waning. It felt as though his body had developed an immunity to the pain. 10 minutes passed, and the crimson liquid in the bathtub had diminished by at least a third, absorbed into Qin Fei's body. After a full 2 hours, the red liquid vanished entirely, and a layer of blood cocoon enveloped Qin Fei. Crack! 2 minutes later, a fissure suddenly appeared in the blood cocoon. The cocoon then shattered like a tortoise shell, revealing Qin Fei beneath. His breath showed no significant change compared to the beginning. The only alteration lay in his skin. Qin Fei had always possessed fair skin, often compared to a delicate youth when alongside Ling Yan. Yet now, as the blood cocoon shed, his skin bore a healthy wheat hue, exuding a palpable aura of intimidation with every movement. Bang! As he clenched his fists, a dull thud resonated. His physique had strengthened. The ancients were indeed not mistaken. The method of body refinement initially seemed dubious, yet now Qin Fei reaped its benefits. His physical prowess significantly enhanced. If he were to undergo a few more sessions, his body would undoubtedly grow even stronger. Suddenly, his phone on the washstand rang. Glancing at the caller ID, it was Ling Yan. "Qin Fei, are you free today?" She inquired over the phone. "What's the matter?" He responded, "It's just that my best friend's birthday is tonight, and I'd like to invite you to join us. I don't know your friend. What purpose would I serve there?" "Oh, I just want you to accompany me. Will you come or not?" Though separated by the phone line, Qin Fei could almost envision Ling Yan pouting. "Let us discuss it later." With that, he hung up. He was preoccupied with continuing to refine the body-enhancing liquid to bolster his physique. What could be more exhilarating than becoming stronger? Chapter 89, Ma Bowen. Anhai Fukuan Hospital. This was a high-end private hospital, exclusively owned by the Su Group, the very place where Su Chuanhang and his companions resided. In Su Chuanhang's hospital room, Xiao Yu asked, somewhat uneasily, "The Master S whereabouts are unpredictable. It is beyond our ability to speculate. Moreover, what level of individual is Master Ma? If he chooses to leave, who in Anhai City could possibly detain him?" Su Chuanhang scoffed. "That is true." Xiao Yu and the others nodded in agreement. At that moment, the door to the ward swung open, and a bodyguard entered. "Young Master, a man claiming to be Master Ma's senior brother has arrived." Master Ma's senior brother? Su Chuanhong's brow furrowed. He had never heard Master Ma mention any senior brother. However, given the gravity of the situation, he dared not be vague and instructed. "Quickly invite him in. You need not trouble anyone to invite me." A chilling voice resonated from outside, and moments later, a figure clad in a long black robe appeared. As he stepped into the doorway, the temperature in the room seemed to plummet several degrees. "Who is the scion of the Su family?" The newcomer inquired coldly. "I am Su Chuanhang. May I ask what brings you here?" Su Chuanhang rose to his feet. "Excellent." The man in the black robe approached Su Chuanhang. Before anyone could react, he seized Su Chuanhang with one hand, lifting him effortlessly as though he were a mere chick. "What are you doing?" Su Chuanhang exclaimed in shock at the sudden grip. "Put him down." Xiao Yu and the others shouted in outrage. What? Master Ma is dead? Upon hearing this, Su Chuanhang felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Just moments ago, he had boasted in front of Xiao Yu and the others that no one in Anhai City could best Master Ma. Yet now, in an instant, his senior brother claimed that the man was no more. The newcomer was not foolish. He had already deduced something from Su Chuanhong's series of expressions. Su Chuanhong stommered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He had never anticipated that the invincible Master Ma could perish. The shock was immense. This master must have been taken down by that man, surnamed Qin. Xiao Yu stepped forward, his voice low and urgent, casting Su Chuanhang onto the hospital bed. Ma Bowen turned to face Xiao Yu. Without hesitation, Xiao Yu recounted the events of Master Ma's visit to Guangming community. Only someone from the martial arts world could break the gathering in array, he asserted. Contemplating this, Ma Bowen seated himself and said, "Now, tell me everything you've gathered. From our speculations, this man surnamed Qin possesses extraordinary strength and is likely a martial artist as well." Like Xiao Yu, Su Chuanhang harbored a deep-seated animosity toward Qin Fei, and regardless of whether Master Ma had fallen at his hands, he wished to cast all blame upon him. "Very well, prepare 500 million for me, and I shall personally visit this community." After a brief silence, Ma Bowen spoke. 500 million? The figure shocked Su Chuanheng. What? My junior brother has served your Su family for over 20 years, and he is worth no more than 500 million? Ma Bowen's expression turned icy. As someone who had been expelled from the sect, Ma Bowen was willing to seek vengeance from Master Ma, not only for revenge, but also to gain a substantial reward. Otherwise, he would not have bothered to make the trip. The Su family can provide 500 million, but I have one condition. Speak. As the senior brother of Master Ma, your strength must surpass his. My arm is severed. Can you assist in its healing? And mine as well. At this, Xiao Yu hastily stepped forward. In recent years, the profits brought to the Su family by Ma Kaiyuan have undoubtedly far exceeded 5 billion. Now, his senior brother has come to collect the debt, and the Su family has no reason to refuse. Merely a trivial injury. As he spoke, Ma Bowen spread his palm, revealing 2 black pills. One for each of you. Once consumed, your injuries will heal. Is that true? Xiao Yu and Su Chuanheng were clearly skeptical. However, Ma Bowen was not inclined to engage in further trivialities. Why wouldn't he? With that, Xiao Yu took one of the black pills and tossed it into his mouth. How is it? Su Chuanheng immediately inquired upon witnessing this. It tastes strange, somewhat reminiscent of mucus, but as he moved his severed finger, Xiao Yu exclaimed in delight, my hand seems to be pain-free. Incredible. Hearing this, Su Chuanheng could no longer contain himself and promptly placed the remaining black pill into his mouth. The pill, upon entering, transformed into a paste-like substance. While it could be described as unpalatable, it was not wholly distasteful. Yet, scarcely 5 seconds after Su Chuanheng swallowed the black pill, he was suddenly engulfed by an astonishing warmth in his severed finger, as if it were about to ignite. Remarkably, he also regained a long-lost sensation. It is a well-known fact that healing from bone injuries takes 100 days, yet he had swiftly mended his wounds with the aid of this black pill. Hastily unwrapping the bandage, Su Chuanheng tentatively moved his fingers, confirming that they were indeed healed. What about my 5 billion? Casting a cold glance at Xiao Yu and Su Chuanheng, a hint of derision played upon Ma Bowen's lips. He had no capability to heal them so swiftly. All the credit lay with those 2 black pills. The pills were derived from a peculiar herb, possessing an intensely hallucinogenic effect. In essence, the sensations of recovery experienced by the 2 were mere illusions. Fine, I shall call my father right away. Faced with the prospect of utilizing 5 billion from the family, Su Chuanheng clearly felt overwhelmed. Yet he believed that if he detailed the situation to his father, he would surely secure the funds. As Su Chuanheng anticipated, upon learning of Ma Kaiyuan's demise and his brother's arrival in Anhai City, his father readily agreed to provide the 5 billion. No one knew how the Su family had prospered over the years. Thus he required a formidable ally to support them. Otherwise, the Su family's fortune might attract unwanted attention. My father said he would come to meet you shortly. With the call concluded, Su Chuanheng spoke respectfully. I need to visit Guangming community. I have no time. Ma Bowen was solely focused on collecting the debt, indifferent to anything else. Once his junior's vengeance was fulfilled, he intended to leave Anhai City. He had no need to meet anyone. Chapter 90. The Person I Killed. Guangming community. Following the continuous overtime work of numerous laborers, the weeds throughout the community have been thoroughly cleared. With various tools such as wooden boards and mixers now on site, the community finally buzzed with life. The foreman, with dark circles under his eyes, approached Lu Yen, utterly exhausted. Since their entry into the Guangming community 2 days prior, they had labored continuously for 2 days and nights, managing to steal only 5 or 6 hours of sleep. Under such strenuous conditions, it was evident that not even machines could endure. Before him, Lu Yen bore a significant set of dark circles as well, not faring much better. Mr. Liu, we have already received our fair share of wages. We cannot ask for more, the foreman stated, shaking his head as he glanced at the money in Lu Yan's hands. Earning 3,000 for a day and night, and 6,000 over 2 days, he felt it inappropriate to demand anything further. Moreover, they had come to realize that Guangming community was no different from any ordinary place. The tales of supernatural disturbances were mere fabrications. The incidents that had transpired previously were likely due to sheer bad luck. Enough of the pleasantries. Take the money, Lu Yen insisted, forcefully placing the cash into the foreman's hands. Qin Fei has said that matters solvable by money are no true issue. We will still need these workers on the site. Very well. I shall convey our thanks on behalf of my fellow workers, the foreman conceded, accepting the money. Their group comprised roughly 10 individuals, allowing each worker to receive an additional 1,000. Such compensation might very well surpass what many office-bound white-collar workers earned while sipping tea. By the way, bring in more workers tomorrow. We need simultaneous construction on all 7 buildings, Lu Yin instructed. The foreman hesitated slightly. As for the workers, you need not worry. However, what about their compensation? Aside from you, the incoming workers will receive 1,000 for a day and night. The rest, you must negotiate for yourself. Although Qin Fei had suggested that money could resolve issues, Lu Yin could not afford to squander Qin Fei's funds frivolously. He aimed to conserve wherever possible. Leave this matter to me. 1,000 for a day and night is already a generous offer, sufficient to attract many. Mr. Lu, if there are no further matters, we shall take our leave and return tomorrow, the foreman stated. Very well, go ahead. Lu Yin waved his hand and turned towards the sales department, feeling utterly fatigued and yearning for a place to lie down and rest. This is a construction zone. Unauthorized personnel must not enter. At that moment, a reprimanding voice erupted from the direction of the community's entrance, followed by a figure being forcefully ejected, crashing heavily to the ground. How dare you strike someone? Several workers preparing to leave rushed over, alarmed by the violence. Haha, not only do I dare to strike, but I also dare to kill. Ma Bowen's expression was malevolent. He sensed that the gathering of Yin energy in Guangming community had been disrupted, and his junior brother was likely meant to be dealt with here. Not far off, Lu Yin heard the commotion at the entrance and hurried over. Sir, we have no enmity with you. If you strike someone, you owe us an explanation, Lu Yin declared, his expression darkening as he beheld the worker who had been violently kicked. It's you. Suddenly, a chilling light flickered in Ma Bowen's eyes, and in an instant, he darted forward, closing the distance to Lu Yin. What? The sudden appearance of the other party astounded Lu Yin, but before he could utter a single word, he found himself lifted off the ground by Ma Bowen. You carry the scent of my junior brother's blood. Did you slay him? Ma Bowen's expression was clouded with darkness, and a hint of murderous intent seeped through, chilling Lu Yin to the bone. However, this murderous aura dissipated as swiftly as it had come, and he was unceremoniously dropped back onto the ground. My junior brother is at the pinnacle of internal energy. You could not have killed him. Lu Yin, an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation, could not possibly be implicated in the death of Ma Kaiyuan, even if traces of his blood were found on him. No, it was I who killed him. Lu Yin was no fool. Upon hearing the mention of junior brother, he deduced that the confrontation was indeed about Ma Kaiyuan. A man of integrity, Lu Yin resolved to shoulder the responsibility, unwilling to burden Qin Fei, even at the cost of his own life. You, Ma Bowen cast a disdainful glance at Lu Yin, declaring, even if I were to grant you a knife, you could not inflict even a scratch. Who says one must use a knife to kill? I first poisoned him, and then, while he was incapacitated, I ended his life. Lu Yin retorted with a cold laugh. Ha ha ha! Ma Bowen erupted into laughter, exclaiming, my junior brother is a master of poison. He is immune to 1,000 toxins. Do you take me for child? In any case, he is the one I killed. Do as you wish. Lu Yin asserted his stance. Do not think to conceal the true murderer from me. Bring him forth, and I will ensure your suffering is lessened. Ma Bowen sneered. I am a murderer. What more is there to discuss? Seeking death. Ma Bowen considered himself merciful towards Lu Yin, yet the youth proved to be utterly oblivious to his own peril, truly believing he was so easy to deal with. Bang! A fist struck Lu Yin's chest, sending him hurtling through the air like a kite with its string cut, as blood spewed from his mouth. President Lu, witnessing this, the foreman and others rushed forward, wielding shovels and various implements. In broad daylight, do you not recognize the law? The foreman admonished fiercely. The law? Ma Bowen scolded. I am a law. As he approached Lu Yin step by step, he inquired, tell me once more, who killed my junior brother? It was I who killed him. Very well, for that statement alone, even if you're not the one who did it, I will take half your life. With that, Ma Bowen lunged forward, crushing Lu Yin's calf with a single stomp. Crack! The sound of bone breaking echoed sharply as Lu Yin's leg was cruelly shattered. Damn you if you have the guts. Just kill me. Lu Yin roared in fury. Call the real murderer. Ma Bowen commanded harshly. To hell with that. Cursing vehemently, Lu Yin not only refused to make the call, but instead smashed his new phone to smithereens. Thus, even if Ma Bowen wished to summon someone via the phone, he was rendered incapable. Charge! The foreman, witnessing the scene, promptly called upon numerous workers for assistance. In front of all these people, Ma Bowen arrogantly resorted to violence, showing utter disregard for them. Yet, these laborers had no inkling of Ma Bowen's true identity. Before they could even approach, they were violently thrown back by a surge of energy. If you wish for death, I shall gladly escort you to the underworld. Ma Bowen sneered, subsequently stomping on Lu Yin's other leg. Hurry, call the boss. Realizing Ma Bowen was truly deranged, the foreman urgently instructed the workers nearby. I don't know the boss's contact information, one bewildered worker replied, his face a mask of confusion. What are we to do? We cannot simply stand by and watch Lu Yin being brutally beaten to death. Foreman, I can remember the boss's license plate number, a worker quietly suggested. Call the police. Yes, we can trace the boss's phone number through the license plate. Another worker chimed in hastily. Don't be ridiculous. The foreman smacked the back of the latter's head. If Mr. Lu claims he has killed someone, wouldn't calling the police only endanger him? What then? The victim of the assault appeared utterly aggrieved. Foreman, we could call the traffic police and say the boss's car is blocking our way, asking them to come and move it. The worker who had remembered the plate number proposed. Excellent idea. The foreman's eyes lit up as he swiftly dialed the traffic police. Hello, please inform the owner of the vehicle with this license plate that it is obstructing the road at Guangming residential area. My wife is about to give birth, and if he arrives even a minute late, I will take his life. The foreman barked sternly. Chapter 91, Ruthlessness. In the Easter home, it appeared that the effects of the body refining liquid had nearly worn off. Sitting in the bathtub, Qin Fei murmured to himself. This was already his third immersion in the refining liquid, yet the enhancement of his physique was hardly discernible. Even the pain of entering the liquid had diminished significantly. I must seek higher-grade medicinal materials. He sighed as he rose from the tub. The efficacy of ordinary materials was limited to strengthen his body further. Only superior-grade herbs could serve as a foundation. Yet, such materials were not easily procurable. Moreover, even if he eventually found them, they would still require substantial financial investment. With a stroke of luck, one might acquire a single herb for hundreds of thousands. Conversely, one could end up spending tens of millions, if not billions, to obtain them. The price of these items truly knew no bounds. Though Qin Fei had reached a modest level of financial stability, the thought of the vast sums required for future cultivation left him feeling impoverished. It was no wonder that ancient sages claimed that martial arts training was a pursuit of wealth. Without money, one could hardly navigate this arduous path. Suddenly, amidst Qin Fei's despair, his phone rang. Hello. His tone was rather brusque, reflecting his discomfort. I'm a traffic police officer from Anhai City. May I inquire if you're the owner of the vehicle? The caller, undeterred by Qin Fei's tone, remained exceedingly polite. No. With that, Qin Fei was about to hang up the phone. Please do not hang up. Your vehicle is blocking the main road at Guangming Community, and someone is in urgent need to leave. We kindly request that you move your car, the voice on the phone urgently conveyed. Guangming Community? You see, a woman there is about to give birth, which concerns 2 lives. We hope you can promptly relocate your vehicle. Otherwise, we will have to call a tow truck. Understood. With this thought in mind, Qin Fei did not hesitate and immediately dialed Lu Yan's number. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. A cold voice echoed from the device, chilling Qin Fei's heart. Switched off? Guangming Community? Lives at stake? Qin Fei, astute as he was, quickly grasped some crucial details from the traffic officer's words. May my assumptions be erroneous. Without time to tidy up the bathroom, Qin Fei rushed straight to the garage. Will you speak or not? In a vacant area of Guangming Community, Lu Yin had been rendered helpless, his limbs broken by Ma Bowen, and his face marred with several knife wounds, flesh grotesquely exposed, presenting a truly harrowing sight. I killed him. Can't you hear? Lu Yin spat venomously, refusing to speak. Are we? Lu Yan's resilience astonished Ma Bowen. He had anticipated that under various torments, the young man would inevitably plead for mercy. However, he underestimated this individual, who had witnessed the brutality of life and death. Even if his limbs were shattered, Lu Yin would not betray Qin Fei. You claim you poisoned my junior brother. Now, I shall let you experience true venom. With that, Ma Bowen retrieved a small porcelain vial from his pocket. The vial appeared unremarkable, yet upon opening it, an overwhelming, acrid stench enveloped the air, far more potent than sulfuric acid. Drink it. Grasping Lu Yan's jaw, Ma Bowen forcefully poured the poison into his mouth. No sooner had Lu Yin ingested the poison than he emitted a scream that was anything but human. It felt as though he had swallowed shards of glass. The sensation of his mouth exploding with agony was unbearable. But this was merely the beginning. As the toxin coursed through him, he felt as if 1,000 eyes were wreaking havoc within his body. At that moment, he believed that living was far more torturous than dying. Better to die. Grant me a swift end. A look of desperation crossed Lu Yan's face. Ending your life is indeed easy, but you have made me quite irritable. So you shall not die just yet. A cruel smile appeared on Ma Bowen's face. Damn it. Witnessing this scene, the foreman and others could no longer contain themselves. rushing forward with various weapons. The torment inflicted upon Liu Yan had ignited their deep-seated sense of rebellion against such scum. "You insignificant insects, know your place." As he saw the approaching individuals, a sneer formed on Ma Bowen's lips, and he swept his arm in a horizontal motion. Immediately, a series of resounding thuds echoed as the foreman and his companions were sent flying backward. The body is well, though there is a slight cough of blood. However, those in poorer health may suffer broken ribs on the spot. "Oh, dear junior disciple, I could never have imagined you would perish in such a wretched place. Truly a disgrace to our sect." Casting a glance over the crowd, Ma Bowen found himself feeling a twinge of sympathy for his deceased junior. He was unaware of the circumstances surrounding his junior's demise, but it was evident that Liu Yan was somehow involved. Yet Liu Yan was merely an ordinary person. "So, have you made your decision?" Ma Bowen inquired softly as he approached Liu Yan. Bah! A spray of blood erupted onto Ma Bowen's face. "What do you mean by considering?" Boom! Almost immediately after Liu Yan's words fell, a series of thunderous roars reverberated from outside the community, followed by the screeching of brakes as a Lamborghini came to a steady halt at the entrance. Witnessing this, Liu Yan, amidst his cries, felt a sense of despair. He knew Qin Fei had arrived. He was unsure of Ma Bowen's true strength, but he had personally witnessed the formidable prowess of Ma Kaiyuan. As Ma Kaiyuan Sr., Ma Bowen was undoubtedly even stronger. Liu Yan could not ascertain whether Qin Fei could defeat him. This uncertainty was why he had remained silent. He did not wish for Qin Fei to suffer due to him. Ah, the main character has finally arrived. A cold smile graced Ma Bowen's lips as he kicked Liu Yan to the edge of the flower bed, then turned his gaze to Qin Fei, who had emerged from the driver's seat. Another ordinary person? Ma Bowen's eyes widened in surprise. Due to the differences in cultivation systems, martial artists can sense the aura of fellow practitioners. This occurs because martial artists store their power within their flesh and blood, always ready to release it. However, Qin Fei was different. His strength resided entirely within his dantian, his aura restrained. Even martial artists would perceive him as an ordinary individual, as outsiders would not discern anything unless he chose to reveal his energy. Well, quite ruthless. As his gaze swept past Liu Yan, Qin Fei's expression instantly hardened. His heart sank to the depths of despair. "I do not slay nameless individuals. State your name." Ma Bowen barked coldly at Qin Fei. "Once you are dead, I shall burn your name for you." With that, Qin Fei shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 92. To Death and Beyond. Given Liu Yan's current state, there was no room for negotiation between Qin Fei and his adversary. It was a fight to the finish. Bang! Qin Fei was swift. But Ma Bowen was not slow to react. He extended his fingers to envelop Qin Fei's fist. Yet, in the next moment, a sharp pain surged from his palm, and upon looking down, he discovered several blood holes had appeared in his hand, akin to needle pricks. "Though young, your heart is quite dark. Do you believe this can harm me?" Shaking his hand, a sinister smile graced Ma Bowen's face. "Why should it not?" Suddenly, Ma Bowen caught sight of a mocking smile at the corner of Qin Fei's mouth, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Before he could react, a wave of dizziness enveloped him. You have poisoned the needles?" Ma Bowen's face paled dramatically. "Indeed, I have merely learned from you. The silver needle is indeed laced with poison. It is a technique that Qin Fei emulated from the previous actions of Ma Kaiyuan. That individual wielded bones that harbored an exceedingly domineering power. This force is not merely toxic, but surpasses the lethality of conventional poison. Thus, when Qin Fei struck, he immediately unleashed a potent toxin. Regardless of the opponent's strength, once poisoned, their combat efficacy would undoubtedly diminish significantly. For instance, observe Ma Bowen now, staggering with trembling legs. What sort of poison is this? Unlike Ma Kaiyuan, Ma Bowen had achieved the Master Realm 6 months prior, widely known as a martial arts master. Having cultivated to such a level, he had long transcended the seasons and could even withstand certain toxins. Yet, the venom from Qin Fei rendered his legs quaking, and visions before him were distorted. Its potency was overwhelming. The rat poison is formidable, designed specifically for scum like you. With that declaration, Qin Fei advanced aggressively. "I shall strike while you are vulnerable." The old man was no easy prey. Having suffered a significant blow, Ma Bowen recognized the need to retreat and resolved to leave. Thus, when he finally acted, he unleashed his full strength. All his power coalesced in his palm, resembling a tiger awakening from slumber, exuding an aura that could shake mountains and rivers. Dominant Fist. Having witnessed the torment inflicted upon Liu Yan, it was impossible for Qin Fei to remain unperturbed. After all, Lu Yin was one of his own, prompting Qin Fei to unleash his lethal techniques as well. Even before he arrived, his presence heralded his arrival. A vacuum of pressure formed between the two combatants, creating an almost unbearable force that made it difficult for Lu Yin and the others to breathe. Qin Fei's gaze was fixed upon Ma Bowen, who returned the intense stare. At last, in the next moment, both moved simultaneously. Beneath the master, all are but mere ants. Let me, this insignificant ant, conclude your life. With a thunderous roar, Qin Fei remained stationary while the terrifying force he unleashed sent Ma Bowen flying, shattering his arms, leaving only two bare elbows amidst a gruesome spectacle. Given that Qin Fei had already advanced to the mid-stage of energy gathering, coupled with a day spent honing his physique, his combat prowess surpassed that when he had incapacitated Ma Kaiyuan. Thus, even though the man before him claimed to be a master, he was still no match for Qin Fei. Kid, I shall remember you. Utilizing the force from being thrown back, Ma Bowen turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. His speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he reached the edge of the community, agile as a monkey, leaping over the boundary. Qin Fei contemplated pursuing him, but just as he took a step, Lu Yin, who was gravely poisoned, coughed up a mouthful of black blood. His body could no longer withstand the affliction and was on the brink of demise. Damn it, you run swiftly. Qin Fei understood the dire consequences of not eradicating the root of evil. Yet if he pursued the enemy and missed the opportunity to save Lu Yin, it would be a grave miscalculation. Boss, it seems that President Lu is in critical condition. What should we do? At that moment, a limping foreman approached, his face etched with urgency. One of his legs had been shattered, yet compared to Lu Yin, this injury was trivial. Do not panic. With me here, no one shall perish today, asserted Qin Fei as he approached Lu Yin. Without needing to check his pulse, he activated his X-ray vision. As he surveyed the situation, Qin Fei's gaze sharpened, for the injuries within Lu Yin were exceedingly grave. To say various organs were failing would be an understatement. He was teetering on the brink of life and death. Everyone, step back. With that, Qin Fei retrieved his silver needles, immediately commencing the 9-yang divine needle technique to prolong Lu Yin's life. Given the severity of his condition, only this method could temporarily sustain him. Traditional Chinese medicine? This is utter nonsense. Witnessing Qin Fei utilize silver needles to save Lu Yin, the foreman and his crew were thrown into a state of panic. In their subconscious, they believed that someone with such serious injuries should be rushed to a hospital for immediate rescue, rather than relying on needles, which they deemed a waste of precious time. It's over, it's over. As Lu Yin lay motionless on the ground, the crowd assumed he had breathed his last. However, just as Qin Fei completed the 9-yang divine needle technique, Lu Yin, who had been inert, suddenly convulsed, and then opened his eyes, gasping for air. Yet, with each breath, he appeared to endure excruciating pain, his brow furrowed deeply. The poison in your system is potent. I cannot cleanse it entirely at this moment, so bear with it. Qin Fei then turned to the foreman, asking, is there anyone among you who can move normally? I can. A young man stepped forward, the very one who had memorized Qin Fei's license plate number. Can you drive? Qin Fei inquired. Yes. Good. I need to do me a favor. Go to Chunfeng Hall and fetch Zheng Xianghua for me, and also bring me paper and a pen. Understood. Although unsure of Qin Fei's intentions, the young man complied immediately. After writing down the necessary herbs, Qin Fei handed the note to him, saying, you have half an hour. Ensure you bring them back. Here are the car keys. The young man's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the Lamborghini keys that Qin Fei produced. He had only driven construction vehicles before and had never encountered such a high-end supercar. Enough chatter. Saving a life is paramount. Qin Fei tossed the keys to him. All right, I'll go. Gritting his teeth, the young man accepted the keys. Once the Lamborghini roared to life, Qin Fei turned to the foreman and the others. Find something on a construction site that can serve as a large pot. I need to concoct a medicinal brew. Understood. I'll get right on it. Anyone who can move, come with me to gather supplies. The foreman waved his hand, and instantly, everyone sprang into action. Though he had not intended to guide Lu Yin onto the path of cultivation so soon, it now seemed imperative. The journey of cultivation may appear glamorous, yet it is fraught with greater peril compared to ordinary life. Qin Fei had hoped to discuss matters with Lu Yin at a later time, but it was evident now that without cultivation, Lu Yin would surely meet his demise, as Qin Fei's medical skills were insufficient to alter his fate. Chapter 93, Bone-Scraping Therapy. Brightness Community. A temporary large pot and stove have been hastily assembled, with a roaring fire heating a full pot of water. Fortunately, The weeds and debris gathered in the past few days have yet to be discarded. Otherwise, fuel would have posed a significant challenge. Zheng Xianghua likely does not know the person who invited him, but he has seen Qin Fei's Lamborghini. Thus, upon learning that Qin Fei was seeking him, he promptly rushed over with the medicinal herbs in hand. "Brother, what is the situation with this person?" Zheng Xianghua's expression shifted as he looked at Lu Yin lying before Qin Fei. The use of the 9-yang divine needle suggests that this individual's life hangs by a thread. Let us not ask too many questions for now. Where are the items I requested? They are all here, Zheng Xianghua replied, placing a large bag before Qin Fei, filled to the brim with medicinal herbs. Thankfully, his clinic was well stocked, allowing him to gather the diverse array of herbs Qin Fei required in such a short time. According to the list, Qin Fei requested over 100 types of herbs, including some rather obscure varieties. "All right, throw all the herbs into that boiling pot," Qin Fei instructed. "Understood." Aware of Qin Fei's intent to save a life, Zheng Xianghua wasted no time and immediately added the herbs to the pot. "Wait." As Qin Fei seemed poised to place the person into the pot, Zheng Xianghua called out urgently, "What's the matter? The water is already boiling. If you put him in like that, won't his skin be scalded off?" Indeed, the foreman and others chimed in, having never witnessed such a method of treatment. "Rest assured, nothing will happen," Qin Fei replied calmly before gently placing Lu Yin into the pot. "My goodness." At this sight, the onlookers instinctively turned away, fearing it resembled the scalding of a pig. Ignoring the crowd's reactions, after placing Lu Yin in the pot, Qin Fei resumed administering needles, his demeanor grave. At that moment, a mysterious aura enveloped Qin Fei, as if he had transformed into another being. "Look, something black is emerging." Suddenly, an observant individual noticed dark substances seeping from Lu Yin's pores. "It's effective." Qin Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him. The expelled substances were all toxins. As long as these toxins were eliminated, Lu Yin's life could be temporarily preserved. However, given the severity of the poison coursing through Lu Yin's body, complete detoxification would require considerable time. As the final needle was inserted, beads of sweat formed on Qin Fei's forehead, the energy within him severely depleted. "Junior brother, keep an eye on the silver needles. Any error could jeopardize the detoxification process," Qin Fei weakly instructed Zheng Xianghua. "Don't worry, I've got this," Zheng Xianghua assured him, taking over Qin Fei's position temporarily. "Come here, and I'll help you set the bones." Qin Fei then beckoned to the foreman and others. "Right here?" The crowd was taken aback. "Fear not. My brother's medical skills surpass mine by far. Resetting bones is but a trivial matter," Zheng Xianghua explained with a smile. As Zheng Xianghua aptly observed, Qin Fei's bone-setting technique is indeed extraordinary. With the aid of imaging, even simple misalignments are rendered inconsequential. In approximately 5 minutes, the injuries of the group were nearly healed. Truly, he is a miraculous physician. Initially, the onlookers harbored doubts about Qin Fei's medical prowess. Yet once they experienced his treatment firsthand, each individual was profoundly impressed. Just as Qin Fei sat quietly, resting with his eyes closed, a sudden scream erupted from the pot. It was Lu Yin. "Brother, what is happening? I haven't even touched the needles." "No worries. The detoxification process may inflict some degree of discomfort on his body. Such screams are to be expected." The water in the pot smells terrible." About half an hour later, the water in the pot began to emit a pungent odor, its color darkening to that of ink. Another half hour passed, and Qin Fei instructed, "Retrieve him from the water." Just as he spoke, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Ling Yin. "Qin Fei, are you ready to head out? Do you need me to come pick you up?" Ling Yin inquired cheerfully over the phone. When she heard that Qin Fei's friend had been in an accident, she quickly asked, "Is it serious?" "Rest assured, as a medical student, such matters are not beyond my capabilities. I merely need to observe a bit longer." Qin Fei then added, "Girls should always take care of their safety when out. Don't drink too much." "I understand." Originally, Ling Yin felt somewhat upset that Qin Fei would not accompany her to the banquet, but upon hearing his words, her heart warmed. It seemed he truly cared for her. After exchanging a few words of concern, Ling Yin reluctantly ended the call. It was her best friend's birthday, and she had intended to invite Qin Fei to familiarize him with her social circle, but the timing was unfortunate, as Qin Fei's friend had just been in an accident. Thus, she had to attend alone. "Boss, can we retrieve him now?" About half an hour later, the foreman inquired. "Yes, it's about time." "All right, you all come and lend a hand." Lu Yin had been submerged in the boiling water for over an hour, and everyone feared he might be cooked alive. However, when they finally pulled him from the water, they were astonished to discover that apart from being wet, there were no signs of burns on his skin whatsoever. which elicited exclamations of wonder. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Fei's vital energy had been continuously safeguarding Lu Yin. Otherwise, he would have surely perished long ago. Brother, what should we do next? Zheng Xianghua turned to Qin Fei. You go in front, I will follow. We shall administer the needles simultaneously. Can I really do it? Upon hearing Qin Fei's words, Zheng Xianghua's face displayed apprehension. He had sensed that Qin Fei's summoning was not merely to oversee the patient, and now it was evident. Even if I'm hesitant, I must proceed. With that, Qin Fei began to remove the silver needles from Lu Yin, noting that they had turned black, clearly contaminated with toxins, rendering them unusable. Do you have any spare silver needles? Lend me a few. Qin Fei looked towards Zheng Xianghua. This is how I make my living. It is indispensable. With this, Zheng Xianghua retrieved several boxes of silver needles from the medicine kit he carried, all unopened. You will set up the simplified version of the 9-yang divine needle technique that I taught you in the front. Understood? Zheng Xianghua nodded solemnly. I will count to 3, and we will proceed simultaneously. Qin Fei also took out silver needles, inhaling deeply as he spoke. The deadly poison within Lu Yin had not been entirely expelled, and he remained in a state of unconsciousness. Awakening would necessitate the painful process of scraping bones to heal. Chapter 94, Call Me Brother. 1. Qin Fei uttered the first word. As his voice fell, Zheng Xianghua's body trembled slightly, revealing a hint of tension. Over the years, he had treated numerous dignitaries, yet he had never felt such anxiety as he did now. After all, this was his first collaboration with his senior brother to save a life. 2. Qin Fei glared at Zheng Xianghua, signaling him to maintain focus. 3. Almost as soon as Qin Fei counted to this number, he extracted the last poisoned silver needle from Lu Yan's body. Simultaneously, he began to insert needles at an astonishing speed. In front of Lu Yan, Zheng Xianghua also punctured the first needle into Lu Yan's by Wei acupoint. Lu Yan, the process of expelling the poison will be excruciating. If you cannot endure it, you shall face dire consequences. As he inserted the needles, Qin Fei spoke to Lu Yan. Although Lu Yan was unconscious, his hearing should remain intact. This served as a preventive warning for what was to come. Wow, what incredible speed! Observing the near-phantom speed of Qin Fei's needlework, the onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. 100 in a minute? I'd say at least 150. The crowd murmured, although the conversation veered slightly off course. Less chatter. Do not hinder the rescue. At that moment, the foreman barked, and the discussions quieted down. Senior brother, I have finished on my end. Approximately 20 seconds later, Zheng Xianghua withdrew his hands, having completed the arrangement of the simplified 9-yang divine needle technique. Thank you for your efforts. Qin Fei continued to insert needles. He had exhausted one box of silver needles and had already used up more than half of the second box. Looking around, Lu Yan's back was densely covered with needles, a sight that made one's scalp tingle. Finally, when both boxes of needles were entirely consumed, Qin Fei exhaled a long breath. He had done all he could, and now it rested upon Lu Yan's willpower. Qin Fei's complexion was somewhat pale, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. This time, to save Lu Yan, he had depleted all his vital energy, leaving not a trace behind. Lu Yan's complexion gradually regained a ruddy hue, though this color was distinctly abnormal, overly flushed. An astonishing heat radiated from his body, causing everyone to instinctively step back several paces. Boss, will Lu always be all right? At this moment, the foreman stepped forward and asked in a hushed tone. They had once witnessed their boss's despair leading to a tragic leap into the river, resulting in the disintegration of their family. Lu Yan was his only child, and as an elder, he naturally did not wish to see the legacy of his former employer extinguished. It was a delicate matter. Qin Fei shook his head. In the realm of saving lives, medical skill is but one aspect. At times, the patient's will to live is the pivotal factor determining survival. If a patient lacks the desire to live, no amount of miraculous remedies can salvage their fate. As the old saying goes, one cannot awaken a person who feigns sleep. However, it was evident that Lu Yan was not someone who wished to succumb to fate. He was determined to fulfill his father's aspirations and see the complete development of the Guangming community. Thus, approximately 2 minutes later, he suddenly expelled a mouthful of black blood, and his eyes gradually opened. He had awakened. The person was alive. Witnessing this, joy spread across everyone's faces. How do you feel? Qin Fei inquired with a slight smile as he approached. It hurts, Lu Yan gasped, grimacing in pain. Indeed, feeling pain was a sign of life. If he felt nothing, he would have perished. As Qin Fei crouched before Lu Yan, he said, "The lethal poison within you has been thoroughly expelled. but your internal organs have already suffered irreversible damage. Once the silver needle is removed, what does death matter? I fear not, Lu Yin declared resolutely. He was the sole survivor of the Lu family, after his father's suicide by jumping into the river and his mother succumbing to the shock. He longed to witness the fruits of his father's labor before his own demise. Then, Lu Yin seemed to detect an unusual tone in Qin Fei's words and looked at him intently. I possess a method that can restore you to health and, moreover, grant you extraordinary power. Are you willing to listen? Absolutely. A chance to survive was something no one would wish to forfeit, especially Lu Yin. Cough. There are matters I cannot discuss in front of others. Having gauged Lu Yin's willingness, Qin Fei turned his gaze towards Zheng Xianghua and the others. Senior brother, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I need to step away for a moment. None of those present were foolish upon hearing Qin Fei's words. They hastily concocted excuses to retreat. Mr. Qin, please speak freely, Lu Yin urged once they were alone. Lu Yin, I trust you now comprehend that I am not an ordinary individual, correct? Indeed, Lu Yin nodded affirmatively. Very well. I shall reveal to you that I can transform you into someone like myself. But you must first pledge your allegiance to my sect and perform the kneeling ritual. Understood. The name of our sect is Feishimen. You may now proceed with the kneeling ceremony. While Feishimen was a mere fabrication, Qin Fei needed to construct this belief for Lu Yin. Yet, Lu Yin was not naive. He promptly inquired, what about our master? Our master is traveling the world and has no time to attend to us. Simply complete the initiation ritual, and I will provide all subsequent guidance. Agreed. Lu Yin, not one to dally, immediately mustered his strength to rise from the ground, only to kneel once more. He bowed deeply 3 times, until his forehead was bloodied, before he finally ceased. All right, rise and shine. From this day forth, you shall be the official disciple of my Flying Heaven sect. Upon hearing Qin Fei's words, 2 streams of warm tears cascaded down Lu Yin's cheeks. Ever since he had lost both parents, he had been a solitary figure, even living in a bright community without anyone to inquire about his well-being, akin to a stray dog. Thus, in this moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, the long-lost warmth causing him to weep uncontrollably. What am I crying for? The future stretches long ahead of me. As he spoke, Qin Fei produced a small booklet and handed it to Lu Yin, saying, this contains a cultivation technique known as Blazing Flame Skill. If you practice diligently according to its teachings, not only will your injuries heal, but your strength will also see a significant enhancement. I shall practice diligently and will not tarnish the reputation of my sect. Clutching the booklet as if it were a treasure, Lu Yin felt a newfound sense of hope. He naturally desired to become as formidable as Qin Fei. Master Qin, as you have welcomed me into the fold, may I now call you senior brother? Lu Yin suddenly inquired. Absolutely not. Qin Fei hastily shook his head. Just having Zheng Xianghua call him senior brother was already irksome enough. He did not wish to be overshadowed by the antiquity of tradition. I'm younger than you, and if you don't mind, you may call me elder brother from now on. Younger than me, yet you expect me to call you elder brother? Lu Yin was perplexed. Chapter 95, Yin Mountain Sect. On Hai Fukan Hospital. Shortly after Ma Bowen's departure, Su Chuanhang and Xiao Yu both realized that their hands had not healed at all. They had been thoroughly deceived. Damn it, if I ever see that scoundrel again, I will make him pay. Su Chuanhang cursed vehemently, having lost all semblance of calm. In his mind, they had surely encountered a fraud, as he was completely unaware of Ma Bowen's true nature, relying solely on a man's words. Upon reflection, he recognized a plethora of inconsistencies. For instance, he had never seen the body of Ma Kaiyuan, and he did not even know Ma Bowen's name. Infuriated by these thoughts, he felt an uncontrollable rage. He couldn't even dare to tell his father that he had given 500 million to a stranger. If he did, his father would undoubtedly have his head. Calm down, Xiaohang. Let's first consider our next steps, Xiao Yu said with a furrowed brow. Initially, he had been overjoyed when he thought his hand had healed, promptly calling a nurse from the hospital. However, as he prepared to engage in a certain activity, he was horrified to discover that his hand lacked any strength, leading to the realization that he had been tricked. Calm down. If you lend me 500 million, I will be calm immediately. Su Chuanhang shot Xiao Yu a glare. Haha well. Xiao Yu chuckled awkwardly, not daring to respond. Although his family was wealthy, 500 million was no trivial sum. He would have to be out of his mind to part with such an amount. Young master, a bloodied individual has arrived, claiming to be Master Ma's senior brother. At that moment, a bodyguard entered, addressing the 2 men. What? That scoundrel dares to come here? Upon hearing those words, Su Chuanhang was immediately seized by a fit of anger. Quick, bring him in. No, I shall personally greet him. He emphasized the word greet, making it abundantly clear just how furious he was. The two stormed to the hospital entrance, and from a distance, they spotted Ma Bowen in a most pitiful state, sending a shiver down their spines. Ma Bowen was drenched in blood, and the sight of his hands, which seemed to have vanished, sent chills through Su Chuanhang and his companion. What on earth had this man been up to? Young Master Hang, what shall we do now? Xiao Yu inquired, astonished by Ma Bowen's grievous injuries, which far exceeded their expectations. This is the hospital entrance, crowded with onlookers. Let us get him inside first, Su Chuanhang replied decisively. They ushered Ma Bowen into the hospital, but just as the doctors approached to tend to his wounds, Su Chuanhang shot them a cold glare, causing them to retreat in fear. Once inside the room they had previously occupied, Su Chuanhang firmly shut the door. Do they truly believe us to be pushovers? Su Chuanhang sneered at Ma Bowen. Deceiving us? Ma Bowen's expression turned icy as he retorted, Ma Kaiyuan is my junior brother. We are both disciples of the Yingshan sect. What could I possibly have to gain from deceiving you? Is it truly so that you are a senior brother of Master Ma? Upon hearing the mention of Master Ma, Su Chuanhang's expression shifted dramatically, leaving him momentarily at a loss for thought. But, spare us the details. Ma Bowen then seated himself and declared, I encountered a significant setback today, and I require your assistance with a crucial task. What task? Su Chuanhang inquired, furrowing his brow. I possess a telephone number. You must make a call and request aid to be sent to on high. Master, we do not even know your name. Why should we trust you? Xiao Yu interjected coldly, clearly still harboring doubts about Ma Bowen's integrity. I am one of the 3 protectors of the Yingshan sect, Ma Bowen. If you do not believe me, feel free to inquire elsewhere. Ma Bowen replied with a hint of derision. Go inquire about you? Nonsense. Xiao Yu retorted fiercely, as he had never heard of the Yingshan sect and had no idea where to seek information. Very well, Master Ma. May I inquire who has inflicted these injuries upon you? Su Chuanhang asked. Perhaps we have underestimated the true master behind the Guangming community. The one who harmed me is likely the individual you mentioned earlier, Ma Bowen sighed, reflecting on his own carelessness in falling victim to the situation. Qin Fei struck me down with poison needles, which explains my defeat. I had presumed his cultivation to be beneath mine, otherwise he would not resort to such tactics. Fell victim? Su Chuanhang and Xiao Yu exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they urgently pressed. Master, what exactly transpired? This confrontation had left Ma Bowen feeling quite vexed. He had suffered greatly without even laying a finger on Qin Fei. Eager to share his burden, he began recounting the events that had unfolded. When Su Chuanhang and the others heard that Qin Fei had incapacitated Ma Bowen's hands with a single blow, their expressions were filled with astonishment. It seemed they had underestimated Qin Fei. He was far from an ordinary individual. I've said all that I needed to say. Can you assist me in making a phone call now? Ma Bowen inquired. This deceitful scoundrel, no. I should refer to you as Master Ma. We can indeed help you make a call, but I have a request. Su Chuanhang interjected, a sinister glint in his eyes. Speak, Ma Bowen replied. Previously, I provided you with 500 million. If you are willing to return it, I shall contact the Yingshan sect for you. What do you say? Su Chuanhang cast a glance at Ma Bowen as he spoke. You little wretch, do you know whom you are speaking to? Ma Bowen's entire demeanor radiated a chilling aura upon hearing those words. Suddenly, before he could finish, Su Chuanhang delivered a resounding slap across his face. Clean up your filthy mouth. When you deceived us earlier, did you consider the consequences? Su Chuanhang coldly remarked. As the saying goes, one is the knife and the other is the fish. You have lost your arms. You are no longer in a position to negotiate. You. Ma Bowen's face contorted with rage, wishing he could strike Su Chuanhang dead with a single blow. However, with his arms gone and the severe injuries from Qin Fei's earlier attack, he could muster no strength whatsoever. You are losing blood rapidly. It won't be long before you succumb to shock. Do you want me to help you make that call? Think it over. Su Chuanhang said nonchalantly, showing no signs of panic. Fine, you are ruthless. Su Chuanhang spoke the truth. Ma Bowen had no grounds for bargaining now. He had resolved that once his sect sent someone, he would ensure Su Chuanhang suffered a torturous demise. Gazing at the fortune of 500 million now within his grasp, Su Chuanhang couldn't help but laugh heartily. So, can you assist me in making that call now? Ma Bowen asked with a cold expression. Of course I can help you. But, at that moment, Su Chuanhang suddenly produced a dagger from his pocket and plunged it into the carotid artery of Ma Bowen's neck. You may not have the chance to hear me make that call. Ma Bowen's eyes widened in shock, blood gushing forth like a crimson fountain unstoppable. He could scarcely believe that Su Chuanhang would actually attempt to kill him. In less than 10 seconds, Ma Bowen's body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Thus, a generation of martial arts masters met their untimely end.